don't feel strongly about what the fuck they're doing or what happened with the company. Who knows? And you might be pull out and put into something else that's a little bit more stable.
Yep.
Especially if like volatility rises and if you think or you speculate that this is now being propped up by a shitload of people buying in. I should just sell. You might have made the wrong mistake and it goes up, or who knows? You made the right mistake and it goes down a bunch, and you save money. You made money, and you get to rebuy back in. Like that's kind of the benefits to that too, right? You can play around a bit.
Actually, I have diverse my portfolio to be held in all the other sectors, like ETFs for every sector. From Vanguard. So
yeah, Vanguard has some good funds. I mean, I use for my company, we use Fidelity for some of our funds. I mean, their fees are a little high, but that all depends on, of course, what you have in it, what your consolidated portfolio is, what you have, So you just have to just kind of research and see what the fund's history was, what their rating is, and just go with something that's safe. But yeah, if you're in Vanguard and you got like a 2040 plan or a 2050 plan for retirement, I wouldn't say you have anything to be worried about.
Cool. Thank you for the advice. Really appreciate it.
Has anybody looked into the class action lawsuits for Robinhood?
There is a shitload of them, I hear, like an absolutely ridiculous amount. Like there's lawyers advertising people to contact them, kind of thing.
I think I think it's just an ambulance chaser thing. Honestly, I don't think anything's gonna happen with that.
Either way, they're gonna fucking, they might settle right away, but either way, they're getting lawsuits, right?
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the settlement and you look at how many users they have, I mean, what are you're gonna get $25-$50 maybe?
Hey,
it depends on how many people come together. The more, the less.
Hey, it's free money.
There's websites out there that you can go into that will tell you about all the class action lawsuits that anybody can join, and you can join these and just file for them. And then if they go through, you can literally, like there was one for Red Bull that I used to be a distributor for Red Bull. There was one for Red Bull that you could have done. And basically you could just, with no receipts or anything, you get, a certain amount of money. You just basically just sign your name and say, yes, I want to be part of this. And you get like $25. So there's websites out there that will tell you exactly what class action lawsuits.
Hold on, just read the terms, because some of them were telling you that you had to sell your positions before you could join.
Yes.
There you go. That's a catch you don't want to be a part of.
Yeah, but there's always you can join a class action lawsuit pretty much every day of the week. And the only people that get rich off the class action lawsuits are the people that first funded it or first started it if they win, and then the lawyers. Everybody else gets pennies on the dollar.
Still worth it though, because it's free money.
Yeah, I mean, if it's something that they can settle and you can be part of it, sure, take advantage of it. It's easy, they make everything streamlined. All you gotta do is basically read terms and conditions real quick, sign your name, date it, done, and then you get a check in the mail. I mean, I've gotten class action lawsuit checks up to $1,000 before. But it's
young and dumb, probably 18 years old. I got arrested for some stupidity, got sent to the county jail, spent a couple days in. Well, a few years later, a big class action lawsuit went against the county jail saying they were violating civil rights, strip searches, yada, 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 whatever. What I did was wrong. I deserved to go to jail. I signed on to the class action lawsuit and made $1,000 just because they looked at my people.
Yeah, I mean, that's a selective, that's more of a selective group of people in a class action, but yeah, that's a good example right there. I mean,
I think DoNotPay.com is one of them.
What is it?
It's DoNotPay.com, and it is a subscription service, but they offer you all sorts of knowledge base that other, ongoing class action lawsuits that you might be a part of, getting out of certain fees and other. It's worth a read. I haven't personally gone into it yet, but it sounds like a very interesting situation.
Yeah, the one that I get emails on is that I just get an email from it's topclassactions.com. And they basically just send you an email in regards to all the open class action lawsuits, and then you just review them and see which ones, if you can take part in any of them. Like there was ones for, like I said, Red Bull, and there's a whole bunch of other companies. And basically it's literally, if you bought a can of Red Bull in the last 10 years, you can be part of it. And you don't even need receipts.
So I don't know what the fuck is going on with the situation right now, but Robinhood just sent me a notification saying GameStop is up 6% in pre-market. Now, not only did they reduce the limits, but now
they're advertising
messages to try to advertise for you to come and buy the stock.
They probably got a good enough position where they can fucking squeeze it out as well.
Well, they're trying to bring back they're watching their user base deplete.
Volume went from fucking an all-time
That's true
high
too.
to nothing.
That's a very good point. They're probably, but at what point? I don't know, because they knew about this beforehand. As soon as they shut it down, they knew that was the worst publicity ever. So
right now, what they're going through is crisis management. Basically, they're in the middle of a crisis where they're watching users deplete their platform, which is going to devalue their company. So what they're going to do is, of course, they're going to increase marketing as much as possible.
Well, and wasn't their IPO scheduled for next month?
I think it was.
But it's probably gonna get shorted to shit.
Yeah, they're basically
everyone's probably gonna collectively short it, but at the same time, that's probably where the hedgies try to make their money back, because then that's probably when they try to squeeze everybody trying to short the fucking. But it's gonna be a big game if they go IPO. I'd stay away, but
I mean,
some people's about it.
If you think about it, with Robinhood, in a year from now, 95% of the people are going to forget what happened with Robinhood, and if the company's still around, they're still going to use it.
Fucking video of Elmo and Big Bird, and short-term memory kicks in. And but a year from now, I'm still going to be sitting on GME, so I don't know.
A year from now, we're going to own a GME.
I don't know. I'll be at the board meeting, fucking tightening up the tie,
hanging out on the moon, drinking fucking juice with Elon.
Yeah, Robinhood already put off their IPO. They said they weren't going to do it.
Oh yeah, fucking. They gotta wait till the heat dies down.
It'd be a bloodbath right now.
Be Michael Burry's wet dream.
Yeah, that's much better.
Yep. I'm seeing a lot of bid orders on Webull.
So it's probably reflecting the actual real numbers now. It's probably catching up.
No, where you
possibly, yeah. It's a very good possibility. That's what I thought. Like, at what point does their short ladder stop and it averages back out? BRB though.
When the pre-market started, it was at 61.
Very good possibility.
That was
I'm
crazy.
looking at level 2 on Webull right now, and there's a lot of big buys coming in.
Yeah, level 2 showing everything.
I just watched 3 bids for 3,000 shares each roll past. So there's definitely buys. Does anybody know if on the Discord app on the phone there's a way to set push to talk to a different key other than the screen button?
No, sorry, I don't use push to talk if it's on PC.
Yeah, I
Tame
can't.
has instructions.
I went. Well, he just got to the basic how to turn it on, but I was wondering if there's a way to like hotkey it out to something else on like the side button on my phone or something. Because I'm technically at work, but my boss is the coolest person on the planet. So, day trading while I'm working and talking on Discord and all that shit's never been a problem. But I need both my hands right now, so carrying the phone to be able to push the button is a nuisance.
I'm back. You know what today's gonna be probably? It's going to be the take your money and run tactic. So they're going to pump up the markets. People are going to be like, oh, that's good enough to fucking cut my losses. And people are going to run.
Hey, Maverick, what you can actually probably do.
But you can't blame them. You can't blame them.
What you can actually probably do, Maverick, is if you set up, I don't know if you use like an iPhone or whatnot, but if you set up a shortcut and you allow the shortcut, say if you have a headset in, and you say, if I tap the headset, then it does this on the phone, and that would tap the phone, which would do push to talk. You would need to probably do something like that.
That sounds like a pretty neat idea, but I just have a cheapo, like Bluetooth sport running headset in on my Android phone. I mean, I was just curious if anybody offhand knew that if there was like a sign your side button, like my Bixby button or something, to push to talk instead of. I tried setting up the voice gate, but I'm in a rather noisy factory, so it's not exactly conducive for you guys when I keep blurping in and out with machine noise.
Yeah, I was going to say, what you can do is set your sensitivity for voice extremely high, and they just yell every time you want to talk.
I could try it and see how it works out.
That would be so pleasant.
Like, set your sensitivity to like max, so you have to like literally scream your head off just for us to hear.
Testing.
That works.
Oh, that's good. I mean, I'm standing right next to a machine right now, and I'm not afraid, so that's good.
What stock's gonna get pumped today for distraction? I seen yesterday that Mac company. Listen to this one. Fucking how deep they dug to fucking hide this article. The fucking when all this shit was getting pumped out, and I got like I felt like I got suckered into buying not GameStop but BlackBerry and Nokia. I was searching through fucking articles all day, and then like I came across that mall company Mac whatever the ticker name's Mac, and apparently that was getting shorted as well. But then people say it wasn't getting shorted, blah blah blah. And then I seen an article about how the Ontario, where I live in Ontario Teachers Union was managed to pull out of their investment with them for a gain when they're a mall and like they haven't done anything all year. So obviously I think there might be maybe a small squeeze happening there, but I don't know for sure. I knew it closed out on a high yesterday, but I have no clue. I'm not invested in it either because I'm all tied up in other shit.
I think BlackBerry and Nokia are actually pretty solid long-term plays. Personally invested on both.
Yeah, but now that it's fucking all popped up with volatility, then
if you tried to YOLO and come up on some short squeeze money, then yeah, no, you're not looking at an investment. But
yeah, you got to sell and rebuy.
In the near long term, sub 5 years, there's very decent potential for both of them to see growth.
Oh, 100%. Yeah.
BlackBerry's Ivy is.
A lot of people got suckered into buying high.
Well, yeah, I mean, if you were.
I'm one of them.
Distraction, then yeah, but as far as an actual, let's get back to investing and not just strictly trying to short squeeze everything.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, like Nokia's not going anywhere. Like, fuck. What I like about Nokia the most is that they were smart. Like, honestly, the way I look at them is they looked at Blockbuster and it's like, okay, we're turning to them. No more. We turn direction. You have cell phone company. We make fucking signal. Fucking smart fucks, man. What are they, Swedish or fucking Finnish? Finnish. Because they actually do if they actually do turn around their company, there's another Finnish fucking company I was looking at. Because semiconductors is competitive as fuck right now, so like, is there really any sense in spending all that money on NVIDIA or AMD if there's a chance competition could make something better? Like, I don't know.
Here we go. 5-year long-term crystal ball action. BlackBerry and Nokia get in bed together and come out with a new phone that ships all over the iPhone and whatever Samsung's flagship is at the time.
That's a very good train of thought. And I tell you right now, if the amount of people I thought bought like whatever 2-3 stocks of BlackBerry, Nokia, or went hardcore on BlackBerry, Nokia, would totally drop their iPhone or Android or whatever and buy that phone to benefit themselves in their investment. 100%.
I'm stuck with a Note 9, and I won't be changing anytime soon. I
Oh,
don't.
buddy,
like
I'm
not
an
having
Apple head for life until Nokia or something drops a fucking
I've
beautiful
always
phone.
been an Android user myself, but as far as like I'm now on 2 generations removed because the Note 9 was the last phone, in my opinion, that had everything that you needed and nothing that you didn't. I need a headphone jack. I need an SD card slot. I like to have a fingerprint sensor, like all these different little things, like the physical sensor, not the under the ultrasonic one under the glass. My wife fucking hates her 20 with the ultrasonic. It just doesn't like it doesn't pick up half the time. So.
And there's a reason why the state started to ban. Do they still sell Hawaii or whatever phones in the States, or is that like completely done now? Like
Huawei got completely injunctioned out, banned out from xenophobia. That's not fucking. That was
oh yeah, that was all Apple afraid of their market getting taken over too quick and then going under.
I don't think Huawei. I mean, yes, they're a Chinese-owned company, and yes, they might have a little bit of tie to the government. But who the fuck does?
Do you know that Hawaii is like the biggest like phone manufacturer in the world now?
Yeah, probably.
Like they're like the biggest. Their biggest market is India, which their population is ridiculous, and I guess China, which is their population is ridiculous. And then if that spreads into the States, then fucking you best believe. Like I don't know if that's why Apple's smart though, because they went entertainment. They seen Disney own.
China trying to take over 5G.
Huh? What's that? What are they trying to take over?
China trying to take over 5G.
Fuck. See, there you go. There's just too much competition for Apple to handle. Like, fucking, they're huge, man. I think they were on the stock market, if I'm not mistaken, a couple years ago, and then they got delisted and went private, if I'm not mistaken.
No,
and that's because they did not need anybody's capital.
No, they want to run the entire internet. They want Chinese to run the internet.
Everybody wants to run the internet. China, the States.
So Huawei. So no.
What do you think Facebook's doing right now? You fucking monetize everything.
China, look at Building 8 in China, Shanghai.
Yeah. What? Oh, my bad. Good call. My bad. Don't use the saw when I'm on voice gate. My bad. That was probably terrible for you guys, wasn't it?
Facebook Building 8 in Shanghai. It's a bunch of Chinese commies that work for Facebook to create tools to censor you.
Good money.
Good morning. Actually, since we were talking about ETFs earlier, I knew you guys got like a good cannabis ETF.
I would stay away from that, bud. If you're gonna go cannabis, you gotta look at who's already established compared to these other ones, because they're obviously way ahead of the game from the penny stocks. So the penny stocks are very easily overtaken by these guys. And I was saying this before, Canada fucked up with legalization. Even that being said, I don't see how these weed companies are so profitable if there's no way to export their products because it's only legal in Canada. It's not like they're exporting to the States. And even if they were able to export to the States, I would guarantee the American would try to get their foot in the door and get the upper hand on the market when it comes to imports and exports on weed. But at the same time, I can also see America having too much of an assessed need for weed and needing Canada to export to them to help them, because we have a way lower population and there's like 30. Yeah, your demand is way higher. That's the only beneficial thing I see to Canadian companies. But at the same time, they did fuck up legalization. So that's your bet when you're
for big pharma.
So No, they did it because he got greedy and they try to sell point for point. And there's just another market in Canada, the black market, the online market. It's just too cheap to compete with.
You underestimate the power of pharma.
Canada's like, we're not really, since we have a universal healthcare and we just all pay tax to
Yeah,
do it. We're not like this. We're not like the states with pharmacy and shit. We're the opposite actually, which I appreciate about Canada. Not saying we're not shady, but yeah. It's not big pharma though. It's fucking, you know,
Yes, it is.
like
100% is big pharma.
that's doing what to the that's doing what to the Canadian weed market exactly.
Controlling it completely, so they have all the market cap.
But they're not controlling it because all the money's going to these small guys that's running these smart dispensaries.
No.
That's not big pharma. That's the small guys running online dispensaries, fucking over the government who told them you should have a yeah. And
it's all completely.
oh, in United States, I don't doubt it, but in Canada, no, it's actually just a fucking black market ran by the everyday person that takes away from the government.
It's way better to get off like weed maps or like your buddy or whatever than to.
Because you got to understand about Canada too. That's the only other thing I like about this. The only thing I don't like about the weed companies in Canada is the market currently. But you got to understand too. These weed companies have been around since the 80s, 90s. Because we medicinally legalized it. I forget when, but I'm pretty sure it was early 90s. We medicinally legalized it. So these companies have been around forever at the same time too. So, and then you got to understand too, when you're picking weed companies from Canada, you got to understand provinces where they come from, right? So if you're going something like West Coast, that might be your better deal. They might be a little bit more expensive, like Tilray and shit. You might have to catch them on a low, but those are going to be easier accessible to export to the States if you want to think in that regard, because you have Seattle right below Vancouver, so forth and so forth.
Legalization would lead to everybody just growing their own shit.
Not exactly, because people to grow good shit, to grow good shit, you need money to grow good shit. You need lights, you need proper environment, you need fucking certain chemicals.
It's true.
In Canada, people care about quality. Everybody cares about quality. You can't grow outdoor and sell it. No one will buy it.
Yeah, I used to grow pretty good shit in my backyard.
Yeah, no one will buy that shit in Canada. If we see outdoor,
it's not to sell.
Yeah, but you can supply yourself.
You don't understand. Like, we know the difference between outdoor and indoor. We get outdoor, and it's like a no-no. Like, we will give it back. We want the good indoor.
So are you trying to say Canada knows more quality than the States?
But we've been getting quality. How do you think? How do you think we fucking pumped our black market to begin with, too? It fucking all came from the medicinal places.
You didn't have any enforcement, so you did have like everybody growing with no enforcement. So that's.
How do you think? I heard back in. I don't know if it's true, but I heard back in the day the quality of weed in Canada was so good when it was legal. If you were able to get weed from Canada all the way down to fucking Texas or whatever, you're able to sell cannabis point for cocaine.
It's true. BC,
I don't know if that's true.
That's where BC Bud came from.
BC Bud is not as good as people say. It's just,
no, it's not.
You gotta understand, back in the day, the 90s and shit, when this was illegal, people did not have access to good quality weed.
Dude,
now everybody has access to good quality weed.
Way back in the day when the Native Americans had the good weed, and then they went up to Canada, like, yo.
Oh no, weed's only gotten better. When the shit they've done with weed, with genetically modifying seeds and knowing how much THC they can get out of it and shit, weed's only gotten better over time. It used to be dog shit back in the day.
I mean,
and then they played with it. Possibly me.
I used to have a medical card when I was out in California, and some of the dispensaries there looked like Starbucks. You just go in and they were just gorgeous. And this one guy was selling me stuff, and he was so professional. He's so professional. I'm like, damn, like, what do you do during your day job? And he was a Starbucks barista. And I'm like, I hope you guys blow this up.
Did you renew your 215, or you don't have it anymore?
For the person who asked the original question, MJ is the ETF that was mentioned yesterday.
Trying to find a video I watched on ETFs. I can't even find it, but it was a guy that was bashing ETFs, and he sounded like he knew what the fuck he was talking about. But like, I can't find a video, so I can't speak on it. Like, it's actually bugging me. So yeah, there we go. So when it comes to ETFs, the single biggest risk when you're looking into an ETF is market risk. So like right now is a very shitty time to be buying fucking ETFs because you don't know, especially with retail investors, because you don't know where they're going to lean towards. You don't know what they want to invest in and what they want to consume. You really don't. So one company might have thought, fucking Netflix is going to always be this new thing, but all of a sudden, this guy decided to invest his ETF in Disney, and Disney becomes a thing. Well, then Netflix goes down, right? Like, so ETFs are very risky right now, actually, according to this. It's better to fucking research, find a solid company, whether it be dividends or not, and just stick it in there, and rather than ETFs, just because of market risk. It's also something called exotic exposure risk, tax risk, counterparty risk, shutdown risk, hot new thing risk, crowded trade risk. I don't even know what the fuck this shit is. I'm not even gonna lie. But yeah, just search up I searched up ETF downside risk, and this is what popped up. So if you want to know what I'm looking at, that's exactly what I searched. And you can search up on the risk of ETFs, and I would do that before buying into ETFs just to know how they exactly better work, because it's not as simple as it may seem. Especially if an ETF is like diversified to shit, like, which means they bought stock in tech sector and retail sector, and you just know right there those two fucking do not go hand in hand, right? Those things are bashing together, like, tech's looking to take over retail, and retail's, so that ETF is a contradiction. It's not a good investment, right? So when you're really looking to go in ETFs, you got to look for contradictions. You got to look for fucking a lot of different variables.
Yeah, it depends on what they invest in. I recommend the Vanguard Total Stock Market ETF.
Do you know what's exactly in that?
It's a total market, so I don't think they really specialize in one area, like one market. It's basically the stock market as a whole.
Yeah, no, you gotta really just research what's in the ETFs before you actually buy into it. And you can actually figure out exactly the percentages and shit. I don't know. Just search it up, but you'll find it eventually.
Did you guys talk about PayPal yet today?
Horrible app.
No, PayPal's down, I think, or will be, because their Venmo is going to be investigated. But
Yep.
I don't know what for.
I've seen that coming too. Because all of a
what?
sudden they have all these
From how
5-day
now.
blocks on shit, and people can't get their money, and fucking takes 6 days. It's very fucking coincidental. Like,
I think
what the fuck?
PayPal in general is probably a good idea, just because I'm thinking about how they're trying to open up new products, like with crypto, and eventually use crypto to actually.
Yeah, but you gotta understand why they're doing that, because now they're, for the first time ever in their illustrious career, they now have competition. Square, I could, if I search up fintech right now, man, I could I could probably search up like 50 companies that are coming on PayPal's behind. That's why they're trying to get into crypto, because I don't understand crypto, and if it's a Ponzi scheme, that's beneficial for keeping their stock price up. But if it isn't, it's not beneficial, because everybody's going to do it anyways. And yeah, they're facing a lot of competition. I would read into PayPal, and I'd read into other competitors like them.
Yeah, I want to look into it more. I mean, I feel like they have a lot of resources, so if they do need to like catch up, I think that they're in a good position.
And you got to think of it too, like who used to own that company, right? And who was smart enough to sell it, because I would assume he saw competition coming, and he was just like, fuck it, I might as well go where there's no competition, which is EV. And it's because Elon Musk, he's the one that coded fucking PayPal, no? If I'm not mistaken. Or was he owner of PayPal?
I don't know about Elon.
Yeah, he was a co-owner.
Yeah, he was the owner of PayPal. So if he's smart as he says he is, then that means he saw competition coming. He sold the company at a high and went to a different sector where there's least competition, and got his foot in the door before competition could get their stranglehold on him, because competition is everything. So if Elon decided to sell a company that had so much promise, I don't know if it's the safest to actually put your money into, but that's just my opinion.
No, I'll check it out some more. Appreciate the point of view.
My apologies. Yeah. Yeah. What are you talking about PayPal? Oh, GameStop. Yeah, nah, I'm not worried about GameStop. Yeah.
That fear.
Oh, yeah, they're trying to defend their thing, but yeah.
I mean, I'm relatively new too, and you were like with AMC, it was opening at 21 on that one day.
Yeah, I got noobed out there
I know a
too.
lot of people were like, "Oh, I'm gonna get it now," and I was gonna do it too. I had it ready to go. Again, like I'm new, and then you were like, "No, pre-market's always gonna be a little bit higher, and then it goes down a little bit." So I was like, of course, this was my own decision, but I was like, "All right, I'll wait," and yeah, I mean, at least it went down quite a bit. So, and it's never gone back up to 21. So.
The another thing with payment apps too, like PayPal and shit, you got to think of if shit actually does open back up. I don't have no timeline for that, but if shit does open back up, I would assume most of these stores still do their transactions through Visa, MasterCard, kind of thing, right? So you're definitely gonna see if shit opens back up at full force, then you're definitely gonna fucking see a little. I would assume you're gonna see a dip in their fucking value or whatever, like Square and PayPal.
I feel like what's going to be a good product,
and then like an uptick in Visa kind of thing.
You can pay directly with crypto. So like I use my Apple Watch a lot to pay now because I just love how I got my credit card in there. But if they'll start taking like Bitcoin and things like that, and PayPal can, create a product where you can actually pay with crypto through, through your phone or something like that. I mean, I think that that's a good path. But
Gemini has that feature. I use it all the time.
You can buy stuff with crypto with your phone. Oh, that's
comes up a QR code.
Oh, okay.
And it converts it right away.
I think when they can get it to the POS system itself, right there on the POS, I think that's.
Yeah, definitely. That with the use of the NFC, it'd be
Yeah,
like
that's it. NFC. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's what I can. Once I saw that they were doing crypto, I was like, oh, I see. They want to gauge interest, get some money because they charge fees for it, and then probably move towards direct point of sale.
Essentially, it's cheaper than paying credit card fees to like the small businesses and like our like normal day people.
Yeah, cut out that. Yeah.
Yo, what? Here's a crazy theory, but hey, Elon Musk has been talking about Doge. You know the letters DOGE. They're all.
Sorry to cut you off. Market's open though.
Ding ding ding. All the letters of Doge are companies that kind of could go together if you just look up the different letters. Just D as a ticker, O as a ticker, G as a ticker, and E. Just a crazy theory.
Got some buying going on.
Yeah, that looks nice.
That was good. That shit was good.
And all of those companies could work together in tandem. And if you think about who's been pushing Doge, then you know what I'm saying, invest in those companies. Maybe Doge is a code, and that's just a crazy theory, not anything real.
Damn.
No, that's a very good theory, but I wouldn't bank big buck on it. But if you could find a chick like that and get it low, your theory's pretty much just playing a trend. Which I have a few plays like that I actually want to play out. But oh yeah, you want to hear my best play in the market for conspiracies?
Definitely, let me. Yeah, hell yeah.
Okay, so you guys ever heard of Dan Bilzerian?
I have not.
He owns a weed company. Listen to this. He owns a weed company, and he's known for spending his investors' money stupidly. Like he does not benefit his company whatsoever. He spends his money so stupid. Like his investors' monies are gone. Probably that's how you see him actually pay for his life. He uses whoever invests in his weed company.
Nice.
He uses it on his life. That being said, I could see. I'd be willing to put $1,000, $2,000 into that company, knowing that there's possibilities of collusion of him doing a Dave Portnoy or like any of the other guys pumping up his stock through social media. It's skyrocketing, and then a good time to sell off.
Quick pump it up.
Yep, I could see it happening because just of his presence on social media.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like social media is so powerful nowadays that.
Yeah. So if I was going to take my chance on any weed stock just to sell it quick and get out, it would maybe be that one in the hopes there's collusion and fucking, he starts pumping it up on his social media. kind of thing, you know, and then fucking you could
Yeah,
see
it
it
could
like
be possible. Definitely, I can
yeah,
see it happen.
exactly. So that would be kind of my thing.
Holy shit, it went down $3 so quick. What the fuck? No, yeah, I see. Yeah.
They selling it cheap.
I'm on Finance Yahoo, and I'm showing that $3-4 jump right off the bat. Now it's back to.
You guys ever pulled up the finance charts on?
I'm just seeing a bunch
iOS?
of asks, to tell you the truth. Every time I refresh it for GameStop, it's like 6-1, 2-1, just a shitload of asks.
Hey, aftermarket ended at what? 50?
53.
53, I believe. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, it did. It was at 50 when I went to sleep.
I'm telling you, today's probably going to be try to get people to fucking sell out, thinking that, you know, it went back up. They get
You
their
think they're gonna short ladder attack again today?
break even. It's going to be the opposite of short ladder again, or not opposite, but try to control it at least to get to a certain price where people want to buy out, and then fucking maybe they start to buy in, or maybe it's enough to fucking clear the position. I have no clue. That's what I would assume if I had to speculate.
Such a fucking roller coaster, dude.
The buys and sells are spiking from one side to the other.
Worthless company a buy. Why? I wonder why.
AMC is staying steady, like no movement basically.
What's it at? That's what I'm looking at right now.
Hey, good morning, everybody. Real quick, did I just hear you say that they just upped GameStop to a buy?
It's fucking hilarious.
Sad to say I'm still on Robinhood and it's still showing a 50-50 sell hold.
Well, I got Yahoo Finance up, and it says overpriced, and it's so red on that chart.
Does Yahoo Finance say check at 90?
What's that?
What price did Yahoo Finance open on you?
I think 53.
Oh, I might be looking at the wrong numbers.
Based on 8 analysts on Webull, it's a hold. And the average cost per share, they're saying, is 122.
Wow.
Yeah.
I will fucking liquidate my whole account and buy nothing but GameStop if it drops to 122. I fucking promise.
Climbs, you mean?
I'm buying a lot. Like, probably, I'm looking at my account right now. What could I liquidate? Fuck, I don't want to touch that. I'm liquidating my Neo, I guess, and I'm fucking buying 19,000 shares of fucking GameStop if it drops to $1. Yeah, I'm more curious about to see what I see on Tuesday. To tell you the truth, between fucking like now and Monday or whatever, like on today and Monday, what I see, fuck that.
Yeah,
More
between today
curious
and the 9th.
Tuesday, and actually as it carries on.
Is there a mechanism? I mean, I know if it moves too much, what is it within 10% margin? If it moves within a certain time period, I know they lock it off for 2 minutes. Is there a system in place that it drops, I mean, drastically and tries to just continuously sink? Is there a reset mechanism where they can actually bring the price
Not
back
really,
up?
because they
Isn't that what the
continuously
circuit
do
breakers
it.
are for?
The only reset button would be like for a shitload of people to buy, like what you seen the other day. But it's lost traction, and they have apparently a lot of phantom shares or naked shares, whatever they would like to call them. So no, it'd be very hard to push the system up. You just gotta, like, honestly, if there is a short position, I don't know. I have no fucking clue. There's no info on it. But if there is a short position on it, as so many speculate, then all you can do is buy and hold. And then let them play with their phantom shares until fucking interest piles up. Brokers ask for the shares, and they're like, fuck, we have to produce real shares. And they
I don't know
don't
if you were
accept
here
phantom
last night.
shares. Kind
Were
of
you
thing.
here last night with a discussion about the phantom shares? The news of like how they move phantom shares
Between each other, I might not have been here, but I
No,
kind of
no.
understand.
Well, last night there was a discussion about somebody looked up online and saw about phantom shares and how they produce, how a company can produce phantom shares. Okay,
Oh
wait.
yeah, we had the link on Forbes.
Yeah, yes, it
From
was
General.
about how producing a phantom share basically for a new, I guess a high
It's a
dollar
new
employee.
upcoming what's it called? Owner basically or
Yes,
shareholder.
Okay, so how it
right.
works? What you're trying to say? How it works is like back in the day, they used to exchange paper to paper, right?
Right.
And now, since it's all computerized and everything, right? They now have to create an IOU
To make it
to
secure.
make to make sure that it
Yep.
like it copies the stock. It has to make an IOU, send it to you, and then it's 2-3 days before it settles, and then that IOU gets erased, and fucking your stock settles from one account to the other. Only problem is they apparently don't delete IOUs. They take them back and they keep them, and they've accumulated IOUs over so much time that they have a shitload of them.
We're just
And they're
supposed
supposed to delete them, but they've
Yeah,
never
you're
deleted the IOUs.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what they use. That's a phantom share. It's pretty much the IOU they had to create to recognize the security to transfer it to another account.
But
If
on
that
the
makes
article,
any
it was
sense.
saying it was like a form. It was created to also give a company or a shareholder the opportunity to grow into and within the company, but without like putting
Oh
the
yeah,
company at risk.
it could work as a loan as well, I guess. Yeah,
Yeah,
because
it was
you
without
yeah.
to not put the company at risk. So
Because they
basically,
like
they
to
don't.
short shares, and it's not like you're gonna like. What if there's no demand for the thing, right? So it's
Right.
their way of creating demand, and then it acts as a
So
loan.
like it's a future loan that you're
Yeah.
expecting that's gonna hit that number.
And I had the thought yesterday with my mom or whatever. I went upstairs. I was like, how crooked are the banks that they have this loan system that they only use to 100% profit all the time within hours on a day? They could fucking take out loan with these phantom shares, short something, and fucking create a profit. But yet to their consumers, they offer loans with high interest rates or low interest rates. When behind closed doors, they're fucking essentially loaning and fucking turning a profit right away. Like, how
Printing paper
crooked is
money.
that
But the
shit?
thing is, like, that's how inflation works too, right? Like, they're slowly inflating our economy because there's nothing to back
But
up.
like, as if you're a fucking banker, right, or if you whatever you call it, you have your money in a bank, then you should have the banker should tell you, oh, we have this loan option where we'll short these shares for you. We think it's a very good investment. You'll have a return in 2 days. They should work for the people like that and not keep it to them fucking selves.
So long
That's
story
a way
short, with the
smarter
phantom
loan than
shares,
fucking
they have to
signing the dotted line.
basically pay 2 times what the share's worth now to pay back the phantom share.
It's more. GameStop's way more than that. They have to pay back like
their
fucking,
original, yeah.
Yeah.
So they basically have to pay double.
Way more, because if I heard they're shorting it at like $4, $5 or something stupid.
Okay.
I forget what, or $2 or $10 maybe
It
it was.
literally
I
has
forget.
to hit like $1 for them to even break even. Like
Yeah.
just to break even.
And that's if people sell. Even then, if they can't get the shares, and then they have to
They're still
start
getting interest.
producing shares, and people don't sell. They're like,
But the
they
issue
can
that they
continue
also
to
run
ladder
into,
attack and keep it down, but at the same time, like eventually the SEC has to catch on, and the
but if
longer we
they drive
hold,
it down to $1, they're not gonna lose out on that opportunity because if they drive, let's just
but
say
no one's gonna
20
sell, so
million.
they're still gonna be trading between themselves. So they fuck
They're
themselves.
gonna
They
be
drop it too long. Their only play is.
For $1, I'm buying 1,000 shares.
That's what I'm saying. Same. Like, I'm buying like 20,000 shares. I have to. Like, I fucked up buying high. Like, that's it. And the thing is, they like, I don't know if they understand it, but like, that's why I could see them, pushing it up a bit today or Monday, like to the point where people are like, okay, I have to buy out, and then push it down low again in order to try to get that dollar mark.
They did to us. They instilled that fear, and now they're gonna give us that way out. I think, like they're gonna kind of like give us the illusion that there's a way out, and pump that.
Exactly. And then their way out is either join the squeeze and squeeze it and then fucking go against their position because they know the math and they know they're going to turn a profit, and that's the way out. Or they actually have a way out with buying shares and they feel like they can pump it low enough. Those are their two plays if it is short position the way it is. They either buy into the squeeze or they have their way out. And chances are they can make more money off the squeeze, so they're going to buy into squeeze. The fucking dirty fox.
They're gonna rise with us. I think that's what they're looking for.
Yeah.
I said we all get out at the blah 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 blah. My bad. Yep. I
You can't
realize
even.
I
I don't know. Yeah, no, you can't.
Yeah, those words are too powerful.
The wise people are probably trying to get back in right now when it hit below 60 because that was because getting below 60.
Investors to hop
Like I was saying, if you guys use a negative volume index to read the charts, that will tell you when the smart money buys and when the fucking rookie and the noobs buy. That's what that chart tells you. Smart money and dumb money. Not to be rude, but I'm not saying I'm smart.
Going down on that a little bit, please.
So if you read the friggin' negative volume index too, and you see big time buys at fucking 50 and shit, and like, why would people be buying if it's fucking a shit stock? I haven't read it in a while, so I don't know if the people are or not, but just an assumption.
Yeah, I know. Philly Bears said it the other day, and I've been preaching it. It's like when you don't walk into a store and say, "Hey, that shoe cost $100 yesterday. It's $120 today. I'm gonna buy it." You walk in the store and see it was $100 yesterday, and that shoe is $25. You go in there and you buy all of them.
Mm-hmm.
That's an everyday analogy, right? Like I can understand that. I can
Smart man.
Yeah, I can definitely relate to that.
So I feel right now. I was buying at an average price of like $300 a stock, and I'm like, "What the fuck am I doing?" And then I see it drop down, and I started liquidating all my shit. And I'm like, "All right, I got down like 130 a stock, and then like I don't want to liquidate anything else." I'm like, "Okay, I can't get greedy with this shit. I gotta just."
I'm really actually making phone calls to try to borrow a couple dollars just so I can try to bring my average down below the 145. But I'm out of time because the way it's looking now is trying to creep, and I was trying to get in at 50. But
that's the other thing I was going to tell about people when whoever's talking about ETFs and investing in finance and all that shit. That's the other thing I was going to say. These loan apps are popping up overnight, and like I was invested in one. I don't know. I'm gonna have to do like research on like which one I want to invest in. But these loan apps are like popping up overnight on the stock market and shit. And honestly, like. Is cash? I don't know, but is like Cash Money and these payday loan places? Are they transitioning faster over to this technology phase, or are they going to be blockbustered and these fucking loan places are going to take over? So that also may be another good place to park your money in these loan places. And I'm not suggesting you go and use like a fucking loan app to get money, but
dude, them loan places,
if you believe in this, it
anything
might
with
be a
that payday loan, I will not trust those payday loan places because immediately there's like a 50%.
Shooting up $61.
Yeah, you see that big spike?
Go.
Fuck yeah, 62, 61, 63.
Telling you, they're gonna get people out.
That 15-minute volume for both AMC, AMC is ridiculous. The 15-minute volume.
What's
it's up at 20-something million.
Ooh.
It's like moving by a cent.
From
Oh my
6:30
gosh.
to 6:45. I mean, from 9:30 to 9:45, right?
Damn. So let's say Tuesday.
You see the volume on GameStop is up 3 mil in the last like.
Holy shit!
Like, how is this a useless stock if it's going up from 50? Like, what the fuck is happening? Like,
dude, if you see what
Lot of
AMC
movement,
did, and they first 10 minutes of AMC was 5 million, and they've already done 2 in the last 6.
but I'm telling you, a good portion of the public owns AMC now. They don't realize it, but a good portion of the public owns AMC. Apparently, Nokia has to fucking issue more shares now and dilute their fucking shareholdings.
Yeah, like I said yesterday,
AMC is a
somebody
really
should be a
promising
millionaire.
stock, and it's cheap. Think about it. When shit opens back up, AMC is going to be booming. I don't know why people have been sleeping on it. It's really cheap right now. It's a great value.
I love AMC stock, man. I love it.
More reason to go open up a Roth IRA.
Carnival stock for the same reason, man. I bought a shit ton of Carnival stock.
Yeah, that's gonna turn up
Because
too.
like when things get back to normal, those cruise line stocks are gonna shoot right back up.
Yeah, you want to know my number one play for when shit gets back to normal? If you know how big like hockey is in Canada, and you like pay attention to like something like the Montreal Canadiens, you know that the owner of the Montreal Canadiens also owns Molson Canadian Beer. So the amount of beer they provide for stadiums is fucking retarded. So I don't know if it's exactly a good play, but as soon as sports opens back up to the public, I would assume beer companies are going to go through the roof again. And I would assume they're sitting pretty low right now because sports not being available to the public. But I would have to research.
Better since everybody's drinking on Corona.
The way they mark up beers at stadiums and shit, that's where the real profit comes from. I would assume.
Okay.
I would
I mean,
assume.
yeah, that makes sense. That makes
Now, if
sense.
stadiums are doing, like, you got to think also.
It's like $10 a beer there or something for a fucking beer.
You're doubling up on the price.
But you look at a company like Molson Canadian, they are the distributor and they are the seller, right? There's no middleman when they're providing their own stadiums, right? No, but but at the same time, they're selling in bulk, and it's not the same way they sell to the beer store, right?
We're up $10
Yeah.
in 15 minutes.
Yeah, it's definitely going to see a profit, I would assume, though. Beer companies, like, it depends on which one, but yeah.
What's the most popular beer in Canada?
A cold one.
I can't really. I don't know, man. It's tough to say. Everyone has it. It's all opinion based. That's the reason why I like Molson Canadian, though, is because you're not assuming what someone beer is like, right? I like Molson Canadian, if that's the right one that owns Montreal Canadiens. I like Molson Canadian because they take their beer and they cram it down people's throat at games. They're like, okay, drink this beer, drink this beer, drink this beer. We don't have other options. Take this Molson Canadian, suck it up and drink it, and shut the fuck up. That's why I like Molson Canadian kind of thing.
The problem with the US,
20% gain since yesterday.
For
the
what?
problem with the US with beer is because of the fact that there's so many
GME.
individual
Yeah, GME. Oh, it's going down back, but.
Yeah, I don't know. I'll where I'm from, I like that.
So I try to like eliminate competition when I come to buying stock. I mean, I think there's a big elimination of competition when you have a whole fucking sports franchise that you own and get to fucking sell your beer to. I think that's pretty good. But I'm just speculating.
It makes perfect sense.
Good.
Yeah, out here they do a lot of
above. We're well above the high for pre-market.
Like, is there any
It's
liquor
only
companies
a
that own
decent sign.
football teams or something in America? I'm actually not too sure.
I'm in California. I'm not sure. I don't really drink beer, but like in Northern California, they drink a lot of craft beer.
Yeah, it's starting to become a thing too. So you got to watch out for that. It
Yeah, and,
definitely
like,
takes away from the
what I've
market.
been looking into, like for the past 5 years, is a cannabis infused beer, which like in Northern California is pretty big right now. But it hasn't like obviously as cannabis evolves, the whole market evolves. I think that's gonna. I think somebody else was talking.
If you guys want to you research it, do your research. But if you like kind of worried about the cannabis game and you want to kind of like make your portfolio safer when it comes to cannabis fucking stocks. From my research, I've only came across 2 companies that are trying to work on a breathalyzer. Because from my take, you guys have a really fucked up system.
Yeah, that's like the way to go.
1 second though. From my take, in America, you guys have a very fucked up system when it comes to drug testing. That's very invalid, apparently, and is very negative a lot of the time.
Yep.
And it's one of the biggest schemes in American history, apparently. Yeah, but so yeah, these guys are. I've heard of one, which is I think it was Hound Labs, which is a private company, and then there's the other one that just got the U.S. patent, which is. I started buying it. I'm not gonna lie, as a joke, because I've never done cocaine before, and its ticker is below. So I've always said every week I'm gonna buy some below. I'm buying below, and I'm buying a lot of below. And I've always said that, but that's its ticker, BLO, and I buy below like almost every week I try.
You know the
And they're a cannabis breathalyzer, and then the other play would be TAT, which they're trying to take over the cigarette industry and make it a hemp cigarette industry, which wouldn't be
The volume's off over there, right?
which wouldn't be a bad play.
Tobacco company's too big. I don't think that ever happened.
I think people just get smarter, and then like vaping's taken over tobacco company already, but I think there's a market for people trying to quit cigarettes and get healthier, and they'll use hemp to do
Cigarettes are
so.
already big in California, bro. That's how you quit. I know a lot of people who get on them hemp shit to quit.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, they're smart. They're smart. They see the
So
trend.
it's like about 5 people talking, but they're like about 30 lurkers.
If Marlboro's making
It's like
cannabis
lots of
cigarettes,
party
you see
lines,
some.
Yeah, there are multiple ones. They're all over the place.
Hey, can I point out something? Look back into our stocks. I'm looking at waking up. Crypto. I'm looking at my crypto stuff. Doge is down, and Bit and Ethereum are both up.
That's
Do you
weird.
guys think what's happening is what I'm seeing is that people are just moving their Bitcoin and Ethereum and making some bets on Doge, and then after this, it was up to 5. Doge was. I'm seeing people just grabbing their Doge and throwing it right back into Bitcoin and Ethereum.
Oh yeah, that'd be the smartest play to do, especially if you can get.
That's how you make money without converting into United States.
Fucking GME almost $70. Like what the
Yeah,
fuck?
I
These guys
have
are
the
wild.
Doge Trex chart open right now, and I'm watching like the short term candles. Been kind of flipping it on and off the last few days.
$71, baby.
GME, look
30%.
My crypto account was beautiful this morning.
Mine too. I'm up like $100 off.
I go even at 77.
So
Badass.
So this is what you call
Yeah.
holding a line, and then the whole news is trying to convince us that there's nothing going on, but yet this is yet to hit zero. Why is a worthless company fucking still hovering and growing? Like, get real. Like, come on.
No,
Well, the
yeah,
thing is,
there's
they're trying to say that everybody bought at the top at 400, and they're not even thinking about the people that averaged down. Like I averaged down from 300 to 100.
Yeah.
How many buys did you have to do?
I averaged down. I'm down to 84 now.
Hey, real quick,
Fuck,
guys.
that's
I
smart.
think we gotta stop.
We got a haul.
Yeah, it's not moving.
73. That's a halt.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
That halt is great news.
7340 is a halt.
Good shit. Yep.
I think the circuit breakers got popped.
Is there any restriction on buying when it's halted?
It won't allow you.
Yeah, it won't let
Yeah,
you.
yeah, it won't let you.
Well, let me place the order, right?
It's not going the way they want it to.
Well, I heard they
Usually it only
halt.
halts when it goes up.
They halt when there's not enough sellers. Yeah, and there's not enough sellers.
This is so fun.
That's a good sign when they hold it.
Hey, can I ask a question? Does anybody here use Schwab?
I'm using Schwab.
Okay,
I have Schwab.
Can you help me with a technical question on the Schwab? If I want to, how do I do a limit and a stop limit? How do I do that on Schwab? I know they're the order type, but if I'm doing a stop
If you
limit,
go to like summary and like go to individual, like where your positions on your positions, you click on whatever stock you're gonna go. So let's say you go to GME and you just click on trade, and then you're gonna on it says auction. It says where it says auction. It says sell.
Oh yeah.
yeah, I've got that. I've got buy and then
Order type. You put limit, and so you so I don't know what you're trying to put your limit, but I wasn't able to put my limit above like 20% of like the original price of the stock.
Hey,
above.
Yeah.
Good morning. If you want to know what's going to happen,
Good morning, Vietnam.
Just look at MC.
GameStop hit a circuit breaker, by the way, just a minute ago. Hey, are one of the mods on I could talk to real quick? Who said that? Yo, could I go talk to you in another room for a sec?
Hey, thanks for hosting us, by the way, man.
No, I just don't want to bother everybody else. Yo, I was just wondering if you could send an invite to my brother. I'm trying to talk to him, but I also want to be talking to you guys. And he knows a bit about what's going on. He's been teaching me a lot about trading and everything.
I sent you a one-time use link. Just send that over to him.
All right, cool. That'll work. Thanks a lot.
You're welcome.
Just not a squeeze.
Yeah, they want to shake people out at like.
Yeah, exactly. They're gonna try to get their.
Yeah.
They're gonna try to get their position on the squeeze. 100%. It's the only play I see.
Keep in mind, they can shake me out if they get up to
You have to
500.
keep in mind that they can see all the orders out there. They can see all the limits that are set.
Yeah, I set mine to
let's
1K.
say there's 500,000 sell limit set at 200. They're going to try to push it there.
It's true.
And cascade all those limits
Hey-
out.
Well,
Hey,
that's
guys.
what I'm saying. Like the sell
I
limit,
am not
I can't
selling.
I can't put myself
Yeah,
in at 500
me too.
anymore.
I think this is not financial advice, but you'd be dumb to don't sell yourself short. There we go.
Yeah.
Fair to
Hey, I have
say.
a quick question, guys.
Why take a loss? Like, it's dumb to take a loss.
Hey,
They can get a quarter of a share from me at 500.
Hey,
I would
who's
say
familiar
pass
with
that,
Webull?
but-
Anybody familiar with Webull? Because I have it. I moved from Robinhood to Webull.
I'm very
Anybody?
intimate with Webull.
How would you know?
Intimate
It's
with
right in the. It's good. Is the order book that's the green one? That's the purchase, right? The bid and then the ask, right? That's people purchasing, right? The one in the middle, the order book.
Oh yeah, so you're talking about the level 2 data?
Yeah, the L2. Yeah, yeah, L2. Those are the purchases, right?
Yes. So on
Okay.
the green is what people are bidding for it. So
Okay.
and then the red is what someone is asking. So those are limit orders to sell in the red, and those are limit orders to buy in the green.
Okay, got it. There's a lot.
Last night on Public, I was looking at their social media thread for each stock, and there was a lot of people moving it to long-term investment.
Is
I saw that, yeah.
someone is anybody else's level 2 data working on GME right now? Because mine just died when they
Mine is suspended.
The trade's halted.
It's halted.
Yeah, mine.
I wouldn't
mine is
doubt it's for
working,
the
but
whole
I
day
have
too, just to
I have
stop what's about to happen.
NASDAQ total view.
If it's not, wait.
Oh, there you go. There you
Unhalted
go.
now.
There you go.
Yeah,
It's
it's
moving
unhalted now. Yeah.
Yeah.
Expect a buyout on their end. That's the way you got to look at it. Them trying to get your GameStop stock, knocking on your window. You can't let them in. Cannot let them in.
Still pushing.
Yeah, it very well probably will drop again.
Yeah,
I did my best to 134 Canadian. So
Yeah, me too.
Going
Not
to
180.
I bought during this pop and just to bring my average down.
Yeah, you still. Some people still can. Yeah.
178. Nice.
You guys think the guys who moved from who's this Robinhood to Webull, this is one of the things that or any other trading platform. This is
I
the
would
one-
assume they're still
Yeah.
trying to get their
Yes,
portfolio.
I'm one of them.
bringing in money.
Back to even. Daddy's back to even.
Diamond hands, diamond hands.
I bet those people who bought at 80 are happy now they're break even. Are you going to get out or are you going to keep holding? That's the real question.
They can't get out right now because it's
Yeah,
halted.
I just hope people don't start selling when they,
Oh yeah, there's a shitload of bid. Trade halted. Like, look at these fucking.
Yeah, just before
We'll
this
be halted
happens,
all day.
I see a shit ton on the bid side each
Oh, so
time.
it's suspended again. Damn it.
If
Sorry.
I'm not, according to what Robinhood is showing, it was
Wow, it's rocketing now.
according to Robinhood right now, there was a 3 million volume spike in the between halts.
That is fucking hilarious.
3 million's a lot.
Huge log.
Yeah.
3 million. There was a 3
That's
million
either them
spike
trying to
in
get their
between
short
halts.
position or get their squeeze position, or
Yeah. The thing
There's
is,
3
there's
million. There was
multiple.
3 million between
We're up
halts,
54% today in a half hour.
Yeah,
and we're
that's
at
insane.
about we're already at about 30% of yesterday's volume.
The thing is, there's multiple hedges that took us short. So, I mean, this could just be one of the other hedges that are covering maybe a little bit. I don't know.
I want to remind everybody to keep your
It's probably a
emotions
Doge
out of
profit.
this. Keep your emotions out of this. Keep your emotions.
It's hard, man. It's hard to get. Wait. It's hard not to get excited.
Be soulless, bruh. Be soulless.
that's
Just
it, man. They're just numbers on the screen. We've already spent the
This is
money.
the
It's an
part-
investment. Just that's it.
This is the part when we sit there in the chair and we cross our arms, and we put on
And
our
we wait for the number we
sunglasses,
want.
and we just fucking
laugh.
wait and laugh.
For whatever reason, I'm retarded, but in my head, GameStop is like $800 to $1,000 a share if they want it, but they price it different. I price it my way. It's a difference of opinion. I don't know what to say.
So yeah, the $400 call. The $400 call was really cheap yesterday. It's up 180% today. $400 call for next January.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think people get paid today too. So a lot of
And
people.
just
a
a
lot of
minute ago, the news dropped. It's funny. Just a minute ago, the news dropped about the second halt, second circuit breaker on GameStop, saying that it's up 55%. It's like, really, you're behind 55%.
Oh my god!
What happened to it tanking?
That's perfect. That means that they actually don't want it to be going up.
I don't know your Twitter. Oh,
Blown
okay.
up.
That's great. I've seen that one before too.
Totally walked into that one. Jim Cranberry. Oh, Cranberry.
Jim Cranberry.
But as soon as you hop on Facebook, all you see is sponsor, the Wall Street Journal, trying to seem like it's over.
Jim Cranberry.
Okay, yeah.
Thornberry.
It sounds like the greatest insurance salesman door to door ever. Look, man, I'm Jim Cranberry of Lifetime Insurance Company.
I was talking to my friend last night, helping him buy some Doge, and then he like unironically like said this cult like prayer to Elon Musk, and I'm like, man, that won't do anything. But you know what? I think he did it. I think he prayed, and that's what caused all this.
The one time Elon Musk prays.
Well, buddy, if this squeeze happens, y'all better believe in a higher power.
You know,
Definitely. Hey, did you guys see that Wall Street Bets post when somebody sent shit to Melvin's building? Yeah. The mix.
What'd they send?
Choked on my coffee.
If I'm not mistaken, there's people protesting outside the hedge funds right now, no?
I mean, I'm over here in the Bay Area, and people were out here on Robinhood's headquarters, like 20 people. But I mean,
Oh yeah, 100%. No.
I drive by Robinhood's
Yeah,
headquarters. Like,
I want to
twice a week.
clarify something. I want to clarify something for people on YouTube and people here that are new as well. But this is a market suspension. This isn't your broker. This is a market suspension. So it's not like the one we had at the beginning of this where Robinhood and other places
like DTCC
weren't
kind of
allowing
thing?
you to buy. Yeah, this is like the whole market has suspended GameStop because of volatility. Happens all the time with all kinds of stocks.
What is the
so this is expected.
What are like the restrictions or like the rules with this suspension?
There are
like
no restrictions. They were all lifted yesterday.
Is there a time limit? No, but like the
So
suspension.
what I heard was that they stop it like this when there's an uneven amount of buyers and sellers. So right now there's a shit ton of buyers and no one's selling.
back.
So
It's
they
back.
can't
Oh,
they have to stop it a little bit.
It's climbing, man.
So Polar Wolf posted in general, I think,
84. It's 84 now.
NASDAQ trade halts. That's what you want to check whenever there's trade halts.
Let's go.
Holy fuck! Yeah.
Someone
Another
that wants to make a
7,
couple
10
hundred on it.
calls.
Oh, I
Well,
see.
an average down.
Yeah.
Oh, 51 calls.
Yeah, I see the
51
50.
calls.
Wow.
We got people buying. Boop, 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 boop.
Where do you see that?
Oh yeah, they're bidding it up.
Level 2 data.
I don't know where
This
to
is-
look for that. I'm stupid.
What platform do you have?
I've got Schwab.
Oh, I don't know how to help you there.
It really happens when people work together, right?
If you got Thinkorswim, I
I'm
can tell you how to
$10
get
away
it.
from my average cost.
I know y'all like talking about working together. I'm on my own over here. I don't know what the heck I'm doing.
Oh wow.
That's what I'm doing.
Okay, I'll do
This thing
that.
is rocketing.
Yeah. It's better to just listen. It's good to
Yeah, there's a bunch of people selling off now. Apparently, 103 bids.
There's
I feel that
10,000
could be
shares,
naked.
There's
Yeah, that
support. 10,000
could be
at 82.84.
Yeah, could be people with paper hands getting scared, or it could just be fake. Yeah.
Okay, hold on. Okay, I'll look it up.
On general? Oh, yeah. My
Oh, look at that, 197 asks.
Thank
Like,
you.
holy fuck, man. 243, 222, no asks.
Look at the
219.
guys, look at the volume. The volume at
222.
25.5 mil.
Another one. Yeah, circuit breaker just happened again.
The fucking buys were crazy
Yeah, the
there.
volume is spiking.
Hold on, I'm trying to get to it now.
Okay, good morning, guys. I'm not going to be on here longer than 30 minutes, but I just want to say y'all are great. We've been holding, and
Is this Jimmy?
yes.
Hey, what's up, bro? Good day.
What's
Have a good
up?
day at
What's
work.
up? I hope you guys slept well. I fucking am late to work.
No sleep at all.
Fucking hell. Look,
I'm
y'all
never on
sound
time
real.
to work.
Me neither.
Good thing you're going to be able to quit today.
Yeah.
I wish I had my 20,000 I could throw into it.
That is not financial advice, by the way.
Well, listen.
Entertainment purposes only.
And I'm sorry for the people on YouTube. I do not suggest anybody does anything they don't want. But I'm telling all the people that I know and love, y'all sound really happy today. But I woke up and the messages are sounding really weak. It is just $60 right now. We are going up. Do not even think about it. If you like it, I do not give
Buy
financial
the
advice.
stock.
And y'all just be happy today. Maybe it's not even going to top out today. We don't know. But it is what it is. And I just wanted to say thank you guys. I'll be watching from the hospital.
Yeah.
And I'll be thinking about everything that's going on in here and how much information I'll be missing out on.
Don't watch too hard.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Go save some lives,
no,
bro.
I know I can't. Somebody if it reaches 5,000, somebody fucking.
We'll spam you, bro. We'll spam you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Last
Like,
time I checked, you've got an order in at 5K, so you'll probably hear about it through your email.
But that's just one.
You did put a sell limit.
You can throw notifications on and you fucking get once it reaches like 300, 200.
Yeah. Oh no, 300, 200. Who cares?
That's what I'm saying, but at least
yeah,
you have an
facts.
idea of what's going on. You get those notifications like, all right, it's going up a bit, and then you kind of get time to get an exit strategy going, right?
Bro, everybody that likes the stock, we love the stock. And why would I sell the stock? Why would I sell my? I'm not.
Oh, I'm not saying
everybody out
sell.
there-
I'm saying just
No,
to get a heads
yeah,
up.
Yeah. Hell yeah. No, I appreciate it. I'm so excited. Like, I'm so stoked.
Oh, I am
Because
too,
I
man.
had all my friends that were telling me, "Oh my God, are you still in GameStop?" This morning I got a bunch of texts like, "Hey, did you buy more GameStop?"
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
like of course.
They're looking at you like a big retard. It's like, yep.
Like,
Everyone thought I was crazy.
Yeah.
Right, and just because it's going up to 60 or 70, they think it's a big opportunity. I can't wait till the fucking world sees. Whatever happens, I don't know what's
Well,
gonna happen.
the big reason I
Maybe
don't
they'll
care
stop
for I
listening
care
to
for
the
the money,
news.
obviously, but I can't wait to how the news responds to them deceiving people for so many days when they know exactly what's happening and
Guys, I have something
kind of
important to say. Wait. So GameStop knows who all owns their stock. There's a reason GameStop did not issue more stocks when the price was $300-$400. There has to be a reason. Maybe they're waiting.
Oh yeah,
till
they
the
know.
price goes up.
I was saying this last night. I think it all started with Michael Burry when he lost money on his Tesla short. He started this, and he's smart for doing it. He found an opportunity to make money, and he realized he needed people that were willing to hold, and who better than a bunch of degenerates off Reddit.
That sounds
What-
way
what
more
did Barry
believable
do?
than it did when you said it last night.
What's
And
that?
also 'cause
I said that sounds way more believable right now than it did when you said it last night. We were all
I
just
was probably
out of our
babbling.
minds, out of our
Yeah.
minds.
Okay, but and another thing, there's always 1,000 variables to find out, and the new owners of GameStop are from one's from Amazon, and it's like he knows how to play psychology. I'm sure he was probably in on this before he even got started and had a little advice in. I could be totally wrong, but it's just more capital that could be helping us.
People with $3 billion don't buy failing businesses. And you got to think of you got to think of the short. They looked at the business. They have the data to recognize a short. They looked at short position, and most likely they if there is a short position, this is speculation, but they most likely looked at the short position and just like, okay, can we combat this short position, make money to raise capital in the process, and revitalize a company? And they probably saw that an opportunity, and they struck. They fucking striked hard. That's the way I see it. Because it's not like that guy sold off what, Chewy or some shit. It's not like he's gonna go buy a failing company without a plan. He has a plan to fucking revitalize it.
For sure.
Yeah, it's back.
These guys aren't idiots. They're fucking the smartest people on the fucking planet.
The last question I'll have for the whole day, unfortunately, is fuck. Are we still? So here's the thing. We had a serious talk earlier last night about the phantom shares and not buying them. Okay. I understand the downside that you might have to end up paying and the average, or get paid to average, which I don't want. Two questions, there's two parts of the question. One, if I end up having one phantom share, does it dilute all my shares?
Your shares should settle after like whenever I don't know how much time they have to settle, but eventually your shares have to settle. Once you buy, you are not left with
once the
phantom.
company sells.
Yeah,
I think
they
it's
have
like-
to settle. So you
Yeah.
you don't own phantom shares. You actually own shares. You just have to wait for them to
No,
settle.
I know, but if I'm not buying more on Robinhood, but I'm just
Well, yeah, he
thinking
was
worst
talking
case
about
scenario.
Robinhood, and yesterday.
No, I know.
somebody-
I'm really I hate it, but I can't leave in the middle of fucking war.
No, you can't.
Excuse my
Yeah.
language. But oh, don't worry about that. Oh, I'm so
Yeah, whoever
glad.
made that
Anyway.
point earlier, that was a good point. If you try to leave, you're most likely going to get locked out of your account or be unsettled for weeks on end.
Or maybe you can't get it back. I mean, we might run out of shares.
I mean,
Well,
who knows?
Yeah, I'm not afraid of getting it. It's just gonna take a week and a half instead of 3 days to transfer right now.
You don't know if that's really gonna have so much traffic. It could take a month right now. There's so much
Right,
traffic between people
exactly.
switching.
You already know. You know.
Yeah, I wouldn't
And
try.
honestly,
I wouldn't even try.
No,
Yeah, I wouldn't even try either.
I'd stay put.
I'm not. No.
I tried to switch to Webull and almost put $600 in and it didn't like do anything. I just lost 600. I have to wait for it to email them and them to get back to me.
Really?
Oh yeah, man. You know how backed up they are right now. It could be conspiracy, but chances are they're backed up to the tits with the amount of people wanting to trade. Yeah,
I'm still waiting for
without a
verification
doubt.
on some of these like brokerages I've been testing out because it's like most of them will get back to you in like 5 minutes after you upload your ID or something like that. Now they're taking like days.
PayPal's the worst. I was talking to AI and it just went in circles for hours, and all I wanted to know was why they pulled the money out of my checking account and didn't put it right into my balance, PayPal balance, and literally just an hours on end with
PayPal
AI.
does some shady shit. They've stolen money from me, like straight
Yeah, they're not a good company, man.
Okay, yes, they are.
They don't give a fuck. They don't have humans working for them anymore. I would bet too. Like.
I'm so sorry to be more rude than usual, but I only have a little bit past this last question. Shoot. If I did, this is dumb. If I did buy phantom shares, I don't plan to because we're going up, and I'm not really going to be helping my average much. But if I bought phantom shares, is it just a matter of waiting till they raise the money to be able to keep?
You're looking at it kind of wrong because it's not you never buy phantom shares. If they're offering phantom shares, they're fucking themselves because they have to.
He's asking that question because yesterday somebody said that Robinhood is no longer buying like actual shares. For their
They have to buy back shares. They have to buy back shares because they owe them.
Buy back shares, but in real time,
that's what I'm saying. If I hold long enough, does it even matter if I buy phantom shares?
The thing is, if you buy, you can't buy phantom shares because
they don't
to
exist
us,
technically.
They're real.
It's a tool they
Okay,
use.
I don't know if everybody saw the SEC. I know a lot of people did, but they have lifted all ALL rules and restrictions from the stock market. That's for us and them. We are in the Wild West today, so I'm just saying.
Yeah, but phantom shares are illegal still.
Saying I was gonna say you're saying they're allowing them to sell a phantom share.
To get rid of them.
They can't. Eventually, that phantom share turns to a real share, no matter what. And they have to come up with it.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So it might
Think of
take
phantom
long.
shares. Think of phantom shares as IOUs because of a technological system.
No, I totally understand, but I get that. I was just curious if I did and I waited long enough. Because I was told last night by somebody that if I do have a phantom share and they can't fund it yet, if I try to sell it, they sell it at the average cost of my buys.
You hold on.
So,
The best thing to do is just hold on and wait for them to have to.
The stuff they do for margin accounts?
No, just Robinhood and their stupid ass right now.
Yeah, all
Yeah, no, just buy and
accounts are
hold.
margin accounts, though, is what's going on. You don't really
Really?
get a cash account.
Oh, really?
Okay.
That's shady shit.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Alright, so I think we hit that momentum point.
Okay, so the answer is if
No, I think it's gonna go down.
It's up and down, but wait the whole day. It's gonna be cool. We also said it might go into next week. This is a good sign. This is all a good sign. I mean, I don't know. I have no.
There might be some buyers at 50 that are just exiting. Yeah.
they're gonna want to get rid of all of their shorts as much as they can before February 9th, when everyone realizes how much it's shorted.
Yeah,
Or if they're completely fucked, they'll be looking to get in on a squeeze.
Listen, we're on a trajectory to fucking who knows, right? They're gonna want to pull the fucking car over as many times as they can to give you an opportunity to get out and take a piss and then drive off without you. You know what I mean?
Like the best analogy I was sending out there today, if you guys ever watched Cheech and Chong.
Sorry, I had to mute the people on Discord because I want to talk. If you're looking at the TradingView chart, you can see that there's a strong, it's not strong buy yet, but it's like a little bit between neutral and buy for GameStop. And I've been following this chart, the technicals, it wasn't wrong. When it hits neutral, that's when I'm going to worry and average down. But until it hits neutral, I'm not going to average down. I'll share my chart in chat real quick if anybody wants to view it. TradingView, you do have to pay to use it. But I think I can share my chart, and those that don't pay can view it for free. Alright, let's see what happens on this chart.
Oh, really? Oh, that's right.
Hey, you're talking about, what is it, T0?
T0 and a bunch of other companies that used to be under Medici Ventures, but it's now going to a different investment group. I can't remember what it's called, but it's important because they're all going to IPO soon.
Hey, last night I was reading an article. I posted it in general, and it was just interesting. I hadn't read this angle before, that phantom shares can also be used to. It's a way of getting shares on the market by a company.
Helping a new host,
to then give to a new person that's coming onto the company, so that you don't affect the market, and you don't have to take money out of your payroll to pay this person. It's like another use for phantom shares. Yeah.
Yeah, I believe it.
I posted it in general. It's like an article from 2003 saying like when phantom shares can be good or something like that.
Well, if they're using it so that they can give the new
It's still
owners
not good.
I mean, but in the long term, okay. Yeah.
I'm not saying that's the way it is. I'm just saying it's. I had never heard this before. That
No, of
phantom
course.
shares have
The way I explained phantom shares last night too, the kind of a lot of the same context he is the IOU thing, right? And like that's all they are. They're just a bunch of IOUs over time that were supposed to be deleted, but these fucks decide to accumulate and store. Where just like
I'm talking about a different use of them though. Like
yeah, you're talking about them using them for actually to employ their employees instead of using their bankroll.
On a new CEO or something, right?
Yeah.
Well, then they need to give this person shares instead of money. They don't want to take money out of the payroll, so what they do is they create phantom shares so that they don't create movement in the market. Because if they were to buy
and they can just make money,
shares at once,
and that's so corrupt. It's not even funny. You're making
and so they give,
and they become real once like the market reaches its cap.
Once the person when the person comes on, they become realized.
That's probably why Tesla is so fucking high. These hedge funds can't help themselves. They got to use the phantom shares and sell at 700, and they're like, "Fuck it!" Like
on top
this
of
is
that,
ridiculous.
It sounds like on top of that also. I mean, what this article was suggesting, not in terms of this situation, but just in general, that there's this other use of phantom shares, and if that's true, then there could be a scenario that exists, and I'm not saying it does. It's like a possibility, maybe, based on what I read. That, I mean, these phantom shares. Maybe there's even more phantom shares if somebody's going to be getting GameStop stock for coming onto the company, and those are like on top of the short shares. Maybe there's these other phantom shares that are just going to people that are going to be brought on board or something. So I don't know. Just a thought.
I think in order for them to open more phantom shares, they gotta open more regular shares, which would drive down the cost.
No, they just keep on keeping IOUs. So every time someone goes to buy a stock, and they have to send out that IOU before recognizing the actual stock and putting it through, they're supposed to delete those IOUs, but they never do. So they just always accumulate and accumulate and accumulate. And that's what the phantom share is.
System where they were supposed to like try and figure that out, right? But the FCC was like, "Oh shit, there's too many. If we try to delete these, it will collapse everything."
Holy cow! It's basically holding the market.
Isn't that crazy? It's like a whole blackmail.
Yeah. So it's pretty much like when
basically holding
they
the
get to
market
create
for
they get to
when it's
create
going
2 for 1 essentially out of every stock,
So,
even though one of them
but
doesn't
Right.
exist. It does to them.
my understanding was that they need to get rid of them before the SEC filing, which is not too soon, but they do.
It's on
I
the
heard they
9th.
need to get rid.
Is it on the 9th?
Yeah, it's on the 9th.
I thought it was the 19th. What's the 19th?
No, it's not filing. The 9th is it's they recalculate the short interest. Yeah.
Isn't the
Got it. I get
So
that.
they could
Okay.
lie.
I see.
Of
That's
course,
fucked
there's
up.
no reason not to lie.
Damn.
Oh yeah, their lives online.
It's just whatever to them.
You best believe they're using their phantom shares to short the fuck when it's at high prices. They're shorting the fuck out of it. Like you best believe it, trying to make their money off of it. And that's also another exit strategy for them. If I was them, that would be one of my exit strategies too, right?
You've got this
Fucking
insurance policy that if you need 'em, you just
exactly.
be
You
like,
know, like
what?
you guys need. You need to make as much money as you can because if we do go under, that's our lifeboat, and that's how we start another fund.
That's so fucked.
Yeah. And then when they really know they're fucked, that's when they start buying GameStop off the panickers, and then they take their fucking. Then they just ride the fucking squeeze as well. I would
That just
assume.
doubles the squeeze. It's squeeze gonna be 3 times 3.
Exactly. They're gonna try to make money in their personal accounts and everything. Like this is like severance to them right now. This is how they do severance. It's like, all right, guys, I can't afford severance, so here's some Phantom shares. The fucking GameStop market's fucked up. Make your severance, boys. They ring the bell. Ding, 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 ding.
Low key, would it be a
Severance day.
move? Once the squeeze happens, would it be a move to short the fuck out of GameStop?
That's what they're doing right now. They did it on the first squeeze. That's why you've seen it retract so much from 400. That's why I like to go off
It's a
the.
risk, though. I mean, there's so many things that are yeah. Especially because the company is shaking so much stuff up right now. I mean, look at what Sony just did with the car and stuff yesterday. I mean, companies are being bold right now. You know,
Yeah.
they're being creative, and you never know if they're going to reinvent their company like tomorrow.
It's very competitive out there. They have to because you look what Disney did in the last 5 years. They took stranglehold on the entertainment industry. Absolute fucking stranglehold. The amount of shit they bought, the amount of studios, the amount of shit you see in the States is probably 95% owned by Disney now. The amount of media you see is 95% owned by Disney.
Quick, just like we're capitalizing on this.
Oh, yeah.
It's just like all of a sudden Disney owns like fucking
Crazy.
everything. Yeah.
So Sony, fucking all these guys, now they're scrambling to get streaming sites and try to fucking get control of this media empire again, which Disney has fucking taken a stranglehold on. Like they control everything. It's ridiculous. That's why I try to make it go out of my way not to
but games
contribute to them, even though they got some good shit.
Games remain elusive, though. You know what I mean? Like we're at a point now where there should be more options, more shit going on, but there's not. Yeah, I don't know.
There's a lot of capitalism going on.
I guess what I'm saying is there's an opportunity to come up with a killer new way to consume these things. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Oh yeah. The market is very unpredictable too. Because could you imagine if
Alright, so looking at the 1 minute mark on technical analysis, GameStop is a strong buy on the summary and moving averages. There is a 13 buy. Look at this. All the moving averages, except for the whole moving averages, at a value of 85.43 says that GameStop is a strong buy. Looking over at the 5-minute mark, there's neutral for oscillators. The relative strength index is neutral. This is the one I care about the most, the RSI. But when you look at the RSI for 15 minutes, it's still neutral on the oscillators, but the summary and moving average is a buy. And of course for the 1 hour, it's going to be slow because the price is going back down to near where it opened at. So let's go based off on the 1 minute mark since I'm real time. And I'll bounce back and forth between this and the stream. Yeah, the price is under $70 again. So lesson learned, if those of you did not sell at 80 and then average down, that's on you. But those of you holding, I can understand why you're holding, because you may be afraid you cannot buy more shares after you sell due to limits, margin, whatever. Anyways, let's go back to the Discord, see what they're thinking.
BGME, right?
It looked like there might be a buy recommendation for GME somewhere. I'm not sure. Tame was
Yeah. 20 asks right there at 70.91.
Of course there is. There's never not been a buy for GME.
This whole chat.
I mean, I don't think I think they underestimated hardcore the amount of people from other countries that took their opportunity to fucking stick it to them. I really think they might have underestimated. If there is a short position, we'll never find out, but we're skeptics.
It
So
wasn't hard to find international support on that board. You know what I mean? There was.
Oh yeah, 100%.
They almost outweighed the U.S. support posts in WSB when it was still good for a while.
We need 71 million people to buy one share
of GME.
Right.
Well, I bought 57, so
It appears volume is approaching 60% today in the last hour of all of yesterday.
Wow.
I was in at 253 and I brought my number down to 162.
and like I was thinking
Yeah,
big
you
today,
guys
like
do?
really big. What if the squeeze does happen? What's
could.
stopping us from coming together with our earnings and starting a fucking, not necessarily a hedge fund that shorts things, but a hedge fund, you know?
Not legal, not legal, not legal.
Yeah.
What do you mean? We can hire people. Not us personally, but we can hire people to, fucking, to handle our money for us. That's
Who knows-
perfectly
who
legal.
knows? Let's put it this way. I'm open to lots of possibilities. Who knows what the future may hold? However, we are all independent investors.
Oh,
And,
100%.
I'm on my own.
I think that was just a business proposition.
in the clear about it. That's all. You know. No.
I think that was more of a business
But
proposition. of
it's
saying,
not
"Hey,
illegal to give your money to someone to handle it. It's what investing is. Like we hire a fucking old ass lawyer and fucking say.
The coming together and being a unit is something I think that people in general have just been trying to avoid giving off the impression of. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I
I
get
just
what you're
like
saying.
these stocks and
As long as it's
Well,
not
I just
coming
find it
together by
easier to
stock,
make money
yeah.
when when you have
No, you're right. You're
So-
right.
a plan,
so let-
a plan, and just.
I don't disagree.
I know. I get what you're saying as well, though. 100%. Yeah, you got to
So
be careful
let's-
with this shit.
let's
Look at
say
Martha
so we're
Stewart.
gonna be careful not to use that. We're not gonna use that term coming to. We're not gonna say that. But
Yeah.
is there a possible way for me individually? So I'm trying to get my family a little bit into it. How do you think it would be? Like, this is a personal suggestion that anybody has their own individual idea. How is it that you would handle taking money from your family so that you can manage it on in your portfolio and still
If I'm
be able
giving
to
you
pay it
advice,
out?
I would stay right away from that because you don't want to be responsible for losing money.
Let me tell you a
Open
personal
up the
story.
account, give them the money, let them do the research, let them do it themselves because it causes
they
a
can't take
bunch
the
of
losses.
ripples.
Let me give you a personal experience.
It's called an angel investor.
Maybe that person needs some money for a medical emergency or something, and they'll need you to pull it out of the stock market right when the stocks are low, like in this GameStop situation.
And they lost.
And they're gonna be mad at you, and they could legally sue you.
Yeah. Stay away from the area. Let them invest themselves. Maybe give them some tips. Get them to research.
Just talk to them. Yeah. Tell them at the end of the day the decision is theirs.
Yeah, exactly, man.
Even when I've had situations. Even when you tell them that, like, look, obviously you've known me all my life. I'm not a pro. Don't listen to me.
Yeah, and the biggest thing right now.
They will still come to you the next day. The next day, first thing in the morning, and they will say, "So where's that money you were talking about?"
Exactly. One of my biggest regrets right now about this whole GameStop and shit is pushing it on a few friends who don't have the stomach for this shit. I feel so fucking bad.
Yeah.
You know
I'm
what? I
like,
was thinking
man, like you know, and that goes with trying to invest for your family. You're gonna get that
Fuck,
same
because
feeling eventually. It's an up
My
and down
husband
market.
does not have the stomach for this.
Yeah, man. You feel bad for them because you
It's
understand,
scary
but
to
it's
see
like,
that
and
finance
you push them to it, kind of.
The charts are showing that it's not a strong buy anymore, and the oscillator is down to neutral. So
It's trying to get people to buy out at probably the 85
I'm gonna
mark,
average
90 mark.
down at this mark.
I wouldn't. I mean, the whole week the thing is said it's a
Yeah,
strong,
like
it's a strong like seller.
I'll wait for
or
50
holding,
again.
Like
yeah, you can bet it's gonna hit 50 again. I would assume.
It's either gonna hold at like 70 or go down to 50.
Like
we need to
Monday.
remember that these indicators can be. I mean, we're dealing with weird data right now, so you know.
I'm gonna buy at
If
50.
there's another 50, I'm taking it.
Yeah, me too.
Fucking in my head, like speculating. Yeah.
It's
Well,
at
that's why I was saying about the negative volume indicator, because then you see if the rich people are buying at the dips, and you see their conflict of interest if they're buying at the dips. You know, they're lying through their face and they're buying at the dips right now to cover their ass. That's why I like the negative volume index, but I haven't really grasped how to read it totally yet. I'm still trying to learn, but I understand what it's about, kind of thing.
That said, if you think it's a good idea, then go for it. I mean, we're all morons trying to figure this out. Maybe you got.
Yeah, I'm still more on trying. Yeah, I'm still trying
Yeah.
to figure it out too. But that
Not
would be my
financial
perspective.
advice, yeah.
That's what that index
financial
does.
advice.
It can show you when retards fucking buy the dip, or big money buys the dip, and you could see where the rookies actually buy at the top. And I'm starting to learn a little bit just
I
off
do
reading that.
like seeing that those indicators are getting into the buy section at all, though.
So I just bought on Public, and it has the like stream where it's like the social media stream, and in 2 minutes, my invest in GameStop was already seen 500 times.
Wow.
I'm dumb. What does that mean?
So it's like social media. It'll tell you how often someone looks at your post. And usually it takes like a day to get 500 views.
Oh, you posted
took
that you
3
had you
minutes.
posted your GME and it got 500
Yeah.
immediately.
So the
On the
level of
public
interest in
exchange.
it is
Yeah,
Super
through the
high.
roof.
those are bots. Those are bots. The analytics are gonna.
Oh, that's public? Oh, sorry.
But I kind of follow it to see what the market is doing with the retail investors, because it'll give you a good snapshot of are people selling or buying.
How's it looking on that site right now? On the.
Give me a second.
I think
to get
she's
back
saying
to it.
it's looking good. Like, if you do a search for GME, does it give you any sort of data with that, like how many people are viewing it
I'm
in
sure it'd be like most
total,
recent,
or
like it goes by most recent maybe, or is it like a live update? I don't know how it works.
I'll throw my referral code, so if anyone wants to join
Yeah,
Public,
please, that'd be cool.
then you guys can look at it. Like, I like Public partially because their clearinghouse is Apex instead of Citadel, and they held
Okay.
open a lot longer than like the Citadel ones. But it also gives you that feed of what retail investors are actually doing.
Yeah, I'm interested of the feed.
Yeah, please send that.
Volume.
That's pretty cool. It's
Well, the volume's
I
at
throw it
41
in
million in the
general,
first hour.
and then you
Very
guys use my referral
interesting.
code, and I get stock. I'll cash that out and put it in GME.
Hmm.
It doesn't
Yeah, and
take too long on
I would be
public.
careful making statements like that as well. That starts falling into you taking other people's money to invest, and yeah, I would just be careful with statements like that.
You're joking.
30%. Yeah, I mean, yeah,
Oh, okay.
that's like any stock.
I have no idea about tax
I was
anything to do
dude,
with
I was just looking
stocks.
at the tax bracket margin thing, and if you don't know about it, because I'm new to it too, it's pretty helpful.
Yeah, there's no wash sale.
This is why I trade out of my IRA. I put the money in there.
Okay,
I
yeah, I
consider
was
it how much I'm
listening.
putting into my savings, right?
I
And
was listening
then
to you. Sorry.
once the gains come, they can't tax them, and you know I'm
They can't
incentive
tax
I'm
them as long as you
I'm
keep it in there, right?
yeah, I'm incentivized not to withdraw it because of
Yeah.
the because of the fee. But yeah, so and not financial advice, just
Right.
just my particular
No, yeah, I was
thing that
listening to you
works for
talk
me.
about
Yeah.
that earlier,
I
and
threw a
one of
video up and helpful links. Just a short video, kind of get you an idea of capital gains taxes. It's in helpful links.
Oh, and nobody in here is a tax advisor. Do not take it as tax advice. Go seek a professional because you got to put a disclaimer on that too.
All right, so it
Yeah,
says
no
here that
financial, tax, legal, medical. We do no advice at all.
And crypto's taxed the same way stock is. If it's short term, if it's under a year, it's the same rate.
Well,
for
crypto's
people that want
yeah.
to take other people's money and try and invest it, it says that you cannot trade securities for others without becoming licensed as an investment professional. Investment professionals must be registered with the Securities and
Nice.
Exchange Commission to have a federal license.
So they have to be a broker basically.
Yeah.
The only way you get around that is if you have a custodial account for a child under the age of 18
Oh,
who
of course,
cannot
of course.
illegally own stock
Yeah.
themselves.
So
Yeah,
your
you
best
manage
bet
it.
is
Not
that gift
not
card.
legal advice, but could you do like a power of attorney for a specific person?
I think they have to have like dementia or something like that, like some sort of disability.
No,
Maybe
you still can't trade their stock. You can put money like into an IRA or something or a mutual fund, but you can't personally move stocks around
You
in
guys,
your
what
account
you have to
for
do is
them.
you have to open a business as a trading club, basically, and make it a non-for-profit.
Yeah.
But going back to the taxes also, it's not just 37% on short-term capital gains. It depends on your tax bracket. So if you look
yeah,
at,
the tax bracket. Like if you
yeah,
make
it's anywhere between,
$37,000 under, you're paying like 7%. But if you made 37,000 over, I think you're paying like over 37%.
But
no,
then I heard of a rule
no.
coming out
Look
of
up short-term capital gains tax brackets. It's equal to your income tax. So it goes from 10 to 37. So majority of people in here, I'm assuming, are between 40 to 160,000 a year. You're looking at 22 or 24%.
Now, what I said earlier, is that actually a thing where if you only pull out the profit and not the initial investment, that they won't tax you on it if it's out of an RRA, Roth, or whatever?
That makes sense.
If it's on a Roth, you're not getting taxed on it anyways. If you as soon as you
But you
sell
get
it,
taxed if you're a certain tax bracket pulling out a certain amount of money, no? Unless you just take out the profit and not the initial investment, from my understanding.
You don't get taxed at all.
Well, no,
don't
you
get
still
taxed
have
at
to
all.
calculate the gain on whatever you take out. So you just have to decide your basis. And I don't know if they have much flexibility.
Oh yeah, they're shorting it. They're trying to collect every bit of profit they can.
So here's for 2020, if your capital gains were from 9,000 to 40,000, you're paying a 12%. if it was less than 9,875, you're paying a 10%.
No, that's if your income, not your capital gain.
Income, not your gains.
So if you make $100,000 a year, you pay 24% Fed, and that's what you would pay on your short-term gains as well. It's basically just look at whatever your tax bracket. Figure out your tax bracket on your paychecks if you work.
No, yeah. I don't get a
Yeah.
paycheck, but
Or hit
yeah.
up that H&R block and let them figure it
Or
out.
get tax on it. Yeah.
And remember
I'm
too
not-
that
I'm
you can
not doing
switch. You may
taxes
switch
by
tax
myself.
brackets by your capital gains. So if you make 85,500, you're paying 22%, and if you gain 5,000 in stock, now you're in the 24% bracket.
Yep.
Yeah.
None
So,
of this
okay,
is
so
financial
basically
or
here it
legal
says-
advice.
It's
No,
I'm
that's
reading
just.
off-
It's
This is just general knowledge.
No,
That's just how. That's just what the tax brackets are,
I'm
though.
just
It's just
gonna,
general.
I'm just
yeah.
gonna drop
that's
one every
fact.
once in a while. I'm gonna drop one every
Just
once
do
in a
your
while.
research.
Yeah.
I'm researching right now. That's what I'm trying to like figure out.
Yeah.
What,
And
I'm
guys, I'll
reading
tell you
at-
what. Got people that have LLCs and S corps and different, different corporations.
That's what I'm saying. I have an LLC, so it's different for me. That's
Well,
what I'm
no,
saying.
an
I have an
LLC. If
S
you're a
corp.
single LLC, it's not different.
I have an S corp because that's the difference between.
Are you a
for
single
profit-
S corp?
Yes.
Then it's no different. It's a pass through. I'm a single S corp as well. It's still a pass through. You're a single S corp is not an entity. It's a pass through
Yeah.
corporation. So you're still taxed at the same rate, no matter what. You need to get a partner if you want any benefits.
No, that must not be a single S corp. My accountant set it up for me just specifically for the.
Are you the only owner?
Yeah, it's just me.
Then you're a single S corp. You're a pass through. It's not an entity that's identified by the IRS. It's the same thing as a sole proprietor. You get a little bit better benefits, but you're still actually claiming all your income on your personal taxes. So at the end of the year, if it says your company made $150,000 in profit, that's on your personal taxes. That's a schedule. I think it's a Schedule K.
That's why I got a guy for this. He takes care of it.
Yeah, but the S corp allows you to do different things, the same as corporations can without the paperwork. Is basically the benefit of the S corp.
Hey,
that's what it
our
is.
YouTube users have asked us to move away from tax, so I'm just gonna cut in real and just.
Oh,
There's
shit, we're
800. Yeah, we're live right now.
Oh,
There's
fuck.
830 people watching right now. Hit the like button. Right now we're only at
Hit it.
111 likes. Hit that like button. Make sure to show some love to Tame the Ark. He's been facilitating this space for us to have this conversation.
Yeah, and
Diamond
watch the
hands.
ad.
And
Diamond hands.
if you can throw the YouTube on like another device and just check out the chat every once in a while to see if we
Yeah,
can
I
pick
usually
up
have
on
YouTube
anything.
on like the
Yeah,
back.
I stay in the chat. I'm in here
I've been
the whole
watching
time.
the chat. Yeah, I've been watching the chat. So if y'all have questions, I'll definitely I can ask them out loud. But yeah, just hit that like button, subscribe, show some love to Tame the Ark. He's been making this happen for the last like 7 or so days.
Yeah, boy.
And there's a lot. I know. Looks like Rachel says she likes the tax talk. There's actually a really good link about that explains all that. I'll try and look for it and I'll post it in the chat if I find it.
I just posted a screenshot of short-term capital gains also in general.
Yeah, that's the one I was coming off, but then I had to figure out like my tax bracket and all that shit. So
Yeah.
Yeah, tax bracket wise, we have something here apparently.
But remember,
We
you
have
got
we have
all
a
year
move
to
in
lose it.
Canada
Don't
with
worry
our
about it as of right
RS.
now.
Apparently, we have a move in Canada with our RSPs or whatever, retirement saving plans, where we can apparently, like, if we're going to look to buy a house, let's say we can put the down payment into our RSPs and then claim it as deduct it from our income, I believe, and then pull it back out after tax time and actually fucking use it, kind of thing. I don't know if that's true or not, but I heard it's you're able to do that.
You could put them into your retirement savings plan. You can actually go ahead and do that for certain situations. But remember, you're limited on how much you can put in certain plans.
But it is deductibles, right? Like you can't deduct that shit from your income if you stick it in the RSPs, right? Or am I wrong there?
The initial deposit or your gains?
I would assume he was talking about his initial. I watched it months ago, so it's just a very vague memory. But I would assume he was talking about his initial deposit that he
Well,
stuck in there.
What what is he gonna? What is he gonna
I
do?
can
To
actually get the video again. That was all over fucking Messenger. Give me 1 second here.
Anyway, hey,
It's already tax dollars. You're not writing off anything.
everybody loves dogs, right? Everybody loves Doges.
fucking
I
love
was
the
looking at that. I was looking at that picture of the what's the guy's name?
Little doggy.
The new hire from AWS for GME. Sorry.
The one came from Amazon, right?
The guy that came from Amazon.
Yeah. I was looking at that press photo of him from the news story of him coming on, and I was looking at the dog, and I was like, "Is that a meme? Like, did he put that dog on the table? Like, for real though?"
Oh, yeah,
Because
for like Doge.
yeah. Because I was saying it. I don't know if we were live yesterday, but like CEOs love to do like the CEO humor where they hint at like what they're working on, like in the background or something like this. And so, I mean, maybe he just had some sort of legacy with this dog. I have no idea.
Is it a Shiba?
No, it's not a Shiba, but it's a very funny little dog put on top of like a glass business table that's like very out of place. And at first, I just accepted it. Yeah, I was looking at it like, well, actually, that's kind of weird.
Yeah, whenever you watch
quick,
press conferences, always look at the background.
I was about to say the same thing. I'm sitting here quietly watching the YouTube. I know everybody else. There's other people watching it, and there's two questions that kind of jumped out that I'm noticing. One of them was somebody asked if anybody has knowledge about Fidelity, asking if they sell in Fidelity, do their gains go right back into their buying power? That's number one. And another question that I noticed was somebody asking, I guess basically for an opinion, stating, how long do they think Ryan Cohen will take to get GameStop off the ground? And they're asking for like 2 to 3 years. And that's more of an opinionated question, I would actually say, because nobody has any facts or knows what he's bringing to the company.
Fidelity's immediate, yeah.
Okay, so Fidelity's immediate, and
Fidelity's immediate if the market's open, yeah.
right. And Ryan Cohen, what he can bring to the company, it's all just speculation, and nobody has any facts. So I don't think anybody can say specifically how long GME will sit where it is and where it's going without any knowledge of what he's bringing.
Yeah, when I see that though, to me, when I see a story like that, I don't know the guy personally, but just looking at his, I wish I had a better word than fucking pedigree, because that's some fucking
his credentials. The guy made like $3 billion off of Chewy.
One time I was selling a couch, and the person buying it from me was like, "This thing has a lovely pedigree." So I hate to use that fucking word, but
you're not wrong.
I forgot what I was saying.
I don't know, something funny, bro. You made me laugh.
Yeah. Oh, I remember.
Yeah,
I remember.
Push to
So
talk is requirement.
Team, don't you tell them that in
So
Hey, I'm doing a mic check. You got me?
What about me?
No, we don't have you. I'm just kidding.
Can you guys see? All right. So
if you're trying to set up, push the talk.
One thing in regards to that Fidelity question, in regards to immediate trading, you have to be careful for a good faith violation if you're on a cash account, which basically means that if you're gonna buy stock with unsettled funds, you can't day trade that. So look up good faith violation.
That's true.
Oh, like if there's a good faith violation, you wouldn't be able to settle those funds regardless. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, only cash or the sales proceeds that are fully paid for securities qualify as settled funds in regards to good faith. So just honestly, if you guys
we were talking about trades that
Fidelity, just Google it. It's Fidelity has a great FAQ. and it will give you straight from the horse's mouth information that you can read. It's all plain and simple.
Mic check.
And it will honestly warn you before you
Mic
do anything
check.
stupid.
So, anyways, the AWS guy, what I was saying is, I just, when I read that article, I see what I get away from it is GameStop's making changes. They're being bold. They've got probably the best person they could hire in the entire industry for what they're about to do. I mean, I don't know exactly what the pool of candidates would look like for something like this, but I can't imagine really getting a more enticing. I mean, now we went from all these pipe dreams to Amazon and GME being mentioned in the same sentence, like more than 2 times in different articles. I mean, that's a big. It really, I think, opens people's imaginations as to what is possible.
I would assume too they're going to be looking to get their foot in the door when it comes to esports as well, because GameStop is a fucking, pardon my French, is a household name in the gaming industry. So I would assume esports would be a big target for them as well.
There's a lot of money in esports. You see these kids,
Yeah.
and they buy like YouTuber houses, and they live with their like fellow
Mhm.
YouTuber millionaires, and yeah.
I would assume esports would be a big push for them, and trying to bring back GameStop
like
instead of just
FaZe and
rebranding.
stuff,
And
yeah.
why not just keep GameStop and use that? Like that'd be a huge name in esports.
All my kid talks about is FaZe, FAZE. It's like a esports collective of like younger kids. He talks about it like it's a sports team, and reveres them in the same kind of way. He's 9 years old, so that's. Oh, I consider it to be. Yeah, I mean, I'm a gamer, and I know that it's just as legitimate as any other thing you can do. Yeah, it's great.
That's another thing too. Do you guys think sports is going to eventually be extinct with these guys' mindset? Like not in our lifetime, but
No.
eventually when
Maybe
these
like
kids.
Wall-E sports, but everybody's just doing it fat from their couch.
What you think? Instead of just going to the game, everyone will go VR and watch a football game. I would think they'd rather play it than watch it VR at this point, especially the younger generation, or at least watch someone play it in their case.
Little breakout this morning.
Yeah, that was good.
Down,
My soul needed
down in the dumps.
that. No kidding.
Yeah, that was nice. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, let me know it wasn't worthless.
I was up at 4 o'clock last night, and where it was like 3:45, and I realized what time it was, and I was like, "Holy crap!" And then I was like, "Well, it's only 15 minutes until the pre-market." I think and then I saw green, and I was like, "Oh, I think I'll watch this for another hour."
You end up taking a nap, or are you still going?
Oh, I passed out. I didn't last long. I passed out at like 4:30 or something. Woke up at like 9:30 this morning.
I was on the stream last night till almost 2. We went down some rabbit holes last night, but it was
It was yeah, that was fun time.
Not for sale. I love it.
We were a hot mess last
guys,
night.
Spread the hashtags, man.
We were yelling at each other last night. Laughing,
That's on
crying,
me.
Crying,
That's on me. I'm a
laughing,
heated
crying.
debater, is what you guys need to know, and there's
we all feel
no
very-
hard
yeah.
feelings.
No
hard feelings.
I think we all have strong personalities. We wouldn't be here if we did. Well, you know.
Oh,
what I
yeah.
mean. Yeah. Not saying-
Everyone has an opinion, and nobody's wrong with their opinion. And that's a big thing people, need to understand nowadays, that no one's wrong with their opinion. Everybody has a.
Well, some people are definitely wrong.
Well, obviously, if there's moral.
I think what you mean is there's something to be learned from everybody, regardless of their.
Yeah, it's a better way to say it.
Maybe I don't want to put words in your mouth.
But no, yeah, I mean opinions over stuff that really is not relevant, like sports, music.
Oh yeah,
it's opinion-based opinions are really just kind of thing. And stocks works the same way. It's all opinions and speculations. And
yeah. My prediction is that this does not spike up. Rather, does it creep its way back up like a staircase? As they try and chip their way out of the hole they're in.
I think we have a new shelf right now.
Do you know what I mean? Like, I feel it's going to be a really long, drawn out process. Cause they
we
know
were saying that a
everybody's
minute ago.
home, everybody's like locked down, right? I think they're going to wait until people go back to work, right? Because there's a lot of people out of work right now. Like me, I'm only laid off. Like I'm going to be going back to work hopefully soon. But
My input that I had yesterday on that.
Whoop. Did we lost you? I think.
Yeah, because I'm holding the push to talk and it sucks.
Yeah, I know. Make that. You got to make that button bigger. What the hell?
We either have to get out. They either have to get out now and just take the L, because if they hold on too long and stimulus checks hit, and people that do have a little bit of disposable income and are still afloat can use their stimulus to buy in as well. So they need to drive the price back up, but not too high that other people want to get out.
No, I know, but how much is stimulus and how much are like? I mean,
A good way to think about it is a good way to think about it is
last time.
it's me.
No, but people have like the idea that they don't need a lot of shares; they just need a little bit spread out across everybody. And now this stimulus check, people are going to be like, I think I've done my part. I really need to like put this towards food and rent and like, you know what I mean? So I don't know, man.
Well, those aren't the biggest concern. The
I think you're
concern is the
both right.
people
I
that
think you're both
have
right.
it.
You're gonna have both situations.
You got
right?
to remember too, if they do buy with their stimulus check, that's still going to be like another 3 days to a week before it settles, and then it's another week of
Yeah, but
games,
see, they're
right?
going to give their stimulus check to the people they owe, and the people they owe are going to put it on the markets.
Even if not, I mean, like I said, there are people that can hold that they're going to hold on to their stimulus check. They're going to be able to put them in. But if the price gets back up to 400, and just for sake of argument, just for mathematical purposes, if the price goes to 400, stimulus checks are 600, and people know that it's going to 1,000, you can only buy one share. But if people can get it now, when the stimulus checks are 600, shares are below 100, they can jump in at 100 and ride it to 1,000. People will do that. So the faster that they can get people, they can get out of this situation and get away from this low dollar mark and drive the price back up to reduce how many people can buy in onto it and drive the price higher. That will be their that's their exit strategy.
When potentially would your next stimulus check come in?
I do not know, but from what we're looking at is at the earliest within a month.
If it shows up, I didn't get the last one, and I got the first one. I don't even know.
It's going to like drag out, or they might. I don't know. You know what? You're right. Maybe they will just like try and pump it sooner.
I mean, I hope they don't do it. It just makes the banks rich as hell.
Well, I think the first pump would be to try to scare people to sell off and take either take it as they broke even, or
Some diamond hands in the chat, and I want to see that like button smashed. That's all I care about. Everybody smash the like button, hit the subscribe button, click that notification bell, hit all, not personalized. Nobody needs personalized notifications.
yeah, we got to push to talk. You got to push to like.
Yeah.
Make sure that ARC sets a reminder, because I did not get a notification that it went live on YouTube.
See, that's why I like the personalized notifications, because for me, at least on my stream, that's the only way that I'm guaranteed that every one of my subscribed channels will show up in my.
Well, don't freaking listen to me then.
By the way, something happened in the
on the
algorithm
train, let's go.
because you used to show up at the top of my suggested, and then all of a sudden I'm like, you're lower down in the suggested for some reason. Like,
Yeah,
you're
so
always at the top.
so even if you're on,
Can I get some hmms in the chat and some eye rolls and some?
Yeah, so even if you have the bell on, if you tap on the bell again, there's like 3 options for the bell, and you can click it's like a ringing bell, not just the bell, and that'll make sure that whenever a channel you're subscribed to goes live, it will show up in your subscription feed.
Guys, breaking news. Yeah. Check the news channel in Discord. Mark Cuban says, I would buy Dogecoin over a lottery ticket. Lottery tickets are worse than any investment.
Yep.
Yeah, those are way, way dumb.
Wait, didn't he already say that, or did he reiterate
Yeah, but
that?
Doge might fucking spike up
The
now.
news are talking about it.
Yeah, it's
They
a couple
just
days
published
old.
an article.
Okay.
It's a
But
couple
he
days
also
old.
said-
It's been out for a little bit.
But he also said,
They're trying
don't
to
make
push
me
crypto
choose
on
between
people.
Doge and anything else.
Well, all I know is I've got $200 ready to go in Doge. my finger's on the buy button.
Yeah, what he means by that is like if Doge does take off and enough people
This
buy
is not
in and they
financial
want
advice,
to,
though. This is just
yeah.
me being a dumbass because I haven't had any coffee yet.
But if enough people actually do buy into Doge or whatever you pronounce it, then it does become a reliable
But look,
currency,
look,
which
look,
it's
look. All I know is
but it's better than a lottery ticket is what he means.
I posted a picture of a guardian angel with Elon Musk's face on it, and it says "To the moon, my child." Right? Like our I guess our guardians, I guess, the people who are on our side who have the bank, I strongly believe that they are going to do the best they can to be low-keys about it and just kind of like put clues out here and there, but like they can't say too much, right? Because, otherwise they're going to give it away, right? So
You also got to take what Mark Cuban said with a grain of salt, because by saying
for sure. I mean, it's Mark
a
Cuban.
lottery, yeah, but saying a lottery ticket is worse than any investment, I'd rather buy Doge is like saying Dogecoin is the worst investment you can make, but even worse than that is a lottery ticket.
Exactly.
Not during
Exactly.
2021, man. I'll tell you that. You're
It's
more
like if you're
likely
gonna
to
hedge your bets,
cash
you're gonna
out
hedge your
big
bets on
Dogecoin than
a
you are
crypto
lottery
coin
ticket.
that could
It's
be the
smart though.
future.
That's
but it's hedging your bets.
the lottery
Coin.
card
Never
market.
heard of that one.
The lottery card market, elevating those people into, easy to use trading apps so that they get into the stock market for the first time. I mean, that's a huge crowd potentially if you can, present an easy enough package for people that like. I mean, that I guess they like the physical aspect of scratch tickets, though. I mean, that's kind of part of it.
By
But
promoting Dogecoin though as a better way to invest, it's like, hey, won't you come over here and spend $1 doing this and increase
Yeah,
your chance of
exactly.
actually making something? Because I would tell somebody all the time, if you're scared to get into the stock market and you're scared about it, spend $1 on Dogecoin and watch and just
You want
try
to
to
know
move it
something
back and
funny?
forth.
I don't have the patience for lottery tickets, scratch tickets. I mean, sorry, I just scratch the barcode and scan it. I don't have the patience to sit there and scratch that shit when I know
Oh,
I can
you're
get
one of
the
those people
answer in
that
2
I go in the
seconds.
store and I see the ticket on the ground and I scratch it off thinking you screwed up.
Well, I don't buy scratch tickets. I usually play small game parlays, 1 or 2 game parlays on football or hockey. But if I do scratch tickets, I just scratch it right away, the barcode, scan it. None of that. Too much time.
Hey, I'm trying to figure out if I'm using push to talk right. Can y'all hear me?
Yep.
Okay, cool. Because it wasn't working for a while.
Everybody,
Cool.
everybody should have said no. We cannot hear you.
Well, I was already talking.
What?
Like,
I can't hear you, dude. I can't hear you. What'd you say? You're breaking up.
Push hard.
Hey,
I can't hear you.
Miko, can you do me a favor and jump in the lobby 2?
Yeah.
With me real
Mika,
quick. I got a question for you.
Mika, real quick. Also, can you repost your song to the general, just so people in the who haven't seen it or heard it get another? Just I want to get the hype train going.
Yeah, I still need to listen.
Oh, actually,
to it,
you know what,
so...
Tame? Is there a way that you can play that over the YouTube channel?
Maybe when it's like when that shit's. Oh, good point.
there shouldn't be.
Sample library stuff would be fine. Yeah.
It's sample library stuff that I paid for. But it's public, so the stuff I use is just on GarageBand. Like I have other loops, but these were the free loops.
Oh man, it's so good though.
As long
Yeah,
as
I
it's
wouldn't
not
take the
posted
chance on
anywhere
it, though.
else.
Maybe you
But-
upload it to Spotify
Fair
and
enough.
send us a link.
Usually it doesn't pick up because my vocals are on it and my voice don't sound like anything else. So I think it'll be okay because I made this from yeah. We'll see.
I'm pretty used to the whole process of making a song and publishing it and stuff, and I don't think there would be a problem there. So unless you posted it somewhere else.
Yeah,
on
I haven't
YouTube,
I haven't posted anywhere.
No,
I think it should be fine.
It's fine.
GarageBand. Okay, I'll post it in general and then I'll send it to you directly.
All right, for
Hey, and
everybody
then
that's in the YouTube
if you
channel,
could hop in lobby 2 with me, Miko, I just want to ask you a question about something.
Yep. I'm still new to Discord, so I'll figure that out. But yeah, I can do that.
It's just another voice channel underneath.
Yeah,
Oh,
just
okay.
scroll down and
Yeah,
you'll
it's
see
at
it.
the
Lobby 2.
bottom. Usually there's just like
or
one
how
or
about
two
this?
people in
You
it.
have your own YouTube channel.
Hey, I got some quick news.
I do
They're
actually.
trying again.
Well, maybe just promote it then to people to go check it out on your channel, just so Tame doesn't get.
Yeah, just
spanked.
to avoid the whole thing.
Yeah, I'll
Hey,
upload it on my YouTube and then I'll just post it in the chat and then it'll just be up.
Amazing.
Hey, what was the news? Somebody said they had news.
Yeah, I just got a news notification on Google that Bloomberg posted a story about massive, which is just what it appears to be is just another deterrent because the guy that they're working with is already going into they're already going into sentencing. So this is just another deterrent to get people out of the market again.
You broke up. What did you say? Massive what?
Massive cryptocurrency fraud.
Did you post it in chat? Did you post it
I,
in Gemini?
I got fraud the first time I bought cryptocurrency.
I'm gonna try to post it, but I'm gonna have to go through Google right quick to see if I can copy it over.
Okay, cool.
Y'all got to be really careful who you trust and where you store your coins. Because I'm not even mad the first time I got frauded, but I trusted Quadra Rigs, and apparently the owner of that company at the time was dying of colon cancer or something, and decided to take everyone's crypto and go on a one last ride, pretty much to say. So I wasn't even mad. Like kudos to him.
He just like
Kudos to him.
He went off a cliff with like everybody's like printed out crypto codes and just like blew up the car.
Exactly. Like he knew he had cancer. He took everyone's crypto. Had a great time, and that was the end of it. I'm not mad. It was only like $300, but yeah, you gotta be very careful where you store your
What a dickhead,
crypto.
Man.
Search it up. It was Quadra Rigs, I believe. CX was the site. They were really big back in the day.
Yeah, I just posted it into news.
So in the chat, somebody was mentioning the pronunciation of Dogecoin. I'm thinking people saying Dogecoin is wrong. Am I wrong? Or can we get to the bottom of this?
I would pronounce it
Actually,
Doge.
it's DOG.
Doge?
DOG.
DOG?
It's DOG coins. Technically, like if you go back in the day, like okay, so DOG is how you spell dog, but when you say DOG, like that's where they were like, oh, like DOG.
DOG?
Technically, but I mean, it adapted into Doge just because it was a little bit easier to say.
Right. Okay, well, thanks. I'm sorry in chat, I missed the name, but
Yeah, I
but
hear a
thanks
lot
for
of people
bringing that
say
up.
Dodge, and there's no D before the G, so
Yeah.
it's not a Dodge coin.
It's not a Dodge coin or a Dodge Charger or a Dodge.
I guess the safe way to pronounce it.
1500.
The safe way to pronounce it is dog, doggy, doge, or doji.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't consider it. What do you mean the safe way to say it? Like if somebody says it wrong,
The safe way to
come
say
their
it would be
house.
Snoop Doggy
I don't
Dog.
want to offend
Somebody,
anybody
you got
here.
like
I don't
somebody
wanna
like
offend
knocks on your door. You said Doge wrong.
Clearly
Doji.
I always
pronounce
say-
it Doge.
I always say Doge because it's like a really fast way of saying the OG.
I got a good way. Here's a good way to think about it. Is it pronounced
DOG.
Is it pronounced
Oh,
McDonald
okay.
or McDonald?
Well, it depends on how you spell it.
Nick.
In Alabama,
But everybody pronounces it-
regardless of spelling, it's pronounced McDonald's.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but like, okay, if you were to take the words, like, type it out. How would you type out the word D, like how it sounds? DEE.
Hey guys, it's 11:11.
Right?
Make a
And then
wish.
O would be OH as we know it, and then the same thing with G. I mean, if you were to
12, man.
pretty much anything that ends in E, like so D, B, P, V, like if I was to spell it, I would always add 2 lowercase e's after the letter, right? Which is interesting because if you were to spell out S, I would always throw an E at the beginning.
I see what you're saying.
Do you know what I mean? Yeah.
Yeah, you're talking about transliteration, right?
I think that's what it's called.
So they do that like when you're learning another language that doesn't have an alphabet like yours. Like if you're English and you're learning Arabic, they would transliterate it out with English words by sound.
Yeah. Yes, exactly.
All right. Well, I think we covered that.
But anyway, yeah, there's no unsafe way to say Doge. Just don't say dog coin or Dodge coin, because it's like
it's like lame.
What if you're dyslexic and that's just the way it comes out? Doggy dog.
So I got a quick question, guys, in Discord. I'm trying to put together some stuff. If somebody is willing to send me a screenshot of their mobile push to talk button, just speak up, please.
I got one.
So you can point it.
You can post it in general, or you can PM it to me. I'm just trying to put together like a visual of how to put yourself on push to talk.
So you want me to go through the steps of tapping on the gear, like?
I've got all that. I just need a picture of the actual push to talk button. Yeah, that's perfect, man.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I'll send it. I'll put it in general.
Is anybody else have the pop?
Somebody's already did it. Thanks, though.
Oh, word.
I think that was the frustrating part for me. The reason I had to keep going on and off mute was because I was working yesterday and doing other stuff and trying to use my phone. In order to push the talk, I have to go back into Discord versus being able to mute and unmute from the pop-up.
Yeah, the limitation that I reach is if I want to like read something to you guys on my phone, it's like the push to talk button doesn't really come into, like you can't read an article, and yeah. So I mean, if you're planning on reading something, you could just flip it back to regular for that long thing that you're going to read, and then flip it back to push to talk. It's really a quick process. Oh, it's like a floating window or something? Okay, yeah, it's a little different on iOS right now. Maybe there's a way to detach it. Yeah. I might just not have the right option enabled, but I'm not seeing a way to get the floating window yet. If
Yeah,
anybody in
I don't
chat
think there
knows,
actually is a multi-window feature on iOS.
I've only seen it on Twitch before. That's the only app I've seen that you can have like float on top of other, or like Twitch, because YouTube blocks it. It's like picture in picture.
Well, no, with a Samsung, you can actually run 2 individual windows, so it will take up, like, it's not really picture.
It'll split. I see what you're saying. Yeah,
it'll be side by side, well, top and bottom. So you can actually run Discord at the bottom and still have your regular web page or whatever you want to do. Like I'd use mine right now. Like I was watching the live stream on YouTube, and I would also have DoorDash running at the bottom. So that way I wouldn't be uninterrupted from either picking up an order or from watching the video.
I want that. Cool. Yeah, I see it here. I see it. Yeah, I bet the next iOS update will have something like that because that's what they've been moving towards. Yeah, we're we're behind. Yeah, for real. Feature star. All right. Let's see. What else is chat saying here?
Hello, my fellow Americans.
Hey.
And Canadians.
Hey.
Got a
And
nice
Aussie.
bowl of a nice bowl of cereal with that camel milk.
Yeah, I got my stuff right next to me. The
Hey,
camel
how does a
looks
camel
happy
teat
today.
taste?
It tastes like
You ever
milk.
lick a camel teat?
Tastes like.
It's so nasty.
I don't drink straight from it because I like to add some stuff to it. You know, it's like
chocolate camel milk.
Exactly, it's like
Male
Starbucks.
camel
You
milk.
know, like with vanilla with a little bit of shot espresso. That would be nice.
Yeah, a little bit of Bailey's in there, some whiskey.
Never milk the males.
Hey, Tame, can we do another text channel and just give permission to like the Super Six or whoever you want to give permission to, but just kind of like frequently asked questions or rules or whatever you want to name it. Just something where I can post some of these, like how to put yourself on push to talk and things of that nature.
Did anybody just get a message from FRZL about Wall Street Bets group?
Where did you get the message?
I got a direct message from @FRZL. Is he in this group?
I've seen a similar name posting news stuff, but I don't know if it's the same guy. Let me go check.
Okay, I'm gonna take a screenshot and I'll post it to the general. This was a direct message.
It's just an advertiser, bro.
Yeah, that's a different name than what I saw.
There is always those automatic bots that send you messages.
Yeah, I try to ignore those, man.
There is no efficient way of blocking them. They could do something about it if they want to. I mean, Discord.
There's funny stuff you can do with Discord. You ever change out somebody's messages and then take a screenshot and make it seem like they said something they didn't say?
No, but one time recently, I was talking to my friends in our group text, and talking to my family in the other one, and I typed to my family. I wrote, "I'm fucking high as fuck," and something about So then afterwards, I'm like, "Don't worry, that's just weed."
Oh my gosh, they're like, okay.
Yep.
Hey guys, I was watching a Michael Moore documentary last night, and I had like a question that I was curious your guys' opinions on.
Yuck.
And I don't want it to get political, but it made me think about something that kind of relates to this whole like GameStop and whether capitalism or democracy is more important.
I think I
That's
have an answer for that pretty much off the bat, unless I'm not.
yeah, capitalism takes advantage. Capitalism takes. That's how I
Yeah,
would
I don't
say
think
it.
you can't really have capitalism without democracy first. I mean, in its truest form, as far as if we're referring to democracy as a free state of the people by the people, if that's the definition of democracy in this discussion.
It's almost like a double-edged sword because, you know, at the same
It's
time,
like chicken with
capitalism
the egg.
helps democracy, but if there's people at the top that are willing to be greedy and you know, keep things not so transparent, then that's where stuff gets out of whack and democracy just doesn't work. So it can work, but greedy people just doesn't work. That's my
Right, but yeah, that I feel the same way. It's kind of like the chicken and the egg, like which one came first. Most of the time, I would say, in my personal opinion, it's got to
That's a
be
good point.
democracy.
I would
It's gotta be
assume
The chicken came first.
Capitalism
Dinosaurs came first.
or capitalism
That was a funny
pushes
answer, though.
down like democracy. Like it prevents democracy from working.
But I
black
think
markets
that's
are
where democracy has to be the prime pusher, because if
The
capitalism
USA is a
starts pushing
democratic
down,
republic, by the way.
if democracy starts, I mean, excuse me, capitalism starts pushing down democracy,
It's
then
not all about
theoretically,
democracy, democratic republic.
you could also look at capitalism as democracy's lifeboat too, if it wanted to. But there's too many people in control of the capitalism. They have it all underneath one bubble, and yeah, it's just
Well, and they
bad for
have
democracy the
dominion,
way they
so
run it, right?
dominion just makes it so they want like however they want it, you know.
But
Guys, I couldn't.
capitalism could totally save democracy in other countries if it wanted to, with the amount of their money factory. Capitalism is a money factory, and
Guys,
Robin Hood
Milton,
proved that.
It is
Milton
true.
Friedman answered this question in 1978. Do you guys know who Milton Friedman was?
I do not. I would like to know though.
Milton Friedman was a Pulitzer Prize winning economist. He has an entire series called Free to Choose from back in the 70s.
Good stuff.
Okay. You dig into Milton Friedman, it'll blow your mind. And he was asked, this conversation's happened for forever, and he was
Yeah, the stuff he
the same
fixed
question,
is awesome.
and somebody said, have you ever had any doubts about that free market capitalism being the best system when there are so many that don't have and so few that actually do have, and the gap in between is always so wide? His response to that was beautiful, and I'm going to butcher it, but this was his response. He said, Nirvana is not for this world. There is no such thing as a perfect system, but history has proven that free market capitalism has given the greatest amount of opportunity for people to change the trajectory of their financial and personal life. Any country that does not have a free market capitalistic basis for their economy, they don't have the growth, they don't have the opportunity, and people have proven that with where they move from one country to the next. They aren't moving into countries that don't have capitalism. Or excuse me, moving out of countries that don't have capitalism. They're moving to countries that do, because that free market allows at least the opportunity that nothing else will.
100%, and that's
we
one of
gotta
the
get
problems
China off our
too.
back because they just latch on and
Well, no,
suck out as much of our capitalism as they can.
Well,
I
again, it's
wouldn't
not
say
perfect.
that.
It's not perfect.
Well,
It's
I would say a
manipulated.
lot
It's
of
not
that was
perfect.
given away. A lot of that was given away.
I don't know
yeah,
why China gets a bad rep. I really don't. They're smart
I
fuck.
think we're seeing
Smart
that
No,
people. Sure.
CCP is bad. Chinese people are great. The CCP
Exactly.
is cancer.
Exactly.
I think we're seeing
Yeah,
with the
CCP is the
GameStop
issue.
that our market isn't free and we don't have control over it because anytime we try, the top 1% takes over and prevents us from gaining
Well, yeah, that's why you don't learn about financial literacy in school, because they don't want you to capitalize on capitalism. They don't want you to know how. They want you to go
Yeah, I said
run
that
the
last
show.
night too. Yeah,
They
it's
want
so
you to run the show for them, and that's
is
what it's
why
all
But we
about.
have
they don't want too many.
speaking strictly for America, we still have the right under our quote unquote democracy to go to our senators and do what we're doing right now, get on Discord and talk amongst ourselves, and we can still have some say. Now the word freedom, I think, is where all this gets hung up, because there's so many definitions of freedom. No one is truly free. We're all beholden to someone. But the fact that in the United States we can at least call our senator and we can not vote for him or her the next time, there is some semblance of freedom there. So to get back to the original question, you have to have that democratic, quote unquote, democracy in order to keep capitalism in check. So, for the original question, if you're in a country that's a dictatorship, you don't have the opportunity to say anything about the market. You don't have an
Well,
opportunity to call someone, even in America, even if you call your senator and they don't do jack shit, you
well,
still
I
have
had
the
this thought
freedom
a
to
while
call them.
I
back,
think
and I'm
they
sorry
should
to
work
cut
from
you
their home
off,
state
but
to
what
start.
what do you guys think of like democracy? But what if the people actually held like a democracy, but with a dictator, where the people held the dictator responsible? So everything was
Well,
transparent. The people knew what was going on.
I mean, that's
Like you don't like you'd have to have
kind
an
of
honest. You'd have to have like an
contrary to
honest dictatorship. But everything could be transparent, and nowadays
honest
with technology and
Yeah,
stuff.
that never works.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
default to human nature on this one. I'm gonna default to human nature. If anything involves human beings, it's going to get corrupted at some level and going to get screwed up. We are very good at taking a great idea and making it dirty.
100%.
AI
If I can add,
overlords.
But there's just too many
if I can add
opportunity in
something,
democracy for that to happen with so many
as
hands in the pockets, right?
as someone who lives
If you
in
hold
an
one person accountable, it's very hard for that person to lie.
We have a first-hand account from Libya coming in hot.
about
Please go.
about dictatorship, I just heard someone saying, yeah, you can hold someone accountable while having a dictatorship leader. That's not how it works. We had dictatorship leader, and now we have a mini one. I'm not gonna name names or go political, but like this is not how it works. I fear for my life. I literally cannot even say his name here, just in case one of the 700 viewers is Libyan and he can like link
So they
me.
get so
So
powerful where they just it's
exactly,
just out of control.
you will fear for your life, fear of jail, fear
Yep.
of being harassed. So there is
See, that's when
even
my
when you,
point
if
was
you
more from like a democracy transition into a dictatorship. But you're very right; it would probably end up
yeah.
spiraling out of control eventually. Like,
Yeah,
Come move to
more
Canada,
thing.
bro.
One more thing.
I'm in
one
Canada,
more thing
bud. I'm
about
fucking not too fond of it.
listen, one more thing about like making money and having a free market. There is something that we had before, and now it's happening again. If you make too much money, you're under the radar, and people will knock on your door. People would like without with cars without license, and they're wearing black masks, and they would say, "Come with us." They will start asking questions: "How did you make this money? Where are you spending this money?" and that kind of stuff. So there is
Holy
like
shit.
dictatorship and capitalism and making money. They don't go along whatsoever.
Yeah, the IRS and what they did to conservative groups, that's pretty much the same shit.
Well, they ain't showing up and shooting people, yo, but his point still stands is that I think as us in the United States, and I'm not going to speak for Canada, but I want to speak for me and my own experience. My life has been, and I grew up in a single wide trailer on a cattle farm. All right. I had reduced lunch. Like we would roll coins and paid for gas with spare change sometimes. Right. But even with that upbringing, I've had a really great sheltered life compared to so many others in the world. Our buddy in Libya, I don't know what it's like to have the window of my car shot out. I don't know what it's like to have to wait for the bombing to stop in order to go buy groceries. So when we start talking about changing or tweaking our system, I think it'd be good for everybody to go spend a year somewhere else and then
Yeah,
come
but
back and
now we
decide
have
what to
the
do.
people who created it
100%.
somewhere else running our shit.
Yo, in like 100 years, there's going to be AI that runs everything. I promise that.
So they had a really interesting
Travelers.
concept when I was watching the documentary last night, and they have corporations where everyone, it's basically within the corporation, it's treated like a democracy. So everyone has a say instead of having like supervisors
Mhm.
make all of the rules.
And my whole point on
And
that
everyone
was
has higher productivity and gets paid way more.
yeah, my point on that was it wasn't like trying to promote a dictatorship. I was thinking more along the lines of a democracy structure, and then with a dictatorship power structure at the very top, just so people can't point fingers. Like, where did this money go? I don't know. You got to ask the SEC. And then they're like, oh, I don't know. You got to ask the FBI. Oh, I don't know. You got to ask this guy. It's just pointing fingers and two-faced people dodging practical questions, and that's the number one thing I hate about democracy, and that's the only reason why I have that little mindset when it comes to that. It's just I hate two-faced politicians that dodge questions and just beat around the bush all day long.
Yeah, I mean, I would
hate
imagine.
that.
So
I would
here's
imagine the
the
kind of
here's the big
accountability.
fallacy. The big fallacy with all of that is, so right now it's us against the suits. Kind of that's kind of the mantra that this GME thing has taken on. And right now that's all well and good because the us has one goal in mind and things of that nature. So the people hold the power, but what we're all missing is that the people can easily start to go to the other side if there's enough money thrown at them, if things are taken away like food and water, and so you counting on your fellow human to not become corrupt and not join the system is a pipe dream, because eventually someone is corrupt. Eventually somebody's going to swap from our side and go to their side because there's money to be made, or for whatever reason.
Oh,
People may
100%.
just,
It's without a doubt, and that's why I have
yeah.
that kind of view where you have the structure of democracy where everybody has a say in how you're gonna better the country. But if something goes wrong, it's on the top guy. It's not on the people. They can't point fingers. It's like, you fucked up. What happened? I want to know. You're the leader. You need to take more responsibility. Like, we elected you for a reason, kind of thing. Not gonna come on and be like,
Well, my point is more towards, like, politicians now. Every single politician that is in power now, at some point they were a regular person. Now I understand there's lineage and somebody's dad was a politician, but if you go all the way back to wherever in their family tree that politics started, that person wasn't a politician at one point. Like, he was a normal person, and just like us. Like, if I decided to run for office tomorrow and in 10 years I became the president of the United States, you all would be able to say, I knew that guy when he was just a regular person. So my point is, regular people that are part of the democracy, that are part of movements, there's a breaking point. Everybody has a price, essentially. And
Well,
so
my thing is-
counting on all of your fellow human beings to stay the course.
and that's where
in a
capitalism comes
situation
in,
like that.
and it can really threaten. So it can make someone feel
Right.
threatened. It's like, yeah, you have all this power, but people have all this money, and you can do a lot of things with money. You don't want this bill to go a certain way. You don't know if you're going to be breathing tomorrow, and people think it's conspiracy, but it's really
And it's like
not.
deep fucking value is a perfect example. Like, he's on our side and he's this big catalyst, and everybody's like, good for him, good for him. But what if in a month he's like, bro, I'm taking this 22 million. Like, people change, and counting on people as a collective to do the right thing is all well and good when people are collectively doing the right thing. But they can just as easily turn into the bad guys as
It's probably
I
a
mean,
multiplier too for chaos. If chaos ensues, and it's definitely a multiplier for that.
Hey man,
probably
look
too.
at it. I look at it
There's a lot
this
of
way:
things.
the
that go
enemy
in.
of your enemy is your friend.
I think it's a mistake to pin it on one person, though. You know what I mean? Pin everything on one person over 300 million people. I think I don't think that works.
What do you mean? He has to
But
take
it-
more
but it-
responsibilities for the
It's
corruption,
easy. It's
and he has
easy,
to
though. It's
he has
easy,
to be
though.
organized. He has to
Does
be more
anybody know
organized.
how many-
Take
I
more
think it's
responsibility.
got to be regional if you're going to do that. I think it's just got
I
to
think
be.
if there wasn't one person to pin it on,
What's up?
if
We
you
have
don't have
news,
one
or
person to pin it on, then there's less.
You also got to look at the repercussions of people actually being corrupt, because if that gets pinned on that one person, then that whole party's gone. You have no job anymore. You just fucked your politic career, right?
Well, that's a
Now
good
it's on
point.
to the next, right? So
Yeah,
there's
but someone
very
else just
little
proves the point.
incentive to actually corrupt when your job's on the line, and the one person at the top has a lot of responsibility. Because now what I notice with Prime Minister, this guy has no responsibility. He literally is the face of the country, and he does nothing. Shows up to meetings and talks. He has no responsibility. He could lose $1 billion and it's not his fault. Like, how is that not his fault? He's the leader of a country. Like, I don't get how leaders don't have more responsibility. I really don't.
See, I think that we should be taking a page from democracy and making capitalism more. We should be using capitalism with democracy principles instead of dictatorship principles, because everything now is in capitalism is essentially a dictatorship. You have the head person as the CEO, and then you have the supervisors,
That's a
and
very good
they all
point.
kind of make their decisions.
Top
Why
dog's
don't we
always going to make
take
the decision, right?
why don't we take it and treat it more like a democracy? And I think you'd have a better
But
chance of
that's the way it started out, and
capitalism
that's the way it was
succeeding.
intended, and that's I think how we
Yeah, with
probably ended up
accountability.
here. So
Accountability
it's
is the
hard to
word
say.
we're all looking for. So,
Yeah, you'd still have to
regardless
have
of who's at the
accountability in there.
top, regardless of who's at the top, if they're not held accountable and they don't have anything to fear, and then they're not going to do the right thing. So
Never. No, they know they
I'm
can
the
get
head.
out.
I'm the head of my family, right? I have a wife and 3 kids, so I'm the head of my family. If I start making terrible decisions, if I start cheating on my wife, if I stop feeding my kids, then my fear is that I lose them all. And so not that I don't love them. Like love is a driving factor in why I take care of my family, but there's also the fear of losing them completely, never seeing my kids again, never seeing my wife again, things of that. So there's an accountability there that I could lose it all
Politicians
if I
do
don't
not have
do the
that.
right thing. And correct, politicians don't have that accountability. They can completely do the wrong thing and get elected again the next year. So if as a democracy we actually exercise our right, if we were actually like, okay, that guy right there lost $1 trillion of our money, he's never getting elected again ever. But we don't do that. We just turn around and elect him because he says, "Oh, my bad. That was on this guy over here and this and that and this and that."
Where you go
and just
elect the
speak
other
around the
party, and then
subject.
it's a loop of the same thing, right? Like
Yeah.
that's why I think like independent parties should get their chance to actually see if they can make a difference in 4 years. What does America have to lose going with an independent party for 4 years? To seeing if corruption cuts down.
I think that they should eliminate the Democratic and Republican Party and split them up into 2 separate parties. So you have 4 strong parties instead of only 2.
I think you
I
give
would
them a
say have no
timeout.
parties and you have the guy running his
I
own
think you give
ideas.
Republicans and Democrats a timeout for 4 years or 8 years. You let an independent party come in,
Go
see
stand
what
in the
they can
fucking
do.
corner, you jackasses.
Exactly. Go stand in the corner for fucking. You've been running the show for over 100 years. Take a timeout. You guys made your money. Good for you. We don't care. We want to see if change happens with an independent party. If it doesn't, come back in. Do what you do. We don't give a fuck.
Basically, culture.
Well, I still say no party and
think
you have
you
the guy
should.
run on
Guys,
ideas.
can we try and keep the F-bombs to a minimum, please?
All right.
I think
yeah.
you
My
should
apologies.
have to put, like, this is an extremely far out there view, but I think you should have to put a down payment on your, like a deposit on your Senate seat, your seat in Congress, and the people will say, okay, if you're elected for 4 years, you put $1 million down payment on your seat, a deposit. You're elected for 4 years. If you get reelected for another 4 years, you make 10% off of your deposit. If you screw up completely, then you lose that money. But it has to be your personal money. It can't come from
It's
donations.
not a bad
So
call. Like,
there has to be
that could
some
eliminate
skin in the game.
little regulations like that could be actually work, to tell you the truth. And unless they're making more money than they know what to do with, and $1 million is a slap on the wrist, because that's what's happening right now. So you'd have to
if
make
that-
the
if
penalty
that happened-
a lot, like prison time too. Like
If that happened, there would be a secondary stock market doing shorts and longs on senators' positions on whether they're going to stay in office or get kicked out of office. It would just turn into
It's
another.
already a thing on sports betting sites. You can bet on politicians and you can bet
Yeah.
on a lot of shit.
Oh yeah,
I don't think by
bet on the
putting down the
election.
money, which you say putting down money on your seat, I don't think putting down money on your seat, it should be a percentage of your value. So if you own businesses and you go
Right.
into office, you have to turn over ownership of your businesses. If you screw up when you come out of office, you lose 25% of your business or 20% of what your business is valued at, which is due upon leaving office.
Yeah, we'll call it dishonest tax.
Yeah, because that way you're not having. Otherwise, you're still giving that 1% all the power in office. You need to be able to give the other 99% a chance to get in office.
Yeah, you know how we were talking about
it would cause you to go into office and with the intentions, with the malice intent of doing something to better your individual business. And if it's discovered, even if your business that you have before you go into office succeeds, once you get kicked out of office, all of that success is taken away from you. So if you're losing 40%, yeah, you might have had a 10% gain by passing little judgments and laws and everything to try to help your own individual interests. But when you come out, you're losing all of it.
I was thinking too, why don't they
just
like
on the
actually
simplest-
separate tax better kind of thing?
On the simplest level, it's just they would actually have skin in the game. Like they have something to lose. Right now, a politician can go in office and they can literally screw this country up for 40 years. And then the second and third order effects of that could last 500 years. And they're not held accountable for it. So if they literally have skin in the game, like they have something to lose, they would be more careful.
I've always thought too, like why doesn't like Canada and US, why don't they rebrand their taxes and put them to better use? Like for example, when Canada was legalizing weed, my one thought is, why are they going to stick this new product that they just legalized underneath GST and HST like everything else when we have this huge deficit, and they could literally forget the GST and HST on the marijuana, stick a tax on it, call it the get out of deficit tax, and just let the potheads actually get Canada out of debt. But that didn't even cross their minds. Like, oh, we're just going to clobble this in with the GST and HST, and we're just going to stick it in with everything. I don't understand why they don't actually organize their taxes better and get more transparency where it's going and this and that.
Part of that reason is that the only people that are in Congress are wealthy and they don't know how to budget well. Like you almost need to have more people and separate it by income brackets and force them to have people who are in poverty be able to get elected. Like each state has to have a wealthy person, a middle income person, and a lower class person for their personal wealth. So all three, I don't know, income brackets are in there. Right now you just have wealthy people, and wealthy people don't
All
know
three
how to
brackets
budget.
represented. I think the word you were trying to find was represented.
There we go. Yep, that's what
Devil
Or coexisting kind of thing.
Well,
Yeah.
that's up to the people though. The people have to elect someone who came from
It's a good point.
poor
Smaller
upbringing or
ecosystems.
something.
That could definitely be more organized if you have smaller financial ecosystems too.
If you have the only people who have a way to get out in front of the people and have their voices heard is the people who have a lot of money. Me, if I want to run for
I would have
Congress,
agreed with you. I would have agreed with you 10 years ago or even 20 years ago. But now anyone can get out
yeah,
there.
I think it is different. I think it's just though everyone still assumes that they can't do it.
Well,
I think they're
everyone
right.
is
The
stuck-
states with
everyone is stuck on past thinking. Yeah, you're good.
whosever
We heard
idea
you.
it was to break up big banks and these hedge funds and break them up, and whoever's idea that was, that's actually a very good idea to make smaller financial ecosystems and bring back, like, I don't know if what is it, the Bank of America is technically America's bank still, like
Hey
that runs
guys, we're getting some requests from the chat to kind of return home on this one. Devil Dealer says, tax the rich and doji to the poor. But we're getting requests to return to the GME short situation.
Yeah, not a lot going on.
Read anybody read any new news or anything? Anything?
So if you keep on watching the dips and you're making sure that the lines are staying the same between AMC and GME, we know that things are still being manipulated and changed, or that the thing is still going on. But watch for these dips and try to buy on the
Yeah.
dips if you're still in
There's
it.
a lot more asks and bids right now. That's what I'm noticing. Now it's
If you
even.
check the charts, though, a lot of
Oh,
the
now more
charts are
bids and
indicating they
asks.
can sell.
Yeah, they're shorting it still, 100%.
I started moving down
Tim.
when the price hit 80. Some people held, I sold, and I can buy more when the price goes.
They probably just
down.
shorted it at 50 again or whatever yesterday's close was. They probably shorted it there the day before, and then now they're just, it's all profit for them. So they're selling, and then they're gonna short it at the next low or whatever. Sell, and it could go on forever. Who knows?
ATF says if we switch to Bitcoin, the banks still hold all the power because they already got is BTC is Bitcoin, I'm guessing, right?
I believe so, yes.
Because they already got the BTC. No need to
They got one
respond to
better than that. They
somebody's,
have a privatized crypto called the JPL coin, and nobody knows the price of it. And it could be higher than Bitcoin. It could be around the same. Nobody knows, and the big banks own it, and it's backed by the American dollar. So that's the one thing that scares me the most about crypto is once this JPL coin is released to the public, let's say, how much more expensive is it going to be compared to the other coins? Are they going to be non-obsolete compared to this coin now, or is this coin going to be nothing compared to them? I have no clue. But
We got the Doge on our side, dude. The Doge.
Yeah, they got big bank money on their side. So
Seller Door says they bought in at 90. Smiley, frowny. I wish I bought in at 95, so I wouldn't worry about that. But not financial advice.
Hey, can I ask a question for everybody that's listening, YouTube and everything? I'd like to know who bought in the highest. I'm curious as to who has the highest position.
I went at 293, but I'm averaged down to like 150.
That was me 3 days ago at 338.
Don't be embarrassed, everybody. Listen, my average right now is.
But now I'm 165.
I'm still
Yeah, I'm at
250 because I ran out.
I was at 330, and I am at 150 right now.
Yeah,
I want to hear somebody still above 400 holding strong.
I know that the guy with
they're the true champ. If they're still holding strong above 400, hats off to you, man.
Don't forget sharing the downs and the bad information is just as helpful for people.
I know the guy what's the name that was reading the guy that reads the brain scans that was up late and had to go to work this morning. Yeah, he was in like I think he said he was at 424, but he was able to get himself down to like the 180s.
We got some in the $300 range.
Canadians have it the worst. We got to pay 30 cents on the dollar for all our stocks. So.
A lot of people got a deal. A lot of people got a great deal.
I'm at like 136 between my accounts.
Oh, we got a 480.
Smash that like button for 480 right now. Smash the like button for 480.
Yeah, we need to send some love that person's way. No, I wouldn't worry.
He needs some milk.
Not financial advice, but yeah, that's 450. We got a 450.
My average was 132.
They're all crazy, but honestly, like it's logic. They honestly don't know the short position, but they know. They're smart. They read.
If I would have,
I appreciate all the honesty in the chat here. I know it's not easy to share.
Oh, hey, I'm not going to go back on this, but
even harder to hold.
492. I want to see Diamond Hand smash like for 492. I love that.
That's just no cares given, and I love it.
Hey, we were smart enough to recognize that something interesting was going on here. So don't be sweating if you don't have the best numbers. You know, we're all.
I mean,
you got to think of it.
That chart was on its way to
on the right
700.
Side of history.
Right
to be on the right side of history, like holy moly, I'll spend anything for that. Okay.
We'll be able to watch the movie and point out what was like complete bullshit in the movie to people.
I think the problem that the issue that everybody's experiencing right now, and I've spoke about this already at least 2 or 3 times, is it's not about how much you bought. It's not about the movement. It's not about, trying to make a stand. It's not about any of that. The problem that a lot of people are realizing or that they've put themselves into is they bought in at a price that was they could only afford a minimal amount of shares. And now that the shares have dropped and they can buy in, they're tapped out, and that's what they.
It's not only that too. In a sense, they feel like bag holders, right? They feel like they got duped and this and that, and it's very
Yo, somebody bought at
demoralizing.
492 diamond
It's
hand.
very demoralizing, but you just got to know that you see all this work that's getting pumped out by certain organizations to. I'm not going to say they're trying to hide something, but on my part, it looks two-faced. But that's just my opinion. So.
You're only a bag holder when you get caught, and nobody has been caught. As long as you are holding the bag, you have not gotten caught yet.
You
which
sound like
means you
Kirk
can still get
Franklin.
away.
Are you Kirk Franklin?
No.
You're not out of the money until you sell.
Exactly. You haven't lost it. My plan, because I'm in at like 130 something, and I have like 57 stock, $7,000 in. So my exit strategy, worst comes to worst, and I lose everything, is I have to double down when it drops. If it drops below $10 or to $20, I have to double down. That is my exit strategy, and I probably won't sell then because who knows what GameStop will be, and I'll just go back to work and I'll recover my funds, and that's it. That's the end of it. That's the way I feel about it right now.
Honestly,
just a color on your
exit strategy
portfolio.
is to sell. My exit strategy is to sell 0.25 of the shares that I hold. Not 0.25 of all of them, but 0.25 of one of the individual shares that I hold, and that's it.
My exit strategy is to wait for them to drop serious cash and be like, all right, when it gets to 1,000, that's when I'm out. That's my positive thinking. I'm putting that out there.
Well, even if it gets to 1,000, I'm just gonna cover myself, and then I'm gonna keep on going. I don't care. I'll cover
Same.
what I
I'm
put
gonna
into
get
it, and I'm gonna keep on going.
I'm gonna give my exit strategy is giving my GameStop shares to my grandkids.
Hey, you got them diamond hands.
Effing legend.
So
By
you
the
end up
way-
like that 10-year-old who ended up with like $3,000.
By the way, those who haven't checked out Mika's channel on YouTube, she's got some good stuff on there. I just listened to Like a Stone, and I've always loved Chris Cornell, and I really appreciate that version.
We've got a lot
That
of
was good.
music heads in the group here, and we talk about that sometimes after hours. So yeah, definitely check it
Just
out.
digressing a little bit.
I appreciate.
Oh, I wasn't saying. It
Hey,
like
yeah,
that.
Miko, drop that.
just since they haven't,
Drop your
since
link
they haven't
again
heard it, is
in
all.
general.
I'll go. Yeah, I'll drop it.
How jokes would
not
it be if this Sunday you seen the Robinhood app, and then right after the Wall Street Bets commercial? Have you seen the Robinhood commercial, and then right after the Wall Street Bets commercial? That would be friggin' hilarious. The big turnoff for them is if this squeeze actually happens and everyone's like, well, why was I being told not to buy GameStop when people just banked out? That's going to be the big thing to answer. It's going to be funny. I can't wait for media's answers, and I hope people ask them the tough questions. If this does happen, who knows? But I really hope they ask them the tough questions.
The crazy part is that people are trolling everywhere about GameStop and AMC. It's just hilarious.
I would love to
And
see
that
the
might
Super
not
Bowl
even be
commercial.
bots. That just might be people that feel like they missed a train and feel a little envious kind of thing.
I would love
Jesus
to see
Christ, Nick, how many shares of GME are you buying? See this guy? I don't know what that chart means. I see a bunch of GME and they're all filled. Are those options? Or do you own all of those?
No, it's just level 2 data from his
Pure
broker, it looks
buy.
like.
What the dude?
Yo, for those of you that wanted my
Holy.
channel, I put my channel on the general, but I also posted it in the YouTube. I'm a musician. I'm not working right now, so if you could just hit subscribe to my channel real quick, that actually helped me a lot. You don't even have to do shit. But also hit like and subscribe to Tame the Arc because they're making this happen, and I appreciate this community of people.
People are
Guys,
wondering.
there's a song called Diamond Hands. You should just check it out.
Yeah. People are wondering if anybody's heard updates on the civil suits.
They'll settle those as soon as possible. They're not going to let those go through.
There's a lot of them going on right now, or kind of trying to be put together. So, yeah, nothing on my end to share about that.
Yeah, they'll most likely get settled outside of court.
Caution with them.
They don't
If you
want that
do,
on their PR press.
just
or whatever you
caution,
wanna call it.
if you do want to sign up for them, just read the terms because some of them tell you that you have to sell your position. So just as a warning.
Legal Eagle on YouTube has a good explanation on the potentials of what could happen from a lawyer's standpoint.
It's very hard to prove what they're doing too.
Also, that was not lawyer advice.
We are advisors than we are financial advisors. So yeah.
He just goes into kind of like as a lawyer, he's a lawyer, so as he sees it, the potential outcome, due diligence.
I think that Vlad really covered himself when he said that the reason that they had to stop was because they couldn't cover all of the orders that everybody placed, and that right
I
there
think
is
that
the
makes it
safest.
worse on him.
But it was the
because they're
safest answer. It might not have been the right answer. It's like, hey, what's your favorite color? Chicken. That's not the correct answer.
But what that shows is they make so much money, X amount of dollars, which is ridiculous what they make, and then they still can't cover their customers' bets. What that shows is that they're just using that as a money factory.
I
they're
mean, that
taking
happened with
money in,
Webull.
and they're paying people
I
big,
think if
and they're
he would have
spending.
came out with that and said that at the very beginning, he would have had less fallout because
I mean,
he
that's what
didn't,
happened with
and they said it
Webull
was their decision.
and
he
the
would have said, we
Ameritrade.
don't have any choice.
I want to
there
let
wouldn't
people
have
know
been as much
too. Like
fallout.
back in August, when I was trying to search up, or not search up, but think of perspectives, different perspectives to trade. One of them was, well, can I type in on the internet Robinhood trends? And back in August, they were tracking all their customers' trends. I was I forget the exact website. You can, if you search in Robinhood trends, it'll come up, and it's now shut down. But yeah, they knew when to buy low and when to buy high and how to pump stock up based on their customers, and they got rich off their customers, and it really inflated the market and almost made it like synthetic like. But that's my perspective. I don't know. Someone wants to debunk
You're saying
me.
that they consolidated data points from their customers and use those to
make money, to profit, complete conflict of interest.
infer like opportunities to
Yeah, conflict of interest.
I read that.
So yeah, Robinhood's not very transparent, and
Well,
they're
and
just
they
making
give that
money off
information
you.
to the hedge funds and Citadel too.
Yeah, and they know what to do with this information. It's a very valuable information to you because they could be, say you invest in a penny stock, they could put that penny stock to the ground the very next week with the capital they have.
It's an information economy right now.
Yeah, and they could really do that, and really that's you pouring your money into a penny stock, and then it be gone the next week, and then
That's
it.
why I said the other day I'm focusing. Like when I read my horoscope, I said I'm like to focus on one project, and that's why I'm saying like I don't want to like, you know, I don't want to have eyes everywhere. You know what I mean? I'm just trying to focus on some good,
smart.
good stocks.
That's why after all this volatility, I'm going to sell off things. I'm going to look for maybe some dividend stocks to maybe just let this volatility calm down a bit. But it's very dangerous fucking trading this way. It is. You could lose your shirt if you don't know how to read a chart.
I was listening.
$20.
I was gonna say I was listening to Warren Buffett and Charlie Munger, an old interview of them from years ago at a conference, and they laugh about the diversification idea. They would Munger and Buffett both were just like, I don't know why you would have all of these interests in 50 companies. Find 3 that you love that are doing well. If you find one in your lifetime, you'll be rich. If you find 3,
and that's what I like to do too. Like I'll research a company and I'll forget about it for a few months, and I usually take screenshots on my phone. So like if I'm scrolling through my photos, I'll come across it a few months later, and then I'll go back to it and I'll be like, how did this company do over the last few months? Did it lose money? Did it make money? And I'm like, okay, do I believe strongly in what it is? And then I'm like, okay, you know what? I'll pour some money into it. We'll see how it does over the next few months. If it does well, I'll give them some more money. And that's how sometimes I go about it too.
Can I have a shout out to awesome Nebraska investors?
Yo, awesome Nebraska investors. What's up?
I just met Warren Buffett.
What?
He's from
She's
Nebraska.
praising Warren Buffett.
You really met Warren Buffett, or you're just saying you're just saying that?
I'm saying because I'm from Nebraska and Warren Buffett's from Nebraska.
That's
And
like
has awesome investors.
Gotcha. I didn't know that he's from Nebraska.
Please, next time
Omaha,
you see him,
baby, Mutual of Omaha.
Next time you see this guy, yell Bitcoin at his face, please, for me.
I can go next time I go to the Berkshire Hathaway stockholders meeting.
You should do that and like tell them about Dogecoin and everything. It's gonna be interesting.
People hold that specifically so they can go to that event.
I wonder how much he's invested Berkshire into BYDDF. It's very competitive out there right now, and I wonder if he's going to be successful with that investment.
Yeah, speaking of the whole, hey, I put money in it and I totally forgot. I bought CYRX in 2018 and I just ignored it, didn't even look, and all of a sudden it was up 500 some odd %.
Big come
What
up.
what kind of company?
They're a transport company. They do drugs at sub-zero levels, like say they use dry ice to transport drugs and stuff like that. They are doing I think it's like 60 some odd.
It's a smart play. When did you buy into that? Because you got to
2018.
think now. You got to think now. That's the only way for them to transfer these vaccines from the airports once they fly in, or even if they make them in house, they have to use sub-zero stuff to transfer it. I would assume. I have to do more. I would have to do more research on it, but I would assume
Yeah,
that's how they
that's
have to
what
transport
Pfizer.
these.
63 different drug tests that they're doing for companies, big pharma for a variety of drugs, but they're also in on Moderna and the vaccine right now. So yeah,
Yeah, to tell you the truth, I would have never thought that angle with the vaccine game is the transport. That's actually really fucking cool. Or pardon my French, but really cool.
So smart.
That you would actually think of that angle.
It went from 500 and now I got about 2,200 in it.
Now, what is this? Which one is this?
CYRX, Report.
GME.
I would assume like maybe a bit of volatility, but I would assume that's why there are things going up because they have all these contracts coming in to transport vaccines. So during all this pandemic, it's pretty good.
You need to think
growth.
about how that company gets their product, not just the company that provides the product, but how it gets there.
Well, I said it's always like the t-shirt companies. It's better to be the ones that actually make the t-shirts for all the companies than the one that actually is the one that's selling the t-shirts.
So like a stock like she's talking about, the transport stock, yeah, it's good right now because it's in demand, right? There's all these, you need to transport these vaccines, so it's in demand. So maybe once the pandemic actually starts to die down and maybe her price level of her stock starts to level off, maybe you think about selling and then buying back at the dips and maybe then. But right now that's a straight buy and hold in my book. But I'm not a financial advisor, so.
We're getting some. I noticed one before. A couple people asking about Palantir. Is it PLTR or?
I'm just gonna say there's a lot of people pushing stocks right now in that Reddit, and they're not all to be believed.
I bought them
There's
as
a
an
lot of people trying to
IPO,
push
but
their agenda.
sold it.
Yeah, I have heard that come up a couple times, but that's fair enough. Good point.
Yeah, be very careful when you're doing that. If you want to research what the stock is and when you're looking at it in subreddits and stuff, the
Well,
first thing you want to look at is the beta, which is the volatility. So you'd see how many people are in that day. So 1.0 is the median for volatility. But if it goes above that, there's some action going on. Some action going on. But if it hits over 2, there's something serious going on. And then you just look at volume and average volume.
There has been some association with that ticker and this whole thing. I'm not sure
That's why I
what
like
the connection is.
statements better than just tickers.
I think it's something with like
if
security.
I want to invest,
cyber.
I would look into like myself. I look for safe stocks by doing like a dividend aristocrats on Google and just find out which 10 are the good ones and then invest in those so that way it's safe.
You were talking about ETFs earlier, right?
So for anybody who doesn't know, what's a dividend stock? Just because I have a feeling there's probably a lot of people who don't know.
A dividend stock is just something you keep your money in, a certain stock, and then you every quarter, or I don't know, sometimes different companies work differently, so they'll pay out their dividends once a year, maybe every quarter, so 4 times a year. But you get kickbacks for keeping your stock. So you'll get percentage on every stock you own. It could be 5 cents, it could be up to $1. I don't know. I haven't researched much into dividends, but there is stocks out there where you can get kickbacks.
Yield percentage means.
To be honest, I think Pfizer is actually a really good dividend stock. They never go up or down.
Any options on the GME chart today? Oh, opinions on the GME chart today. I guess in general, I would say that it's just after this week, it's sure nice to see this upward movement, and guess I'm not surprised that it's stalling out a bit. Dave's moving on here. We got 4 hours. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Any other
I
thoughts?
think it would dip more.
I think, in my opinion, I don't know anything because this is my first week doing any of this, right? But
If
when
it dips more,
if it dips, I dip.
We can't see
I
the
think-
future. But you know, of course, we all have.
I am Hal, and I was searching for cryptos the other day, man, and I accidentally put my phone number into the site and my email, and ever since they've just been calling me every day trying to get my bank information. So I just turn up the TV, and I still happen to be watching like Trailer Park Boys, and they'll just say the dumbest stuff to the friggin' oh my god, friggin' died.
As far as I can see, from the wick at 90 and then it pushed down, usually people who manage it to average below 90 or 80, they had the sell orders and all of them got filled, and that will cause more pressure down. So whatever is going on right now is kind of normal in this cycle.
Well, yeah, they can still, even though they're restricted from shorting too. They, from what I've gathered, they can still short. So they can trade. They don't have to. Me and you and us, like we have to trade between the brokerage. So we go through the brokerage and then to wherever they actually file and keep track of the stocks. It's a middleman process. They don't have to go through that middleman process. They can trade between each other. So when they trade between each other, they're allowed to short between each other too, and they don't know about that, but they're allowed to do it.
I thought the short restrictions were lifted.
Yeah, but it's not going through the rating agency or whatever it's called that actually keeps track of the stock. It's only going between them two, and they have their own servers technically. They're friggin' hedge funds and stuff, so they can short the stock that they trade between themselves, and they'll never know because I don't know if they're shorting Ghost. I don't know exactly, or if they have a reserve of stock to do it with. I'm not too sure,
It's the
but
phantom shares. That's where they
yeah.
all live.
Yeah, but they can definitely do with the IOUs or the phantom shares. They can trade between it and short. It doesn't matter about the restriction. It does not matter. And from what I gather, that's what I've researched and learned. So,
And Mr. Samsonite, those are just as good as money. Those are IOUs. Not too old for that.
But
No Dumb and Dumber.
IOUs always come due.
yeah, everyone's throwing out phantom
I was
shares and
thinking that
think, and I
last
think
night.
IOUs is just a better way to think about it. You just got to think. The simplest way to think about it is they used to trade paper to paper, and then they made an integrated computer to make trading easier, but they couldn't deliver the paper fast enough. So they had to make IOUs in the form of cyber coin or whatever you want to look at it. It's pretty much what they are. They're just IOUs, and they're supposed to delete them when they log a trade. When they actually finalize a trade, they're supposed to delete the IOUs. But apparently, it's only a conspiracy theory, but these guys have never deleted IOUs. They've always collected them and hoarded them, and they mess with the system every time they decide to bring them out of the woodwork and use them. So that's the whole thing. You shouldn't look at them. You should look at them as IOUs. It's a lot easier to process.
And it seems too like the IOUs, because they're all on, they're not traded publicly, that it's really hard for investigations to find out about them.
Yeah, they don't know about them because they're not supposed to exist. From the start of time, everyone thought you just delete them and get rid of them. Everyone thought they were worthless, but they found a worth for them. They found use. They found value to them, and even though they shouldn't have value because it messes with the whole system. Anything you find value to is going to be worth something. We could make apples worth more than, like, it all depends on what your agenda is. Dollar is just a dollar. A stock is just a stock. We put the value to it. It's the biggest thing to
Doge,
remember.
for example.
That's why people are afraid of crypto, because we put the value to it. Enough people want to buy Doge, and use it. That's their right to. It's their right.
The moon.
They're allowed
Mic
to
check.
use it.
Mic check.
If someone wants to buy a Ferrari in Doge and they
I
don't
can hear
accept
you.
it, then
Yeah, I can hear you too.
eventually there's going to be 1,000, 100, millions of people that want to buy a Ferrari with Doge, and eventually they're not going to say no.
Well, it happened with our fiat currency. Let's go all the way back, like run it back to the 1700s. All right, we're trading animal skins for food. Okay, pelts is one pelt's worth something, a raccoon, a fox, or whatever. Eventually, we got tired of skinning animals, and we all agreed, like, hey, I got an idea. I'll trade you this gold nugget for this or this silver, whatever. And we eventually try to make it easier and easier and easier to do the trade back and forth till we got to paper currency, which is just an IOU in and of itself, right? And then now we're
Yeah, I
trying
guess
to
so,
make
yeah.
make it more and more convenient. Again, instead of trading all these dollars back and forth, I'm gonna use a debit card, man. That's amazing. Forget my
You,
debit
you
card. I'm gonna use my
forgot
phone.
you forgot one major thing that happened in 1934, just pretty much complete robbery of the American people. Where
Well,
they
yeah, I mean, that's a given. Understood. I mean, that's a given. My point is that what we continue to do is to try to streamline and make it more convenient for
I want
ourselves.
to say this too. That's the one reason why I started trading is because like I don't want to sound like a retard or something, but I have no faith like in the Canadian dollar. And that being said, I have a little more faith in the American dollar, but not a lot. I'd rather keep my money in companies where it can grow and stuff, and I don't have to rely on the dollar because of the way these guys treat it like it's candy. And putting too much of something into the system, it's eventually going to go sour, and
You guys
eventually
have
going to
Ryan.
crash.
You guys have Ryan Reynolds though, so you
So
guys
yeah,
have
I'd
Ryan
much rather
Reynolds.
my
So
money in stock than the actual savings
Yes.
account in case something goes
You
wrong
guys
with the
think
dollar.
the EV is a bubble right now, or it's still gonna go?
Big. It's hard to say because it's their agenda,
Whole
right?
market's
That's
a
what they
bubble.
want to happen. So it's
I
actually hard to
personally
say.
don't think it's a bubble and it's the future, but not financial advice.
I have a theory that
you were
Tesla's getting
asking.
short squeezed, but that's just my theory.
Hey, you were asking about who was it that watched the Michael Moore documentary?
That was me.
Hey, I would encourage you to go back on YouTube and look at a Milton Friedman video because there's
Yeah,
an
he
old
talks
video.
about Milton Friedman in the documentary.
Okay, you should see the video of Michael Moore when he's skinny in college in the 70s,
Dead
and he
coin
has
coin.
he has a debate with Milton Friedman. He doesn't have a debate. He got his ass handed to him by Milton Friedman, and you should look it up because Milton Friedman, even back then, what's his name, Michael Moore. Even back then, he was pushing hard against capitalism, against free markets. He wanted intense regulation, and it'd be very eye-opening to watch where he was in his life as a college student, and it'll help kind of bridge the gap as to where he probably is now and why he's putting
Yeah.
out the content that he has now. I can thumbnail it, but I don't want to bore everybody because they don't want to hear about that. It's about Ford Pinto and the cars blowing up and what should have been done about it. It's really neat.
Yeah, it was interesting. He took his theory not so much that capitalism should disappear, but that democracy should be a bigger part within each organization of capitalism.
Yeah,
Yeah,
more
he's
accountability.
well,
100%.
but here's the thing. He's still pushing the same agenda he did when he was 19 years old. He wants.
He's smart
wants,
though. He does a lot of research, doesn't he? Like before his movies, he'll actually go to a
Oh, yeah.
country and like live there and stuff and research it and kind of thing. No.
I'm sure you can get both sides of it, but he
Can anyone
he
hear
does
me?
a decent job of trying to remain set.
Well, that's good to hear. That particular video I'm talking about, he basically was saying the federal government should have forced Ford Motor Company to change how they built the car. And it gets very esoteric and a very deep conversation because it goes into, well, what is the actual dollar value of a human life? And at what point do you say you must replace the $15 part? I'm not going to ruin all of it, but what if the $15 part cost $1 million? At what point do you not force them? Because the question he was asking, and I think he's still asking today, is, well, what is human life actually worth? And at what's the dollar amount cutoff that we can agree to? It's an unanswerable question. But my point is, just watch it if you want to. Watch that video. It's very eye-opening, very educational.
And that was one of my I'm not even going to mention the EV, but this was one of my perspectives going into buying an EV 6 months. One of the EV stocks 6 months ago was that I had the idea. I was walking around my town. I had the idea that they over manufactured cars for like the last probably 30-40 years because like I just see used cars or brand new cars just sitting there for years on end. And so I thought, like, what can they do to actually sit there? Because like hasn't Ford been getting like buyouts by the government since like 2008 because they don't really sell much and they produce more than they sell, kind of thing. If I'd have to do the research again, but yeah, that was one of my mindsets going towards buying an EV company. Is like an easy band-aid for this is just turning everything to EV. You start a new industry, it's new dollars, and you forget about your mistake with the car industry. And that was one of my perspectives buying into EV actually.
That was one of the greatest ideas that I think that I don't know if it was factual, but that sounds like an idea that Elon Musk had, because you cannot walk in and just buy a Tesla. There is no Tesla overstock.
So yeah, he
Yeah,
probably
but
did
that's a
have that
scale.
idea of
That's
not
a
overstocking.
Did any of you guys see Volvo's new buying plan? It's not really buying plan; it's more like a lease plan, but it's they call it a subscription plan. It's actually kind of interesting.
Oh boy, yeah,
It's very interesting because they pay for all your maintenance, your insurance, and the car payment is all lumped into one payment, and you only have to keep it for a minimum of 4 months. Now,
wow.
yes, it's a lease, but when you're talking about an entire generation, that's my generation was always told like credit, 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 credit. Well, I can tell you right now, I got like a 795. Credit doesn't mean jack.
This is going to be
it was a
super
lot.
Tesla. I heard
for
Tesla's trying to start their own insurance company too, though, and they're going to bundle that in and stuff. And so
Well,
Tesla has
my
some
point
plans
is,
too.
I think it's very interesting to see big automotive manufacturers
And the thing with EVs, though, it's
switching
going to come
a
down
way
to.
of
hold
owning
on.
or
Oh, go
leasing
ahead. Sorry.
or just obtaining in general, these products, because a lot of people like they want to have this product, right?
Yeah, they're trying to get down to the 30,000 price mark. But with the EVs too, I think it's going to come down to like who has the safest technology, and we will not know for that for years on end. So like right now, like they may be volatile, but at the same time, this may be the very bottom that you buy in on them. It's very hard to say, right?
Well, the news, whoever brought it up yesterday, and thank you again for bringing up that Sony was going to start producing EV. I think it's really encouraging that there would be competition in that market to force Tesla and anybody else. The more competition in that market, the better, because it's going to force them to make a safer product. And that's encouraging to me. And I think it's going to help the market in that aspect as well.
Oh, and if people are sorry, one last thought. If people are investing and they're actually worried about like these stocks being inflated by volatility and the competition and stuff, like you could also look to the alternatives. Like there's other companies like I have to research them again, but BYDDF, Buffett's back company, which I don't know about. I'm not too sure. I have to research more. But they're from what I understand, they're trying to get into like the city sector, electric vehicle kind of thing, and not worry about the competition of Tesla and that. They're gonna make garbage trucks EV and stuff like that. From my understanding, I have to research it again. I don't know for sure, but they're trying to avoid the competition, from what I understand, which isn't a bad angle to take if you're
Just
trying
a
to get into the
DME
EV game.
update.
Please.
So this is just my calculation. The 62 line seems to be like a pretty solid support line today for right now. There seems to be a consistent battle. I watch on a minute to minute, and I look at candles. I tried to jump in yesterday when you guys were doing the candle discussion, talking about wicks and everything. But the 62 marker, even from this morning, seems to be a pretty good support line, right about 62.
Love it. Keep it going.
But as soon as I seen it growing this morning, I was, oh, yes.
Not financial advice, by the way.
No, but to me, it's like, how can you price something worthless and it's still growing? It makes no sense, and that's what I love about it. It's something I don't understand, so I'm gonna ride it.
Chat
But definitely not financial advice.
Chad is wondering what happened to deep value, and they talk about that more over on Reddit Wall Street Bets new and Reddit Wall Street Bets _ But last I heard, he's just laying low. Just he's got the spotlight put on him, and I think he's just being smart about it.
I think he's going for a hearing, right?
Yeah, he was also summoned by like Congress, or asked by Congress to come in.
Yeah, that's what I heard.
It would not surprise me if legal counsel has not advised, major shareholders, like major shareholders, to like close their mouths.
Well, there's a bright side to here too, because not all of Congress have their hand in the pocket, right? So if he's transparent and Congress can kind of get what's going on and he explains it to them, and hopefully they can get a better understanding, and hopefully this is the bunch that actually want to make a difference. But if it isn't, then
Dude, they
he
just
obviously
got rid of the best person in Congress, Marjorie Taylor Greene. They didn't get rid of her, but they stripped her of all of her assignments.
1, 2.
I'll tell you what I love though is that regardless of what happens from
I can hear you.
Congress, regardless of what happens, the movement that's taken place and all of this independent decisions being made that has, you know, caused what's happening to happen, at the very least, people are going to ask questions that a week ago they would never have thought about asking. You know what I mean? They're going to start going, well, why was that a big deal? Why did that happen? Well, why wasn't it supposed to? Truly, I don't want to say it's like kind of a red pill moment, but you know,
There's an awakening. Do you feel?
They're at least asking. They're at least asking, wait, what's in the red pill?
Oh yeah, you
know,
get you get a little MAB or whatever you guys call it in the States. You know, a little master's degree in a matter of a weekend that you're not going to learn in school, right? Like certain stuff that you'd have to go out of your way to look up and stuff like that.
Did anybody ever see the movie Old School with Rodney Dangerfield?
Oh yeah. Oh wait. Yeah. Of course.
Okay,
yeah.
the scene. If you haven't seen it, there's a scene. He's a business owner. He's a millionaire. He goes back to school to be with his son, who's in college, to have time with him. Okay, he's sitting in a business 101 econ class, and the professor is laying out a business model, and he just jumps in at the end of it, goes, "Oh man, you left a bunch of stuff out. I won't do the whole bit," but he starts telling him in layman's terms what they got to do to run a business. Like, listen, you got to talk to the guys at the Teamsters. They're going to handle your concrete. Don't buy the property, lease it, reinvest it. And by the way, you're going to have to grease the palms of a local official to get your ordinances and your papers through that always get clogged up. And kids are writing this stuff down as hard as they can go. And that's what I feel like. I feel like the kids in the class.
You got to grease up your hands. And...
He go.
Exactly, you're getting the inside scoop of how it works.
Getting the real
mechanics.
I'm getting the real deal, which is like, well, what does that thing mean? That means if it goes down there, I'm a buy it. Okay, why?
And if this is what we think it is, and the scary part is if we actually see it happen on screen and we physically it physically happens, like there's probably no end to this movement. Like, not that it's a movement, but the independent decisions to actually go out and find short positions and try to short squeeze, that's going to be huge. Like, people are going to be out to look for short squeezes.
You got to look at it like this.
I personally will be out looking for short squeezes, doing research. I don't give a crap.
Well,
I'm not going to corroborate with people. I'll just be taking my chance on that short squeeze. If people are going to do it, we'll find out at the end of the month.
I saw that Stanford was offering a new course on meme stocks in their financial.
That is hilarious.
Yeah.
That's
what I'm going to do.
Not so much of a movement.
That's probably a complete ripoff, and they're probably just going to freaking cloud your judgment. And if you're going to learn the stock market, you probably should just learn it on your own. And it's probably going to go through some fails and stuff. But reading through indexes and what they are and how to read them is your best way to learn how to trade.
The biggest issue that Wall Street is having right now is there's too many people that know too much stuff, but we're not all sitting in the same room. And that's what's scaring them, because you got the same 50 people to sit around and pass on information to the next 50 people, to the next 50 people. And now they're like, holy crap, we got 3 million people.
And
that
the
are sitting
consumers
around
really
that are
do
passing
control the
information
market. Like, if these guys didn't have these phantom shorts, this squeeze would have been over a long
Just
time
so
ago.
you know, censorship is coming for us because this is not something they like.
The other thing is a lot of people have their own ideas to bring to the table too, and that they don't know about,
Well, I live in Canada, so it's probably going to happen to America first.
Yeah, Facebook already started censoring. Facebook already deleted a lot of stock trading groups that have 100,000
they were
plus
deleting my
members.
comments all yesterday
Yeah,
and
they
stuff.
treat
It
them
was
like
hilarious.
they treat all of. Why is it that they call us what are the white supremacists? Get the hell out of here!
That's the only
Yeah, that was
play.
the
That's the
funniest
only
thing.
play they've got. That's the only
So
play they've
they've
got.
called us degenerates, basement dwellers. I've heard alt-right, white supremacists.
Basement dwellers?
Masturbators.
You want to talk about
Masturbators, that was
dwelling
one
in
of
a
them.
basement?
Barbarians. Yep.
Oh yeah, barbarians.
That's
That
their
was a
that's
good
their
one. Barbarians is
down
a good
to
one,
dwindling
actually.
down.
Gamblers. We're all gamblers.
My wife
we
actually
have no idea what we're doing.
what do they call us?
I am a
Young
gambler.
kids
I'm straight
on,
good at gambling.
on Newsweek called us young kids. And my
Yeah,
wife came in
it's
last
all
night and she was like, "Hey, I bet you like that one."
Also, dumb
Hey,
money.
I am a proud member. I am a proud card-carrying member of the Camel Squad, and I will ride or die, people.
Hello,
I'm
fellow
ride or
kids.
die.
Hello, fellow kids. That's what I feel like right now.
I'm Gen
Hello,
X.
my
I
fellow
mean, I'm
people.
like one of the
All
over
right,
40
I'm
year
Gen
olds
X.
in the room.
Gen
Yeah.
X for life.
Wait a minute. Hold on a second. Isn't Elon Musk technically an African American?
He's South African.
Yeah, but
He's
isn't he
South African.
technically an
So he's
African
not.
American?
Yes, he's
Wait. Please let
He's
me
actually
chime
said
in. I
that.
would
I
love
think
to
he's
chime in
actually
on
said
this.
that a couple times.
Let me chime in on this because me and my wife got into an argument about this the other day. No, he is not technically, racially and Americanized a African American because he is not of African descent, born in America. That's the
Yeah,
only
but
thing.
dude,
So
hold on a
he's
second. Hold on a second. Hold on a
purebred
second. Hold on a
African.
second. Egypt is also in Africa. So if
He's
a
South
light
A- he's
hold on a
South
second,
African.
if a
He's South
light skinned
African.
Egyptian moved to America, became
No,
an
they're not
American
American.
citizen,
Then they
are
moved
they
here.
an African American?
No, if they move
No.
here, they're not. They have
No.
to be
We're
born in
building a
America.
camel right
He's
now
just
on
South
GME.
African. He's just South African.
We've got 2
That's all.
camel humps, and we're about to make a camel neck right now on
That's just
GME.
not a question.
Camel
I mean,
neck.
Egypt is in Africa.
That's right. That's what I think. So he is an African American, just like Chinese Americans.
No, but think about it.
I'm a third
Like,
generation
genuinely
immigrant, and
think
I'm an
about it
American.
though. If someone's born in Egypt, they're born in Africa. If they move here and become an American citizen,
I'll make it easy for all
I
you.
don't know about
Wherever
this
you call
conversation.
home is your home. That's it.
Hey,
You call
hey,
home
let me
somewhere.
jump in.
and
okay.
it's
The
home.
point I'm trying to make
Home
there's
is
too many
where the
labels.
heart is.
I'm Canadian. If I want my home to be in Africa, I'm gonna go live in Africa, and I'm gonna call Africa home.
Yeah, but aren't we at the age
They're
where
just borders.
Hey
Just
guys,
borders.
let's bring it back. Let's bring it back.
No,
Let me get some diamond hands. Let me get
I'm
some
not
diamond
trying to
hands
make a
in the
huge
chat. We're about
conversation
to hit
about it. I just
65.
wanted to point out the fact of how ridiculous labels are.
What's the volume on
100%.
GME right now? We've had an
100%.
uptick.
Stereotypes are
I
just
agree.
so petty. Very
We
petty way
shouldn't
of
even.
thinking.
I don't even like considering using those terms: Asian American, African American. Like they're
Human
human
being.
beings.
Hey,
Human being.
can I
Come
end it
on,
with a joke?
65. Come on, 65. Come on. We
What's
can
the
do it.
volume?
We
Can
can do
somebody
it.
tell me
We
the
can do
volume?
it.
A moon American.
I want
That's
to
what
just.
I was
Well,
saying the other day. The big
We're gonna
difference
end the whole
between American
discussion.
news and Canadian news. When I'm reading American news and I see like an accident happen or a shooting happen or something,
Oh.
right away they're fast to point out their color,
All
where
right,
they
we're
come
at the
from.
65
But in
support
Canadian
line.
news, you know, it's just
65
man or
support
woman.
line.
So it makes a
Can
big
somebody
difference on your
please tell me?
perspective.
I agree.
Guys, I'm away. Can somebody please tell me the volume right now of GME?
On Webull, it says 61.68 million, and there's a good inflow.
Oh yeah, the volume is way more, but also that could be them tricking the system too, right?
So what would
Selling between each other.
The volume was really high early, and now it's dropped off.
We need to pump that trade plus 0 because if we can have the stock and the money trade hands at the exact same time using cryptography, then that's the money right there. That's how we fix the problem. So we don't need phantom stocks ever for any reason. So that's where I think it's going ultimately. Through
I agree. Let's get rid of the 0% commission. Go to Bitcoin Gas, $7 to $11 per transaction, so that it can be real time. No more imaginary stuff happening.
One of the things that I think is completely unrelated to all of us, but strictly to the volatility of the stock and the
Yeah,
amount
if
of
I'm
movement
reading
that's
this
behind
right,
it, is
it's
that
minus
there's
1.95 right now, and
there's
that
a
means people are
lot
holding.
of day traders.
Oh yeah, don't get caught in any traps here,
That are
guys.
going to look at this and go, "This has a ton of movement. There's going to be a dip. There's going to be a rise."
Well, no,
And
if you
and
actually
you
look
have
at it
enough
right now,
volume that you're working with enough capital personally. I mean, like 2 weeks ago, I watched a guy on YouTube live on Friday, and he made 1.2 million. Now he spent 1 million, but he made back 2.2, and it was like in 5 minutes, and it was on GME.
well, yeah, there's a lot of people doing that. That's without a doubt. But if you actually look at the beta, it's weird because it's minus 1.95, which would mean, I would assume, people are holding. No one's selling.
Guys, I'm not for sale. I don't know how many times I need to say this. Like, I'm not for sale.
Oh yeah, the beta is like ridiculously low. It's minus like 1.95.
Or if your governor wants to sell you, he can.
I get some not for sales in the chat, please.
And what would we be when we're on the moon after all is said and done? Not financial advice. Are we moonians? Are we Moon
Dude,
Knights.
I already
Moon
told you.
Knights.
Look, I already told you they get 25% of one share at 1,000.
Well, I don't know about you guys, but I'm refueling and I'm getting ready for Mars. If I hit the moon with GME, then I'm refueling with something else and I'm going for Mars. But I ain't stopping. That's just me though, personally.
Martian, yeah.
I don't know why we don't have like.
If I could be at Pluto by December or by maybe 2023, yeah, I'll do it in small increments, but I'll get there.
Okay, so
Not
since we're gonna,
financial advice.
so to avoid going off into another wormhole right quick, if you're going to Pluto by December, what has been your knowledge that you've been able to use as far as like
Okay, you
do
got to
you have a
remember, I only
percentage?
accumulating knowledge over like a week now because like I did trade when I was younger, but like I lost, and I learned from that too because I lost so much off marijuana stocks. And honestly, this is some of the biggest pump ups right now. Like, do not buy high on marijuana stocks, especially with a closed down pandemic. No, and you got to know. Well, it's hard to track their peak seasons because they all grow indoor. But if you did know that information, that would be huge. If you knew when they actually harvest and stuff. But yes, I lost a lot of weed on marijuana stocks. But I only had if I was gonna trade
Not
based off
financial
short
advice.
squeeze, if I was gonna trade off short squeezes and that information was available, then you would honestly how I would do it is I would gear up for the month, and then apparently information comes out on the 9th of every month. So that's when you go. That's when you smack down in the research, read the numbers, go through it, and then this day and age, this is my personal advice, but you maybe see if you can find some traction online for it if it's a short squeeze and you read the numbers and that's available to you, which they can be manipulated. But then maybe see if you find traction online and see if you got something going, or just YOLO it with a small amount of money and see if it does get short squeezed. But yeah, like and at
So
the
this
same
is a
time, you
really
got to
good
invest
hold right
smart.
here. If we
You
can
still
hold
got
this,
to have your plan in place. Like you still got to have companies you like and you actually believe in that you're gonna hold long term too. You can't just go and short squeeze shit too.
I think a 65 hold right now at lunch, we're looking at positive gains for the day by close.
if we can hold 65, that would be great. But like, if we can stay consistently between the 60 and the 65 graph, which is like all of today has been between 60 and 65. If we can crest into that 65 above it, that'll be our second peak of the day above 65. I'm not a analyst professionally or anything like that. I'm just looking at what I'm seeing and the lines that I've drawn on here. So it's complete speculation. But
yeah.
But if we can stay between the 60 and 65, that is especially like 90% of what's happened today has been between there. If we can hit that 65 a third time, I think we can stay there.
The only problem I have with like reading the stock and is like I look at it right and I'm like, if it's worthless, like everyone's saying, GameStop's dead, they lost all this money. How is it still holding value? Like it would be dead by now. It wouldn't still be friggin' popping up and down unless people were shorting it, which they are. And that's my
Well, either that or what you're listening to is an opinion, because I would say the same thing. Me personally, if I'm looking at the stock and I say, wait, there's millions of people, why is GameStop holding value? It's dead. That's it. It's stopped. It's stuck at 65, but they're not realizing that it's stuck at 65 because somebody is selling a bunch and a lot of people are holding a lot.
Well, yeah, people are holding
Agreed.
line, and then it's stuck at 65. I would assume, like, this is an assumption, that they have unconsolidated debts that they have to pay. So it's an
Yeah, people
unpaid
aren't
thing.
realizing that it's staying at that point because of the fact that there are people holding. And when you say somebody is holding a stock, then they're holding it because it holds value.
Right now, there's a strong support at the 61, and there's resistance at 65.92. And on the MACD on the 5-minute, it looks like the goal is about to cross, so it looks good. It's just consolidating, so I'm looking for a breakout past 65.
Yeah, this group has kept me in GME, and I'm never going to sell this. It's just freaking awesome. What's going on?
So
Yeah,
a couple
man, you can always
optimistic
recoup your
points.
losses. Money comes and goes. That's
All right,
all it comes down
so
to.
a couple optimistic points. So I was one of the people that was initially on Robinhood. Friday, I transferred everything. I couldn't close my account, obviously, because of the transfer. I moved everything over to Webull. I only got half of my transfer. Actually, no, I got 25% of my transfer on Monday of this week, which absolutely sucked. but kind of saved me because I probably would have went all in again on more. So, and then they gave me up to 50% by Wednesday, and I've still got another 1,000 for some reason that they're still holding on to, but I got most of the rest of it this morning. So
Okay, 600 a week one. I got.
Toro in the chat says this Discord needs a contrarian. No, it doesn't.
All of us have the potential to be. That's somebody that just disagrees for the sake of disagreement. We don't need that.
Yeah.
Now,
I vote no.
There are going to be some.
That was a
people
joke.
who are
That was a
get
joke.
number
By the way.
and check out.
I got the joke.
There's going to be some sell-off. There are going to be some people who panic and say, "Okay, hey, 500 is my number. I've gone through this roller coaster. It's given me an ulcer. I want off the ride." And be aware of that. But there's going to be a lot of people who hold on. So just be aware that there's going to be both sides and protect yourself.
Hey, I used to
Agree.
throw
I
money
can agree with
down on
that
the
too.
outside of a roulette table, so
On the
this is nothing to me.
on the other
it's a
positive
game.
too, like when I initially went into this, I did not ask my dad. I was just telling my family, like we were just sitting down for lunch, and I was like, "Yeah, I'm in this." Like somebody brought up GameStop, and I was like, "Yeah," I was like, I jumped in on that, and they're like, "Oh, what's going on?" So I was just explaining the whole thing, and my dad was like, "Well, what if I gave you, X amount?" And I was like, "No, I'm not. I'm like, I'm comfortable losing my money, but I'm not comfortable losing your money if I'm wrong."
Yeah,
And he's like,
100%.
and he's like, "Well, I'm not asking you." He's like, "I'm just saying." He's like, I think you're right on this.
And then you
And
bring up a good point because that's why I hate pitching stock, and
but
you should be
after,
wary of people pitching stock.
but my point, not only that, but like my point is, last night I called my dad and I was like, "Look, I was like, we're at the point where you know where we're at, you could have all your money back and you haven't lost anything, and all the loss is on me." And he's like, "No, we're in this together. We can hold on to this stock forever and give it to your nieces and nephews." And I was
Your
like,
dad's an OG.
"Okay." I was like, "Okay."
Effing legend.
I was like, "Right on, let's do this." And he was like, "Ride or die." And I swear to God,
He understands.
I gave my dad full, I would eat all the debt and give him what he gave me, which I'm not going to say, and give him, like, he wouldn't lose a penny. And he was like, "Nah, we're in this. Don't sell."
Diamond
Okay.
Hand Dad.
You explain it to him, and it is logic by numbers. You just sit there, like, yeah, you don't have the short position, but then you just look, why is this stock holding value?
Well, here's the other thing
But
too.
it is
Sony
speculation.
has not been able to make, and
Just stuff that
Microsoft
doesn't make
has not
sense.
been able to make enough consoles to meet demand. There's still people scalping consoles at twice the amount. Dude, I've had a buddy who's been trying to get a PS5 since launch, and he still can't get one.
Yeah, someone brought up yesterday a conductor shortage. That might have a factor to play into it. I'm
And
not
that
too sure.
semiconductor shortage is also screwing over Ford's F-150, and that's their number one vehicle.
I'm actually glad I sold off AMD when I did. I sold off at the 96 price
Ford
point
going away
to
from the
buy into this
F-150
stuff.
is insane. Like that to me, that's the only thing that's kept Ford in the game, as being the number one truck in the
Actually,
world.
you guys want to hear that story about how I bought AMD at like
Well,
the age
real
of 15?
quick, before you tell that story, can you just give me a timeline approximately when F-150 is supposed to be cut? Because I heard news last year, but they released one this year, and now they're still saying that they're shorted on production because of the semiconductors.
Yeah, to me, Ford's underwater. I don't know. I'm not too sure about it, but I'm pretty sure they've been taking government bailouts for years in order to keep jobs afloat. But I wouldn't even look at Ford right now compared to Tesla's price and other EV prices. I just don't see Ford surviving. I look at them as blockbusters. They're probably getting shorted the fuck right now too. Sorry, they're probably getting shorted like crazy right now as well.
Has anybody seen the Jim Cramer "We Like the Stonk" meme video?
No.
I'll repost it in general. You guys gotta watch it. It's wicked funny. It's like We Want the Funk, but
we're almost to that 65 point again.
But yeah, when I was 15, right, me growing up, my favorite movie was The Departed. And in that movie, you always see them with their Boston accents, microprocessors.
When you were growing up?
Microprocessors.
When you were growing up?
Yes.
Don't tell
I
me
was like,
that,
dude, I was
Don't
like 8
tell me
years
that,
old
dude.
watching like The Departed
Yeah,
and
you
dumb
were 8
stuff
years
like
old.
that.
I was like 20. I was like 30 when that came out. Dude.
I'm only 26, but yeah, no, I was. They're like microprocessors, and the first thing I searched up on the internet was microprocessor stocks, and lo and behold, AMD at $15. Only had like $1,000 or like $2,000 to pump into it, and then I like eventually like a couple of years later it reached 30. I'm like, shit. I didn't pay attention to the stock. It's been going up. I'm an idiot. Pumped more money into it, and then I pretty much sold out this year for like a $6,000 profit. Just probably buy on the dip or more competition in the market now. I just said, screw it. I'll take my gains and I'll put them somewhere else. And that was based off a movie. I was just watching a movie. I'm like, oh, I'm there. Yeah.
Or at least in like 10 to 15-minute increments, it's been under $1 million.
So when I see a candle like this, for those that are currently watching and for the chat, like, so this to me, this looks to me like it's a day trader. So most importantly, we look at the major dip that just happened at the 58.87, and we've got a pretty decent buy-in. You've got day traders that will ride this, and they're trying to pick that one spot, and they all have their own systems, just like in Vegas. Everybody's got a system. And when I see a major candle like this, especially when you've got an upper and a lower wick like this, and where it's consistent, this is probably a day trader saying, this is my peak for the day, and I'm going to go ahead and get out and just take my gains. Especially when you've got, and then this rise right after it. That's what I take from this.
Yeah, and then you always got to assume too that the hedge funds are smarter than us, and they dipped it down so much where they could short it at that price just to start selling when it's high. When it reaches those $90 peaks, $100 peaks, they're selling off, dropping it back down, covering their short, and then reshorting it again, kind of thing. Making their money, taking no chances.
I'm
I
not
would assume.
doubting that they're doing that, but I think if I can remember correctly, this thing was shorted like under $10.
Yeah, and as soon as
that's
people seen it reach 400, that's when all the retail shorters really got caught notice, and then they wait for it to dip down, and a lot of them might have actually shorted it at like 100, expecting it to go back up and stuff, and it wasn't just hedge funds shorting it either. There was a lot of people shorting it once it reached high volatility, from what I've gathered, but I'm not an advisor by any means, so.
All right, looking at the charts, we can see that for the 1 minute market is a good buy right now. Let's take a look at the 5 minutes. 5 minutes show that it is a sell for the neutral. Let's see. 15 minute mark is a buy for the oscillator, and still a strong for the summary and moving average. If we base it off of the last hour, it's still a buy from the oscillator and sell from summary and moving averages. But when we base off the 4 hour, let's see what happens. 4 hours, it's still a buy on the oscillator, and summary and moving average drop down to sell. The relative strength index is neutral. Let's go back to the 1 minute mark. For 1 minute, moving average is a strong buy. It's a regular buy for the summary, and for the oscillator, it's dropped down to neutral.
Like, try and find the what would you call it, chain of custody,
ownership.
Yeah, you could say custody. Yeah. They all have subsidiaries and companies underneath them sometimes, and and most of the time it's just their parent organization that actually has a ticker. But 100%, then you got to read into the companies they actually run beneath it. I think the point you're trying to get to, you got to research those companies as well, because they're a big part of what they do.
All I know, like, not a financial person, but my dad's cousin, like, he owns a billion-dollar like investment firm. And last Wednesday, he was like, get in on GME, and I got in before him. So I was like, hey, I like this stock. Now, don't know if he sold or not, but yeah.
Yeah, I'm a holder. I don't care. I'm not in it to get a quick squeeze. I can't afford that at this point. I'm in for like $130 per share. Canadian at that, 30 cents on the dollar. Brought to you by Trudeau for the horrible economic crisis / pandemic, I guess.
I think to your point, though, that is something that is perpetuating this maintaining these levels. Because, I mean, this whole week has been.
Did we lose you?
No, am I
I
here?
lost you there for a second.
Yeah. I thought my
I
audio
thought my
went out.
headset died.
Yeah, me too.
No, no. I'll make it much quicker. I said I think what a lot of the hedge funds have underestimated is the fact that people in positions where they're upside down right now, just like what my guy said a second ago. He's like, well, I'm in for 130 and I can't leave. You know, I'm here, and it's not even a matter of I'm holding because I want to. I mean, if you're in a position where you're stuck, if it's me, I'm like, well, I can't leave right now. I'm not going to take this loss. I'm just not, and so I'm gonna keep where I'm at and walk away and not worry about it. I'm just gonna not do anything with
Yeah,
it.
worst comes to worst, it bottoms out, and you have to buy more to bring your average price down, and then it's a long-term investment. You forget about it, you get back to work, and end of story, kind of thing.
I think they were banking too. They were banking.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I'll be real quick. I think they were banking too hard on people being scared, and it's been proven that the ones that are going to jump, they jump. But it seems like the vast majority of people, they didn't flinch when the drop occurred. And
I play way
amazing.
too much poker for my heart rate to jump a beat like that.
Oh, son, I've gotten beat boat over boat more times than I can count. It don't even phase me anymore, man.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm not gonna lie.
I sold way too early too many times.
If I hadn't been able to buy on the dips down, I wouldn't say that I would be in a condition to sell, but I wouldn't be as comfortable as I am right now. If my whole family went to dinner and I picked up the tab, like at the most expensive place to eat dinner at, probably double that is where I'm sitting at. So
yeah, that's a good point, because I bought on the dips down as well, and I got to the 130 mark, and yeah, I could liquidate some other stuff to bring it down probably to the 80s to 70, maybe even 65 mark, but I don't see any sense to that. I'm not going to be greedy. If this is a short squeeze, it's going to go way past 130. And worst comes to worst, I have a window to actually buy more share at a cheaper price if it drops below $20. So that's my new buy point, is below $20. And then if the best comes out of it, I actually do hit a short squeeze. So that's the way I'm
But
looking at it.
that was what I was talking about earlier. That's what the hedge funds.
The
thinking on
audio
people being
sounds
pulled off
better now.
on.
So talk about the macro short, right? So the damn push to talk. So like the overall, the whole market would be essentially to give a tax break to the people, right? To let them put more into the market. So you literally squeeze the entire market, not just one stock. We're doing this at like a macro level here because a guy with the name T hooked us up, but people don't really understand. It's pretty crazy stuff, but just my theory.
Hey, if everybody in the call could check their settings for like I think it's like audio level, like automatic gain adjustment. That'll help our levels get in line. There's just a lot of people in the chat saying that they're having some issues with the audio right now. So if you could tap on the gear, go to your settings, and automatic gain control, something like that. I think it's at the bottom of the page. If you could check that out.
I think my mic sucks too. Sorry.
Oh, no worries.
And that's supposed to be clicked on.
From GameStop.
Yeah, it's automatic. It says automatic gain control is the exact name of it, and that should be enabled. Yeah,
it's clicked on for me.
Great.
Yeah, I'm flying out to Vegas Monday, so I'm gonna go hit the craps table. So I'll hold. I don't care. I can go lose my money at the craps table instead.
Yeah, go have some
Dude, what are
fun
you
there.
talking
Come
about? That's
back,
the
have some more
best
fun.
bet in Vegas is playing the pass line on craps. You can drink for free for hours.
If you look at it that way, yeah.
Hell yeah. My dad turned 75 Friday, and we are taking him to Vegas because they have not been able to go anywhere for a year and a half. They've been trapped in the house. They've been
I remember
vaccinated. We're heading out.
I remember reading somewhere your best odds in the casino is blackjack. You have like a 51% chance of actually winning, and if you have a good memory and stuff like that, it's like a 51% chance of actually taking the house for their money, as opposed to other games which are like at a 20% and stuff, right? So that's why I prefer the stock market compared to the casino.
We are not
They're
advocating
there to win.
gambling to our viewers, though. However.
Yeah,
But
no,
then
I
when you're
prefer the
down to
stock
no
market than
money,
gambling. It's way
just throw
better. And
double
it's way
zeros on the
safer.
roulette.
Way safer to throw it in the stock and see what it does and not know anything about the stock than go throw on the table, lose it, and never see it again.
Now we're
Way
not
safer.
condoning.
moving
hold
on
like
from
you just
moving
said,
on from gambling, guys. Moving
well,
on
hold
from
on,
gambling.
real quick before we jump off of it. Nobody's condoning gambling, but if you do happen to gamble, it's the exact same premise with the stock market. You have to pay attention to what's going on.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
have to look at the patterns, and you have to observe what
We
your
got to
next
get
move
off the gambling. There's going to be issues in different places if we ever want to. If there's a talk about gambling, I know
Oh,
Twitch
please.
doesn't.
Dave Portnoy pushes his gambling app to the masses and he owns like friggin' 80%.
All right. Well,
Yeah. I'm just joking.
Is there somebody other than what is that DraftKings that actually has an IPO?
I'm not too sure. I haven't researched it in like a good year. Last time I was researching, MGM and the other big casinos in Vegas were really pushing and spending money on getting their apps going for online betting. They're really pushing that, and they're really trying to get that implemented because they're not going to end up like Blockbuster, but they're going to miss out on a big chunk of the revenue because a lot of all sports betting is going online now. You're not going to go to the corner store to bet. Nobody is.
see now that's
That's going to be non-existent.
That's a good angle on that. That's
Because
something we can talk about.
first of all, friggin' if you go to the corner store to bet here in Canada, you have to play a 2-game minimum, let's say, as opposed to you have better odds playing on the app because you can play 1 game at a time, and you have way better odds of winning playing 1 game. Actually, they want you to play parlays because you'll lose your money every time.
Yeah, is there a stock that might be taking an app gambling situation?
I'm sorry, you cut out there.
Is there a stock that you see being involved in gambling, getting more on apps and stuff like that?
Like I said, I haven't researched in a year, but you'd have to be dumb as a casino owner not to push for online gambling. So it's just an untapped market. It's literally an untapped market they're missing out on, and they're gonna want their piece. So they have to be pushing hard for actually apps and stuff and trying to compete with people like Penn and DraftKings and Fantasy or whatever. They're going to be competing with those people in no time in my eyes, but I'm just speculating too. So
I'm pretty sure there's a video game stock, and it's like you can play video games and bet against your opponents and all that. It's called Skills. The ticker is SKLZ if anyone wants to look into that.
Thank you.
The chart for it looks really good too. It looks like they're going up.
I just posted one in the tickers for an energy solution company that's just starting up, and they're in talks with Tesla on charging station type things, and they just did an agreement with Baikal Auto Mall, and just something to look at. They're pretty cheap right now. I bought them a couple days ago at 17 cents, and they're up to 29 cents right now. OZSC.
Research competition. And be careful because just because they have a deal with Tesla doesn't mean it's finalized.
Yeah, no deal.
So you gotta think of the stock market too. That if you want to think of it from a conspiracy point of view, they've spent so many years pushing their agendas through media and stuff. So if there's an article that comes out right away saying, "Oh, there might be a deal and stuff," it could be a what do you call it? Push and dump and pump or whatever, right? So you got to be very careful because I've seen deals like, oh, this deal's gonna happen, and like a week, like look at perfect example would be Nikola, the EV company, they had deals with GM in place, like multi-million, almost billion-dollar deals in place with GM, Nikola, the EV company, and then stuff happened with their leader, their CEO, some shady stuff, taking stock people's money, I believe, or whatever, so shareholders' money. I don't remember exactly what it was. It's just speculation, but yeah, GM pulled out of that deal faster than Usain Bolt in the 100-meter dash. Straight good. So you gotta be careful with that stuff.
Oh no, yeah, I agree. I was looking at Nikola, but then like I was like, wow, their share price is so low. But then I like did some quick research. I was like, oh, that's why.
Did anybody notice that CCIV is up 5 today?
Heck yeah.
I'm noticing a lot
They don't
of.
even have a working prototype, eh? They just rolled their truck down the hill.
Yeah.
Well, hold on. CCIV doesn't have any prototype.
Oh,
at all.
really?
Blank
Is that
check.
what they did? I didn't know that.
Yeah, it was crazy.
Yeah, from what I remember reading, CCIV isn't anybody. They're just a blank check. That's it. I mean, watching them is just seeing what they're going to spend money on, but supposedly the deal that they're going through with Lucid for that EV car, is seeing what Lucid is doing is more important.
I'm not gonna lie.
CCIV.
The biggest stock this week that has pissed me off the most because I liquidated it. Well, I didn't liquidate it, sorry, but I liquidated other things that I had plans on re-upping in the stock and doubling down because I have actually lost money. I bought at the $10 price mark. I lost money, and I thought it was a perfect time to double down. Do the research yourself though, but it was Zyme Pharmaceuticals. They were at a $50 price mark before the pandemic. They got crushed, went down to $10. I bought, went down to $4. Didn't go down below $4, and that's the best way I can get you to look at it. But either way, do the research.
Yeah, because you don't want to get caught in a bear trap, man.
Can somebody tell me Lucid's ticker, please?
I think someone's looking to take them in as an IPO. I don't think they're on the stock market yet, if I'm not mistaken. They still need to have an IPO.
Lucid doesn't have there's no ticker for Lucid.
But even then, I'll tell you right now, Volkswagen will blow Lucid out of the water. Like, to me, the EV game is like Tesla, obviously, probably Volkswagen, because they're one of the oldest car companies and they're not dumb. Like, they'll think, I forget who they own, but you got to go look at who they own. I might be mistaken by saying Porsche, but they have some beautiful cars to their fucking sorry for saying swearing, wow, to their reservoir. They have some beautiful cars and beautiful designs that are gonna still be relevant, I feel, when talking about EVs. So like, to me, it's like Tesla still, it's still Volkswagen, maybe NIO if they can take over the Chinese market from Tesla, but that's like a maybe. Like, yeah, you're probably not going to go down to $3 again for that company, but at the same time, it's like iffy because they're just beginning out. So, but for sure, I would not put my money in like Lucid. I feel I'm a lot safer with Volkswagen or in an already established company,
Volkswagen,
not in US, not in US.
So does Volkswagen actually own Porsche, or does Porsche own Volkswagen? Because I remember Porsche bought a $50 million stake or $5 million stake in
Forget,
Volkswagen.
but I remember just researching them and seeing they have a very big portfolio when it comes to different car companies, and that's a big thing in the EV game because there's still going to be cars that are still relevant. It's not like Porsche is become irrelevant. The more cars that's why I see Ford being more like Blockbuster, because they've had all these buyouts, I would assume, overproduction, all this stuff. Nobody wants to bill out that mess. It's easier to write it off, is my perspective. So like, yeah, it's like, and there's just smart car companies that just budget, and like Volkswagen is obviously one of them. I would assume they have a huge market in Europe, I would say. So I would say they're going to be very relevant in EV, and they plan on spending a lot of money on it.
Yeah, check out their ID car that won the Pikes Peak. It's like the fastest EV car in the world. It's pretty crazy.
Lucid Motors, you got to think of them as they're going to be inflated right off the bat because they're doing nothing. They're going to have no market in the States because that's controlled by Tesla. They go to try to sell in Europe. That's controlled by like 6 other companies. Like, it's going to be so hard for Lucid to get off the ground, man. And that's a gamble in my eyes. That's the way I look at Lucid. There's already established car companies. You just got to be careful and like seeing which one's on its way out and which one's going to spend the money to stay relevant. That's what you got to look at in EVs.
Yeah, Chat's saying Volkswagen is at the top of the chain.
In my opinion,
It's the people's car.
not financial advice. If Overstock OSTK hits a dip, it's been pretty good for me lately.
Overstock is going to grab a lot of attention because of, I think it was the former CEO that released that whole information about selling shorts and how he combated it.
I'm so
I just
glad,
want
dude.
to say
I've
one
known
more
this
point on the
stuff for
EV
so
part.
long, and finally everybody's finding out this stuff that is going to be so important for the world. It's
I want to
such
say one more
goddamn
thing on
great.
the EV part. Like people might look at Volkswagen and see that high price tag and be like, they feel discouraged and want to buy into like something like Lucid Motors who's just getting off the ground. But in reality, like the greatest advice I got, it's not about the amount of stock you buy; it's about your position in the stock. So you can always, let's say you only have
Correct.
$1,000 and you're buying a stock at like $80 to $100. If you're smart enough and you read the charts, you're gonna buy the dips and you're gonna re-up on that within a year, and you're still gonna have a pretty good average price. So why like go hedge your bets on something like Lucid where you can slowly pour money into Volkswagen? If they have a good EV market, you'd have to research it and let it grow over time. And you can always throw money in there if you're smart with the buying at the dips and stuff like that. Like it makes no sense to go with a company that's just getting off the ground. Like you don't know what's gonna happen with them, especially with competition.
Buying the dips cannot be overstated, in my opinion. Not
Yeah, I see
financial
that
advice.
position is better than value.
100%. Like I only had when I bought in Square at $70 and I only put $1,500 in it. I only had like I think 20 stocks and I still made $6,000 off of it. And why? Because I went with an established company and I made it within 6 months, unfortunately due to a pandemic. So
And when I say position is better than value, this is once again stems all the way back to DOGE coin. You can get a really good position with a bad value, but one individual penny makes a huge difference.
Yeah, I got in like a couple weeks before the pop. I was like, woohoo! Yay!
I like Square.
I've been sitting on Doji.
I think they're
I
a
was
little
sitting on Doji.
overpriced right now. That's why I sold out, and that's why I'm happy I sold out. Because if you think about it, if stuff does go back to normal, I would assume Visa is the choice for merchant when it comes to like these stores still, like movie theaters and stuff like that. So I would assume they take a little beating, as in people would be a little less off the internet and more into reality. So I would assume they'd be a little bit of a dip because I don't think we're quite there with
What I would
like
like
full
to
on
see
tech.
is better payment options, because that the tap to pay, that's great. You know, even with cell phones tapping to pay, and I think that a lot of stores and retail stores and stuff like that, they need to upgrade their hardware so that it allows more people to pay and not be so reliant on cards. And if you can get a secure system that way, even if it's just developing an app or securing something on a phone, it would open up such a broad array.
Like I'm not
Well,
saying
that's
Square's not a bad buy. I'm just saying right now, like they're propped up because everyone's inside, and not to mention, like if you go on Facebook, they're spending probably a lot of money for advertisement at the moment, which does cost money for a company. So I would assume they're a bit high, but I'm not a financial advisor. They could shoot up, they could do whatever, but yeah.
I can only tell you as a business owner who accepts credit cards, I have a 3G credit card machine, and I got a call from my credit card processor saying, "Hey, we're going to 5G. Your machine's not going to work. You're going to have to switch over, and you have to and do a new lease and everything. So understand that all that hardware is going to have to be replaced." And yeah, there's a huge thing going there.
Nokia.
I like Square purely on the fact that they have Cash App and all the allowances actually agree with several of the points that several of y'all made. Whoever was talking about, like the tap to pay, like you can do so many different things with Cash App, and that allowance I think is what pushes that. That's why I like Square.
Yeah, I love them too. It broke my heart to sell off, but I don't know. I felt like I needed to join the movement, so I took my gains, and maybe I'll get back in a later date. But hopefully, I can catch it on a dip and get back in. So we'll see.
And you know what? Hey, we were talking about like who had the biggest, the highest CPS, cost per share. Wear that like a badge. We
100%.
Everybody, we're talking like we want to we'd like to get through this and not lose money. Let's just say that, right? That would be great. That would be awesome. Or make some money. That would be even better. But yeah, that's a badge. Like we wouldn't be here if we hadn't done that. If we hadn't bought in at those prices. So it's just the way It's just the way it had to be.
The way the cookie crumbles.
On that
It's
note,
one good cookie.
when I left Robinhood, I was like scrambling to open up. I opened up a Interactive Brokers. I opened up a Webull. I applied for Fidelity. Like I just scrambled, trying to get into the quickest, the one I could get into, and both Interactive Brokers and Webull seemed to be the quickest. And well, Interactive Brokers immediately gave me, my minimum deposit to get in. They gave it to me immediately. So I immediately bought like a stock because that's all I could buy at the time because it's as high as it was. And I've already determined the rest. Everything else I have is over at Webull now because I finally got everything transferred. But I left that one stock on Interactive Brokers, and I've left that completely out of my dad and I's finances right now. And like that stock, I'm just going to hold forever, just to say that like I was in this just as proof. Like I'm sure some people would think that's stupid, but I'm just like.
And when this is all and over, you can still transfer it over to your Roth IRA if you decide to go trade tax free. Transfer it over and stuff. And yeah, good momentum or memento, I guess. Sorry.
Anybody that's using Schwab, can you direct me on their site if there is a place just to quickly see what your CPS is, as opposed to having to just calculate it?
Happy
Right
Big
now-
Friday, everybody.
Happy Friday.
Big Friday.
Yeah, good consolidation, and the longer
I'm waiting on Grove Tuesday, to be honest.
the bigger move it's gonna make. So consolidation's not a bad thing.
I kind of want to see what February the 9th holds because apparently that's been a big day. I haven't done my
Grove
due diligence.
Tuesday. Hopefully we eaten. If not, the battle goes on.
So on
Battle of
the
speculation.
really, really good resistant line right now is at 63. So we like earlier when these are obviously just my predictions, not a financial advisor, whatever. Like we went from like 60 to 65. So I've closed that margin now for me personally between 63 and 65.
B-Dub says, you guys got to get some radio names or nicknames going on here.
My nickname is I am not
Good
a
call.
financial planner. This is all my opinion. Do your research. End of screen
That's a
name.
great nickname for everybody.
My nickname is not for sale.
Yes.
Mine is. It's not even from the situation, but mine's constantly. I'm not home, so like I'm just not home right now. Like I'm not all there.
Mine is hearing but not listening. Number one.
Anybody ever remember Angry Kid?
My nickname is ARK Investments, but not associated with the ARK Investments by that hot woman that's going to be my sugar mama next year.
Ooh.
Kathy. Dude, she's
Ark's making plans.
She's rather foxy, I'm not gonna lie.
I will never invest in that due to the fact of how my hatred for the video game Ark, how much I hated that game and how time consuming it is. I will never invest in that stock. No, sir.
Or for me.
The next one, the next one coming out has Vin Diesel in it. The next Ark.
I'm staying right away.
You're missing out, man. Her portfolios are amazing.
What?
You're missing out on a lot of stuff, buddy.
Is that a euphemism?
No, her portfolio went up over 100% in 1 year.
Okay.
Just
Sounds
like my
censored.
Their portfolios do really look like really good. Like that video game gambling app that I told you guys about. They invest in that, and it's doing really good today.
You know what I wish I could have invested in? Roblox.
They have an IPO coming out soon.
Very interesting what they did with their platform. Yeah.
I think it's
Did you
just a
guys
little
hear
bit
they're
late.
coming
I
out
think
with
if
an IPO soon?
Roblox would have released an IPO 4 years ago, right now they would easily be valued at least 20 times what they were. I mean, they're averaging, if I'm not mistaken, about $5 to $10 million in microtransactions annually. That's like the short end.
Yeah, I actually did a little bit of reading up on Roblox last night because I do have them saved in my watch list. But the SEC is a little bit hesitant because they want to make sure that Roblox can make proper revenue through their currency system, and that's why they haven't been listed yet. It's still kind of they're not quite sure if it's a safe call to put them out on the market.
I have been waiting for Roblox IPO, or I guess it's a DPO, isn't it?
For anyone who doesn't know, Roblox is an online video game that turned into an online video game platform. The game itself has been expanded to be able to do so many different things, not just be able to play games in it, but different. I don't know. Maybe you can describe it better than me, but just for anyone who doesn't know,
Roblox is a game that you can play games inside of a game, pretty much.
And the games are usually created by other gamers.
there you go.
You want to know what
know is
IPO I
that
was
the
looking
most-
forward towards that never happened? Ant Group. They just everybody's like, yeah, no, you have too much money. We're shutting you down. Go away.
My 3-year-old constantly talks about Roblox, and she loves playing Roblox and tries to get me to play it.
That's the problem with Roblox, is what they're probably also running into a hiccup is because they have such a small underage following that it becomes a problem with children trying to drive up the price and buying stuff, and it'll increase the company's value based on their income, and then it becomes a children are supporting this company, not parents are supporting their children that are supporting the company.
So someone in the chat asked, is Roblox like Minecraft, right, or something like that? And it's not quite. Yeah, it's similar. It's I don't know if it started off that way, but it's not really about. Yep.
Do you know who the CEO of Lucid is?
He used to work for Tesla, right?
Exactly. He used to be the chief engineer on the Model S.
Yeah, I'm not doubting his credentiality. I'm just saying how hard it's going to be to actually flourish in a market this competitive. Like everybody has their hand in the game. China, I'm pretty sure Canada's there somewhere, which they won't make it. It's just a school bus thing I was looking at. But
Competition alone will drive.
like if I heard Elon Musk correct, he plans on building in Nevada alone 24 million cars over the next 2 years or something. That's a lot of cars. And not everybody's going to be transitioning over from gas to electric right away. This is going to take 10, 20. It's going to, you know what it's going to take? It's going to take regulation from the government, and you will see it. Eventually, they're going to be like, you know what? We have to ban gasoline cars. It's going to happen somewhere. I'm calling it now.
Actually build 24 million cars, or the ability in the next 2 years to be able to pump out 24 million cars out of this one facility.
Yeah, I think that's what they're planning. I think that's what they're planning on, and it's like all autonomous too, which means like it's robots building cars, and they want them to pump them out at a very high rate.
Yeah,
like, people are not going to be working in these Tesla factories, from what I gather.
Hey guys, does anybody have any does anybody have any opinions on what they think end of day is going to look like? Because we've got a shelf here at 63 for quite a while. I'm curious if we're going to see end of day, we're going to see a drop down again, and just to try to discourage people over the weekend to give them a couple of days to sweat it.
I'll be optimistic and say we're going to hit 100 million per share.
I like the way you think. I like the way you think. I'm going with that. I'm
gonna be truthful to myself and say I will see a really hard dip, and then a fast buy back in around 58, and it's gonna drive the price.
I'm not sure if you guys talked about it, but did anybody get the petition to remove Vlad as CEO from Robinhood?
I did not.
wife just emailed it to me.
But you know what? That could be also. That could be Robinhood trying to save face. They plan on firing them. They're gonna bring someone new, and they're gonna be like, "Oh, we're gonna change the company," because that's their only move. Really, is to fire him, make him the scapegoat, blame everything on him when it's not his fault, all his fault at all. He's probably just a scapegoat. He's a scapegoat. It's exactly what he is. He's a scapegoat. And they're gonna just hire someone new. They're gonna hire someone new, and they're gonna blame it on him, and then it's just gonna be the same thing over, and it's gonna be a never-ending loop. So no matter what, leave Robinhood. Don't believe that they hire someone new that's gonna make the company great. You're better off through a brokerage at your bank, anyways. Trade tax-free if you're only friggin' putting in a few thousand at a
Circle
time.
back on that though, and get back to
Not
GME.
financial advice.
I personally,
That is financial
some
advice.
of this has to do with what is it? The one of the founders of Chewy did, and correct me if I'm not wrong. Was it 13% of the company that he invested in, or was it 13 million that he invested in?
13% he has.
Okay, so
yeah, that's a big
either
chunk.
way, that's a big chunk of his personal.
Yeah, when you
assets.
think of percentages, you're thinking of percentages out of like millions and
That's
millions.
that's a lot of money.
Yeah.
And then he sniped 2 people from Amazon now that I know of, and one of them was over AWS, which is huge because if anybody knows anything about Amazon, they don't make any of their money from Amazon. They make all their money from AWS. Like 90% of Amazon's profit comes from AWS.
Yep.
Yeah, if AWS went
They could
down,
quit selling. They could literally shut down Amazon.com, and it might actually save them money. Except it would create a
I
competitor.
actually did not know that. That's actually pretty cool.
Oh, they've got the huge corner on the server market, man. It's
Are they
insane.
trying to push like autonomous things to like take over workers too, or are they
I would be close enough
all
to
about the
say
workers?
they own a monopoly of the server service.
That's why
Like,
Parler went down, is because
That's why Parler was shut down.
I mean, they own, like, everybody uses AWS. If you use Dropbox leases their server space from AWS.
Yeah, all the big ones, go through AWS. Well, not all of them, obviously.
See right there, like if Dropbox and IPO or whatever, that's all the more reason not to invest into them because they're using someone else's technology and getting rich off of it. It's like, okay, there, bud, middleman. I see you, middleman.
What's really going to change it is if AWS changes to a blockchain system.
Guys, you're right. No, Kata, you're right. So I mentioned this company Loop Insights like about a week ago or a few days ago, and they're like a small company out of Vancouver. But like I said, they did a whole bunch of good things this past year. They partnered with TELUS. They partnered with NTT Data, and they also partnered with Amazon Web Services.
What's this company called?
They're called Loop Insights. Ticker is, if you're in the United States, the ticker is RACMF. And then if you're in Canada, it's MTRX.BN. I'll post
Matrix. I like it.
Yeah, well, Rob Anson, the CEO, said, well, when he was coming up with the ticker name, he's like, Loop was already taken. He's like, but, I mean, the way they're, like, the type of company they are, he's like, it's kind of like we're living in the Matrix now. So that was kind of the story behind his ticker symbol.
That's what I felt when I first read it. I'm like, Matrix.
So once I saw this webinar with the Mark dude from Amazon Web Services, I was like getting really excited. So just keep this company on your watch list because I believe with the hold on a second. If I'm correct, Loop's technology is going to allow. So they want to do this thing where instead of having reviews that are just like typed out, that are just like text, you can actually upload from your mobile a video review, like a testimonial essentially, and just Loop also like there's so many like things about Loop, like they have like so many different aspects to their product and their company, but a lot of it has to do with data collection and using
Hmm.
AI to
And it's funny you actually picked up on a company like that, because I had to sell this company, which I hate. Like I hate that kind of thing. Is kind of my way I'm looking at this right now, but that's just my perspective.
Yeah.
So thanks for that though, Loop Insight. I'm gonna actually research this company.
Yeah, so I actually like I have a good friend of mine who used to work at Quadris downtown. It's like Freedom Financial 55 or whatever. It's one of those like firms. Anyway, he's I asked him to look at the balance sheet and then give me his opinion, and he said, well, they've been running with a lot of debt for a while. Like they're in the red, but with the moves they've made over the past year, and with he's like that's the whole part of speculative investing, right? Like, like just do you like their if you like their company and you think they're gonna they're on the right
That's part of the reason why I sold off of Square, because I'm like, okay, what makes their product so different from all these other startups, and what's stopping them from competing? I'm like, I'm not investing that much anyways. I might as well take my chance
the
on
thing is if you
$2 tech stocks.
want to invest in Square because like it is a decent company, but at the same time, I don't want to invest solely in Square just because it's Jack Dorsey's company. And like, I can invest in Square by investing in ARK. I don't need to buy Square stocks, right? So that's what I like about it, because it's like at the end of the day,
Yeah, just search up a downsides to an ETF, or
it's a
was the
risk
exact
thing,
thing I
right?
searched.
It's a risk thing. So the thing is Kathy Woods, right? Her ETFs have set certain companies in them, and depending on whether those companies succeed or not, she has to like sell and like kind of like tweak the portfolio. So yeah, it's a little bit risky, but I mean at the same time, that's why she has so many different ones, right? And so like she has her fintech.
Oh yeah, that's all I'm saying. You really got to read through an ETF and what's in it. And
Yeah.
if there's a lot of stuff that contradicts each other in that ETF, then you should probably just move on. Like if someone has like retail and then futuristic aspects to their ETF, it's like, dude, you're just beating each other up. It's like you've really got to
No,
read
and that's
ETFs.
why she has her ARKF like the fintech portfolio, because it's like it's got other companies in there, right? So it's like if Square fails, right, she'll probably sell off those shares or whatever, and then she'll buy into.
Someone like that will be way smarter. She'll probably see Square failure coming or see competition in the market and sell off her position at a very
Oh man,
good
she
time.
has eyes on this stuff like a hawk, man.
Oh yeah.
She has a great team too. That's
So
why.
long as the ETF isn't contradicting itself, it should be okay. But you'd have to go research every company in there and then make sure that they are all aligned with the values and where they see the ETF going. Because every ETF has a vision per se. I would say that's a better way to look at it, is the vision of the ETF, where they see the future going really.
Yeah,
Because I
exactly.
bet you there's ETFs out there that are still filled with like friggin' Tim Hortons and all these junk stock. It's not junk, but it's not the best out there, I would say, but that's just speculation. Like that was the smartest sell-off in my opinion in the history of sell-offs of company, was whoever the Canadian couple were that owned the Tim Hortons family, I guess, that sold it off to Burger King. They sold at a great time, because a lot of Canadian people, man, they either jump ship to Starbucks or they're really getting unhappy with the service at Tim Hortons, and they don't give 2 fucks. They'd rather just drink coffee at home and stuff. It's not the same market. People are getting smarter. They sold off at such a good time, and then Keurigs became a thing too. Like, dude, they probably lost their shirt on Tim Hortons so far. I'm not even doubting that. McDonald's coffee is better than Tim Hortons coffee, 100%.
McDonald's coffee is actually old Tim Hortons coffee.
Yeah, that's the best sell-off I've ever seen in the history of companies. One of them, at least, is Tim Hortons being like, "We need to let this go. We see a downward trend, and we're gonna
Guys,
bail out."
if you like coffee, check out Nexi stock NEXE NF, and it's a good stock. It's from Canada too. Pretty good company.
One of the most intriguing coffee companies I came across actually was hold on, I had to snap a photo of them this morning because they came across the news. 1 second here. Luckin Coffee, they're at like $50. Hold on, let me see if I find a photo. And then the photo might be negative towards them, so give me a second.
I like coffee suck.
Yeah, man, I'm building too. Starbucks is probably at a pretty low. I'd have to read the charts, but you know they haven't really had much the revenue they could, right? It's probably a good buy just to like flip money real quick, I would assume, but I'm just speculating. If you can catch it on a low.
So I was looking up some information about Vlad, the CEO of Robinhood, because someone said that he was going to get fired or something like that. I couldn't find any information on that. But what I found was that he's not registered with FINRA, and it says FINRA requires both firms and individuals to be registered. Robinhood's financial, the broker, dealer, and Robinhood Securities, the clearing broker, are both registered with FINRA. And it says FINRA is authorized by Congress to protect America's investors by making sure the broker-dealer industry operates fairly and honestly. We oversee more than 624,000 brokers across the country and analyze billions of daily market events.
Yeah, that's a huge conflict of interest in my eyes. If they're sitting there looking at trends like that and then betting off of them, that's what they're doing. They're betting off of the trends. And it's like, dude, like you're fucking up the market. Sorry for the French, but
I can tell you this. Okay, so take this with. I'll just say it. I work at FINRA, not as an employee, but as a subcontractor, just doing some work inside of their building. And they don't play, dude. They ran my credit just walking into the building.
Yo, that's serious. That's serious right there.
see, back to the coffee thing. This is smart that you do research because an article came out this morning and it's Luckin Coffee is filing for bankruptcy. The stock could go to zero. And this thing was at $50. Everyone was buying it like the next Starbucks. Oh my god! And now look at it. It's apparently filing for bankruptcy and going to zero. Good job, Luckin Coffee, a Chinese coffee brand. You could not make it in China. So that tells you.
They were cooking the books pretty heavily though. Like all of their earnings were fake.
Yeah, do some
Yeah, that's
research
what I
on
hear.
NextNF, NEXNF. I put the ticker in the ticker folder. Just check it out. It's pretty good. Just do your own due diligence and see if you like it or not.
Which one's that one again?
NextNF, NEXNF. It's company from Canada, I think. I mean, it charges like I think every transaction, $50 for US people. So anybody who wants to buy,
See,
but
yeah, that's the one I was talking about. Next Tech AR solution. I had to buy out of it. The one thing I was saying about it, like I said, it did not fall during the pandemic because I've had this for 2 years now. I bought into this 2 years with only like $2,000 off it, but I never lost money off of it, and that's what I
yeah,
like most about the
it's a
stock.
pretty good company, I think.
Yeah,
They're,
like if
they're
I
doing
do
more
this
than
GM
coffee.
thing, yeah, if I do this GM thing like Next Tech AR Solutions, I'm not gonna lie, I'm probably gonna be looking to put a little bit more money into them just because it's technology and I don't understand technology, so that's why I put money on it because it's something I don't understand and other people do. So.
Okay. I've been trying to find this like all day, and I finally found it. So, you know, there's a lot of back and forth on the term short ladder attacks, and like, do these things really exist? Oh, the term didn't even really come around till Wall Street Bets. Like a ton of controversy, right? Okay, so I found a YouTuber that got sent a video of Kramer. And the video looks really old, so it can't be like this didn't happen yesterday, okay? And Kramer doesn't know he's being videoed. And he explains, they don't call it a short ladder attack, but if you listen to what he says, it's exactly what people are describing a short ladder attack as. And he even says, when I owned my hedge firm, like, our hedge fund, we would do this. Like, he flat out says it. He doesn't even say it exists.
So casually, he's like, "Well, you do
he
this
does
and
it.
that, and then you throw one over there, and you bring in,
Yeah, and then you call the media companies, and then you call the media companies, and then you do this, and then you call this other guy. I mean, like it's
like you have to make a bad news story.
Yeah, I'll post it. I'll post it in general.
It's pretty shocking.
Yeah, no.
The link in
What's his name?
general that's
Is
right
Jim
above
Cramer or something? Is
the
that his
video that you posted is worth a look as well.
Oh,
So as far as time frame goes, that link, the Seeking Alpha link, Anatomy of a Short Attack, that article was written in 2014. So all the short ladder attack, the counterfeit shares, all that stuff, that article is from 7 years ago, and it's outlining everything that's going on right now.
Apparently, they've been trying real hard, his team, to get it taken down, but it keeps popping up.
Somebody went on a rant on Wall Street Bets a couple of days ago, insisting that ladder shorts did not exist, that they were not a real thing.
Right. That's my point. And I was on the fence because personally, I mean, I've been trading for 20 years and like I'd never heard of that phrase before. But I've never been involved in anything like this before either. Like I've never been involved in I know what a short squeeze. Right, exactly.
Well,
But
I have been trading for over
trading-
6 days, and I've heard it a bunch.
If you've been trading for over 20 years, then you have heard the term strategic fails to deliver, and it's essentially the same thing. So
But like you just said, I was getting ready to say it right before you said it. It doesn't make a difference when the term was coined if the strategy behind it is the exact same. It doesn't matter when the term was coined. It still exists. But by giving it a new name and saying that some people in a group are naming it this, these degenerates have came up with a term for what this is. We don't know what that is. But if we use their terminology and says this is what you're doing, then it would be they got us.
And again, like not financial advice, just for clarity, and I'm not saying that that's exactly what's going on. I'm just saying that it provides the potential validity of, and the credibility for some of these people running around, saying that this appears of what's going on against those who are saying, well, these actions don't exist. Well, Kramer's video, fast forward, I put the link up there. It's like 3647. Like he flat out describes it. Flat out. I mean, there's no denying it at all.
Thank you.
So I'm going to post a screenshot from that article from 2014, and the verbiage in there, he refers to it as a short down ladder. So that was 7 years ago. So it's not really a new term. The attack was added because of the significance of it being characterized as an attack is specific to this situation. But short down ladder is absolutely nothing new.
Hey guys, I know I've talked about inflation a little bit, but I finally found the video and I threw it in general.
You mean when you say inflation, as far as that video is about share inflation?
Hey, so they just want to give an update on this Senate thing that I was reading. They just passed the 1.9 trillion bill. So is that the reason some of the stocks are like going high today?
If you're going off as historic, every time a stimulus package has been passed, the stock market has temporarily gone up.
Yeah, so that's normally that's just the big money guys getting in now because they know those checks are going to hit people's accounts in a week, 2 weeks, a month, whatever the time frame. So they're getting in now when the price is semi low because they know people are going to be buying into the market at some point.
GME update. We're at the 60 support line.
I'm super encouraged personally that, our open was what, 54? And we've pushed up and
Hey, as long as we close green, we are good.
I feel more like Rocky, and I don't feel like Apollo Creed. How about that?
I posted in the general short and distort bear market, stock manipulation. If you guys want to read up on it, but they literally have a phrase right on Investopedia. I had to go down a rabbit hole the other day to find it, but that's it there.
Chad is asking about how we feeling about AMC right now. Any news there or thoughts?
From what I gather, people compare that market with GME, and apparently, if two things are that similar, it's not coincidence in the stock market. Is from what I gather, but I'm not a financial advisor, so if they're flowing the same way, then they're acting with the same trend, right? So either people are buying, or they might be short selling it, or something's going on with it, right? So that's what I gathered from all this.
I have a friend who was doing some investing because of this whole situation. Currently, he is discouraged by AMC. That's not financial advice.
He shouldn't be. If you can always
I'm a
rebuy
little,
right now,
I'm
$7.
hoping he comes around.
And like
I'm hoping
they
he comes
literally
around.
turned $0 profit this year. That's what you got to remember. And they still managed to keep their heads above water and keep their stock at $2, even though it was getting shorted to like beyond belief or whatever the case may be. They probably covered it a lot now, so it's not as bad since they've seen GME that they were smart. But yeah, they were getting shorted all year, getting tanked, and it's like you honestly buying in for the low at $7 if you can get it there, and just double down if you want. But as soon as friggin' movie theaters come back, man, you can turn a profit and get out of it if you feel scared right away. But just hold on to it because you probably will see green eventually. Like it might be sooner rather than later, but who knows? But it's inevitable you'll see green in my eyes. But
Well, I don't have any, but I think I would if I not financial advice.
I have if you want to make it feel better, I have like $6,000 at like the $18 mark. So and I can't double down right now because I doubled down on GME. So
yeah,
I'm definitely holding.
I'm in the same exact situation. Yeah.
Hey
If
guys.
that makes you feel better. There you go. I'm at $18 mark and I'm happy. Like, let's go. I'm going to the movies. I'm canceling my Netflix. I'm going to the movies. That's it.
I mean, I thought I did hear that AMC paid off their debt.
If they were smart, they did, and now they have life. They have.
There was
they
an
can
article
breathe in
that
this
did
streaming
500 million.
thing. Yeah.
Hey guys, just quick words of appreciation. I've been following this chat for the last few days, and I'm really grateful that I've got access to this knowledge. I've learned a lot the last couple of days, and I'm very happy to be part of this thing. Thank you guys.
Hey, yeah, you've got a good
Welcome.
voice. You should talk more.
Do I?
Yeah, I think so.
Jealous of that accent.
Peace. Welcome.
Well, have a guess where I'm from then.
Yeah, you got to be Australian.
Australian. That's interesting.
UK.
All right.
I'm thinking UK. Yeah.
Yeah, somewhere in the UK or Scotland
You're
or
from a landmass on Earth.
Nah, bingo.
Someone from Europe.
Yeah, well, I'm based in England, but I'm not English.
I think maybe
so Scottish,
Ooh.
Welsh.
Irish,
It's gonna be like
Scottish,
Welsh.
something.
He's not
Welsh?
Irish or Scottish.
Are you
South African? I don't know.
Are you Welsh? No.
Are you Finnish?
No, I haven't finished yet. What a shit pun.
No, from Finland.
That was pretty good.
So I've always liked Dubai. That whole area has always fascinated me since somebody brought that up until recently. like
No. No one had any. No one was close. Nah.
South African?
Nah, mate, nah. Who says mate?
New Zealand.
There's
Well,
a
I
bunch of
already
countries that say mate.
I already said I'm based in England, so.
Oh, I thought you said you were from somewhere else, though.
Like
but I am from somewhere else, so I picked up an accent.
Poland.
Yeah, boy.
Poland.
You got it. Yeah,
Oh,
Poland.
I'm Polish. I'm half Polish.
Oh, you actually?
Yeah, for real.
That's crazy, man.
I had the best week of my life in Krakow.
That's where I'm from. That's funny.
I like Polish sausage.
It's all coming together, man.
Yeah, it's all coming together. I'm meant to be in this chat.
It's amazing how this chat's brought people together.
Absolutely.
Yo, where just to see where, like, I don't know, I like perspective and knowing where we're all coming together from, but where's everybody from?
I'm in Boston from Massachusetts.
Texas.
Same Boston, baby. Red Sox.
Texas gang.
Texas.
Indiana.
Minnesota.
Texas where? Fort Worth.
I'm from McKinney.
Austin.
South Carolina.
It's funny. I almost got a job in Boston, Massachusetts once.
Oh yeah.
Working for Simply Business in insurance.
Okay, right on.
Oh, we got some people from Finland. Cool.
Your
Hey, what up,
accent
Minnesota?
would have been like crazy then if you had the Polish,
Yeah.
the UK, and Boston.
Oh my goodness.
That'll be funny. Yeah. I got sacked. I mean, I lost that job. I got laid off.
Sorry to hear that.
Camel Town.
That was my fault. So.
Ah, well.
I swore on the phone being in the.
Our friend from Libya, someone was asking if you were comfortable and would share your first name so that we could stop calling you the camel guy.
Is he with the FBI?
Well, what do people call you? What do you want to be called?
My nickname in gaming is Biscuit, but like.
Biscuit's good.
If you guys choose a name for me, I don't mind. If the chat names me something, I'm cool with it.
How about Biscuit?
Biscuit is cool.
Can I call you Camel Biscuit?
Camel Biscuit.
Yeah, a lot of people that were that I could hear clearly before, it sounds like they're standing like 10 feet away from their microphone.
I was away from the mic, yes.
I'm.
Yeah, like Marduk was the big one. I mean, he's over the past weeks, he's been loud and clear, and now when he talks, I've got him turned up to 200%.
I was guys, I was away from the computer, so if someone talked to me, I am sorry if I didn't respond. I was away. Why? I don't know. I'm everything is set on my side.
Hey,
whatever microphone you're using, it sounds good.
I was literally about to say the same thing.
I know I
thank you. I spent a lot of money on it.
What kind of mic is it?
Yeah, drop a link in the general chat what kind of mic it is.
Oh, okay. I will do that. But I have this fancy mixer and with settings for the mic, so it could be just the way it's the equalizer is set that makes it sound even better. It's not just the hardware.
What's the brand on it?
It's blue black. I'm gonna drop a link.
Oh yeah, blue is
Not
what I use a lot for recording.
Spark Blackout Edition.
Yeah, I know the one, Biscuit. I know the one. Cool.
How does my mic sound?
Pretty good.
I'd say, pretty good. 4 out of 5.
Does mine sound okay right now? I know it usually is fine, but right now.
Yeah, your voice is beautiful, Chew.
Yep.
Okay, cool. Yeah, because I'm using the speakerphone right now. I'm charging my my phone, so I had to take the headset out.
Hey, real quick, guys, I had to turn everybody down because I had to watch that Kramer video. Is he actually referring specifically to anybody that watched that whole video and may know or did their due diligence deeper? Is this pretty much the exact same situation that happened with Verizon and the iPhone?
I'd have to watch a video. I'm not too sure.
You know what? I didn't make that correlation, but now that you mention it, I'm kind of wondering if you're right.
Because he was saying that that's what you do. You create a FOMO and
Right.
then you spread news and misinformation, not really misinformation, but you generate information that sounds better than what it is. And then you turn around and you're shorting a stock and somebody buys into it. And next thing you know, Verizon says, well, we're going to take the phone. And that's when Verizon picked up the iPhone.
God, he said something hit the nail on the head, as they say in England.
Let's see some diamond hands. Diamond hands. We need some morale. We need some morale at that 58.74 line.
Dude, if this thing works out, I'm gonna tattoo myself a diamond on my hand. I'm not even joking.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna get my first tattoo if this works out. I'm gonna get a
I
diamond
think
on
we
my
should all
ass.
be
and-
100%.
On your ass?
I gotta hide it, man.
It's not diamond bum cheeks. It's diamond hands.
No, it's diamond butt cheeks.
We should just all be honest with everybody in the Discord and everybody in the chat. We got to be honest. If we're here, we're holding and we're in it for the long run. Nobody is bailing out right now. We don't need to say we have diamond hands. We don't
I
need to
am
say we
not
have
for
diamond hands.
sale.
We definitely got diamond hands.
Yo, I'm trying to have real diamond.
I'm for good now.
And butt cheeks.
Diamond butt cheeks all the way.
I want diamond nips, yo. Diamond nips.
And let me tell you, holding ain't easy. My God, I've gotten so little sleep over the past week.
It's an investment.
I don't know.
That's interesting.
Hold them.
It's interesting.
And when I fold them.
Just for the chat too, like, and everybody in the group, just be prepared. Like, you know, even regardless of what happens, remember, it's not about the price. It could drop to like anything, and it doesn't matter. The fact is, we have what you have to keep in perspective. I mean, yeah, it's nice to watch it go up when it goes up, and that gives you like a boost of confidence. But that's not what we're all investing in. What's going to happen? The fact at some point is these shares are going to come due, and we own them, and that's what we're waiting on.
Hell yes.
But we got to be transparent at the same time. Sorry to cut you off, but we got to be transparent at the same. Go ahead, sorry.
I know there's a
gotta be
lot of hedge
transparent, too,
funds
like, we
that
don't
think us
have the short
degenerate
information
basement
right now as
dwellers,
well, so like it is speculation, but
us degenerate basement dwellers are looking for the next short squeeze.
I'm like stressed by this.
might be going on with Mac right now, but you'd have to do your research and figure it out for yourself. I can't.
No,
say.
actually, good luck trying to do your own research on it because apparently there are some
Hey, guys.
that are saying they're not even releasing their shorts anymore.
Exactly, that stuff is not known for the public, and they don't have to release it. That's why we believe it's a short squeeze, but there is like not for sure.
I just have a quick question. Does anybody know much about the lithium-ion battery itself? I know like they're made with like lithium and carbon, but is there any way that that's related to like carbon fiber?
No, but it's absolutely horrible for the environment.
Yeah, carbon fiber is to do with connectivity for networks, I believe, if I'm not mistaken.
No,
Yeah, but would you invest in Hexcel, who is the United States' largest carbon fiber producer?
Carbon fiber. I don't know. I got
Yes. Wait. Ooh, I would love to chime in on this.
Yeah, I can only see that going up.
Everybody take a look at ticker HXL. Everybody take a look at ticker HXL. This is Hexcel Corp. I did a quick research on who produces the most carbon fiber. There's one in Japan, like the company from Japan makes the most, but I'm looking for something that I can buy on the American exchanges, right? And so Hexcel is next up.
As far as fiber optics go, I know Corning is #1 for their glass, but Corning does. I've worked in fiber optic before. It's not carbon fiber that they. I'm sorry, I've worked with fiber optic. It's not carbon fiber that is the coating. They use Teflon.
Right. Well, I'm just like looking at I don't know.
Sorry, just a quick question on the Teflon. Would there be any chances they actually like move away from Teflon because they find faster connectivity with another material, or?
From the guy that I used to work with when I worked in networking, he was telling me that Teflon actually reduces it reduces the ability for the it's more flexible than carbon fiber from what he told me, and it reduces damage to the cable because it's a little bit stronger in the application that it's used in, whereas carbon fiber really gets its benefits after it's been I don't want to say epoxy, but after it's been treated, whereas Teflon can be used in its individual fiber form.
So they'll probably be on that a while using Teflon and fiber optics.
Yeah, because once you in order to use carbon fiber, you actually have to coat it because carbon fiber is completely useless in its diamond weave form. It needs to be coated and sealed. Yeah, but with Teflon can be used in its individual fiber form. It can be used in its blown out form, and it can also be treated and used the same way carbon fiber is as a hardening material.
You learn something new every day. Holy shit.
Fun fact here.
Thank you.
Teflon. Fun fact there.
And see, that's just a small angle in the market. Like you can see if you're able to play it. You look at different markets for Teflon or whatever the case is, and you see if you have a play or you don't, and you can move on. That's really what it's about.
What I'm wondering though is who in here believes that carbon fiber in general would be a good thing to invest in as far as like the future of cars, spacecrafts, buildings, even. Because you think about this, if you with the rise of 3D printing, I don't know if you guys have ever seen any of the videos of them 3D printing houses, but I was wondering the potential for carbon fiber to be used in cement mixes for 3D printing in houses.
Like I said, the only thing I can say against that, and I don't want to be like Mr. Rain on the parade, the only thing I have against it is knowing that carbon fiber needs to be cured in order to gain its strength. Without that, if you take individual strands of carbon fiber, it's pretty much laid out the same way an individual strand of Teflon is. But for carbon fiber to gain its strength, first off, it needs to be woven like a basket weave, and then it also needs to be cured.
That's a whole nother step that they will skip if they have to. So really, that could be, if they want it, that's irrelevant to them. Really, if Teflon's easier and it skips a step, that saves them money. So
in a building application, I would not say Teflon. I mean, not Teflon. I would not say carbon fiber, but I will say in aerodynamics because it is definitely as strong as some of the stronger materials, but it's also a lot cheaper, but it's more expensive than the application that are slightly weaker than it. So it's kind of like a double negative. I can use twice as much, I'll gain the weight, but I'll also save the cost so that I can spend money on trying to make it stronger, make it faster, even though I'm reducing the aerodynamics of it.
Well, I'm just crossing my fingers for the day that SpaceX starts 3D printing starships with carbon fiber.
Fuck.
most likely not in our lifetime, unfortunately.
Yeah,
You'll be surprised,
we broke
man.
60. We hit that 60.
Basalt fiber is much stronger and cheaper for 3D building. That's a good point.
Like I said, you can always when you're looking at markets too, you can always use the thought process of trying to avoid competition too, right? So if you're looking at the weed market and you don't want to go into a volatile weed market, you're like, okay, how about the other things to do with the weed market? Is it safer? So like breathalyzers, grow op equipment, like lights and stuff like that, research companies like that. And if you find a safer, less volatile stock to stick it into, there's no reason why those guys aren't just as in demand as marijuana too, right? So
But last night
you
we had a
really got to think
conversation.
about that stuff too.
We had a conversation last night about building materials, and somebody brought up about that African company that they are infusing recycled plastic into concrete to make bricks, and they're selling those bricks at like
Tesla's thought about
$8
this
a square
too.
meter.
They're trying to get their foot in the game with the brick, the new revolution of bricks for whatever reason. Why it's probably to make money, but yeah, you gotta be careful with that because Tesla's a big company, and they have their foot in the brick game too, trying to make the bricks something new. I don't know exactly.
And stonks into bricks.
Aren't they making the bricks with Boring
For
Company?
like 10 cents. They make it for like 10 cents a brick or something ridiculous.
From the
They have
debris from the tunnels, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Fuck, exactly. Yeah, it's like 10 cents a brick or something less, almost a penny a brick. It's something you can't compete with. It's retarded.
Interesting because
because I used to be in construction management, and I mean I know how much brick is, and that is insane.
Yeah, exactly. So he's looking to make money.
Wait,
there, and
who?
he's smart
Who?
enough to do it. Tesla, one of his companies. I don't know if it would be under his Boring Company.
That was Boring Company.
Yeah.
Thing with this is,
yeah. You could sell bricks out of anything though, right? He doesn't have to sell it out of the Boring Company. You can make a subsidiary of a brick selling company.
Yeah, because
so
the Boring Company is digging the tunnels, so they're using the debris from the tunnels to make the bricks. I mean, they were saying all these things about these bricks, and there was this hype about these bricks a little while ago, and then it all died off, and we haven't heard anything about it since.
Exactly,
so,
but you know he has his interest in there for sure. You know,
Oh,
if he
yeah,
can
yeah.
produce 10 cents bricks, you know he has a chance to stomp out the competition instantly.
Yeah, no one's stopping Elon. Fucking going to the moon, building. He's gonna use these bricks to build buildings on Mars.
Exactly. He's just
Well,
he's gonna use bricks.
Mika actually posted something on the Discord last night about that them using plastic waste to make bricks in Africa, I think. What I find really interesting is that kind of going back to the 3D printing. I'm just like curious as to how they make those bricks. Like, do they melt the plastic down? Mika, if you're around, if you could kind of shed some light on that.
Big Lego blocks.
I was asking her personally last night. Like, I'm just curious as to the process of how they do it. If they maybe melt the plastic down and mix it in with the sand, and if so, would that provide more flexibility and erosion prevention? And possible, maybe if that's the case, they could take that mix and then you can make buildings out of them that are going to last for years and years and years.
Are you talking about that article that I posted
Yeah.
last night?
Yeah.
I don't know much about it, but I was just kind of reading about it. I think that's something that's exciting for the future of like just thinking of where we're going with green and stuff. But it's based out of Kenya, and it's this woman who's an engineer. She even developed the machine for it, but she's basically making these bricks that are like 7 times stronger than actual concrete, made out of like plastic waste and sand, which we have plenty abundant of. So I think I would say keep an eye out for that technology and how it develops.
If anything, like if we're like, you know, not a community, but if we're keeping in touch like this, like, you know, like frig, we should watch out. You know, like I'm just saying, like I would much prefer someone like that succeed in this kind of world. But that being said, it's very easy for someone like Elon to be like, I need this brick game. I need it. I'm sorry. See you later. Take a hike. Like the market cap he has is just exponential. It's something else.
I think Elon is definitely a person that
So the
doesn't.
Boring Company's bricks are dank, and they're gonna make a shit ton of them.
I posted the link to the article that I found on Reuters on the actual chat on YouTube, and I'll go ahead and repost it in general.
It just like shits out bricks while they make tunnels.
It's
There we go,
pure
that's it.
profit. Pure profit.
I mean, if plastic,
found out how to
dude,
make
if plastic waste can provide more stability and flexibility for concrete mixes, I mean, why not like that would be a perfect way to use up all this plastic. Have you guys ever seen any of the videos of these countries that were dumping plastic waste in? Like it's actually absurd.
It's ridiculous.
Well, that's how you make your deck, right?
This whole island of trash somewhere on some sea or somewhere.
There's a guy I went to high school with, and now he's in
islands
North
of trash are
Carolina,
not from the
and he
United
uses
States.
recycled water bottles to make polyester fabric, and he opened a hammock company, and the guy is like set. So all the materials, like everything, is all made from recycled water bottles.
Shit, eh? You should diversify and make other products and go fucking public.
Hey,
Yeah,
clean up that trash. Go him.
Anybody got
There's
any
another one
updates on
too.
Boyan?
I've seen the on what? Sorry.
Does anybody been following Boyan Slat over the past few years? Does anybody know what his ocean cleanup thing?
I've heard about it, but when only when it came out, and since then I haven't heard anything.
I was reading up on some companies. There's one that was a penny stock. I was reading up on it. Yeah, I have to read up on it more. It's been a couple of months, but it was called Plastic to Oil, and I'm pretty sure they were making plastic like into oil. Like they were able to use it in
Yeah,
things
that's what they.
and
I mean, you
run
can
some
reuse
machines.
it a lot.
So they're basically taking oil, plastic, and turning it back into oil because it's a petroleum product, right?
Is it? Yeah. Oh, there you go.
Yes.
Yeah, plastic is a petroleum
Yep,
product.
it is.
So the only contradiction to that is how much is EV going to take off, and is there going to be a market to get rid of the oil, to get rid of the plastic, turn to oil, and then use the oil? Because that's
Oil
where
is
they're
not
heading with
going
nuclear energy
anywhere.
and getting rid of nuclear waste. Is they're tweaking these reactors to actually live off nuclear waste instead of just the raw uranium, and they've actually found a way to do it. So that's what they're leaning. Bill Gates at least is leaning towards and wants to do.
My only thing with like EV, that me personally, that I'm kind of like on the fence about it. Like I believe it would be awesome. I think it would be great. My only thing is I think there's going to be a gigantic pushback by the Middle East because that's what they make like 99% of their money on. And so
I honestly don't think it's going to be that great because, like, if they're using recyclable cars and old cars and doing it that way, yeah. But now you're just mass producing EVs on top of mass produced gas cars, and you're digging holes to get lithium and cobalt and who knows what in Argentina and Australia or wherever you name it. There's
yeah, but the Middle East, I mean, there's no doubt oil is like over 90% of their
China
capital.
like never before. It's gonna be the Chinese teat sucking from like.
Yeah, that's the way.
Yeah, but you have to remember, guys, we do need some oil. Like oil, like is.
Oh yeah, it's not.
Oils are used to make so many different polymers and like important hospital equipment and stuff like that. So there's always going to be an industry for oil.
Tesla's using oil. Everyone's using oil.
Petrochemicals aren't going to die.
Yeah, no,
absolutely not.
A decrease, and you might want to stay away from them for the next couple of years. But
Transport
yeah,
all that
you gotta
shit
wait till they
from
regulate
China and here and back. All them ships run on oil, not batteries.
Hopefully soon. I think the next 10, 15 years is going to be
no, that's
crazy.
They're not changing. There's no one innovating that shit. Elon's got too many fucking focuses.
A battery operated cargo ship.
Who knows?
You run into the infrastructure with charging with that it wouldn't make it feasible.
Because how would you like make
You
sure
could
like the
nuclear,
battery's
but that's-
100%
I mean, we're not
waterproof?
here yet.
Like what happens if your ship goes down? Are you gonna electrocute a million people and a million fish, or?
It's not worry that like you're safer in an electric car than in a nice car if it's flooding. But you
the
don't
things
have
I
the
think about.
infrastructure in the middle of the ocean to charge it. It's a lot easier for someone to
solar.
Bust out the solar panel array, man.
Yeah, but you gotta
Imagine you
have
need to
the
go fishing, you just click
technology
the EMP on the boat, just watch a bunch of fish come up.
Pitch that to Elon.
Well,
dude, Nikolai Tesla's death rate was pretty dank. You ever hear that?
To answer that, it all comes down to energy density. So you can get far more energy density in a fuel, and that's what lets you get across the ocean with less weight.
if I had to make my assumption with where Bill Gates is going with his nuclear shit, nuclear stuff, I would assume they might be looking in the same area for technology for boats, like how they have nuclear submarines and stuff. They're probably going to update that technology, and they might be looking to add it to boats if they're looking to get
Thorium's
really
pretty dope.
advanced.
Dude, the nuclear
Nuclear
is
powered
not
cruise
what
ship,
everybody
could you
thinks.
imagine?
on how fast technology moves and how well people adapt to it.
If you only knew how many submarines are in the ocean right now that are nuclear powered, I think you'd be surprised.
No, I was talking
Very
more
surprised.
to electric.
People really
than
have an
nuclear.
irrational
Nuclear's
fear of
probably a
nuclear.
better.
They do,
It's
and they're trying to
it's
make it so
very
much more
it's very
safe
very
and
very
less safe.
irrational actually.
And if you do want to go look
No,
into
no, 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 no.
nuclear,
So listen.
Canada
The Air
holds
Force, the Air
biggest uranium
Force
mine in the
developed
world.
a tiny nuclear reactor to be used on an airplane. So if they can use a nuclear reactor on an airplane, we're fine on a ship.
Yeah,
they
for sure.
just need one that's safe and doesn't produce like the weapons grade uranium or whatever.
But I think they'd
Correct.
definitely
They
go
have it.
nuclear over EV with ships. That would be my take on it. Since they already have submarines, they already have that technology, and they just advance
Yeah.
on it. So they just have to switch it over to a ship.
Well, I think
Thorium's
it's just the
gonna
word
help.
itself, nuclear, that scares people. Like if we switch the word nuclear to radioactive and people realize how many radioactive sources they already have around them on a daily basis they really don't know about, I think it'll be a lot different.
And what I was saying before, the bright side to going nuclear again is Bill Gates apparently has found a way to make sure that it's feeding off of nuclear waste and not just raw uranium. So it's not like they're going to go dig a hole in the earth. No, they're going to use all the nuclear waste they have, get rid of it, and so we have no more nuclear waste just sitting about, which is dangerous and not healthy. Like, so
Well,
Why not?
honestly,
Why not run
there's a
ships on
bigger there's a
Ethereum?
bigger hurdle than that actually. And I know because I worked at one for 4 years, and well, I would have worked at one for longer than that if we could have actually built it, but we couldn't because they've literally overregulated the industry to where the two companies while I was there for 4 years literally went bankrupt trying to build. And the design was amazing. The design was absolutely awesome. Like it had so many fail safes. I mean, it was all gravity fed. You wouldn't have the Fukushima problem where the generators and all that, like there was none. It was all gravity fed for emergency and everything. And we could not build it. We could not. Two companies that I
well,
worked
you didn't
for.
have the money for it, or you just always ran into roadblocks? Because that's the
No,
thing with
they
it.
ran
The
out of money.
public-
They ran
Yeah,
out of
the-
money because it's overregulated. Like everything has to be documented. Like what you don't understand, like when you build like a house, right? Like you don't have to have a report saying that your walls were built straight. You don't have to have a report saying the concrete was a certain strength. You don't have to
You
have a
know why that
report
is?
saying the insulation. But on a nuclear power plant, you have to be audited by what's called the NRC, which is the Nuclear Regulatory Committee. Okay. And you won't even be allowed to get fuel. The last nuclear plant that was built was in 1979 or 1980. Correct me if I'm wrong. It was actually here in South Carolina. It's up in Newberry. And you know the only thing that's happened there? The movie The Abyss, because they never got fuel. The plant is complete. It's 100% built. And the NRC
that's what
did
I
not
was
allow
hearing from,
fuel.
like-
It did not allow fuel to be put in the plant because it said it wasn't documented correctly.
And from what I gathered, I can't remember how far the articles date back, but that was the one problem they were trying to figure out is actually use the radioactive waste to fuel it instead of going through those regulatory hurdles or whatever. They can just
Well,
use
no,
it
it's just the building process. It's not it has nothing to do with how the plant works or functions or is renewable. What
Oh,
I'm
you're
talking
saying it's
what
that
I'm talking
tedious kinda
about
thing?
is like literally they've made it so like every nail, every hinge,
tedious, eh?
it's stupid. Like okay, put it this way: we would all get on the job site about 6:30. Nothing would get done until 10 a.m. because of all the safety
Engineers for
meetings, all the safety meetings, and all like it was just ridiculous.
This all comes from the stigma and the negative public image and the irrational fear people have of nuclear.
You know what that could be too,
That's-
though? The government, they could be afraid of forgetting technology in the future, right? So they need this stuff documented so that in case, like Bill Gates dies, they're not scrambling trying to understand the stuff. They need to understand the stuff. They need to comprehend the stuff in case these smart guys unfortunately die off. Like they need to have it documented. That would
they
be
need
my
to
perspective on
They
it.
need to have documents on how to attach bolts in case they forget.
I was going to
It's
say,
the
isn't that
government.
what a
It's the government.
diagram is? And
I think that's for insurance purposes, isn't it? Because if something goes wrong, we can just look whose fault was it.
On a blockchain in
could be.
space, and then we're good.
it's totally NIMBY.
Got a nice article that Obi-Wan Kenobi posted in general saying that nuclear power is the largest source of electricity in France, with a
Well,
generation of
France is the biggest for the green push.
We should be looking at like Norway and Sweden too, because they have really good things going on there, and their EV sales just passed
China's
their
going back
internal
to it apparently.
combustion
It's
engines.
apparently getting big.
Vietnam, I believe, wants to build
So
like
the company that I
15.
work for is building the exact same plant in China, and they were 5 years ahead of us and started 1 year after us.
I was saying last night the
Because they
Chinese
have
hired Bill Gates and signed the
no
fire on like
regulation.
within 2 weeks.
And we just had a massive dip in
Part of the
GME.
problem too is we take all of our smart PhDs and we send them to Wall Street to make algorithms instead of sending them to the things that are actually the most important, like renewable energy or fixing poverty or that.
I mean, this is a
Which we could
cultural thing,
totally
right?
do in the market, but they don't like to hear that. So
If we value capitalism and not like pushing these sorts of things as avenues to make money as well, this is what happens.
if we pushed our morals onto capitalism, they would reflect each other 100%.
Well, no, that's
Mhm.
already happening. That's called regulation, and that's what's stopping our nuclear in America. If we care about green energy, nuclear is a huge part of that solution.
It's the
that we should be
cleanest. It
capitalizing
is the cleanest energy. Period.
But
You
I
cannot.
think
There's
the
no
problem
debate.
is you have the oil companies that are
Especially when you
sabotaging
get
it
rid of your
because
waste in
then
the
they're
process.
running out,
Like
then they'll
it's a
have no
no-brainer.
more.
Bingo.
New
That's
systems
what
are
it
all
is.
passive
Bingo.
too, so there's
It's
no like active fail safes that can go wrong.
it's lobbying. It's big
Okay.
money.
All right. Hold on.
dark
All
money.
right. Let me. Can I put that myth to bed, please? Because I hear that a lot. And so 3 Mile Island, Chernobyl, the last 3 that happened. If you do your research and not watch a television show, and I'm not accusing anybody, I'm just saying, if you do your actual research, all these things happened because they turned off the fail safes.
Yes.
100%.
Chernobyl happened, like literally Chernobyl happened because they turned off the safeties. 3 Mile Island, the exact same thing happened.
And I think the Fukushima happened because someone was one of the retard engineers actually built their backup generator close
in
to
the bottom.
ocean.
No,
Yeah,
Close to
in-
the
in-
ocean.
I can
So when the
answer
waves
that.
came in from the tsunami,
yeah.
I can answer that about the Fukushima, because a lady named Temple Grandin, who is autistic, spoke about that because she's a genius. Even though she's on spectrum, she's a genius. But they brought her in after that meltdown to look at the blueprints and tell them where the fault was. And she said it took me about 15 seconds. I saw the blueprint. She goes, "It's your backup generators, your battery houses for your backup generator. They're open air, and they're below sea level." So what happened was the water rose up, went over the tops of the backup, and the backup batteries for the cooling towers couldn't engage because they shorted out because they were not in a watertight, like a submarine lit door. It was just they missed it. They
I'll
missed
throw
that.
this one out there. Like I've been watching this stuff for a couple months and trying to get my research on nuclear and stuff. And Canada actually has one of the biggest uranium mines. And the only contradiction to my theory here is what I was saying before with them using nuclear waste. So they would have no need for uranium. But the one thing I like about the uranium mine is, and it's the same with the lithium mines too, when they don't like prices, they shut down mines. So they're very conscientious to where they sell lithium and where they sell uranium at what price, right? So like, and if you look at the uranium mine in Canada, since Fukushima, they've been bottomed out, and that's where they've been at whatever the $16-15 mark. But since Fukushima, when that happened, that's exactly when they declined, and they haven't recovered since. Really, they've actually shut down the mine, I think. So something like that's and I think they give dividends too, if I'm not mistaken. So something like that to me, I don't know if it's a little bit of a gamble. Not even. It's a safe bet. Like someone was saying before, they use it in submarines and whatever else. So something to me that was an interesting find. But
Yeah,
And I can
financial
speak to the
advisor.
safety. I can speak to the safety on the nuclear power plants. Believe it or not, I've got family that works in safety. I ain't going to go too deep in it, but they work for a nuclear power plant and they work in the safety protocol department, as it were, to make sure that they follow protocol and procedures, that they when projects are done, they're done in the right order so they don't have accidents. Because if you have an accident at a nuclear facility, you don't really get to do a do-over most of the time. But he has done it for years, and he's given me what information he can without giving me classified information. But the layered safety redundant protocols in place at an American nuclear
They're insane.
it's like, y'all, nuclear safe. Okay.
Thorium
it's
Yeah.
liquid
No,
salt
okay.
reactor. Look
There
up thorium
are
liquid salt.
there are literally
That's just a way. That's just a way to cool down the actual nuclear reactor, but that's still nuclear reactor. That's a technology someone has patented. I don't know who. Yeah, I'm
At,
pretty sure that's what that is.
At
Who else is in
Chernobyl,
this chat? You
the-
can learn about anything. We had some guys talking about materials. Now we're talking about nuclear power. What else? What else am I gonna learn?
well,
Hey,
well,
we're just basement
at
dwellers, bro.
Chernobyl, the design flaw at Chernobyl
Hey man, I'm
was
just looking at where Bill
the
Gates
control
wants to send the
room
world, and he has
and
the
the
money to do
people.
it, so.
Yo,
The
if
control room didn't have the lights laid out in an order that was easy to read. They have their warning lights and everything, and they were going through their procedures, and they just made a shit ton of mistakes because they didn't notice this, they didn't pay attention to that, they skipped this step. So the actual design flaw at Chernobyl was they didn't lay out the control room in a better way, but also they didn't follow their own procedures.
And the reason with Fukushima, there was a huge controversial story about the people who like inspected the construction of it, said it was okay, but so like there's a lot of like misunderstandings about nuclear is safe. It just there's so
too.
What about
I think
solar power? Does anyone think that that could be like a good resource for us in the future?
Well, I actually watched a video describing the new nuclear technology, that they're going to be making rods smaller so that they're easier to cool. And like, honestly, the future of nuclear technology is going to be so much safer than it has
Yeah, it
been.
can only get better.
sure.
It can only get better.
Well,
Yo,
if I could,
And I
if I
think
could
They've
tie it
learned
back
from their
in,
mistakes, and that's what makes it
It's
profitable.
the stigma of it's the stigma behind it from past experiences, right?
I
if I
think
could
it's
tie, if I
stigma
could tie it back,
plus propaganda, because as long as we're
Correct.
scared of it, it helps keep fossil fuels in business.
Yes,
Yeah, that's
absolutely.
true.
I was sitting here waiting for a gap, but you said exactly what I was waiting to say.
I agree with it.
Like the fossil fuel industry has actually bought patents. Okay, like all the way back into the 60s and 70s for like carburetors that were able to get better fuel mileage and economy, but they knew it would tank oil, so they just bought them and sold it. That's what I'm saying. Like, or
They've
not
done that
sold
with
it,
green
but
tech for years
they
too.
bought
Buy
it and
real green
shelved
tech,
it.
put it on a shelf.
There's so much green tech that has been bought and shelved at the cost of money.
And that's why these oil companies, you can't really paint out of the picture either, because you know they're gonna have their foot on the game in the green game, and they're working on it because they like their buck. And when you research oil companies, you got to see if they have a green side to them too, because most likely they're invested in trying to get a green side to them as well. So that's also a factor, which is stupid because they don't deserve a green side. They deserve just to go under, and that's the end of them. But
can I just interject real quick something to go back to that nuclear shit? I watched this series on Netflix called Dark Tourist. It's from 2018, and it's this guy that basically takes really fucked up tourists, like goes to places probably you don't want to go, but he ends up going to Chernobyl now, and also goes to Japan. And I mean, it's fucking crazy how bad the radiation still is in the air. Like, if you have a chance and you're just looking for something to watch, Dark Tourist, I recommend it. It's kind of funny. It's dark.
I don't doubt it.
But it was just interesting to see that even after so many fucking years, how much radiation
We
is
have to
still in the
understand though,
air.
after all these years, how many years they've actually spent analyzing data on what went wrong, and like trying to figure out ways to actually make it better. It's not like the thing exploded and they gave up. It's like, no, the thing exploded and they went to work. It's the way you got to look at it too.
Knowing all you guys in here over the past few days, you all would love Dark Tourist.
Yeah, it's actually like pretty hilarious, and it's just an entertaining watch. But I just thought it was really interesting.
What is that
'cause
on?
It's on Netflix. It's called Dark Tourist. I think there's only one season. There's 8 episodes of it. It's all kinds of crazy fucked up things that you're like, these people really go to these like places to do this type of shit. It's fucking bizarre. But when he went to Japan, he was basically like, well, at this level of radiation, I'm pretty much not going to be able to have kids. you know, like, and then
Oh
he
my gosh.
just goes over like how they stored everything after like Fukushima, and how they're working on making these, like, basically it's like these mounds of radiated material that they just have surrounded in tarps. They're supposed to be a short-term solution that have now become into a sort of long-term solution, and they're like leaking. So it's absolutely crazy, but like it really opened up my eyes to how like fucked up it is, and how we really need to do more research. And just thinking about like what's out in the atmosphere, like all that radiation.
Nuclear waste.
Oh yeah, they have like failed. I don't know what they're called in a nuclear game, but they'd be similar to like a failed pressure tester or whatever, you know, along those lines kind of thing, where they can run it through systems, and the computers are pretty accurate now. Like computer technology has grown so much, and that's what the big difference now between the radiators then and now is the computer technology and shit they use. So I don't know for sure. Like, yeah, of course, yeah, research the most out of it and make the decision for yourself, 100%.
I don't know about this show you're talking about, but by the way you're describing it, it sounds to me like they might be over exaggerating the feeling of danger or effects of the radiation that they're around.
Well,
You see that from oil in the
unfortunately,
water
okay.
as well,
So
though, too.
you have to remember.
From radiation, right?
Well, okay, so we're I love the way you guys are thinking because everybody in here is like logical and everything, but at the same time, you have to remember that the people that make the regulations, and the problem with the regulation is you have people that are elected that start talking about this in like Congress, and they have no idea what they're talking about, and they're getting lobbyists that are just putting money in their pocket, like the oils company or whoever, you know, to pitch their bias on the Senate floor, you know, and that's another hurdle that's not even being discussed.
That's
I mean,
a good word, because that's
not,
that's what I don't like being, is biased. I hate being fucking biased.
well, that's the
It's a
thing. I mean, they're
beautiful word.
all like every single one of them. I mean, Mitch McConnell even said, like, I think it was 4 or 5 years ago, and you can Google it. And he even said, he goes, if you're not a millionaire after your first year on the Hill, so basically either in the House or Senate, no matter what party you are, if you're not a millionaire after your first year, you're either stupid, or he said you're either an idiot or you're the only politician on the Hill.
Most likely.
I think that's one of our biggest issues with our democracy, is the fact that businesses technically don't have a vote, but they are allowed to provide a ridiculous amount of money to only have specific people you're allowed to vote for.
Corporate governance, and there's rigged elections in the corporate governance, so there's like rigged laws.
And this is why I'm
inside
holding, man.
government
Trying to get the money out of
corporations.
government into my pocket. I'll admit it. I'm a greedy fuck. I need some money. So if I can take it from, you know, government and hedge funds, oh well. If there is a short in place, I don't know for sure. I have not looked at the numbers because they're not available. But yeah.
We're holding that 60 to 63 really well.
Yeah, I'm thinking we hopefully will close out closer to 70 today. That would be a beautiful thing. Like, because we closed that at like what, 53 last night, whatever it was. If we close out closer to 70, I don't know what the fuck's going on. I'm honestly lost at that point.
Yeah, if we close out at 70, like that's honestly, I think if we even close out in the green, I think that that's going to send a signal, first off, to all this negative media where everybody's like, oh, get out now, you're losing money. You'd be like, okay, well, then why do we finish in the green? Like, why are we so close? Just
why hasn't this stock tanked yet? Like,
right, and
Yeah, the whole move today.
Diamond hands, baby, we ain't going nowhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, Diamond hands
anywhere.
I don't even care how long I'm down. Like, honestly, for me, this is about principle and just being like, I feel good.
I am down 60%.
Yeah, I'm not even mad, because for me,
I don't care.
like, I'm doing my part to make sure that these fuckers understand that they cannot get away with the shit that they're doing.
I'm down 8K, and it was worth every penny. Every single penny.
The bright side, you put an AK into GME and then putting like 5 and 5 into AMC and Nokia. I feel like I'm just gonna make my money back off AMC and Nokia eventually for all three. So I'll be okay.
I don't care how much I lose. It just, for me, what the information that I have learned with being a part of
Exactly.
it's invaluable.
That's what I was about to say.
I don't.
Yeah,
I, like,
absolutely.
I've
Look,
learned so much.
I'm pretty new to this whole I'm pretty new to the trading game. I've only been learning about trading and investing for like 2 years, and this is like the first time when I'm actually in something. And if I'm like that, there must be hundreds of thousands of other people that have never been like involved so much with the markets. So that opens up doors to so many people to get involved.
Well, you're practically
the amount of experience. Practically, yeah.
I mean,
So this is a historic moment.
That's the other thing that's happened right here, and that is another thing that you know, these corporate hedge funds, you know, like whatever you want to call them, you know, like they are terrified. Like this has created a new type of investor. Not like I'm talking about like as a whole.
It's a whole new market.
Dave Lee.
It is a
Dave Lee from Bill
whole
Investing
another
spoke
type
about
of
this.
investor, and
we
it
don't
screws
look at
up
it
their
the same
whole
way they
entire
do.
system.
They look at it as a loophole, right? They're always having the money in a circle, easy gains, quick gains, so they'll put a stock low, sell high based on trends. They do that probably a million times, little increments in a day to make their money, right? We don't think like that. We're investing our money to actually benefit companies that we believe in. So that's where the big difference in
That's the way it should be, and that's the way it should be, because
it's a big difference between our
like
version of
they're
capitalization
trying to
and theirs.
accuse Wall Street Bets, right? They're trying to accuse Wall Street Bets, you know, DFV, you know, of manipulating the market, right? How? Okay, first off, did any of us pay him to come on and say anything? No.
No.
Like he was on a free open platform, right? Do we pay for YouTube? No. Okay. So did anybody pay us
I do.
to watch him?
I pay for YouTube.
I pay for YouTube.
For premium to get away from the ads, I do too. Okay. But anyway, but here's the thing. So what's the difference between that and them paying some dude to go on 7 o'clock news at night and pump up their stock?
Exactly.
Well, I don't know if you guys know, but each of the rich guys pay $100,000 a year to, I want to say IBM. It's a private IBM chat where they all sit around and chat and pitch each other's stock. I'm putting $1 million into this. I'm putting $1 million into that. I'm putting $1 million into that this week. You better get in.
It's impossible for these things not to happen. Like people are just too corrupt.
Yeah, it's like you got to be in at 4 o'clock if you want to make 30% gain. We have our quantitative on it. He has the exact math. Get in at 4, sell at 5. You'll make $2 million profit for the day, easy money. That's
what was that
doing this shit.
What was the Essex train group or whatever with these English banks? They met on a train and they instant trading, meaning on a train. All these big banks, they had all the money ready for the fines because they knew they will get caught, and they had fines set aside. So they're making money inside trading, and when they get caught, they pay the fines and they kept all the money they made.
Mm-hmm. But you can't get for inside trading because they actually pay for a service. They're paying for this chat. They pay $100,000 a year, so you can never get your insider trading.
Humans are too corrupt.
It's just them speculating. That's all it is.
I mean, the thing is that like on Wall Street Bets, and even like let's say we are here talking about different ideas.
Hey, can I just drop some quick knowledge?
Extremely careful about like what we're saying. We're very like, do your due diligence. Nobody's saying like we're not working with these companies. We're not like we don't have inside.
I'm just an ape that likes crayons.
Wow.
Whoa.
Why?
Where?
Can we get an industry possibly, or?
They all made money on Dogecoin, bro.
Oh yeah, I feel like friggin' Robinhood used Dogecoin to fund their buyback of GameStop. I feel like that's exactly what that was. People threw their money in Dogecoin. Meanwhile, friggin' Robinhood sold off, bought GME, and that's how they cut down their short position. Because that's what I would do.
My dad's a boomer, and he's on our side. So
likewise,
there's a lot of boomers on the side.
Likewise, yeah.
Because the thing is that, like, they lived through it. They've seen post 50s. Like, they're one of the last generations that actually had it good.
Let's be real though. Anybody who's not mega fucking rich is on our side. Let's just be real honest. Like
Yeah,
I'm gonna,
yeah.
I'm gonna
There's
give y'all.
probably a few rich people
Pretty
that
much.
are on our side, anyways, or like not even our
Unless
side,
they're
just our
brainwashed.
There is
Unless they're
on the same
brainwashed.
people on our side who
brain.
have money in the bank, though.
Like this is a game changer for me. Like I'm just gonna drop a little background about myself. Like I know most of y'all on here know, but YouTube people, like I am a chef by day and a musician by night. 2020 has been fucking awful. I was supposed to have fiscally the best year to date. 2020 with all the things I had going on. I had weddings to the fucking asshole, like just booked. I had so many gigs booked. I was on set to make a fuck ton of money for the first time in my
That
life.
mag economy.
And it went to shit.
Yeah, I
Went
agree.
to
I'm a
shit.
chef, and I'm glad I got out of the industry 3 years ago.
Yeah, and that's
So-
the way I look at the pandemic. I'm pissed off the same as you because if you look at the market this year, was like the most successful market ever, and at the same time, it
Exactly.
shouldn't have been because everything was in a pandemic. It was at a standstill. So how are these fucks making money
Right.
a million times their wealth when everything's at a standstill? They're sitting there playing the
Seriously.
market, selling short sells, and doing this and that, and just making their money.
Bro, they
It doesn't
injected
make
2
any sense.
trillion and
I
it
have
just fats their
Just
pockets.
eating up our stimulus checks.
I have no kids. I grew up poor. I grew up homeless. Like I've never had a come up. But with this pandemic and the unemployment, I fucking lucked out for the first time in my life where I have a little bit extra in a honey pot that I saved for myself. And I'm trying to figure out how to make that grow because at this point, like I'm trying to figure out how to make additional funds, if the industries that I'm in, because they're so unstable, don't work out. So I work at a bowling alley. I'm the manager there and I do my shit. But, like at this point, I have to adapt and go out and learn information. And this is just another outlet. This is ideal for me as a
No,
musician.
this is passive income, and this is how the rich people make a passive income. They're
Yeah.
24/7 making a passive income, and this is how they do it. They make a passive income. When you hear passive income, everybody makes a passive income off the stock market. They don't teach you that because they don't want everyone involved. Because if that happens, it makes it very volatile and very unpredictable. Hence the
Right.
position they're in.
Right.
Isn't it dumb that the thing you need to know the most is like payroll and taxes and credit cards and personal finance, and it's like the one thing they don't teach you in high school.
Yeah, can I teach some of these people a cool trick you can do? Okay, so what he's mentioning about passive income, so like a lot of that comes down to dividends, right? So like quarterly, you'll get paid out dividends by a company. Some companies actually give out dividends monthly. So like I have two, they're like real estate investment trusts. They give out monthly dividends, but there's actually a trick you can do to get monthly dividends from quarterly companies. So if there's like every company will pay out their dividends quarterly in a different month, but it's always every 4 months type thing. So there's actually a trick you can do. Whereas if you have, a company that gives out their dividends the first week of whatever month it is, right, and then you invest in another company that hands out their dividends in the second week of that month, right? You just kind of find out when people give out their dividends, and you can literally just get money coming in every week off dividends.
That's one point. My point actually though was these guys are so corrupt where they have the AI and the technology to read the flow chart and sell at shorts and sell at high, or sorry, buy at dips and sell high all day long.
Well, yeah, that's their job.
I think some of them have
No, without
bots.
actually being there. It's bots.
Yeah,
Exactly.
they have
It's
bots.
It's bots
And
now. They
now
don't do it. It's just a never
Rob-
ending factory. And now, yeah, they're going off Robinhood's trends, and
Robinhood
that's what
is
made it a never-ending
selling
factory as well.
selling the information. They are selling the information of the retail investor because, like in America,
But I actually never
we have
thought of
a-
dividends that way. That's a very good fucking way to think of dividends. Wow.
No, it's actually so effective.
Did
We
you
have
ever
a
find
lot of-
out if you can do margin on the real estate investment trusts?
I'm gonna ask my buddy.
Pardon me, sorry. Can you ask that question again?
If you could margin real estate investment trusts and
Oh yeah, I remember. I was gonna look into that. I haven't actually asked them yet. Because yeah, what I was saying is like I was wondering if I could use leverage to qualify for a drip.
And if so real estate investment trusts are kind of like you go in with a bunch of your friends to buy a bunch of properties, and as people pay their rent every month, the dividends is you collecting your portion of their rent.
Yes. That's why REITs yield and dividend ratios are usually pretty good.
Yeah, Reality Income is one of them. Ticker symbol O. They pay every month.
I was just looking at that ticker, like right when you said that.
Yeah, it's a pretty good. I have been investing in that and making monthly payment. They're making monthly payments to me, so I'm pretty good.
No, I'm not trying not to comment on this.
4.5
really
yield
over real estate right now.
Not bad.
What was that ticker you just mentioned?
O. It's just called O. Reality Income. That's what it's called.
Damn right, GME pays dividends.
Yeah,
I
on a
hope so.
quick side note, they're asking the guy. He's not Australian. He's Polish.
Yes, mate.
Yeah, they're talking about you in the chat. And then those of you that were
think you're
wondering,
Australian.
those of you that were wondering about my music, I'm Miko Blaze. That's my artist name. Look up Miko Music if you want to help me out. Shit, just like my YouTube. I'm trying to grow and see if I can get on a TV show, but that I'm just gonna plug
Do you
that real
need-
quick.
Do you need someone to make you music videos?
I play drums if you need a drummer.
Hey, I'm down. Let's like.
I could do some electric guitar stuff.
Ask that guy
You know-
in chat if it counts as what do you say, taxable capital gains. Is that
Guys, are we-
in case in a TFSA or
Are we about
RA
to make the world's largest band?
Dude, you know how many people we can reach with music though?
Music
Yes, music.
Can we start rapping about stock investments education?
Hey, if anybody
I
wants
could write a
to,
song right now called
So the
GMA.
dividends, I'm pretty sure they do count as taxable capital gains, but consult a tax professional.
What about if
about
it's
that.
in a TFSA?
Time and hands
or
come to me. All I have to
Roth
do is
IRA,
invest in GME.
Same case. I'm not too sure. I'm not a financial
Everyone has different financial situations, so it's going to impact you differently. So
I wish AMC was making the push that GME is making right now.
Hey, hold on a sec, real quick. I want to jump back to the YouTube chat here. I'm seeing a whole lot of people in here, and that like button ain't moving.
Yeah, sell that YouTube.
If you don't mind smashing that like button with them diamond fists.
Diamond
And then
fists.
throw up some diamond hands in the chat.
Give me that diamond fists.
Like, share, and subscribe to the channel. Hit that notification bell. So
You're
whenever we go live or we
alive.
switch up a video, you can know when to find us, where to find us. Thank you very much, everybody, for being here. I appreciate it.
Oh, you're welcome. You're
Be a
welcome.
Music production / camel farmers /
Yeah.
crypto token.
we got it
Yeah,
all.
DeFi.
Hey, if
Seller-
anybody
GME
wants,
6230 holding weight.
if anybody wants to check out my music, I'll throw a link in general. It's Nightmare Machine on SoundCloud. It's like if you like Goblin or I don't know, kind of more gothic sounding electronic music, then
I love it.
that's what it is.
Yo, I'm into that.
Make sure you make sure you drop your links into the YouTube chat too, so people can follow you as well.
There's so much diversity.
You
Can you do
don't
that?
want me to play music at
though?
all.
Can you
I
drop
play
links in
one
YouTube chat?
song and can't hold a tune, so I'm gonna opt
I'm
out of that one.
yeah, I'm pretty sure Tame is okay with that.
Okay, word. Thanks.
Thanks.
Yeah, hit that like button. I mean, the thing about this conversation, I think that makes it even more interesting for me as a listener is just the variety of different perspectives. It's actually been healing and refreshing as somebody that's like from Minneapolis and had to go through Black Lives Matter and the civil unrest. It's actually really healing for me to have conversation with people with opposing viewpoints
Hell yeah.
in a
Oh,
respectful
man.
manner.
Hey,
Hey, good. Well, I've got a similar thing now here.
Nobody's
totally do a
wrong.
music video.
Seller Door in YouTube was saying that there's a lot of Polish people in the UK and a lot of expats, and you're right, there are, and there was a lot of anti-Polish sentiment in the UK. It actually led to Brexit.
No.
I mean, the push of Brexit was a lot. I mean, I'm not saying that's what led to it, but the anti-Polish sentiment is what.
Because I'm here in England,
Yeah.
and I experienced this whole thing firsthand. So
Are you
I
in
think
Birmingham, by the way? Because that.
I'm in Northampton.
No,
In Northampton.
okay.
It's 2 hours from Birmingham.
Yeah.
Well, the way I
So near Manchester, then.
no.
Do you know my friend Reese in Birmingham?
Do you know the Queen?
Sorry,
I
go on,
want to hear
please talk, please.
Britex.
I
Let,
was
let,
like,
let,
talk,
let
please
him
talk.
explain Britex.
Yeah, the Brexit. The way I've seen this, look, England has. I came to England 8 years ago, I think, or something like that. And when I came here, this place was different because now we have all these Romanians and all these Slavic people taking, well, as they say, taking their jobs. They work in all the dirty jobs that English people don't like working in, like warehouse jobs and all this stuff. So when the Brexit came in after years of all these people flooding into England, they just said, okay, well, it wasn't like directed to Polish people or anything. It was just overall, everyone was tired of the fact that they cannot just walk out the door and have English people living in English way, you know, and all these older people and all the generation. It might be racism, but I see it firsthand. Like the Romanians here, like, sorry, like I'm not trying to speak through prejudice or anything, but
We're gonna stop.
it's, you know, the reality is that there's so many different cultures that when they all collide, there's no way that you're gonna have
pot theory.
Yeah, it's just and it's so real. Like I'm seeing this, and all these English people working within all these warehouses, and they all have prejudice towards all these Romanian people and all these Polish people and Lithuanian people because they come.
That's when you got to remember too that like the distribution of wealth is a big part of that, because if more people had access to wealth, they'd be working together.
Oh, of course.
There'd be more camaraderie, or I can't pronounce words. I'm sorry, but you get what I'm saying.
My partner is Polish, so I'd go to the UK a lot.
The distribution of wealth has a lot to do with pimped up frustration with like overpopulation and shit like that. Because if it wasn't for if there was actually a fair distribution of wealth and overpopulation at the same time, there would be problem solving to be had at. There would be money to be spent. There would be people at it. But instead, there's such a distribution, like misdistribution of wealth. It's fucked. Like,
Also,
it's just
Yeah, touching on distribution, because that's where all these people are coming and working in, like distribution and factories and stuff. And all these English people are saying we don't want them here, blah blah blah. They literally became a backbone of this country now. Like, if you want to kick them out, great, but you guys don't want these jobs, you know. So what's
the same way with Canada and Arabic people? That's going to be the exact same way with Canada. They're going to eventually take the jobs that Canadians don't want to do, and they will become the backbone of Canada. 100%. Like, it's already see it. Like,
man, I want a Polish sausage and poutine right now.
Yeah, Polish sausage is so solid. I love Polish sausage, man. Kielbasa, let's go.
Pierogies.
Pierogies.
Yeah, let's go.
Guess what just came in for me? The EI check, employment insurance, another $900 on GME. I think so.
Oh, you motherfuckers all getting all the checks and stuff. I ain't getting no checks.
Bro, if you're getting that much for pandemic unemployment assistance?
No, I'm unionized, so
okay.
I'm not under.
We
I'm
get
under employment insurance.
Now they introduce a new thing
down here. Otherwise, probably the same. But
now they introduce something in England when you get sick.
Of swear words.
No.
Let's see what
I couldn't watch it because of the Nicolas Cage factor. I couldn't. To me, that's him going low. That's him going real low.
They cast him perfectly for it.
Like, you don't understand. This is Nicolas Cage I grew up watching and Gone in 60 Seconds, one of my favorite movies of all time, and now he's doing Netflix shit. Like, I've lost all respect.
Dude, I loved him in Face Off, dude. I loved him in Face Off, but he fucking nailed it. He's just got the perfect humor for it. He's got, it's like satiring, but he's
Mic check 1 2 3.
Maybe I have to
check
give it a chance.
1 2 3.
Maybe.
Well, the man YOLO'd his fortune like 3 times.
Yeah, we can hear you, man.
What's he gonna do?
Did anybody else?
Right on.
It took me like. Oh, sorry for interrupting.
No, I'm giving my age here, but if we're talking about Nicolas Cage, I can't leave out Raising
I didn't
Arizona.
YOLO my fortune.
y'all.
That's what you're talking about. I actually was
How to
talking
get
about
burned.
liquid
How to get
that
burned.
I made money off of, and I'm
come here.
dead on my visa right now. Actually, $900. This could pay it off, or I could put it more towards GME.
Killing me will bring back your goddamn honey.
Probably go back to work in 2 weeks anyway, so I'm not too worried, to tell you the truth.
You know what else is hilarious though? Death to 2020. Oh my god, you need to watch it. It's on Netflix. If you haven't, man, like if you smoke a joint right before, you're gonna fucking crack up.
Death to 2020.
I heard that.
Hey, real quick, guys. Hi, what's up? My name is Paul Farmer.
What's up?
Real quick, I just wanted to say that I am a new investor. And I just want to say I've learned so much in the past like 2 weeks.
Let's go.
Of like listening to you guys, like, and you know what's nuts is as soon as I started investing, you know, I tried to tell my coworkers kind of what was going on. And I was like, hey, look, like this is a pretty cool opportunity for you guys to get into and like just investing alone. And they just laughed at me.
That's what I was seeing the other day.
Ignorance.
That so many people are ignorant towards the stock market. Like they really don't know the amount of money that flows through it, and it's retarded.
It's natural
really
selection.
retarded.
Let them be broke and let them complain and let them not contribute to anything and let them
Like,
just live their lives.
Like my mom's starting to become a little bit more open. But you mentioned it to my little brother or something. Like, shut up, man. I don't want to hear about money. It's like I'm not trying to be rude. I'm not trying to like show ego. It's the last thing I'm trying to do. I'm just trying to show you how much money actually flows through this market.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
Exactly.
Yeah. On top of that,
And you can think
I just
of
want
it
to.
as companies getting squeezed, and that's why there's an influx in money in the market that just goes through people's hands at a ridiculous.
And now that's correct. And we also had Corona, which squeezed out all the bad business. And now, like never before, we can see what business is strong, which one is not. And now is like the golden age of investing.
Not just bad business now. There's some of us that lost a business that was a good business too.
I lost a business, but it was shit.
Exactly.
Well, I lost my
You're like,
business.
right
I
off.
lost my business,
Got out
and
right off. That's what
we were the number one ranked home inspection company in the South, and we completely went under because with everybody quarantined, nobody could do home inspections, and like it was terrible.
All right,
Yeah,
guys.
something like that, going into people's houses and like being somebody that's a contact person like yourself is very dangerous.
Hey guys, I have to go so I want to say goodbye.
We just couldn't do it.
Hey, thanks for
Have a good day.
coming on. Yeah.
Yeah, Bing Bong signs out. I'm gonna come in tomorrow at the same time. And thank you for everything. Chat was great, and I love you guys.
Take care, man.
Cheers, mate. Yeah, dude. See you later, bro. It's nice meeting you. Hey, real quick before we go into another topic, I just wanted to say real quick that like I said, I've been listening to you guys since day one, and I got into the market like literally a day before all this GameStop news started hitting, and like the next day I was in it, and I was like, holy shit, is this what the hell the market is like? Is this what the stock market is like? This shit
I personally
is
don't think
crazy.
it's coincidence that we all heard it from Reddit and like 4 or 5 million people became like new users to Reddit or whatever, and just to join up on Wall Street Bets thinking it was Wolf of Wall Street. And I honestly I honestly think it was orchestrated, because if you read back, like this has been going on for a year, and the fact that it's remained quiet is a big I'm combottled. Like I can't think of it. Like it's crazy. It just boggles my mind how it stayed quiet for a whole year. And I'm pretty much like into the stuff. Like I researched a lot on stocks and stuff, and like I've come across different game stocks and whatnot, and the fact that like I didn't notice GameStop was up that much, like to me that's not a coincidence. Like you'd think that'd be making noise. That was definitely making noise on Wall Street. They were probably scrambling for the last year trying to get their short positions down. So I don't doubt they have their short positions down, but at the same time I don't doubt that they got greedy and doubled down too. Think like underestimating us, but at the same time, we don't know their short position. We really don't.
Yeah. So when I was literally listening to everything that was going on and just trying to really grasp the concept of being involved in a short squeeze, or even being involved in a general stock itself, I was just so what's the word I'm looking for?
Just flustered or just overwhelmed.
Yeah, it was very overwhelming, and to the point where it's just like, holy this is fucking crazy. Like
take it in, and you're like, okay, so they put a name on something simple in order to hide it, and it's like, cool. Now I know.
It's very surreal. Having never done it before, it's a very surreal feeling to be in the middle of it.
Yeah, you got to see the money process between your account and between stocks, and you got to see that actually happen and play out for you to get more comfortable with it. And the more you see that play out, the more comfortable you're going to get into. But that's when it be like smart investing, reading beta, which is the volatility, and maybe reading on different index. Like you want to see where the rich people buy, so you read it on the negative volume index instead. It's just different ways of reading flow. There's like I don't know how many indexes. There's tons of them though. You just got to read up what the index is telling you. The index is telling me that rich people buy here, and the poor people get stooped into buying here. And it's been a trend over the last 2 weeks at that. So I think I might be able to buy in around here. I'm going to put an order in. If I don't get it, whatever, I'm not going to break bank for it. I'll come back to it another time, reinvest. That's the kind of thing you got to do, kind of thing.
Not fun.
Yeah, exactly. No, I totally understand. And you know what's even cooler, to the point where it's like, okay, now I'm like just about 2 weeks in, 3 weeks in, maybe 4 weeks in. No, I don't know. I can't really remember. But now that I'm somewhat, gaining all this knowledge and just looking up videos and looking up all these different types of articles, and just I looked up a video on basically kind of what broke down from the 2008 shindig that happened. So, I mean, I'm pretty well versed as far as what's going on. But I would have never known about it unless I came into this chat. So at this point, I was just like, damn, you know what? I got to get up in this shit, bro, because I got some shit to say. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. My bad. I'm not supposed to be cussing. My bad. But I really...
You good.
Okay. Like, I just felt...
Poo anymore. So.
Somebody asked who's got them diamond hands.
Me.
Oh,
I got them sweaty ass hands.
Oh, shoot.
Diamond hand.
Show us your diamond
I'm
hands.
sitting at like 4 something right now. I gotta have the diamond.
Not
I'm sitting at like 4 something.
sale.
Financial advice. This is just what we as individuals, like I as an individual, I am not selling.
If I was to give financial
I'm
advice,
so
I would
hyped
say if
for
you
what's
only
gonna
have
happen,
like
what I think is gonna happen.
$500, stay away from the stock market. Get your capital up, get like $5,000, and then do your research. Well, do your research while you're getting capital up. Fuck it, like, it doesn't matter. But get your capital up, do your research, get $5,000, and maybe spread it between 2 stocks that you really like, and really watch them and really study them while the money's in there. Because you're gonna notice it's average low, and then you're gonna notice it's average high over time. You're just gonna naturally notice that, and you're just gonna be like, okay. So wait, do I have an opportunity to maybe sell this week, bank a quick couple hundred, and rebuy next week? And if you do, chances are you do, especially if you've been watching it over time. And but yeah, like yeah.
We got a question.
Can I add on that real quick? Like, so don't, as somebody who, I'm not gonna say I've traded my whole life, but I've traded half my life. Don't get into the pattern of, oh, I was here, and if I hadn't got out, I'd be, I would have like $3 million right now. I got out of Amazon when it was $221 a stock.
I know someone that got out of Tesla at a 200.
You can't, don't get sucked into that set of mind frame. Like, just don't do it. Like, it'll lead you down a really bad.
Because ultimately nobody can predict the market. Nobody knows what's going to happen. And you honestly just you cannot look back and kick yourself. Because trust me, like I've been over the years being like, oh man, Tesla's such a cool company. And like I want to like invest in them. And then like I never did. And I missed a huge window. I was sitting this time last year. Okay. If I had just dumped half of my savings account into Tesla stocks, do you have any, like, I just, and it wasn't a lot of money, but if like, it was like $6,000 that I had saved up. I'm a previous chef too. So when Mika is saying like she had that honey pot, I was in the same boat, girl. Like I had like, say if I had put $6,000 into Tesla stocks last year, like it would be a completely different story. I would have been able to do so much more right now. I wish I was like I am where I am right now last year, and it would be a completely different story. But I'm not going to look back at Tesla's price last year and kick myself today. Even though I could be thousands and thousands of dollars richer, like I'm not going to do it because you know what? You have to find new opportunities. If you spend too much time dwelling in the past, you lose sight of the future. Okay? Start investing now. and find opportunities, because there's always new opportunities on the horizon.
If you want to feel better about Tesla, actually, there's actually a lot of people who are mind boggled by Tesla because they can't figure out how they make their money because their production
By
is
us.
so high.
Dude, Elon Musk is only the richest person in the world because of his investments.
A lot of people have
So,
the theory that
two
it's getting
things.
short squeezed right now, Tesla, and that's what's making its money. There's so many short bets against
Yeah.
it, and then now it's getting short squeezed similar to GME apparently. But Tesla's been
It's
getting
been
short
like
squeezed
that
apparently for like 2 years or
for
something because
ages,
of all the
yeah.
shorts against it, and
Yeah.
that's where yeah.
We got two things. We have a super chat, and just prior to getting to that, I just wanted to say one more thing about this topic that we were talking about. Personally, I feel for me, the safest way to invest if you don't, if you're afraid, also, or if you're trying to be conservative, is if you put your money in and then you make a profit, you double it, take what you put in out. And that way you can then invest with what's, like your play money. You can go in and do what you want. Again, that's not financial advice. I'm not telling you to do that. I'm saying that this is something that works for me if I'm feeling conservative. But getting to the super chat, Leo Daniels 2002 says, "Hey, we supporting CTRM because it's saying on Webull." Thank you for the $1.99 there super chat. But
thank you,
guys. Anybody?
I'm actually trying to fathom right now, like if Tesla was in like a 3-year short squeeze and people did try to short it at $20, the position they're in right now and the fact that they lasted 3 years, if that's a possibility, is friggin' mind-boggling.
Listen, I got a GME question.
Castor Maritime, CTRM, Castor Maritime Inc. Let's take a look at that. You guys keep chatting. I'm going to do a little bit of digging on that one.
So, yeah, I had one more question. Sorry about that.
CTRM.
Yeah, I had one more question real quick.
Shoot.
Go ahead.
Hey, so real quick, first things first, I just want to make sure my mic is good because I got these.
Perfect.
Okay, because I have these headphones, so I'm not sure if it's picking up through my headphones or if it's from my laptop.
Perfect. Sounds
Loud and clear.
Smooth.
I'm like literally like 5 inches away from my screen, and I'm like, do I have to be this close or can I like relax?
You can probably
You can
relax
do
a little.
test. There is a test that you can do in the settings, but you sound great.
That's what I'm talking about. All right, so yeah, like I said, man, I'm very thankful for everybody that's participating in something like this because you guys have changed so many lives out there, and you guys, I mean, I'm sure you guys know you guys have, but I'm telling you, you all collectively with your brain power and your knowledge and your investigating skills and all that stuff is very, very impressive, like to the max.
You always just try to come from a logical place and from different perspectives. Because you always got to view shit from different perspectives, man. Especially when you're analyzing stock.
Yes, exactly.
And give yourself credit because like you're all doing your due diligence. There's a reason why you're out there looking for knowledge as well. But give yourself credit. It's like yeah.
100%.
Exactly.
I still consider myself a dumb fuck, to tell you the truth. So don't go by everything. Because you can find the same information on the internet. You can find
Yeah, no, dude.
We are not
Worth a Google.
We are not. No, nobody here is a professional.
Investopedia is one of my best friends. Like, hate to say it.
I'm just a regular ass person trying to gather as much information as possible for me to make an educated decision about what to do with my
and then
money.
pass it along and let them make an educated decision with it.
Exactly. These are we are individuals.
I just ate like crayon and banana.
And that being said, I'm laughing at the GME numbers right now. I'm seeing estimated earnings minus $2.17, which just makes me laugh because they're still at like $60 a stock with an estimated earnings of minus $2.17. And then you look at their market cap, which is $422 billion, and today they had a
Okay, what the hell? Hold on. Okay, CTRM. I went to Market Beat. Apparently, their short percentage is over 1,000.
What? Ooh. Like 73 cents. What? We gotta sometimes with these maritime companies though, because
Someone else has to do some research with me. We really need to figure
I'm
this
looking
one
at
out.
the average
So-
volume today, and it's ridiculous. It's 97.7
news.
million,
I just
There's some
posted in
news out there.
general the chart.
which makes no sense. So they're either they're
What was
getting
the
desperate or
ticker on that?
people are buying. Either way,
Castor
it's good for us.
Maritime announces vessel acquisition. Castor Maritime massive dilution. Oh, stock dilution. So this is something that these Greek shipping companies, because this one's based in Greece, they do this. They buy back shares, and so the price goes down.
Oh yeah, Marvin hedge funds or whatever have a bunch of different hedge funds in the Cayman Islands, so they can definitely trade between them with Go shares and stuff, and actually affect market prices after hours too, as well. Doing
Let me
that.
see
That's
what's going
so.
on with this. This is confusing.
I posted
Thank
in
you.
the general a chart of the ticker that we're looking at right now, just so you can see the mean reversion indicator, the RSI.
Thanks.
So yeah, it's really interesting. I'm interested in learning more about this one.
So on GME, I'm looking at the past few days development, and I was wondering if somebody that can glean more information from charts than me, are you seeing like a cup shape starting to form, possibly, especially after today?
I love that. I love that cup and
I'm not
handle.
gonna
Let's
lie.
see.
The one thing that actually worried me, because I was always reading the charts like a month in or some shit, and then I went like a month back, and then I seen the first rise, like I think it hit like almost 400 at one point, and then it dipped down, and then you seen the other dip when everyone got interested and heard it off Reddit, and like 7 million people came,
Yep.
and you seen the other dip to almost like 450, and then it came back down, and I was
Yeah.
so worried about being a bag holder, like honestly. And the only thing I can't fathom is how is this company still sitting at 60 bucks?
Right, but what do you think about the cup shape?
On what
The cup, there's been, I mean, like logistically, they're like, if you could draw like 12 cup and handles in the
Right.
past like 3 days. So I don't think we can really like this. We're in a statistical anomaly,
Like a
with the
parabolic
situation that we're
curve
in
is
right
what we're
now.
talking about. Are we talking about the same
Well,
thing?
that's the cup. Well, the parabolic curve is the cup, where the
Yeah.
handle is after the top of the right side of the parabolic curve.
This one's
here.
over the course of a bunch of days is what is making it stand out to me. Is that anything to take note of? Or,
Oh, let's see.
you know, it's like the past like more than 5 days, maybe. It's you know,
Yeah,
it's,
I'm trying to
Which
remember last
ticker
night
is that
'cause
by
we
chance?
we're talking about GME.
62, almost to 63 GME. We're like right at 63. Come on.
Power
I
out, baby.
love how it's getting stopped at 60.
Does anyone see what I'm saying though? Does anyone see what I'm saying? Like there's a little spike that is kind of out of the
So now you
range,
got
but
to
it
figure out
looks.
what you're trying to figure out from that spike. You're trying to figure out
Well,
the
I'm wondering.
volume that
I'm
happened
wondering if
there.
it. I'm wondering if it like. Okay, so we've talked about like maybe they want to use $500. I mean, I think they're going to have many exit points that they try to set up for people, but it was talked about that maybe $500 would be, or around like 300. They would try to make that look like the peak potentially,
Yeah, I
as
was
just
thinking
as
that.
a theory, right? And this would line up with that because if that's a parabolic curve, then it would swing.
The way you're saying like it's consistent is what you're saying parabolic? Because I'm a retard. I have
like
no idea
like
what
it would
parabolic means.
well say the idea that, as I understand it, is that you've got this curve, and once you identify the bottom of the cup, which it looks like you can see it to me on the chart, you know that the other end of the curve is going to go as high up as the first end, as the
That's how I've
beginning.
been reading. How I've been reading these is I've just been like trying to understand why it's so consistent but not going down.
But that would
Besides
fit.
getting shorted,
That would fit. It
exactly.
shoots up to
That would be.
500 people.
Yes,
People think that's
exactly.
it, and then it makes the real move, and just after that, I don't know.
Well,
Just
I
an
had
idea.
heard back when we were like still above 200 that 65 was still like the magic number. This was the number that it needed to stay above.
Yeah,
Did
somebody
anybody
said
else
something
hear
about
that?
that. Like, yeah, like a few days ago, or was it last week? Or
60. I was hearing it last week that 65 was a magic number, and if we go back and look at the chart, that's
Like if we get back up to
a lot
65,
of, meaning that the shorts in relative to the shorts, that 65 was a really important number.
yeah, I remember something. I was doing my dishes when I heard that, and yeah, somebody was saying something about we have to stay at least between these few numbers, at least then we'll know we're okay.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of what the basis
I
of
heard this
what
last
they were
week.
talking about.
I mean, looking at the chart, it makes sense. Going back to January 22nd, that's when it really popped above 65, 55, 65, and potentially where maybe they doubled down on the shorts around that time.
You also got to remember too. Even as long as we're still up and it's still pretty much staying consistent, I'm pretty sure we're going to be sitting pretty for the most part. That's not financial advice. I'm just
my
you know.
my knowledge towards this is I'm hedging my bets on they're greedy. That's it. That's what I'm hedging my bets
Exactly.
on. I'm gambling and I'm betting
Exactly.
on that they're greedy.
That's a good bet.
Okay, I'm on
That's
E-Trade
where all
and
my
I have a
betting comes
news
from.
ticker. Citadel Securities trades almost as much volume as the NASDAQ.
What?
Holy shit.
Ooh, I wonder if you
What are
found
they
some
doing?
phantom shares
That-
there,
that-
guys.
Yeah,
You
no
might have
kidding.
phantom
I just
shares.
wonder.
Yeah.
Buddy, I love
Almost as
holding
much
on to
volume
this
as the
bag.
NASDAQ.
Hold on to this bag till
This
it's
is a
death to me, bud. I'm gonna
mysterious and
build the bag.
sexy
I'm gonna grow the
bag.
bag.
I love it. What's
It's
inside?
very intriguing.
I don't even want to open it.
Mystery.
I don't want to. Once the surprise is there, it'll be gone forever. I just want to hold it.
I think a lot of this also has
Use
to
it as a
do
pillow.
not just with money, but at this point, I think it also has a lot to do with saving face. You're talking about people that make their livelihoods off people believing in them, by them, like people believe these people will make them money, right?
That's
so
your guy.
like,
you say.
100%.
that's what I'm saying. Like that is their product. Okay,
Like
so
poor Yvonne's gonna be fucking
I
scapegoat.
mean, we're literally like making like this movement. Okay, everybody involved, regardless of what the outcome ends up being, I think has taken a tremendous effect on the fact that their product is not as legit as they've made it out to be.
Yeah, exactly. So I can even throw in a
negative
takes away
legit.
from the product.
Yeah, I can even throw in an example too. Like for example, everybody knows, everybody's watched Animal Planet, right?
The TV station.
Yeah, TV station. It was on, like, I used to watch it back in the day with Steve Irwin, right?
Oh, right.
Sure.
Okay.
God, we didn't deserve him. He was such
Yeah,
a
I know.
bully.
R.I.P. That was the god right there. That was a GOAT. So look at it this way too. Is exactly what you're saying. Just to kind of piggyback on what you're saying. Just like an example, you have a product, and it has to do with animals, right? Now, keep in mind, there's thousands and thousands of animal products out there, but yet you're not necessarily you yourself is a nobody until you get somebody that's even bigger. You get Steve Irwin to get up into your company, and now you're fucking popping.
I actually had the perfect video today for like an analogy for a ladder attack if people don't really understand it. And if you've ever seen Cheech and Chong, it's just a small little scene where it's a cop knocking on the window and it's just Chong or whatever going, you keep on knocking but you can't come in kind of thing. I found that really funny.
Hey, just real quick, I posted a thing in general about the options volume. You can see there's a lot of options volume around 70.
Interesting.
Hey, on a side note, I was watching, somebody dropped a link yesterday, and it had to do with some sort of it was like a character, an animation video. I think one of you guys made it. Who was that made that video?
Not me.
Are you
There's
talking about
animation
on it was almost like a PowerPoint presentation video on what was it, on like shorting or something? Is that the one you're talking about?
Yeah, I think so. I think that there was something about that. It was very educational.
I think that I don't think any of us made that, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I think it was just out there.
Yeah, I see an
Okay.
intriguing video. I try to post it in chat.
If we're
I was
talking about
watching
the same
40
thing.
minutes on IOUs and stuff the other day, and I try to post it in chat. But, yeah.
I'm still
Okay.
reading up stuff on Castor. I'm still going on this Castor Maritime thing. I'm a little skeptical personally, but I'm gonna keep looking.
Why? What's the Castor Maritime?
That's the one
That's the
that
CTRL or whatever it was.
CTRM, that super chat. We had I'm scrolling back up to look who it was that asked about what are our thoughts on that one. That was Leo Daniels 2002 that asked.
I put it on
And
my
just
watch
to
list.
just clarify, Leo Daniels, are we supporting? No. We don't use those terms. It's not we. You as an individual have to do your due diligence. I can, like look into it but I'm not going to give you financial advice.
I noticed.
We don't want nobody losing tendies.
Nope.
Yeah, I
No.
noticed.
Negative.
I noticed that Robinhood was pushing it pretty hard on, like, if you look at a stock, they're like, people that own this stock are also interested in this one, and it will always come up like in the top 2 or 3. Last couple weeks, Castor Maritime did.
Well, we're 12 minutes into Power Hour here.
Yeah.
Hey, real quick, somebody's asking about average, and then actually yesterday I had a few questions because I know a few of you guys were talking about decreasing your average and stuff like that. Can you guys elaborate on that?
Yeah. I got a quick analogy for it, right? So you got 2 apples. Okay, you buy them at separate times. Now, the first apple cost you $3, right? The second apple cost you $1. That means if you do the mean of it, the average of it, each like if you break it down, you paid $2 for each apple. You see what I'm saying?
Buying it cheaper to knock down your actual average price of your stock, because every time you look in a stock portfolio, you're gonna have an average price of your stock. Because I initially bought GME at like $350, like a biggest retard ever, and
I did that.
And now I have to like buy down. So like I started seeing the stock at 60 and 70, and I'm like, fuck it, and I started throwing like 3-4 more grand on it, and I chipped away at the average price. I brought it back down from 350 to 134. So
yeah, so if you feel like you bought too many apples at $3 and you still feel good about the investment, the idea would be, well, if it's down, I'll use that opportunity to buy a whole bunch more apples at $1, and then I won't even like remember those $3 apples because my CPS will be, whatever it is. Yeah.
Hey guys, I would love
when
to know.
GameStop drops, because if it is a bad investment, then I'm just gonna mask it with like another 10 grand,
exactly.
$2 or whatever,
Next
and
time
I'm gonna
I
keep
have
my portfolio.
Yep.
Whatever.
Me too.
So the meat and potatoes of that is that say you buy a stock at $100, and then you buy another one at 60. As the stock goes up, you may still be in the red on the $100 stock, but you're in the green and gaining money on the $60 stock. So it just offsets.
So you might have a couple stocks that have lost money, but one of them actually went up because you bought it at a different price.
And that's why I say don't enter the market with just like $500 and look at penny stocks. It's a bad way to get in the market. And you accumulate a little bit of cash. Look at stocks that are established companies. So companies that, don't dip below $60, $70 range. They're very established. They're very credible. Put your money in there and watch it grow, because it's going to grow just the same and probably faster than it will in a penny stock. 100%. Not financial advice, though.
Yeah,
but
and
penny stock is a faster way to lose money. It is a faster way to lose money. The only intriguing thing I see about not so much penny stocks, but some of these $2 stocks, or maybe like some of these shroom stocks that are in the technically penny stocks, is the potential for the future of that market, which is a very small market right now. So those are still gambles, but I will still throw a couple grand on them just to see what happens. That being said, I still have smart money where I'm going to put it on established companies. Like, if I can find good dividends, which I haven't really researched much and I haven't done yet, but I'll do dividends. But that guy made the good point where you do it on different weeks, so you always have them coming in. That would actually be pretty cool. But yeah, you find established companies and your money's safe there, honestly. And it's the safest way to go. You just
on the adverse of that, I
agree.
Personally do not like really expensive stocks, because you could have just a fraction of a percent in a day, and that, depending on how expensive that stock is, like I'm talking like a 0.25 of a percent could literally be like hundreds of
But
dollars.
that's when the negative volume index comes in handy, because you read the chart over a couple of days and then you know where to buy, and
This
then
is
you know
why
you're
it's
not
an
getting gypped.
individual. It's an individual thing. You know, some people do like penny stocks and they like a certain range, and some people
Oh yeah,
like
they just
to
have to
have more
understand
established. Yeah.
that they have a way faster way of getting to zero than the $70 stocks, right? For them to hit zero, not even a
Yeah.
pandemic could bring them to zero. Most $70 stocks during the pandemic grew.
It's true.
All the penny stocks dropped. They dropped. That's all you need to know.
I'd have to agree with that, especially when it comes to this question about CTRM. Looking at it more, and the more I read about it, it is a bit of a gamble with this one. So do your due diligence. You can read a bit more of it, but for me, it would be a no.
I got
wanna
something to
go
say
back
about GME real quick.
Let me revisit something real quick, man. The guy who was looking for the animated video, I put it in helpful links.
Okay, thank you. That was me, AZ Backpack. Yeah, I watched it. I watched it yesterday, and I was like, this is pretty informal. But the dude sounded like one of you guys, so that's why I was like, oh shit, because I'm a videographer / photographer, so I do like video stuff like that, and I just was like, maybe one of these guys are editors.
Well, I think some of us may be. I actually used to make stuff like that for a living. I used to be in learning and development, so I would make like tutorials and stuff at a software company.
That's tight, dude.
Tutorials, yeah. It was pretty cool.
That's cool, man. That's awesome.
Until I got fired.
What the heck? How the heck you get fired?
Cool. That part wasn't so cool. Oh, it's a long story.
We gonna have to grab
ADHD had to do with it.
Oh, I see.
Being able to work, so yeah, it was not the best thing, but yeah, I had fun making those videos. That was cool.
We gonna have to go grab a beer, bro. We got to talk about it.
Word.
I'm an editor full time. It can be fun, can be tedious, but I enjoy it.
Yeah, dude, that's what's up, bro. I was wondering, man, because I was like, this is a pretty well developed video, and it sounded just like one of you guys. So I was like, who did that? I'm gonna point him out. Who did that video? That was pretty good.
It was me. It was me.
The narrating on everything was all like very professional. Like it was pretty good. But hey, real quick, I got a little question to ask about GME. What's the word I'm looking for? Involving the shortages. So right now, I just read a little notification that said that. Now I don't know if it's true or not, but let me see. Where is it at? It said that. Oops. Not that one. Not that one.
It's all right. Take your time.
While you're doing that, there's a nice comment from Tim Brown on YouTube. He says, "Great stream chat. Just listening while working at home in the Netherlands. Heyo, like the diversity and respect in this chat. Good discussions and information provisioning. I'm in with 15 and holding. Yes.
Yeah,
That's what I'm talking about, boy.
What
Diamond hands.
We're worldwide.
Hey, I'm telling it. Hey, what did I tell you guys, man? I'm telling you,
Diamond hands.
you all have literally. You're literally changing the internet. You guys are changing the stock market literally as you guys speak.
I'm a stubborn dude, and I hope everyone's stubborn like me. I'm betting on it, and I'm betting on the greed. I'm betting on people's stubbornness, and I'm with it.
sir.
I'm with it. I'm about it.
If there's one thing I'll put my money on, it's that people are going to be greedy as AF in this country.
I just want to.
I think
Hey, I'm with it. I feel you.
like
absolute power
desire to
corrupts
destroy
absolutely
these assholes.
every
Share
time.
the chat, and you know what I mean. Like we all came in here, and we all learned something new every day. You know, and as new people come, I never get sick of hearing like, "Oh, I've learned so much from you guys in such a short amount of time." Like I love hearing that, and like shout out to all of y'all. Last year was a crazy year, and this year has been pretty crazy.
Oh yeah, man. And the amount of money they made last year while people were down, it's so fucking dumb.
Yeah.
But I'm saying we're all still here, you know, and a lot of people aren't here. So peace to
It's
everybody
true.
going through this
It's
struggle.
true.
Like, we're going through this all
100%.
over the world, and it takes a collective to change things, you know?
I was just about to say the same thing. Yeah.
Exactly.
There's no,
nice
you know,
comment.
people talk about deep value, and it's almost like they talk about him in a he started this. You know, there is no, and as much as I'd love to accept all the compliments, you know, it's like every single person involved in this, in some cases that might not even have the right motivation, but you know, especially the people in here and all the people that are so committed and passionate about this, every single person gets the same pat on the back as far as I'm concerned. You know,
Oh,
this
yeah.
this is a
Sure.
collective. You know, too many of
Collective
those
less
people
number
fall
and
by the
division.
wayside,
That's
and we
what I was
wouldn't
gonna
be
say.
here. You know, yeah.
You know, this kind of reminds me of this
Yeah, it's
song.
Oh, look at all those diamond hands in the chat.
Yeah,
Sorry.
diamond hands.
We got
No,
diamond
no,
hands. We got Nebraska. We got Compton holding
I, I,
strong.
I I was just thinking about it. Like, if you think about it, we have more brain power working
Yeah.
than these hedge funds. They may have deep
So
pockets,
much.
but all of us together with our brain power and just having the
Oh,
diversity
yeah.
of backgrounds.
Right now we're on like a million different
oh my
frequencies, and we're
god.
okay with it.
I
Yeah.
can't believe you're literally saying that right now. So I was literally just telling my buddy that. I was like, yo, what's going, like, these people that I'm listening to right now, and there's a ton of people that just have insight and just learning off each other and collectively just going ham every single day. People are on this stuff, like,
It's like a
learning,
music
dude.
it's like a music festival, right? I have never been so engaged in like an event like
I
this
like that
before.
music
You know,
festival.
you know what I'm
I
Seriously.
saying?
miss festivals. Oh
Yeah,
my
me too.
Yeah, I hear you.
Me
god.
too.
I miss talking to people that I don't know.
Right? That
Yep,
look,
yep.
that
I
is just going up and meeting people. Oh, I
I'm
love
like
it.
I
literally
I've always been an
I
introvert, so
I miss strange people wearing like leopard print diapers falling onto
Yes.
falling onto my tent at 1 a.m. and like,
yeah.
you know, then ended up
Like a
What in the
talking
normal
world?
until 6 a.m. You know, talking with the
Wait. Are
person.
you a burner? I'm a burner. Are you a burner?
That's hilarious.
No,
I've been smoking an ounce a week lately. It's
I
fucking
don't
killer.
mean
I
I
gotta
don't
lay
mean
back.
burner like that.
you
I mean
Burning
Burning
no,
Man
Man.
burner.
you're talking about Burning Man, right? Yeah. No, I've never been to Burning Man. I went to a lot of like electronic
Oh, I
music
want to go to that
festivals,
one.
like
Nice.
Camp Disco Biscuits, and
Nice.
New Deal, and
Please
stuff
tell
like that.
me.
Hey, New Deal's Canadian. Do you
Please.
guys know that? The New Deal? It's like an electronic band.
Whoever said they smoke an
Never
ounce?
heard of them, to tell you the truth.
Please tell me you guys know
Vancouver.
that dude that ran into the Burning Man, like, I think it was last
I
year or
was there
some
that
dude.
year. I was there. It was 2017.
Did he die?
2018.
No.
That dude ran into the
2017.
fire.
It was 2017. Yeah.
I was like, what the heck is wrong with this guy?
Yeah, that was a lot. Yeah. It was traumatic.
Hey,
Oof.
so
Okay, man.
not to change the subject or anything, but back to this GME shorted sale. So I just got an update right here on my Robinhood app here, and it said something about. Now this is the question. Just hear me out. It said something about Robinhood fell short on a few shares or whatever. Is now like lowering shares, like has even less shares now or something like that. And what I'm getting at is, how are these individuals putting out these updates, letting us know how many shares are available and this and that?
They don't even have that information. It doesn't have to be. Yeah, you don't.
So that's okay. So that's what I was trying to get at.
Oh,
Like,
I see what you're saying. Yeah, like
don't we have to like wait till what is it,
Exactly.
February 9th to get
for
the
them to
real?
report to the SEC, and then even then, it's like they don't have to report it. It's not against the law for them to
wouldn't-
scribble in some fake
yeah.
number, take a
Yes.
slap on the wrist with some cash. Like it'll cost them like 10 million to put a fake number in there and continue what they're doing, ladder attacks and shorten the stock. And if they are, like that's just
Yeah.
speculation. But
I mean,
Okay.
a legit reporter would check the source and make sure that that data is, you know, especially such contested data and you know,
but
data
they don't
with,
have access to
data
it.
with
The
so
only
much,
people that
so
have
many
access
eyes.
to it is the
Guys,
people actually trading the stock.
take
that's
a
the
look at
point.
the YouTube
high
chat.
vol-
Obviously pushing, you know,
high
propaganda.
Look at all
Yeah, I
all
was
the
confused.
diamond hands. Look at all
I know, man. These
the
YouTube.
places. Look at this.
Hey, everybody in the
Diamond
YouTube chat,
Hey, look at that. YouTube
man,
chat. Blowing up the
YouTube chat is on
diamond.
point.
Houston.
Hey, for real, for real. I was one of you guys. I was one of you YouTube chatters. I was on the chat for weeks listening to these guys. I said, you know what? I'm fed up. I got to get up on this thing. I got to share my knowledge because I'm literally right there with you. I got Diamond Hands for life. I got
Oh yeah.
GME for life. I got AMC right now. Like, I'm sitting pretty. I'm ready to go. I'm ready for whatever. I'm holding. I don't care, bro.
There was so much misinformation being pumped through Reddit that's what drove me to go out and do the research and figure out what the fuck is going on.
The
Like, I'm
amount of
like,
money
okay,
that they're
like,
spending on like, you know how much PR costs just in general? I mean, like huge budgets go
Millions.
towards like
Stuff.
bigger than the product itself, you know? And here they are doing the biggest disinformation campaign that is absolutely like we can identify this. This is happening. This isn't like conspiracy theory or an idea. I can't think of another time when there was such a like I feel brainwashed, like legit. Like I've been like depressed this week because of all the
oh yeah, man.
the
But that's where
negativity, all the
research and then
negativity.
watching the stock stay at $60 just makes me laugh. It honestly makes me laugh. I'm not even an expert, and I'm like, I go online, I'm like, and they always delete my comment on Facebook because these people online is like, oh, the stock's worthless, and I'm like, so if the stock's still sitting at 60, would that outlie the fact that they have unconsolidated debt and they're just like delete, delete, delete? And I'm like, just so you know, I have no idea what I'm talking about. It's an actual genuine question. Like,
Yo, Diamond Hands in Minneapolis. I see you. I'm from Minneapolis too. What's up?
Hey guys, I want
Hey,
to,
this chat is popping off.
in general, I'm gonna drop the thing for the Facebook group that I'm mod at. You know, we were all talking about how it's good for everybody to come together, different backgrounds and things of that nature. And this voice chat is amazing, but I just wanted to drop that in there if y'all want to check general. It's a great Facebook group for the same things that we're doing here, except it dives into everything from real estate to life insurance to buying a car, fixing your credit, all that stuff. And it's completely free knowledge.
you should always buy your car
Yeah.
used.
I joined it, and
Certain
I actually
cars.
Man, see,
there's
that's
a
what
lot
I'm
of
talking
good
about,
information
dude.
in that group. I recommend it. I joined it after you suggested it, and I've suggested a few of my friends too. And there's a lot of good information there.
I remember the one
Man, see, that's what I'm talking about.
depreciation of Cadillacs in 2007, the Escalades, where people were buying them at 120,000, and then they were going to sell them like 2 years later for like maybe 25 grand, 30 grand, not even 2 years old.
Damn.
Yeah, big problem there.
Yeah, and on that Facebook group, y'all see the picture that I dropped in there. Pay close attention to the red box. I just don't want anyone to go in there and see the discussion. And because the discussion is, I mean, it's an open discussion. It's people giving opinions on this, opinions on that, and things of that nature. And that's great. And we welcome that, just like we do here in this Discord. But there's large amounts of financial literature in the guides section. So if you look up at the top of the Facebook group when you join it, you'll see, the guides tab, and click that. And there's so many videos and things. And these are videos that are made by people in the group. Every now and then, there'll be an outside link if there's a really good YouTube video from 5 years ago or 10 years ago. But most of these are made from scratch, and it's real time, up to date, for lack of a better word, training.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm talking about, bro. Like, I really wish I had all this stuff, like all this knowledge a year ago, bro. That's it. Like, just send me back to a year ago with all this knowledge.
Yeah.
I'm sure the same rule applies to all of you. Imagine if you guys knew all this stuff that was going on a year ago that you knew now. I mean, who knows? Maybe you do.
We would not be
We'd be
holding.
rich already.
We would not. No, we would not be holding, and the banks would continue to do their shit.
No,
I'm just thankful.
This is what I touched on earlier.
We would have
though.
all sold out at 500, thought it was over, and the banks would have still been shorting it 3 years later. There's a reason why we found about it a year later, and I firmly think that's not coincidence.
But you can't get in. You can't get in.
Yeah,
the
that's true.
woulda-
That's true.
In the woulda, shoulda, coulda. Like, don't you literally, like for me,
I honestly think the bright side is, yeah, if you
I
got in a year
cannot
ago,
get
you would not
into
be
that.
here.
I've been in that rut. Like, trust me. The reason I say that and the reason I'm saying it again is because I was that guy. And I literally, for 2 years, like, I just was like, I'm not moving anything. I'm not touching anything. I can't look at it. It makes me depressed. Like, and literally, I just stuck it. Like, I just stuck it and didn't want to look at it, and I didn't want to have anything to do with it. And it took me like almost 2 years to get to the point where I could like feel comfortable, and I realized that I did it to myself.
Yep.
Because you cannot get into that. Oh, I wish I heard about this last week or whatever. Like, you just can't. You just cannot get into that mindset.
And then you're like, you feel pressure to put your $500 here and $5 here, and then you're only gonna see $20 gains. Fucking stupid.
Well,
Save up your money.
And exactly, and that's well. You just spoke on a very good byproduct.
$1.
The byproduct of that is it creates a mindset like you need to be more risky. Like, oh, you weren't risky enough. So it has a couple really negative, byproducts of that
there's
mindset.
smart ways to be risky in the market, though. From my perspective, you could be risky in betting on shroom stocks, thinking that the government's going to legalize them. You could be risky in cheap fintech, cheap technology that you think, okay, there's some growth, and I'm getting it at the low, so I have an out just in case it doesn't work out the way I wanted it to. So, like, as long as you're up to date with your stocks and you follow them constantly, you always have outs and you always have plays. Like, the first time I started losing money on my wheat stocks, like when I was like 18 or whatever the case was, I didn't, like you said, I didn't look at them for like 2 years. I just left them there, and then I actually accumulated money. I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna look at stocks again. Screw it. And I doubled down on that stuff. Doubled down on it, and now I see profits on it. And now I could pull out, or I could decide to leave it in there and let it ride. Like, it's very simple.
I mean,
Hey guys, if I could offer
You've got
something
to,
that
you've got to look at
I
it
feel you.
this way. You've got to look at it this way as well. You said if you had known a year ago, it would have been awesome. Well, a year from today, you do know. So I don't look in the past.
Yeah,
exactly.
Ooh, boy.
There it is.
Why you hit me with that, bro?
now.
Why you hit me with that?
Listen. Oh, I'm gonna hit you with something else.
That was good, bro.
If we knew a year ago,
Let's
we would
step
all
back
sold out
even-
at that 450.
Let's step
skyrocket.
back.
I read an article
Let's-
from
let's,
Warren Buffett long time where you can, there's not a right time to jump into the market. It's just buy a stock whenever you look at it, you like the company, just invest it, and then buy the dips.
They actually say the worst time to jump into the market is at open. That's when it's going to be most volatile. That's the worst time to jump into the market is at open.
It was for me because my first AMC position was 1690.
Yeah, exactly. The worst time to jump in the market is at open.
Yeah.
You let it play out. You let it calm down. And you're like, okay, we're good. Let's see what's up. And then you make your decisions. You never go in when it's like going crazy, this and this, because it's eventually is going to calm down and regulate itself. It will.
There are dips that you can see that are consistent usually over.
It's not like a stock is going to go up to $100 in one day. That does not happen. It's not a fair evaluation. Stocks are actually stuff that go over time, and they usually increase in value during the quarterly, when they do their quarterly reports, is when you're going to see the most growth, probably.
I mean, listen, guys.
Or the most decrease.
Taking a step back, like, time isn't real. All right? The only time that exists is the present. Time is an illusion. Like, I'm not.
Eckhart Tolle. You're
that's
usually
true.
putting some Eckhart Tolle.
I truly believe that.
It really does. Like, we are who we are right now, and that is who we are. Not what we think we are. Not who we want to be. We are only what we are right now, and you got to just you got to work with what you have in the right way to, and that's just no regrets. Like you're
yesterday is a memory.
Buying more dreams
Today
tomorrow.
is what it is. Tomorrow is an imagination.
No matter what, we leveled up and we just changed their precious little game book that they've been holding on to for years. We just changed it up. So now everything is up in the air. Now they're guessing just like us. So like that's what we got to remember. We changed the game. This is that for those that I've seen some people saying that, oh, we lost. We won. We have won because we have disrupted them.
It's true.
Hey guys, we're talking about basically like,
man, y'all hitting
mental
AZ
changes.
backpack hard right there, man.
We're talking about a mental change. Like my guy just now talking like he wished he had known this or that a year ago, right? And we're talking about changing how we look at this stuff. I am going to give a recommendation of a TV show. If you haven't seen it, I highly recommend it. It's Undercover Billionaire with a B, Undercover Billionaire. And these guys have a 90-day challenge to take $100 cash and create a $1 million company in 90 days. And you can see the mentality and what they do and the mindset and the grind and how they do it. But it's an excellent show to watch just to go see, okay, I got $100, I got a beat up car. What do? They sell their car, buy a cheaper one with that money, flip it, and now they have doubled their money, and now they're going to go flip a couple of cars, make some more money, take that capital, and get a partner to invest in this or that. But it's a great, entertaining education on the difference in getting a job and creating income.
Yeah.
Exactly.
That sounds so interesting, dude. For real,
What's
I'm
it
gonna have to check that
like,
out.
I'm in high school right now, but I dropped out.
Undercover billionaire, like undercover agent,
Oh,
undercover billionaire.
I've
A
seen
guy
it.
I've followed
Yeah,
for
I've seen
years, and
those.
it's named Grant Cardone. Okay, of what
That's good.
he's in that show. There's two other ladies that are CEOs. These are all billionaires outright or have $1 billion portfolios, real estate, business, whatever. But they literally drop them in the middle of nowhere, USA, with $100 bill in their pocket, a cell phone. They can't use any of their contacts, any of their own personal network. Okay, they have a different name. Grant Cardone shaved his head, and I'll spoil the first part of the first episode. He calls RV dealerships and gets an RV dealership to let him sleep in an empty RV on the lot for free, and he'll work as security and clean up for him the next day. So he got a free place to stay, didn't spend any of his money the first night he was there, just to get his feet underneath him. And then he starts making moves from there. And the moves they make aren't just financial moves. More importantly, just like what we're doing here, they're networking moves, getting people.
No,
Not
exactly.
just
I can't afford a house right now, like 700 grand where I live to get a decent house. It's like, yeah, no. And I'm not going to go get a mortgage because who knows what's going to happen to the housing market, like in any given time. Like, no offense, a pandemic just happened. So I'm kind of not very trustworthy when it comes to the housing market either. But so, yeah, like I'm just using the stock market to try to get my house, really, to tell you the truth. And that's why I like more established stock, because I'm going to get my house a lot faster dealing with established companies who know how to make money rather than penny stocks.
Well, sorry to rant on that, but the main takeaway is you have to network. We're talking. That's what we're doing right now.
The sheer difference in the housing market between the East Coast, the West Coast, Canada, and Texas just blows my mind. I live in Arlington, Texas, a little suburb between Dallas and Fort Worth. I bought my house in 2005. It's a little 2-bedroom, 1-bath, 1,600 square feet.
Listen, guys. I think we should return to the networking topic. I think that's really interesting, and I wanted to hear more. Yeah.
The point I was getting to was what we're doing right now is we've increased our network. Increasing your network increases your mind power, increases your knowledge base. Okay, you got one monkey trying to find a banana. He's gonna find one banana. You got 100 monkeys going, hey, yeah, I like bananas too. You got to find a whole lot more bananas. You got to increase your network. That's the only way you're going to be able to scale your own personal influence. Does that make sense?
Absolutely. I mean, if anybody take a look at Bullish's, he gave me the heads up on CCIV, and that thing is killing since I went in a couple days ago. That
I've
was a
been
great
looking at
network.
CCIV. I'm still looking at it. I don't know.
Not gonna lie, the OCGN, I did more research on it and I bought in, and it's actually up a little bit, but it's interesting because it's to deal with the pandemic. They're like in the mix of being the next pandemic vaccine to be approved. So I thought that was interesting. So
Yeah, what's good about that vaccine is that it's not mRNA like the old vaccine. It's actually like organic shit.
Good, because that mRNA
really
stuff, I don't
intrigued
feel
whoever-
comfortable with that personally.
Yeah, that's why I won't get the vaccine.
I was really intrigued with whoever mentioned this morning, the transportation of the vaccine. I thought that'd be a lot more safer investment than the actual vaccine itself, because there's a lot of competition when it comes to the vaccine itself. There's a bunch of people trying to figure this thing out and push it and make money off of it. So whoever mentioned the transportation with the coolant transportation trucks, that would probably be a safer investment, I would assume, when it comes to the vaccines and trying to make money off of it.
Yeah, those guys are like their own like post office. They're making runs like every day these little trucks just running coolers around everywhere.
Dry ice. The guys, the I saw it a week ago. There's literally like one freaking company supplying all the dry ice. He's in like Maine or
Really?
Connecticut. Yeah, they had him on Yahoo Finance, and
What are
he
some
like
uses for dry ice now?
that's transporting the vaccines.
That's
They're
what it
using
uses,
dry.
not like.
They're using.
Okay,
they're
we need to
using dry
know who
ice.
the dry ice company is. Who
They're
is that?
using dry ice to keep
Someone explained this morning it was like a refrigerated transport truck. But what is dried ice? Yeah.
Yeah, they use it, and it's not just like the
Yeah,
vaccine.
they make the holders, the containers, like these little refrigerator dealies, and the dry ice.
Yeah, let's say you got to move your drug, and you're at the very beginning, and you're testing this on mice. Those drugs still got to get from point A to point B, so they're doing on that end. And then when they move to clinical trials, they do it on that end. And now they're doing it with Moderna on that end, and it's just going to expand because big pharma is not going away.
They gotta get it to Seattle. They gotta get it here. What's the company called?
CYRX. Cyreport.
Damn, Ocugen
$70
looking good.
stock. I like. I'm not gonna lie. I'd have to go through it for the past like month to see what it's been doing. But I'm not gonna do that right now. I'm not gonna lie. I don't want to. So.
I bought in at 1034.
Okay.
I actually
Smart
had
cookie.
there was a
Smart cookie.
suggestion the other day in here that somebody actually gave me, and I ended up buying it. It's called BW Babcock Wilcox, and it's actually been doing pretty good. I mean, it's not like I didn't buy a ton, but it's interesting because they are the company that's renewable segments and environmental segments, thermal segments. Renewable segment offers technology for sustainable power and heat generation, including waste to energy, biomass energy. So it's kind of like I think it's like nuclear cleanup and stuff. It's something that nuclear energy. They're trying to find a way to make it safer because it really is valuable. And I know that that's something that Bill Gates is kind of interested in. So I mean, obviously, I'm not giving you advice. Just thought this was a interesting stock that so far from what I'm seeing is it's been around since like the 1800s. So
What was that again? Sorry.
What was the ticker?
it's BW.
I got an idea. I feel like we should have like a section to create our own watch list because everyone's always doing research.
There's a ticker section.
Yeah, we made a ticker
Yeah, the
section.
ticker. It's there. He created it the other day.
And like, it's actually this is a good way to learn because that stock we were talking about before, like we're not even trying to pump it, but Cairo Port. If you actually go look at it, right? 2017 no pandemic. 2018 no pandemic. 2019 no pandemic. 2020 pandemic hits, gets a little bit of interest, right? That's what I see there. And then like as you go, right, that's them making the vaccine, trying to get it going, and then boom, vaccines are made. They're in transportation, money's being made. So I don't know how big that could get actually, but that's actually a very good buy point. Whatever you bought it at, $10. Like holy shit.
1034 and 28.
Snipe.
Damn, I wish I would have bought Ocugen this morning.
For those on the YouTube chat, if you're looking for sites to go research these stocks, because we're not financial advisors. We're just regular ass people, and we're just doing the research. So you need to do the research and make the best decision for you.
Sure.
Information purposes only.
Yeah. So one site that I use that I actually ended up getting the 30-day pro trial is called TradingView. It's super cool. Like there's just so much that you can do with it in terms of like charts, and it just really lays out a really nice, like just full of information that's important to making your decision.
I like the regular ass people disclaimer. Can we run with that?
15 minutes till markets close, guys. 15 minutes in
I
the
am
US.
regular ass people.
We
Regular
definitely
ass
regular
people with diamond
people.
hands.
Whoop, whoop.
Making passive income.
I'm a little weirder than most
Look
regular.
at this movement on
Yeah,
GME right
yeah,
now.
yeah.
Look at
GME, holy
Look at this movement on
shit.
GME.
Whoa.
Look at this movement.
Somebody put in a buy order. Oh my god, it's going.
Let's go. Let's go.
Woo!
I told you.
I wanted to dip more so I could buy.
Stock. Meanwhile, there's people making so much
Rocket
money.
ship.
We're just
Rocket
like,
ship. Rocket ship.
11 asks, what's going to happen Monday?
let's-
Tuesday?
Let's keep the.
Whoa.
Hey,
Damn.
Let's
pause for a second.
freaking
Clear chat,
go,
please.
baby.
Hey, let's keep the cursing down. We've been asked a couple times on YouTube if we could keep the cursing down because there might be little kids in the room.
Yeah, exactly. I tried to
trying
say
to
that
watch.
earlier.
Got it.
Oh,
I'm
are
sorry
you not
about
supposed
that.
to cast
Yeah,
it
let's close. Let's close above 65.
Look, it's at
We going to 68, baby. We going to
I'll
68.
clarify. We are regular camels.
Let's close above 65, guys. Let's do
Oh,
that.
the A.
I got faith.
Oh,
We going
I
to
didn't think
68.
I didn't think
We
the
got.
F word
We
was
going
gonna
to
be a
68 without a doubt.
I mean,
That's not really a
What's
swear
been
word.
the volume the last hour or so?
Well, look,
Why is it so low?
there's a
Yeah,
lot of
volume
adults in here.
is really
There's a lot of young investors in here. Let's be a little bit more professional, please.
At this point, you can't really go off volume because from our assumption, we have everybody holding, which means the volume should be low. So when it spikes high, where's that volume coming from is the question. If everybody's holding,
I mean, we
it's
went
very
from
skeptical right now.
2 million this morning to 100,000.
So that's where the IOUs would come in if they do exist, and they're sitting there trading IOUs between each other. That's where you would see the volume from too, possibly.
Also, I'd like to point out as well. So, I've literally been hawk-eyeing this GME for, ever since I started investing in it. And it kind of seems, I mean, you guys probably know, but it tends to really start getting some movement towards the end of the day.
Hour.
That could be them just slowly clearing off their short position, I would assume, because that's their smartest thing to do. And who knows how big it is, but if they were smart, they would slowly close off their short position so they're not left in a huge asshole. That's what I would do.
What
but
happens
I
if
don't
they
know.
skyrocket the price after hours?
They can't really do that, and they can't really trade after. There's some after hour, like because you're trading from different like indexes. Like you're not trading from the Nasdaq. I mean, now you're trading from I don't know what they're called overseas. There's some in England. There's some in India. I don't know if India is actually allowed to trade with the other markets. So I actually don't know that. I think they don't, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, they don't really have as much control over the other markets. They probably do to a very big extent, but all the
Okay, so real quick, I'm pretty sure the way it works is like you can still process, you can still put through a trade during pre-market and after market, but it has to be during the open market hours that it's cleared.
You have to make sure that you mark your order for extended hours.
Yeah, you just have to have a broker that offers extended. You can trade the market just like you do during the day in those time frames.
Hey, I would also like to point out as well, with GameStop, I mean, because I mean, like I said, I don't know 100%. I'm just literally, spitballing. But there has been quite a lot of articles that's coming out about GameStop literally today. And, just a few days ago, they were saying, oh, GameStop's whatever. Oh, yeah, GameStop's whatever. Why would there be so much articles going on right now with GME today? Like literally today.
You're right. Hey. I don't know if anybody knows who Michael Malice is, but he said, if there was nothing to hide, what's the need for the propaganda? He was referring to the election, but like think about it in these terms, right? If there was nothing to hide, why the propaganda?
Exactly, dude. Exactly.
We just tapped 66.
And
It's
media, all
but
media,
it's
all
not that
media
big.
is for profit. All of it. They're all for profit. Whoever pays them to run an article, they're going to run an article. And whichever article gets them the most views, because they're for profit for their sponsors as well.
We going to 68. I don't care.
10 more
We're going to 68, bro.
Wow.
Yeah,
We're going to 68, baby.
There's about 6,000 shares at $66 even. Resistance that it
And
keeps
AMC
bouncing off of.
trying to pop up to 7.
Now it's going up to about 8,000 shares.
So I watch on the, and I mean, it is like super hardcore fighting going on between the 64.5 and 65 line right now. I mean, it is fighting like crazy.
Hey, also, I'd like to point out as well, you look at it this way, this past week, right? We've been having a pretty bad week so far. And to think it didn't even go past like 40 something, right? I think it stayed around 50, right? Somewhere around there.
Yeah, I
At
know.
the
I was
end
thinking
of
the
the
same
day,
thing. I was thinking if this thing has no value, how is it holding its value? Like it's very like weird. It's
yeah,
nice.
and to end the day at somewhere between 65, hopefully it ends the day between 65 to 70. Just to think, bro, I'm glad I bought in at 50. This isn't financial advice. I'm just saying, I'm glad I bought a few stocks at 50, bro, because I don't see this thing going anywhere near 40s right now, baby.
Well, I think the biggest thing is like you can't keep pushing that it's a dead stock if it gains 25%. Like it is
exactly
the narrative doesn't like. Okay, let me put another example, and we saw this right. I was
So
on
wait, $12
Wall
that
Street
it
Bets
says
for
it's worth
about
is
2 weeks, and I'm sorry. And when they were saying everybody was jumping to silver, dude, I'm telling you right now, I was on that thing like a hawk. I never saw anybody mention silver. Like not one, like not one. Like nobody said anything. I was refreshing that page, like
we are honestly so
like more
retarded
than
that
anything
all we
ever.
mentioned was GME, Nokia, which I think might have been a lie, and an AMC, which
No,
I'm not
it's just
sure
a
about
fact.
anymore,
It's a
too.
fact. Nobody was pushing silver. Nobody.
Well, we know it wasn't because then it dropped like a rock 2 days later, and then they couldn't continue to push that narrative.
Top
Hey,
right
real
now,
quick.
66.47 is where. Oh, it's coming.
Yeah,
down.
we can hear.
Hey, real quick. Oh, sorry.
Nice. Hmm.
Yeah, I'm telling you, bro. I'm telling you, there's gotta
Sorry,
be
if it's a
something.
dead stock, I want them to explain the volume on a stock that's dead.
Right.
That's Elon using
Exactly.
Webull instead of Robinhood.
Hey, I could hear somebody. I could hear somebody in the background trying to get a word in.
It's the other big
Nope,
firms.
nope. Wasn't you. Sorry.
Okay.
Was there somebody else? A male voice?
Yeah, so I was gonna. It probably wasn't me, but oh wait.
It was somebody that I've never heard on here before. That's why. No? Okay.
Oh, I know who you're talking about. I heard him.
Yeah, they
I
chimed
heard
in a
he-
couple times. Okay. Anyways, sorry to interrupt.
Okay, yeah. So anyway, so that being said, all the propaganda and like all that stuff, like why would it be coming out today, dude? Like I've literally seen 4 or 5 articles right now, bro, just back to back.
On like 1 day old Reddit accounts, which I can understand. It probably did have an influx, and like I honestly downloaded the Reddit the day of I heard this. I was like, what? This is actually happening? There's a chance to fuck the big guy. Pardon my French, sorry, but yeah. And then like then you look at all these guys pushing the narrative for silver, and it's like they just signed up for Reddit. It's like, okay, there, bud.
If you look at the option chains, the call charts are through the roof. I mean, the calls are just insane.
You get
So
the other
right
large
here-
firms.
Nashville's not in here anymore.
To me too.
No, I'm here. I'm here.
Done my
Nashville's
research
here. What's up? What's up?
correctly, the best time to dump stock, like in your short position, would be like the 10 minutes before market close. That way, the market doesn't fluctuate that much. So if you're looking to get rid of a bit of a short position, you're always going to do it towards market close. That's also what you could be seeing. And then they're also having major friggin' like they're filling their short positions, but they're selling at the same time to keep the price kind of the same. If that makes
Well,
any sense.
Specifically on a Friday too. So if you have somebody that actually made a specific amount of profit, it's kind of, I mean, it's been told to me that you never want to sleep on your profits over a weekend. So it's like you kind of want to like keep your position and you can buy back in on Monday, but you don't want to like leave the market on Friday and come back in on Monday and be like, then all your profits are gone. There's a lot of
I
people.
heard it's like
There's a
all
lot
different
of
market
there's a lot of
Monday,
people.
new research. And
I mean, everything's
going over your
skepticism and
status quo,
projection
so to
and-
say.
But also you have to remember too, like a bunch of day traders, like if you specifically are a day trader, you're not going to leave your money. Like you have to work with that capital, and you have to have that capital daily. So you can't afford to leave your money. If you see something that you need to jump on, you can't afford to have your money stuck in anything over the weekend.
Biscuits back.
Yeah.
Depends on the stock though. If it's a you're obviously gonna have long plays, right? Something you want to sit on and you're afraid to sell because it does have tremendous value, and if you sell it, you could get kind of duped in the long run where it goes up on you, and then you do get those feelings. It's like, and you get into like frustration in trading, and it's like, yeah. So sometimes it's honestly just better sit on something and leave it. That's why me personally, I prefer the $70 stocks and something that's a little bit more pricey, because I don't look at it as the amount of stock I'm buying. I look at it as the amount of money I'm putting in, and that amount of money is going to grow by a percent, not the amount of stocks I have.
Real quick, look in the general chat. So like the other night, sorry to interrupt. I'm gonna just interject real
Gucci.
quick. So if you live in the United States, there's this thing where each state's treasury has like money that needs to be returned to people, and sometimes they can't find those people, whether it's like, oh, you paid too much on a bill or you have some outstanding paychecks. Highly recommend that you just do a name search for yourself in your state or any state you lived in. You go to your state's treasury, make sure it's at .gov or a .org website, because some of them will try and spam you. But you can go there. There could be money out there that is owed to you that they need to pay you, and that could be something that you could use for a little honeypot. So if you're starting small.
Did you end up finding any for yourself?
I didn't find any for myself, but somebody in the chat actually found like 8 G's.
No.
Yeah.
Wow.
What? I found $35 and I was like,
From
all right.
what?
Yeah, thanks for mentioning that.
Something?
Back child support is one of those things sometimes.
Yeah, thanks for mentioning that. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, I mean, it never hurts, especially if you've got like if you're younger, check your parents. Like I know, like I did my mom's stuff, and she had money out there. So did my dad. Had like $700, and it was like literally from an unclaimed tax return, or like it's just like tiny things in your life.
Is this
So
only for the States?
it's in.
Could you?
Yeah, it's only for the United States, as far as I know. You just got to go to your state's
No
treasury
shit.
department.
$180.
Yeah.
But the keywords,
Could you also
the keywords
be?
would be like unclaimed money, Canada government, or that's what you would if because
Yeah. Be careful. There's phishing sites out there. So there's official
Oh,
ones
yeah,
through the
absolutely.
government. So yeah.
.org or .gov.
That's
the first thing to look
No,
for.
no.
Make
Even
sure
if
it's
it's
a legit
.org,
website.
I build websites. Even .org can be a fisher. Only use the government websites.
.gov.
Yeah, the .gov. But in
The
your
Texas
state's
one
treasury, it
has
should be there.
transferred the Treasury one to the claimtexas.org. It's on the Gov website that it's switched to the .org.
Yeah, it's on the Bank of Canada website for Canadians. You just search for unclaimed balances and type in your name if you have money waiting for you. Fill out the forms, and the funds should arrive in 10 to 12 weeks.
Wayne said his wife got $400 from that website.
What? Damn.
Yeah, it's literally like shit, like either an inheritance or you were part of a class action lawsuit or just like stuff like that. So just I really think that if you especially if you're like older, middle age or whatever, definitely go check it out, because like literally my dad had $700 in one of those in Florida. So that was fucking weird. I mean,
So
sorry,
missingmoney.com, that's where the .gov website, they're going to reroute you to missingmoney.com.
I don't know about that. That's not what I used.
Yeah, I just literally went to my state's.
It was a total government, like you fill out
Yeah.
the fields. It's got the seal of approval for the state on it. Like
Yeah,
That's the search. That's the search one state. But if you've lived in multiple states, the .gov is going to send you to missingmoney.com.
I would recommend just go to each individual state's actual like government website and go under the Treasury Department, and usually they'll have a link right on there. Some of them do use like they use like whatever programs to do all their filing and stuff, so some of them are different, But if you want the best bet, just go to the actual government website of your state in the Treasury Department. You should be able to find that
Yeah,
information.
you can go to Google and type in unclaimed property and type your state name. Like for example, I'm in Texas, and that's how you can find it too.
Hey guys, I just posted in general highshortinterest.com this link. Last updated January 29th, showing the 30 top
That's
shorted
not
companies.
accurate anymore. That's over a week old, and they haven't really updated it. So those rates are no longer accurate.
Yeah, we're waiting for the 9th for accurate info.
That's
Hey,
right.
real quick, I know last week you guys were talking about. Oh, sorry. I know last
Is this website
last week.
Sorry, go ahead.
My bad. So I know last week you guys were talking about having a group party. I'm trying to get up on that, man. I'm telling you, once we all come up, I'm telling you.
Party on Wall
Hey,
Street.
party on Wall Street.
We've
I'm
got unlimited
down,
plus
dude.
ones. Unlimited plus ones. Plus ones for everyone.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. It feels so great to
This works
actually
out the
be
way it
able
does,
to
and the United States lifts their border policy, or Canada, I guess in this case. I will definitely go get drunk on Wall Street fucking steps with my beer, looking so bonish.
Oh,
I'm down.
100%.
hey, it's on, bro.
Hours now
Join,
officially
but
after
I want to
hours.
join, but I'm still searching for that wife that will get me into America first. It's kind of difficult.
Hey.
Bring a camel too.
Easy to find.
Listen,
now, I guess, with,
listen.
Reddit
been
and,
trying, man.
Discord.
When we're quadrillionaires,
Yeah.
I will get like an Apache helicopter and I will fly it over to Libya and I will extract you.
Dude, the
You said quadrillion.
We'll just rent it out. We'll all pitch in.
Rent
We'll
it.
just, we don't have to
I'll
split
pull up
Like a
in my
real
jet.
Apache?
Listen.
Oh
Let's
my
meet up
goodness
in Turkey,
gracious.
okay? I can get my ass to Turkey.
Hey.
That's easy.
You get your ass to Turkey? Okay, we're getting you in here.
Hey,
Don't worry.
pick my ass up on the way.
We're getting you in.
Let's party in Istanbul, guys.
All it takes is to
good
bribe the
boy
government.
No. The
At this
US,
point, bribe the government
US
for
cannot
citizenship
fly in
is
Turkey.
not that bad.
Maxim?
Hey, I'm
I
gonna
s-
put a link in helpful links. If everybody just wants to look at it, dissect it, and maybe we can talk about it. It's extremely long, but maybe we can talk about it later tonight or something.
Hey, yeah, we should have like a team name. Do we have a team name? I know you guys were talking about that stuff yesterday.
Or the camel tokens.
Camel tokens. That's right.
No, I thought we were
No,
camel
it's the-
tokers.
Yeah, or the Camel Crew.
Heck
I was
yeah.
down. I was
I
down
think
with
we
Camel
did
Squad.
decide on Camel Crew.
Camel Crew Ripper.
Oh my gosh. This is just, it's so exciting, man. Like just being a part of this, just tagging along on this journey with you guys, man. I'm ready, dude. I'm ready for whatever, bro. Like I'm in it.
This bottom is very solid. No one is selling.
Are we still in the live stream or is this after?
I think we're still.
We're
in.
still live. It's still aftermarket. Check Discord general chat. I put a link from the Securities and Exchange Commissions about how they're detecting illegal options trading. Just read that article if you want a better understanding of what might be happening right now.
And for those in YouTube, yeah, I think you can search that too.
So apparently I have a bunch of money I need to claim. So does my dad and a long dead relative.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, there it is. There's a link.
Yeah, I found something I'm missing money too.
I love the logo.
Wait, where's the link at? Where's the link at?
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I
have a quick question, guys. I mean, I was offline earlier for next week because somebody said earlier somebody mentioned about the 60 to 50 bracket earlier, and that's what I'm seeing on the graph. So if we get the average cost, our average cost below 50 or within the 50 level, I think we're okay. What do you guys?
Wait, can you explain that one more
I
time?
can hear you. Yep.
So let's say I'm at 140 average cost right now, right? So we've been every time it dips, we buy, the average cost goes down. So I'm thinking, I'm looking at the graph and it's like 60, 65, 50. What I'm thinking, if it doesn't go below 60, if we get our average cost below 60, then we're okay. That's what I mean long term.
10-4.
Yeah.
I see what you're saying.
Sounds
Yeah.
logical.
I would
Sounds
I would
logical.
concur. Like if I would be very happy if I could get my average targets at 60.
That would be a dream.
Me too.
With a fair evaluation with the standings of the company today, but in the next 6 months, with more information released on this AWS gain from the I keep forgetting the guy's name, but the pair of Amazonians that joined
Cohen.
GameStop are going to seriously reshape that market. It's
For
going to change
sure.
GameStop, for sure, hands down. They're looking to do a digital marketplace. Mark my words.
All right. Thanks, guys. Oh, by the way, I'm working on a blog, like a 1,500 word blog. I'm going to let you guys review it. Whoever the leader is, I don't know who the leader is. Who wants to review it
No,
before I
there is
publish
no
it?
leader.
Okay. All right.
Have no leader.
I don't know what he's
Okay,
talking
no leader.
about.
All right. All right.
Yeah, that's a touchy subject.
Yeah, sorry,
All right.
sorry to jump on you.
Okay. All right. Okay.
People talking.
There you go. But good job, though.
Watch-
Thank you.
But if you'd like to
Yeah,
share, I mean, put the information
You're the
out there,
leader, Pat.
and,
Yeah, I will.
I
Yeah.
found the leader, guys. I found the leader. Say something. Voice verify. The leader hiding.
the mastermind.
I just want to say that, like, I'm excited to see where this is all going to go in the future because everyone's learning new things now, and it's like eventually over time we're all going to find our niche, and some people might go long, some people might go short. You know, some people might become forex traders and this and that, and we're all going to develop all these skills, and it's going to be a really great community. So peace to everybody, and shout out to Tame, because if it wasn't for him, none of this would be possible. So
Yep.
Yeah, thanks, man.
Good job, man.
Smash that like. It helps.
Yeah, smash that like.
And Tame would like to throw out a shout out to Catherine and ARK Investment Group. Check them out. Really good portfolio over the last 1 year.
What's the ticker?
They have quite a few tickers. I'll put them up for you.
Yeah, it's a whole
Oh,
portfolio.
sorry, I remember that conversation. Yep.
ETFs, the ticker, yeah, but you really gotta, like I said before, really read into them, really see what their holdings are, because ETFs are holding, so they hold more than one company in an ETF. So you really gotta do your research on them, double down, yeah, figure out what you're buying.
That's
I will say, whoever pointed me towards MILN, thank you, and I
You're
appreciate
welcome.
it.
You're welcome. That was
Thank
me.
you very much.
Yep,
Hell
thank you
yeah.
too.
Dope.
That
And also, guys, if I see we're averaging a 505 at watching now, yesterday 700, 800. If this goes big, this can get noticed. So just a heads up. Never know.
Hey, am I the only one on here that wishes that our camel farmer from Libya could be their own personal hype man? Because I want that guy around me all the time.
For real though. Like I'm just like, you know what? Can I let's just make this happen. Let's put a label together, like with all the musicians and stuff in here. Let's just start our own music and make music about stocks and diamond hands.
He's got that
I'm down, I'm
expensive
down.
microphone, Biscuit. You got to get like an echo going, man. Like Camel Crew.
I think we can do that.
I just-
Like Camel Crew.
What?
That's dope.
Yeah, there you go.
Does that ETF pay dividends?
Which one? The
The MILN.
Yeah, I'm looking at its holdings, and that's pretty sexy.
It
You don't mind
has
saying.
for me. I've owned it since May. I've owned a couple shares of it since May, and I mean it was a complete just intuition on that one. So
Yeah,
No, you mentioned
Because
it
their net
the
assets
other
is
day.
it's 4.5% of Square, 3.9% of Snap Incorporated, so
And Spotify also.
3.9% PayPal, 3.4% of Uber, 3.3% of Spotify.
And I mean,
3% of
Spotify with their
Apple.
podcasts could change
I
up.
don't like Lowe's because I'm pretty sure Lowe's Cause Incorporated. I'm pretty sure that's the hardware store. Which I mean, they're not going anywhere, but they're obviously
like
someone's going to look into that game. But then you got Walt Disney, only 2.8%, but like small percentage. But either way, it's like a nice way to just to start investing because like it's not going to lose you money.
Lowe's
And they
is
own
one of the
Nike also.
largest.
Bottom at 2.7%. Like
Return
the
back
Snap
to
one, right?
GME.
Lowe's is one of the
May's on
largest
there.
veteran employers in the entire nation.
Nice.
They also just had a project to have folks. Oh God, they were going to invest into Black businesses. Actually, let me fact check that.
any company that was actually worried about Black Lives Matter was nothing more than a PR scheme to keep their customers.
Can we not again go down this, please? Because we have different.
Politics and stocks.
really-
Politics and stocks go hand in hand.
No, that was
We
out of
talked
line.
about
That
this
was out
last
of line.
night. Come
That was
on,
out of line.
please.
Yeah, it's not, in my opinion, that's just not a productive rabbit hole to go down.
Apologies.
Thank you.
No, you good. You good. We all. That's the thing I've loved about this all week. We've talked about it, not to beat the dead horse or anything, but the sheer fact that we all are coming at this from completely different walks of life, completely different personal stories and experiences, and just the fact that if somebody is talking, we'll stop and go, "Oh no, my bad. You go. You go first. You go first." That little bit of courtesy I've seen between total strangers, that's been the most encouraging thing for me this whole week. Is like, gee whiz, people really can still get along with each other. We haven't forgotten. That's great.
Yeah, no,
Exactly.
I've learned so much from Die. Legit. And but you know what? We all have our own personalities and might need to remind each other sometimes. You know, not to go too far off topic.
Thanks.
But no,
I
my
really
whole
appreciate that.
ideology when it came to that, and it's fair to consider it a stupid statement. A lot of shit I say may come out stupid, but I always try to come from a place of logic. And by that statement, I just mean you should always know the company's interest is making money. They have to keep the show afloat.
Let's say it that way instead. I love that.
Yeah, no, that I know that.
Because I didn't get that out of what you said at all. Like, not even close. Yeah. So if that's what you were trying to say, I suggest maybe going closer to what you just said. Yeah.
My wife has to.
That's
is
what
still
I
working.
mean by
Because
like
that just
they're
tickled-
on
that
their
just-
PR team when it came to BLM. Like
That got
they're
me.
after the the
There are a
popularity.
lot of
It's a
people-
popularity contest, right? Like,
Well,
you gotta
but
understand
Black
that
Lives
when it comes
Matter
to
is very important
stocks.
to a lot of people. It's very important to a lot of people.
It is,
so when
and
you
this
make
my
statements,
view on it is the
But
big
when you-
corporations would more worried about their pockets than the actual lives themselves, and it's not hard to see.
but it's like that everywhere. I mean, like it's like that about everything.
It's like they run all these BLM campaigns. Yeah, it's great.
Let's
but what
move
about
on.
your
Let's
Yes,
move on from it.
we're gonna drop this right now.
Yeah, enough of that.
Yeah, because I mean we're just
I
going
was
down the same rabbit hole.
I was
Let's
just
just
gonna say,
move
what
on
about their
from it.
campaigns?
It's
about how
it's an
their
open wound.
factories and whatnot, right? It's just
Not
very
interested.
contradictive
It's
of
an
them.
open wound. It's an open wound,
all I
and we
was
don't
gonna
need
say.
to pour any salt in it. I think is you know.
We did this offline last night, and we did not really accomplish anything. So let's thank you.
I realized that like the only time we ever come and like kind of argue and bicker with each other is whenever we start talking about politics, religion, and race, and like
Oh yeah, and that's
really
definitely a factor.
like it doesn't matter if you have a heart and a brain, then that's all you need to qualify for this, and we can all work together. You know, we don't have to argue about nonsense.
Well, that's a
In
great
my opinion,
observation
most
because what
politics
has
is
been.
unproductive.
That's a great
Very
observation,
good
though,
opinion,
because
in my view.
I'm so glad I can spend more time now focusing on this rather than the politics that consumed everybody's lives last year.
Yes.
Exactly. And nothing came out of it.
Okay, I'll say this. I'm sorry for being blunt. I honestly can't help it.
I'm
I
not sure
agree.
if that was Di that said you can't help being blunt. Like I get that. I get that, man. Like I get that. I understand what you're saying.
I really like. It's good.
No,
It comes from good intentions, but I don't have the like a smart enough filter to like. I have to sit there and think about
and
it for hours on.
that's
You know,
okay.
it's like,
I think most people in this room
like I can reword it, but I'm gonna word it a
understand
certain
that.
way, and then
Yeah,
it's like
it's hard.
I gotta word it this way, and it's like, man, it's like I have good intentions at heart. I'm not, you know, like,
brains work different ways, and I think we all know that that you're not looking to like piss anybody off or anything.
Can I ask a question? Okay, cool. It's going to take it in a totally different direction. Does anybody know the name of the company that Elon Musk just came out with that's a direct competitor to Zoom? Like it's exactly what Zoom and Microsoft Teams is, except Elon made it.
would that be something to do with his satellites he's been working on?
No, that's something completely different. But although like I was actually checking into that yesterday, I tried finding it, and
It's going to be big up here in Canada because the government's lazy and they only build up like infrastructure in like big cities, and they forget about the cities up north, and they're like, they don't need internet, they're good, they can just slum it out or move down here, they really don't care. So that's really big when it comes to getting internet access to like not even northern Canada but other places around the world. That's probably going to be huge, and I don't know if he lumps that in with Tesla or if he makes it a separate company, a private company that makes its own money. That's the research you have to do. It's not like you're going to dump money into Tesla thinking you're going to make money off the satellite company. It's probably a separate private company.
It's called.
Last I heard was he wasn't going to make it public. That's Starnet or whatever. Starlink.
It's called Clubhouse.
Starlink?
Oh, Clubhouse. That was the thing that
Are you?
Ah, the Clubhouse.
He was
yes.
pushing that the other night. It's funny.
Akin to Facebook, but more privatized, and the only way to get in is by having an invite from somebody that is in.
Yeah, I watched it for the first time this week. It was pretty dope because I loved it because of the exclusivity of it. And my opinion, I think there's going to be a lot of it's happening right here. What we're doing, I see this branching off and becoming more of the norm. Instead of like going to the Facebook one size catch all cluster.
Yep.
You know,
Absolutely.
I see people go because these if somebody brought up, even though there was no malice behind the comment, a Black Lives Matter topic, there was no malice behind the comment, but we would never have been able to circle back and get to the point if this was on just a Facebook forum or a Twitter forum. You would never be able to loop back.
Well,
and my boy there probably might have been canceled, and if he was in the right group. And even though they never could have got to the point of, well, I wasn't saying anything about BLM like that. The companies, you've got to research the companies. I used a bad example. I got to research the companies. But
Trying to
we can come
get
back
aim
on
at
it.
their perspective towards BLM. That was it, you know.
Yeah,
No,
that's basic common decency, though. Like the fact
That's
that
my point. It's
that he
missing
made a
on social
statement,
media.
and we all just, I mean, yeah, it's just basic common decency that we could move past it.
And listen,
whether
guys,
you agree with him or disagree with him.
Well, there's also a lot to vocal inflection too, so you kind of get that with this.
True.
Yeah,
and
that's
if
the
I
biggest
say
thing.
something, that's out of line, I hope you all call me out too. You know, because it's life. It's life. We're all navigating this.
Yeah, one of the greatest things about this
nebulous existence. You know what I mean?
Is this could cut down on people's trial and error in the stock market, because that's what a lot of people go through the first couple of years is trial and error. But if they're actually taking in all this information and actually using it, that's probably going to cancel out your trial and error.
Hey, we
You're
got
gonna have a lot more
reasons. One of the biggest reasons that my
yes, we got a super chat.
That Facebook group that I pushed to you guys, one of the biggest reasons that my buddy started that was because to narrow that learning gap where people were just jumping in the market, losing $500, and then they would never invest again. So that was one of the aims of the Facebook group, and also here as well is kind of cut down that learning curve. You're still going to lose some money because you're going to think you know something that you don't know. Everybody does that every now and then when they first started
down
trading.
like $7,000 right now because of GME.
Yeah. So about the super chat.
I can throw the link back up.
Yeah, I wanted to just touch base on that. The super chats. Somebody asked if we were a podcast on a different link, and we're just on Discord. This is just like we're just a group of people that came together for this that um, Tame the Arc put together. Which, by the way, hit the
Educational
like.
I don't want this stuff recorded for all time. I hope I hope
No.
these I hope these first few videos are lost to the.
Well, the best part about doing it long format is that
Same.
YouTube, when you stream a video that's longer than 2 hours, it's only going to really retain the first 2 hours after the first couple of days, maybe a week or so, and then it'll chop it back down for server space if you're streaming, especially with Tame being a smaller channel. They're not going to retain most of this stream for a long period.
Nope, you're wrong. They're keeping it all. If it goes over, if it goes over 14, if it goes over 12 hours, they delete it, but they'll keep the rest.
Oh wow! See, before it was
This
like
is what they're going to request at the SEC filings. They're gonna be like,
Exactly.
we need
a 2-hour live stream.
Guys, wait, we gotta do a mic check. Mic check. When I say your name, say your social security number and last name.
That was legit.
1,
That
2,
was
3.
legit.
Just dumb ape likes crayons and bananas. No can read.
Should we type it into chat
How
too?
freaked out would you be, Tame, if I said your social security number?
Yeah, right.
I think somebody might have a little bit of brown nugget there. That would
What
make
scares
it
me
funny.
the most is I lost my social security number and I've been going off my T4 forever.
What's your birthday and your dog's
I want
name?
to comment on the super chat about the podcast. I think having it this way, this conversation, the way it is, it's what makes it enjoyable and watch. And,
It's organic.
It's organic.
Yeah,
It's super
exactly.
organic.
You don't
It's
know
just
what's coming
flow
next.
of us talking
If
and
Tame
shooting
like
stuff, you know.
if Tame Group gets us together like to record something for 2 hours and 1 hour, it will be directed, and no one will be themselves, and you won't get the personality out of us the way it is now. So the way it is now, it's pretty cool. I'm chill with it, and I hope
The anonymity is what
Hey
makes it organic.
guys,
Hold.
Libya. Allah Akbar.
Well,
So-
whoever vetted this is a very smart person.
Yeah,
Whoever
for
actually
real,
took the time
for
and
real,
vetted it is a very smart person. And
That's
is-
Tame the
we
Art,
should be
y'all.
glad that they organized it like
Subscribe.
this. Because if it wasn't organized like this, it would be hectic. Like,
But
guys,
dude, he had
guys,
he
what
verified.
we're gonna have to maintain this dynamic, okay? Because
Yeah.
we've hit the magic formula here. We're gonna have to maintain our stupidness. So if you
Well, if you want to talk about stupid,
if you see like a low hanging pipe or something, just make sure to just run full speed right into it with your head.
yeah, I sold my Tesla at 392, so you can talk about stupid.
What's your? Where'd you buy it? What was it?
He sold his Tesla at 192, and he's never touched the stock market since. If I go try to talk stocks with him, he will shut me out. He doesn't even talk to me. He's like,
I also sold like my plug power at 20, and it's now like 60. Sold my Peloton at 57, and it's now at
yeah, that's why you
157.
just hold on and then you
Diamond
accumulate
hands.
money. Yeah, man. You diamond hands when it's not just with like GME and stuff. Diamond hands is with everything. If you're
Yeah.
invested in established companies on the low, something that's $70 and you catch it at 65 for the first time in a month, that is a steal. You might as well catch it and then ride it out, see what happens. Like,
Hey, if you guys have
established companies are the way to go.
Not
If-
financially.
if you guys have time, check out Alpine 4 Technologies. It's
Alpine
ALPP.
LPP.
Also, if it drops, check out OCGN if you haven't.
They actually are. They're going with Tesla.
What are they going with Tesla?
They're partnering with Tesla to work on some automates for their like GPS system and stuff like that.
Cool.
I don't know that we've touched on it.
Yeah, they're a ton. They're priced high too. Like the ones for January next year are pretty high. So it's pretty
How
scary.
high?
Let's see. There was oh geez. I'm
Not to put
looking at them right now.
not to put you on the spot. Yeah. I was just curious.
That sounds like a tequila Elon move.
I'm surprised at the number of views we get. Like, I'm looking at the past videos and like they're hitting like 30K. People are watching this even after we're streaming. So
that's
Yeah, and the calls have gone up 50% at least on everything above 100.
Wow.
Yeah, and the IV on those is
We
115
holding.
all the way up to 500%.
I'm telling you, it's a cup.
Oh,
It's a cup. My totally uninformed ape brain says this is a cup, and that's gonna swim back up to where the cup started. Somebody else, please, because I saw like a picture and read a Wikipedia article, and if I've got the most info, I'll share it. But anybody else? Parabolic curve. Okay, all right. So parabolic curve. It's a cup shape that you can see in the stock price movement, and you know, it's not a perfect cup. There's going to be
parabolic curve that looks like the one shown above. It's open end can point up, down, left, or right. A curve of this shape is called parabolic, meaning like a parabola.
so forget about that. Okay, we're just talking about like, imagine a circle that's empty on the inside. So just like the outline of a circle, cut off the top, so you just got the bottom of the circle. Okay, that's what we're talking. That kind of a shape in the stock price over a period of time. So there might be spikes and stuff, but if you look, and start to see a shape like that, from what
like you pull out from the side view, it looks just one big dip.
Because I'm looking at it right now.
No. This is some like mystic magical shit that I don't even understand and I'm wrong about. So don't listen to this. But no, the idea. So the simple idea is that if a parabolic curve occurs, imagine this half circle that you've got, the underside of the circle. Okay, when you identify what the bottom of the circle is, right? So like dead center in the middle of the circle, when it hits the lowest point, going left to right. You see what I'm saying? Can you visualize that?
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah.
I posted a cup and handle in the general so people.
There we go. Yes. So once you get to that middle point, if it is a parabolic curve, it shoots back up to where it started. So wherever that halfway point is, and that curve started to go down, you can expect it to go back up to that point at some point. And I was reading that, and whether I'm an idiot or not, I was just thinking
There's
that
this explanation here that's actually really good. It's the
please
the
save me.
parabolic curve chart pattern is one of the strongest uptrend patterns a stock can have. That means it's got a lot of trend to it. A lot of people like it. A lot of people are buying it. This type of pattern goes up the farthest and the fastest as it is under the strongest accumulation, which means people are buying and holding. And every small pullback is bought by eager traders and investors. So every time it pulls back, that means it's people buying. It's not it dipping down. It's people buying. The parabolic curve is named after the. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry. No, you're good. Go. I don't think there's much more. Yeah, we lost you there.
So anyways, to visualize what I'm saying better, if you look at the chart specifically on 2/1, okay, February 1st.
Is this in general or no? Like, because I'm not seeing it in general.
That's where I'm seeing the beginning of the curve. Okay, and then the curve bottoms out like yesterday or the day before. I can't remember when it was at its lowest point. And then the curve keeps continuing upwards from this point. That's what I'm visualizing. That's what I'm wondering.
I just post what I was reading in chat if it's going to help you any better.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
So just a thought to this inexperienced mind. Yeah.
Yeah, and I
Yeah, when you're
posted a
searching something, it
screenshot
makes
of.
a big difference too. Because like I was searching parabolic curve and I was getting nothing, so then I had to go how to read a parabolic curve or whatever it's called. I had to like specifically search how to read it and figure, and then that's how I got the best explanation as well. So sometimes you gotta play with how you're typing into Google and stuff, and play around with your words a bit too. It makes a big difference.
Yeah, for real. You got to know how to converse with a search engine. You have to, if you know
For
a little
sure.
bit of the framework behind it. Like, I whenever I enter something into a search engine, I just use the minimal amount of words. Like if I would type in AMC stock new AWS.
See, at first I wouldn't even type
You
in
know.
stock because I would type in, let's say, AMC, right? And then I'd try to see the articles on it. I'll try to decipher for myself, right? Maybe go back a few pages, see what's up with it, and then I'd go to the stock price, and then I'd look at the numbers. I'd be like, okay, the media's doing this to it, the stock is this.
Oh yeah, I mean, don't take
kind
anything
of thing.
Don't take anything at face value. Make your own
I,
decisions. Yeah.
I ask Jeeves. I always ask Jeeves, and I've asked Jeeves all this week what I should do with GME, and he just keeps saying he's not a financial advisor.
Is that
And
Schmiz still around? Ask Jeeves. No,
I don't know, but I wish it were.
No way.
I asked Jeeves if I should buy or sell, and Jeeves has said, "I don't know. I want to get in trouble. Maybe make your own decision. Make your own decision."
In the general, I posted the link to TradingView's education on the cup and handle, and that will show you past charts with different stocks of examples of the cup and handle. And if you've never had any experience with TradingView, it's a good chart that you could start learning on.
No,
Is it further up?
I don't know
don't
about
see.
the handle part, but my vision, what I'm imagining, for whatever reason, is that this thing rockets back up to completing the cup to like 300, 500, or whatever the peak of the beginning of the cup was, which is like a point that I heard some people theorize they would want to have people sell at. That's like one of the last points where it's like, this is the get rich quick point, and you better get off now.
It's a camel hump.
He accidentally
Right,
posted
right.
it. He
If I could
accidentally
just
posted
simplify
it in
the indexes
news
that
and
you
not
guys are, like,
general.
Like just
Do
to
you-
simplify, like the indexes you guys are reading, it's actually like all it is just looking at the chart a different way to find a different form of information. And if you search up what the index is, that's exactly what it's telling you, just a different form of information. Some of it's to do with volume, maybe some of it's to do with short interest, but all the index actually just tells you different information. That's all it is. It's nothing complicated at all. It's just you just gotta search up what the index does and what it's telling you, and
which
then go
index-
correlate it with the actual flow of the chart. That's all
Which
it
in-
is.
which-
It's just
which-
mix. It's just matching. It's matching is the most simplest way to put it.
Which index
Find
is
out-
this?
I'm just talking like in general, all of them, just to simplify it, kind of thing. You know, like just in case people are always thinking index and then this and that. All it is matching. You're figuring out what the index does and what it's telling you, and then you're finding out volume from this index, or maybe you're finding out
It's
short
one.
interest in
It's
this
one
index, right?
one data point among many possible
Yeah,
ones
like
that you
so
can
you can
put
come
together.
to conclusions off like so many different indexes. You could come to a conclusion
Right,
like I
right.
think this is a good stock because there's rich people buying here off the negative volume index, or I think this is a good stock for et cetera, right? There's
Or
so
maybe
many
you
different
just like
perspectives you can come
like
through,
the
right?
stock. Maybe you just like the
Start-
stock.
Or maybe you just like the stock. But
So
yeah,
guys-
indexes
Start
are very
with-
simple, and all it is
Now that's what I'm talking about.
straight
So,
match.
Always,
can
always,
we
if
get-
you're a new investor, start with price action. Learn about price action
yeah.
because price action drives all these other indicators.
Right.
I don't know if
you
this
look
is.
at-
Please go ahead.
Sorry. Oh, thanks. OCGN, which is the one that Miko brought up earlier. So I think what we're seeing there is exactly this, that classic cup and handle. We see the cup and the handle. It's literally shot up from about $3 today, and it's now up over $6. But if you pull it up, I think this is exactly that pattern forming.
I am the
Yeah.
most brilliant idiot this world has ever seen.
Right? It looks beautiful.
I'm almost like I just want to go to my bank and just talk to the broker and be like, hey, what do you think of GME right now? I just want to see what he says.
And be like,
I'm so
you're
tempted.
effing wrong. You're effing wrong.
I'm so tempted just to go.
You're wrong,
Hey,
motherfucker.
you want to know what your bank is gonna tell you, bro? They gonna say,
I know they're gonna be like,
"Oh,
sell right now. Unless they're honest in Canada, I don't know. Maybe they're like, you know what, you're a smart fuck. You know, you're a smart guy. And yeah, who knows?
So I'm gonna throw a link. I'm gonna throw a link.
they're gonna
Throw a
tell
link
you,
in general.
hold the line."
But I want to put a little. I want to put a disclaimer out there before I throw this link in general.
Wait, what? Well, I want to. What's getting interesting? I'm tantalized. What is it? Oh, that's awesome.
I'm
You actually
fucking
probably
weak.
blow up right now. I'm not even gonna lie.
Is there video of you doing it? Like,
You could call him, but if you go in with your phone, it'd be a lot more entertaining.
I promise we'll all be really quiet.
Get a good YouTube name, then
Well,
do it, and
everybody-
then watch as your YouTube followers grow.
Everybody,
there you go. You built yourself a business.
I can call them. The FBI can't come here.
Say it, Ken. If
That's
the
what you
SEC
say.
sends me a form, I wipe my ass with it.
I have to work on my. I have to work on my American accent first.
It doesn't matter because I'm buying an island, and I'm just gonna have you guys can just all go there if you want.
Awesome.
I'm freaking
and we can
down,
just be
dude.
there. You know,
You hook up
just
us,
come. You can
hook
come.
up
You
with
can go. Whatever.
Starlink, we want
See,
internet.
this is
fast.
where all of us actually finding a smart investment and letting it grow, and then using that money to buy an island collectively would be a much smarter.
Grow.
Imagine that a collective vacation place, like where everybody could just
Collective
go to, like,
dividends, where
you know,
everyone just collects at the same time every year. And just goes on
anytime
vacation.
the stock schniz stresses you out, you just like take your jet to the vacation place, to the happy place.
Yeah, I'm gonna jump in real quick. The realtor, that's called a timeshare, and no, I want my own island. Screw you guys.
Oh heck no!
What do you
Just
mean?
buy a chain of islands right next to each other.
It's a little bit different from a timeshare because it's a very collective timeshare.
But that was an excellent pitch. That was an excellent pitch for a timeshare property. Now, unless you're a licensed real estate professional, you can't close that deal. You still got to have the license. But that was an
I just don't want people to pay full price for an island. That's the only thing I was thinking of. But if you want to put greed behind it, I guess it's end of
greed. I just want to have an island where people can come.
Yeah, and I don't want you to pay full price. Although there is some cheap islands up in Canada.
Hey, I have a question.
Just make sure you have a large dock for all of our yachts.
Right.
Hey, I got a quick question.
Shoot.
It's involving the island.
Yeah, well,
I want to. I want to
to
flesh this out some more, for sure.
Okay, so this island, I just have just one specific question about this island.
Yes, there is a volcano.
And it's going to look like a camel.
Now that's what I'm talking about.
We'll be like Dubai. We'll just make our own islands.
Is that what you were going to ask, for real?
That's exactly what I was going to ask, bro.
The anticipation.
What?
Yeah, I was going to say, is there a volcano on that island? That's a big liability there.
No way. Oh my god.
Yeah, bro. I was going to say,
and dinosaurs.
Where's
Oh,
heck no.
What I actually want is
I'm not gonna lie.
We need to rent a big ship and we can be pirates and invade other islands.
Anarchy, but a little less.
Did you hear it?
Oh my god!
Did you hear that? What just happened? We read each other's minds just then. This is gonna happen. This island exists somewhere in the future in some dimension.
Hey, I'm down with this island.
You guys are describing a variation of Ayn Rand's Atlas Shrugged, where instead of all the rich producers leave the country, The dumb idiot degenerates that just happen to start researching the same thing at the same time. Like, oh no, we're leaving. Leave the producers here. We're gonna go on our own islands.
There used to be a man who had his own island. He would invite politicians, presidents, other hedge fund managers there.
Yeah, we made our money.
But the FBI watched that
I'm
island.
weak.
Is he dead?
Yeah, he's
still alive.
He may be alive somewhere, but they said that he's dead.
Hey, B-Dub in the chat says, I see the crater on the chart. So I'm glad that my stupid idea actually might have been, leading to some other thoughts that might prove themselves useful. So thanks for listening to me. It's a lopsided.
The camel in the chart.
Where'd MK go? I want to hear about the thing he was gonna drop. Where you at?
I'm right here, man. So I'm going to drop something in general, but I have to put the disclaimer out there. So I'm going to give you a website. It's got a lot of information that it's basically an automated bot that tells you when things are forming, like cup and handle, things of that nature.
That's sick.
Do not use it to buy into the market. Use it as a studying tool. So you can just get some alerts on your phone, and it says stock so and so has done this indicator, and then just look at that chart and see what that indicator looks like. I wouldn't recommend using it literally to trade because it can be off just like anything else. But it will give you a better understanding of what patterns look like.
Right now, I've been doing a lot of screenshots of the actual GameStop pattern itself, just so like in the future I can actually reference it going forward as well, just in case. I don't know if it's gonna get lost, but I don't want to go all the way back and find it. I'd rather just screenshot in my phone. This is what it looked like. Okay.
That's what I was trying to point out.
But going back to the tool that we're talking about here.
Thanks, MKB, by the way.
Thank you. This is very helpful. I would like to add something with the bots. You need to keep in mind that these bots are being actually used. So if you see a buy-in or a short or whatever, just know that you're competing with other bots. So you as a human, you will never be fast enough to compete with these bots and taking profit and stopping your position. I'm talking about day trading, not long term.
He's lying to you guys. He's lying to you guys. All you have to do is become a hedge fund manager, and you will be faster than every bot.
There you go.
Work your way up, guys.
Pro tip.
Thank you for the link. I've never seen this website before.
So modern analogy. Has anybody tried to get a PlayStation 5? The bots are winning. The bots are winning.
I have one.
I managed to get one before before the S really hit the fan. Yeah.
So I got one on second market, but I got lucky because there was a local kid, and I could say kid because I think he was half my age, and he asked $750, and I was like, well, look, I was like, if you mail this, I was like, I'm gonna save you PayPal fees, at least $40 in shipping fees.
Mm-hmm.
And you don't have to worry about me being a scam artist and like sucking my money out of your PayPal account the next day.
Yep.
And he was like, so what are you saying? I'm like, I'll let you make $175. And he was like, okay.
Smart man. Yeah. So yeah, absolutely. I find it very interesting because the scalper market, however you feel about it, is obviously ballooned, and I see it as part of the same. The reaction. Look, we're all getting we're all getting our freaking heads like crushed to the ground right now. Just like they're standing on top of our heads, like jumping up and down. Right.
Rule of thumb is usually if they're trying to pitch a stock on you, like push it on you, it's most likely for their own personal gains, like 100% of the time.
So they're stomping on our heads, and money is just so scarce right now, despite the fact that there's so much of it. And people are just they're looking to the stock market. People like us that never, paid as much attention as we are now. They're looking to
people think.
They're trying to find ways to make money while they're at home with COVID, and the bootleg market has ballooned. I mean, these guys are buying up like every single PlayStation 5 and basically like raising the retail price of it. It's really interesting because Sony came with
That's where the
with
bots come in.
with
Discord
a
bots.
ridiculous price. Like they are selling these PlayStation 5s at a ridiculous loss. $400 for like a gigabyte. The SSD costs as much as like almost the price of the
I don't
console.
know for sure too, but I think people are getting smarter and just buying a computer, realizing it's just way better. It's everything's there. I think a lot of people are going that route now. So like Sony makes its money
mean, you
other
can
ways,
mine
and so does
crypto, you can do
Microsoft. But
Just point
they're
being
gonna probably lose money in that sector.
point
I
being
witness.
the economy is changing. The economy is changing. People are
Well,
finding new
actually,
ways to make money.
Sony
Fundamental
has already
though, console versus PC.
before PS5 even came out, and I know this for a fact. PS4 and PS4 Pro were both sold at a loss because they don't make their money on consoles. They make their money on
games.
PS Now. No, it's not even games. Okay, so there's 4.2 million PS4s that were sold, and if you take half that, so take 2.2 million times $60 a year for your online, because almost every game is online
Sure,
now.
PS Plus, yeah.
Right, PS Plus, exactly. And GameStop, or excuse me, Xbox is the same thing. They have Xbox Gold, okay, which now they have Platinum, which you get Gold and whatever the other thing is, and you get them all. But those subscription services, and this is why Apple this past year, like started pushing like heavy, subscription purchases, and came out with a subscription package. I think this is where the automotive industry, like I was mentioning earlier with Volvo, I think Volvo has kind of seen this and been like, I wonder if the subscription thing will work for us too. But that's where they make their money, because that's the reoccurring thing. Like
you guys were talking about video games before.
That's money
and,
you
like,
can bank on because you pay a year out or 4 months out or a month out. Like they can really, that's a solid metric that they can.
You guys were
that they
talking
can
about
push.
video games before, right? And sorry to cut you off, but
No,
just want
please.
to try to stay on point kind of thing. But with the video game thing, I just found it crazy. Like, yeah, there's Microsoft who own the market and stuff. But then, like, from personal experience, being like COVID and stuff and playing, I don't know if you guys heard of it, Black Desert Online, which they have that game laid out to the point where it's like a money grab, but people don't care. They're only interested in upgrading their character and getting it better. And if you look at how they did during the pandemic, it makes me sick. If I'm not mistaken, they're worth more than Apple.
Oh, there's a whole bunch of games.
They're called Pearl Abyss, and exactly. There's a lot of them like that. Which private Korean companies are actually banking money because of this digital currency they get to sell for their games, whether it be a costume or whether it be this or that. They get to create this shit for no cost, and they get to sell it for lots of money.
What's the battle royale? Not PUBG, the other one where you build stuff.
Guys, check the news channel. I'll put a stock in
Fortnite.
there.
You're talking about Fortnite.
You want to know what's going on for new games?
Check the news channel. I'll put a link in there. This stock could double pretty
Not saying you
fast.
should invest in them; they're probably high. But
GME.
Okay, looking.
Yeah, what chat are you guys putting it in?
I put it in the news channel. This stock could double pretty fast. They just had a big deal.
Ah, shoot. I don't think
like
I'm in that
speculating. I
channel.
don't like pushing stock on people, man. And let them do the research themselves.
I'm not pushing it on anybody. I put the link in there if
No,
you
no,
want to read about the stock and the contract that they signed.
Thank you.
I was just saying the
appreciate it.
example before was just Nikola, how they had all the contracts in with GM
Westport.
and this and that, and the contracts got pulled overnight, and people put their money in there, and then as soon as GM pulled the contracts, the company was nothing. The company was just a shell in itself, kind of thing, right?
It's just some information.
Well, that's why I'm worried about CCIV, because CCIV is technically, like, they don't make anything. They're just a blank check company, and they're hoping to merge.
Yeah, there's a lot of companies like that. Who are they hoping to merge with? Is the
And
question.
no one's pushing. We just share stocks we like, and to slam down.
No, I'm
on
just trying to
it.
throw a quick
No
point
one's
of view
pushing.
out. It's not meant to hurt anyone. It's just a quick point of view, letting people know that like there is like stocks that could go bottom up, the day up. Just it's an article, right?
Yeah,
Like, don't take much from it, right?
It's man, we throw out a lot of links out there, and this is just one link for people to consider and make their own mind up about.
Somebody who over everything, do your own due diligence.
The CCIV, I was because you guys were talking about it earlier this week, and I've been looking into it, every day since then, doing my own DD. And I'd love to hear your opinion. My take on it is this: personally, for me, it looks like okay, at this stage of the game, I could put $1,000 in that, or I could put $1,000 on red 17 at Vegas. I'm looking at like it's about the same odds because we don't know what's going to happen with it.
No, I agree completely with you. That was kind of the point of me bringing it up, and it was characteristic of what they were just talking about, like a shell corporation, whatever one they were just talking about ended up busting because they got the contracts pulled. I mean, like CCIV is only going up right now because it's rumored, okay, that they're supposed to merge with Lucid Motors. If that falls out, which mergers, if you know anything about the business world, the mergers rumors are talked about daily, like hourly at lunch. I mean, some of it's complete speculation. So, now this one has been repeated continually, and there hasn't really been anybody to denounce it. Okay, which
the hard part too is to not to interrupt. I'm going to let you go. The hard part too is the reality is there's also disinformation campaigns run all the time.
You need to create a little fire
Yeah, it's hard
before
to.
you actually get it burning, right? You need people interested in Lucid before you actually create a market for it. You need to know there's a market there for it. If you don't know there's a market there for it, you're not going to get into it. And they know that. They know whether there's a market there for Lucid or not. And right now they're testing the waters for people. How many likes are they getting on Facebook? How many
They're
likes are they getting on
creating the
Tesla?
market in
Exactly, I agree.
They're trying to create the market for Lucid to compete with Tesla, but right now they know there is no competing with Tesla. And
Hey,
that's why
I got
I
an
was saying
example.
before it's safer with Volkswagen and stuff like that.
Well, I wouldn't say they couldn't, like, I'm not saying they could go like head to head with Tesla, but they could be competition. I mean, like say some of the due diligence I've done, like they can actually, they technically have affirmed, not confirmed, but affirmed, because there is a difference, that they have an Arizona factory that's capable, of current capacity of building 34,000 vehicles.
Tesla right next door in Nevada.
Yeah,
producing
absolutely.
5 times as much.
But
every
so
day,
they're
and gonna be on
pointing,
top of them.
like for me, I personally think that
I'm not saying down the road. 'Cause
competition would be
personally
great
think
for
it's just
everything because
perspective.
competition pushes innovation.
Yeah, I think like Ford will die out, but I think there's just too much competition in EV right now, and you're gonna see a lot of these early game guys just die out because they don't have the capital, and especially if these guys, hedge funds, are gonna continue shorting guys. Tesla can just short the hell out of friggin' Lucid just to make sure that they're not in the game. Cost them $1 billion in market cap a year, let them eat it up, and then you going on advertisement and different stuff, and let them suffer the $1 million market cap and just shorten them because you have, I don't know how much more market cap that they have than them, but I guarantee it's exponential, like ridiculous amount more. So they could do a bunch of dirty tricks to actually bring that stock price down, make sure that they don't have a market, and make sure they take stranglehold. There's a lot of stuff they can do like that.
Hey, Ark, can you give
real quick,
Ark, if you could at some point maybe chime in and give a TLDR on that article. I can't read it because I've reached like my maximum.
I just try to think
views.
as much
Which article are you talking about? Are you talking about the Westport?
as much as possible. That's the way I go about the market. What are they thinking?
The price could
How are
double
they
one.
looking to make
The
money?
price could double article.
I'll copy and paste it for you.
Hey, guys, on some real talk, on some real talk. I just want to say, everybody in the YouTube chat, what's up? Everybody up on here, what's going on? But on some real stuff, I cannot wait, and I'm hoping everything goes well.
Grove Tuesday,
But
buddy.
I cannot wait for everything to work out great after all this.
Love it.
Like, I just cannot stop thinking
Love
about
the energy.
what is going to
Love the
change in
energy.
our lives when all this stuff pops off, or even if it doesn't pop off, what's going to change? You know what I mean? Like, I am holding. And like I said, I love this stock. I grew up on GameStop. I remember going to grand openings. I was actually the #1 Super Smash Brothers Melee competition first place winner in 2007 at a GameStop.
What is this, Fox or something? Who is this?
That was AZ Backpack. AZ Backpack.
Word. Okay.
I'm the ugly dude with the glasses there.
I'll check it out.
But yeah, dude, I was first place winner in Super Smash Bros. Competition at GameStop, man. But I grew up with GameStop. I got all my games from GameStop. I traded pretty much all my games from GameStop. Like I'm telling you, like I am so hyped that I found this chat where I can like talk to you individuals about the stock market, about what the heck's going on, man. Like you guys, I'm telling you, I am hyped. I'm ready to go. I'm just trying to keep up this good energy to keep this thing
100%.
going, keep this
You're no
popping.
popo, right? No popo.
Oh well, technically, I work for the sheriff's office, but I just work inside.
You do. I don't know. It's something.
Hey, I work inside the jail, so it's cool. It's cool. We good.
Hey, it's all good. It's all good.
It's not good.
Where are you from?
I'm from Arizona, man. Arizona, AZ backpack. You know what time it is.
Hey, AZ backpack.
Arizona has no extradition from South Carolina, so we're good.
Hey.
All right, let me explain that link. It's not just a contract; it is an order. Amazon ordered more than 1,000 trucks that run on compressed natural gas, and Westport is helping to fill that order. That's why I believe their share price will go up a lot.
Cool. Thank you for that.
And that's
Yeah.
not the only reason. That's not the only reason. Westport will be able to work with the government as well to help with some vehicles if the government does a contract with them in the future. That is pretty speculative, but they already have an order with Amazon, so that's looking good for them.
Don't worry, we're a bunch of fucking freaking idiots.
If you
and,
know anything about
you know.
trucks, if you know how much an engine costs, you can calculate how much they're making bank off of 1,000 engines by just looking at their financial records at how much it costs them to make the engine and then how much they're selling them to Amazon for.
Is there? I see a holdings company and another one. Are they both the same company, or would you what is the ticker for it? I guess. What does that say? WPRT. I got it. Never mind.
Look at that chart.
Hey, who still has Robinhood?
I still have.
I
I have a
do.
lot of them.
I do. Yeah, I still have it too.
To be honest with you, I know a lot of people talk a lot of stuff on it. Me personally, I'm probably just gonna keep it.
I closed my account.
I can't wait to get out of it.
Switching it. I'm gonna switch it, but I
Yeah,
just
after
can't
all this
right
is
now.
over.
When I take a break, then I'm gonna make sure that yeah.
So I
take that
actually
personally. What they did to us, I take like really personally.
Hey guys, I just got to say this real quick. I just got some good news. I got a raise at work. I just had my annual review.
Nice.
We are
What's up, dude?
vibing. We're vibing hard on
That's
on
what's
the,
up.
on the
Hey, I gotta ask. Hey, I gotta ask. How big was the raise, dude?
Good News Friday.
420%.
Not as
Are you
much as
serious?
no, not as much as I'd like, but I'm definitely happy that I have this good job and that they can't really pay me a whole lot more. I mean, they pay me enough already.
Well, that's more money to make more money.
Thanks,
so.
guys. I'm putting that extra money towards my stocks.
That's what I'm talking about.
Vibing hard on Big Friday. Let's go.
Put that stuff in GME. This is not financial advice.
So
No,
is
man, I'm
anybody-
looking at other things right now. I have enough GME stocks.
If I could,
Hey.
if I could fit my car, if I could fit my car in GME, I would just drive it right in there. I would just throw everything in there.
I have a notepad
Hey.
with so many good stocks and so many like good recommendations, like a bunch of tickers with stars that I should look into, and I appreciate it. Thanks, everybody.
So are all of you guys here
You already
gamers?
know.
I'm just curious.
I got
Yeah,
a
I'm
pro
playing the game
watch
right
list
now.
here. Oh yeah,
Gamer all
Everybody
day,
here,
dude.
because I'm
I
old.
dabble, but
Dude.
I honestly don't really have like the attention span for it. I'm only 26, but I really don't have the attention to spend
Yeah,
such in game. I'd rather research straight goods.
The reason I ask is my son just came down and he just saw me on Discord. He said, "Dad, you're in Discord. What's that?" I just joined.
This is a big gaming servers and stuff.
You got some
video and
you,
stuff.
you got some cred with your kid now, man.
I know,
My
man.
kid saw I was
Major cred.
my kid saw I was on Discord, and I asked him questions. I'm like, crap, I got into this new group. How do I what do I do? How do I do this? And he knew every single step. He didn't even have to look it up. He was like, "Oh, you click on this,
I'll
you
tell
click
you,
on
man,
that." It's
They're
amazing.
so good. They're so good.
yeah, these kids know everything nowadays.
Generation Z is gonna take over, bro.
I used to play games back in
Oh,
the
by the
day,
way,
but
by the way, real
old
quick, he's
old school.
never even used it. This child has never used. This is just from watching YouTube videos, and that's how
Yes,
smart
yeah.
these kids are. Yeah.
When your kid asks you what are you doing on Discord, just tell him I joined the clan and I'm preparing for World Cup for Fortnite. Just tell him that.
All right.
We
So everybody here is
Working on my
below
90s.
30 or below 40. Yeah, because I'm 52. I might be the oldest.
I'm 40.
I think you might. I think you might have the trophy. Yeah.
I just turned 18.
Awesome, man.
Age is just a
shit.
number.
Welcome.
Yeah, exactly. I'm
28
26,
over
but
here,
I feel
baby.
at 55 sometimes on Monday, and by Friday maybe I'll feel 33. On a good
52.
Saturday,
This
I'll
guy.
feel
This
26
guy
again.
is. This guy
You
is
know.
so much smarter than any of us. 52.
No. No.
Yeah,
Hey, AZ, you're from Arizona, huh? You say I'm from Arizona too. Just FYI.
That's what I'm saying. To be honest with you, bro, you look like my English teacher back in high school. I'm not gonna lie. Hey, by chance. I mean, I'm taking a big risk here, but by chance, you have a brother.
Sensei and student unite.
That would be
A
amazing.
50-year-old here too as well.
Oh, there you go.
I want to also expose myself as one, and while I'm here, make sure that my mic works and everyone can hear me okay, because I'm new.
Yes, sir.
Loud and clear.
Hey, he's from New York. He's from New York.
You're welcome.
A lot of us are new, man.
Yeah, in the morning, I'm kind of.
When you sorry, real quick, when you first joined the channel, just shoot. There's so many people in here now, and like I'm trying to scroll and see who's just so I can adjust the volume. Who is it that just said the whole loud and clear bit?
Oh, I said loud and clear. This is Ninja.
Sorry, the person who was asking. Like the person who just came in here.
Yeah,
and
the new dude.
Who's the new person?
His picture is the guy with the beard.
Who, me?
Yeah,
his
you.
mic is
Yeah.
always
Yeah, me.
on.
What's up?
Sensitivity needs to be adjusted, I think.
On mine?
Okay.
No.
I think
I'm
there's-
just adjusting it on my end. If there's anybody that's too loud on my end, I have to bring it down.
Oh, okay. I'm using a headset.
Say your name for me, please.
C Castillo, 1005.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Marduk, there's an
think it's-
overlay that you can put that will show you only who's actively talking.
Ooh, I want to hear about this.
Yeah, I will link it in the general, but you will have to add the server to the website, and they will give you like an overlay, and
Okay,
you can only
thank
see who's talking.
Hey, on a side note, so you know me, I like Dogecoin. No, I don't want to change the subject or anything, but
Dodgy. That's my impression.
Hey, I was in this YouTube live yesterday with this guy, right? And he's doing this Dogecoin live, right? And I mean, I'm not making fun of anybody, but I am just so intrigued. This dude has like 17,000 viewers just constantly watching him talking about Dogecoin.
Oh wow!
And he is like the nerdiest guy in the world, but he's so interesting. Like he's just, he's just so interesting. I don't know if anybody has seen him.
It's about personality.
The Dogecoin.
Yeah, he is so interesting, man. He's just his big old glasses.
You said it yourself.
Like, and it's
like you're describing it right now.
Oh yeah, I know who you're talking about.
Like that's
he only
why-
talks about
why he has
Dogecoin
that many followers is
all day.
the exact description.
Yeah. Yeah, he's talking. Yeah, he talks about the Dogecoin. He has like a
What's the
little.
one Miku posted last night? We were watching him. He had like 7.
The guy with the blonde hair.
Yeah. I talked about him actually, and I've said that some of the things he said, because I've been watching him for a while, and he's not accurate in everything. He even compared it to Ethereum. The guy, I appreciate his enthusiasm, or he likes Dogecoin and everything, but you can't lead the masses to, unless you know the information, you're sure about the facts.
Yes.
Please don't say them out loud.
Yes, I agree. I totally agree. I was listening to him, and he is just. I think he's a hype man, to be quite honest.
are
But
heavy.
That's the way I was looking at
Knees are weak.
Dogecoin. It's like an easy way for Robinhood to buy up GME because they're not spending any money out of their pocket. They're literally just hyping up Dogecoin. I already have money in when it's a penny because they knew when to buy it exactly. Hype it up, and there's their equity to buy out of GME. That's the way I look at
yeah,
it.
I'm honestly. Oh, so here's actually a good tip for all my new guys in here that just like start investing. I know you guys already touched base on it as far as like day trading. You can only buy and trade, buy and sell like 4 times out of the week or whatever.
That's only for Robinhood, right?
No, well, there's a couple ways around that, but if you have a cash account only and you don't do a margin account, that's specifically for margin accounts only.
Uh-oh.
Oh, 1 second. What the heck happened?
Biddly boop.
We on?
I can hear you.
I can hear you.
Okay.
Guys,
So this is kind of what happened to me. Now maybe you guys could probably explain to me why, but so over the weekend, last week, so I think it was on Sunday, right? Sunday, I'm like, all right, you know what? Let me put in some stuff for AMC. So I was like, all right, cool. I put in an order for AMC. I swiped up, order went through. It was on Sunday, right? And it said your funds will be accepted the next day when the market opens or whatever. So I was like, all right, cool. And I was like, you know what? Let me buy another one. So I bought another one, right? This is on the weekend. And then Monday came along, and this is when I was just finally figuring out that there was a limit on buying and selling and stuff like that, because I was under the impression that I could literally just buy it and I can make that money and sell it. I can buy it, make the money, and then sell it like forever. I didn't know there was a cap on it.
Do that on like cash accounts or like you say margin accounts if you play this, if you know what margin to play, so you know the low and you know the high, so you know you get it on the low and then you start selling on the high, and then you pay back on the low again, right? Kind of thing. I think that's how margin works, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, yeah. It gets deeper than that, but that's a pretty vague description of it. But what you're talking about basically is day trading, and yes, you can. So there's 2 ways. Either one, you have a minimum of $25,000 in your account, because a margin account, depending on what you do, you can cost yourself. So like if you put out like a $12 call, if you get that $12 call, that's great, but your $12 call could also cost you $1,200. So
the stock tanks. Oh shit.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, so that's why you have to have and me, I've always kind of looked at it like you got to have enough to sit at the big table, right? You know, but if you have a cash account,
That's a very good way to look at it. And,
you know,
like margin account is sitting at the big table.
Yeah, like if you got to have enough to play at the big table, you know. But
real quick, it's also the difference between playing with your money at the poker table and having a line of credit from the house.
It's very true too.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
Nash. No, Nashville.
Yeah,
So
I'm out
anyways,
for the
like I
weekend,
was
so you guys have a good weekend. I'll be
You
back at this
too.
Monday.
Hey,
yeah,
enjoy
man,
the
have a good
weekend.
weekend, bro.
Have a good weekend.
Hey, happy birthday, by the way.
I would
And
love
everything,
to have
enjoy
a
your weekend,
competition.
Guys, let's have a friendly competition. Let's see who can buy and sell Doge 100 times and make the most profit within the next 2 hours.
I'm not.
Oh, I wish I had
I'm
money
down.
left over. I wish
I'm
I had
down.
money
That's my
left
game.
over from GME. I would.
I am not.
Okay, you'll
What's
have,
the
have to
price?
do it
What's
off
the
of
price?
percent.
What's whoever wins gets what?
You get a mysterious package from a dog.
Oh, let's go.
Doge is at 46 right now. I'm gonna wait till it drops down to like 43 or something.
What are you talking
All right,
about?
so
What are you talking about?
who-
Trading just in it. A lot of people start day trading Dogecoin now for the weekend.
They're bored.
When
Hey, so
Doge
real
started spiking,
quick,
my
real
brother.
quick, before
So you guys are gonna trade between
Before we-
coins? Is that what you're doing?
Yeah,
No,
we
just
trade
buy
crypto
low,
after
sell
market.
high, buy low, sell high, buy low, sell high, buy low,
Yeah,
sell
so
high.
With the
ride the wave.
paired up
Ride the
paired
wave.
up like coins, right? Like, so what's your like favorite coin, or it just depends on the day what coin?
Just make sure you try.
Raven coin, but nobody knows about it yet.
I saw that one.
Raven.
Doge
Hey,
usually sees more activity on the weekend, especially Friday
For
night. Kind
sure.
of bumps it up.
sure.
I've seen a lot of peaks midnight, East Coast time, just for anyone playing it this weekend.
So since we're talking about
3
coin,
a.m.
Yes. Go ahead.
So real quick, so back to what I was saying. So just a friendly tip. I mean, just in case, like this is kind of something that I noticed right now. So if you're ever in a predicament to where you don't have $25,000 in your account, so you can actually go out and do the whole day trading if you're on Robinhood, and you're kind of in a pinch and you can't sell because you're on your last sell, which in case that's what I was. I didn't really get to participate in like a lot of the stuff that happened this week. So because I was on my last one and I'm like, I don't want to get screwed over if the big squeeze suddenly comes up and I'm like, this is my last little sell that I can do. You know what I mean? So I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna be good and I'm just gonna not really do anything. So next week, obviously, I'm going to play my cards right to where I'll be able to, get some more income so I can buy and sell and stuff like that. But that being said, if you're ever in a pinch and for whatever reason you're running out of limits and running out of times to sell, your actual times where you can buy and sell actually doesn't reload. It actually drops off about 10 minutes before closing on Fridays.
What, for somebody like me that's just has no idea about what's going on there, what would cause those limits in the first place? Like I'm thinking I can buy and sell as much as I want. Why would there be limits? Yeah.
I got you, bro. I got you. So what ends up causing it is you buy a stock and then you sell it the same day. And then you buy a stock and you sell it the same day. Like the next day, right? You buy it and you sell it the same day, but the next day after that.
Okay.
So that's basically what counts as one strike, is if you buy it and you sell it all in the same day, the same exact stock.
Yes, that's correct.
So that being said,
does that apply to coin?
Oh, are we talking about Robinhood?
That was actually my next question.
Probably.
No, crypto, it doesn't apply to crypto. If that's what you're
I'm just wondering where I have not encountered any kind of restriction like since I was 18 and messing around with this stuff on how many buys and sells I have. Where does that restriction come from?
I think you'll get a notification, an email or something.
I know that.
Okay.
No, I mean like what is the? I just mean like what is what? I guess what is the limit and who's setting the limit?
It's mandated by the SEC, I think, Securities Exchange Commission.
Limit for like number? Are we talking about?
But just for Robinhood?
Like number of trades?
No, for all brokers.
About Robinhood or no?
No, not just
yeah. So I'm talking about
all
Robinhood.
brokers.
What kind of
so if you
account
go over your
would be?
limits on day trading on Robinhood, they shut you down for crypto too. And I ran into that. Just so if anyone's running into blocks on can't buy crypto, that's what happens. Yeah, they'll shut you down on crypto too.
So there's like a number of there's a number of trades per day that you're allowed. Is that what's going on?
Okay, can I answer
per
that
week?
real quick? Okay. Well, wait. Okay. So there's something called pattern day trader. Okay. It's called PDT.
Yes.
All right. And it's not a number in one day. Okay. It's a regulatory designation specifically from 4 or more day trades over the span of 5 business days using a margin account. Okay. And that's why that last part is very specific, and it's because it's
important.
only to
Yeah.
margin accounts, and that's why I tell everybody, if you don't have 25,000 and you want to experience day trading, then you can go over to somebody like Webull, but you have to make sure that you only have a cash account.
Cash.
Yeah, like don't, like they'll ask you if you want to enact crypto, and they'll ask you specifically if you want to add a margin options to your account, and you specifically say no, and you just leave it as a cash account, and then none of that applies to you.
To answer
So
the
you
question
don't
from
use.
earlier too, that's a FINRA regulation, FINRA. They regulate pattern day trading, so that's for all. That's for the
Okay,
entire stock
cool.
market.
Thank you.
I was gonna say then, so you don't use Webull then for your crypto trading?
Does Webull even do crypto? I know it's limited. at
Oh,
least.
actually, no, it
Yeah.
doesn't. Okay, I thought because you said you choose.
No, I don't. I personally have not messed with Bitcoin and any coin yet, because like I've been watching it, but my thing is I had a friend and he invested in a coin, and apparently it was just like a scam, and like everybody who had that particular coin,
Connect.
like gone, like all their money was gone. So I was like, okay. So then but I have another friend who actually is my age, and he's been investing probably longer than I have. And he's like all into Doge. And I was like, well, who do you use for Doge? And he's like, what do you mean? I was like, well, where do you keep it? Because can't somebody like take, these are the questions I have. Like, because I keep hearing things like hard wallet, and you can get like a hard drive and you can put it on a hard drive. And I'm down for that. Like if I can like format a hard drive and I can literally like put my coin wallet, because that's what I would do. I would unplug it. I wouldn't want something attached, because I've heard some really horrible stories. I'm sure half of them are probably true, but that's why I haven't touched it yet. I want to. I really want to, but I'm just like, like not until I know enough to where I don't, lose thousands.
So Webull
Yeah, what
doesn't.
you have to learn is the
Webull does,
concept of private keys, and then once you learn what the private keys do, then you'll kind of understand how to secure them and things like that.
But you're right that the hard wallet is one of the safest, other than like a paper wallet.
But see, so, and then, so the other question I had was because I brought up, so this is another reason why I like Square, because they have Cash App, and Cash App lets you do like a ton of stuff. And Cash App also has a debit card that you can assign, like I guess if you wanted to, I don't know why you would, but I guess if you needed to, you could use, certain coins, specifically, I think Bitcoin right now.
Yeah, Cash App is only Bitcoin.
Right.
But do you keep your coins in Cash App, or do you is it just like a value? Like, can you transfer those coins out to a wallet?
Yes, you can. Yeah, the only thing, you don't get your keys, but you can transfer out, and that's usually what I do. I buy and transfer out, or sometimes I keep them in there because I sometimes just go back and forth between cash and Bitcoin.
Gotcha. Yeah, it's a very you have to be careful with this.
Yeah, we say
Yeah, I'm gonna set up a chat later, and if anybody wants to take the time who knows about this, I'm not gonna eat up the whole chat over this, but
Biscuit knows.
like I would really appreciate it.
We talked about
I throw it in general. I mean, that's cool. Yeah.
We had the crypto talk. I think 2 streams back.
Yes, that's correct.
2 nights ago, yeah.
With
we had an Ethereum developer, and everyone shared a lot of knowledge.
Yeah, that was awesome.
That
If you
was a
can
great
catch
one.
that,
It was.
you will get a lot of information. So, but basically, the advice we always have on crypto: not your keys, not your coin. If you don't own the keys, they're definitely not yours. So, sometimes the exchange get hacked, they lock you out for some reason, and as investing in everything else, don't put all the eggs in one basket. You have to diverse. Have an offline wallet, have some on this exchange, have some on other exchange, and divide your assets, because crypto is really volatile and dangerous, and as your friend got scammed, anyone can get scammed in this crypto sphere. So do your research. Like I would recommend at least 2 weeks before you decide to put any dollar into it.
The cryptosphere. I like that. The cryptosphere.
Anyone
That
looking
sounds
at
sick.
Webull too, Webull does not deal in Dogecoin. So any new investors out there, if you're looking to trade Webull, they don't do it on, Doge. They don't do it on Webull. So people should know that.
Kraken.
Yeah, I was
Really
actually
good.
so yeah, as a new, like, I was looking to get some Dogecoin last night, and as a new investor, I was just very surprised by how hard it was to find an app that I liked for the crypto, and then one beyond that that would just let me do like an ACH payment in there. Like, it was this weird convoluted process that I've never had to go through besides like ordering marijuana seeds from like the Netherlands or something. Like, it was really weird. So I don't know. Yeah.
And they show up in a CD case in the hinge.
And it was an iPod. It was like an iPod sock. Yeah.
Yeah,
Not
the
that I've
banking
done that,
industry
but the
has not
CD
been
case
friendly.
definitely dates me.
All right, guys, I gotta go. You guys have a good weekend. Enjoy. Hold the line. See ya.
Diamond hands.
I'm gonna pop off for a little bit. I'll be back later.
Man, baby, all day.
Bye.
Later.
Hey, oh man, you know what? I'm trying to get a hold of that person that's from Nebraska. Is there anybody? Is there anybody from Nebraska?
I remember
she
that.
just left.
I remember that
dang it.
person. Yeah.
I'm literally going to Nebraska next week, and the weather was like below 7 or some shit like that. But I was like, how is it out there? Like, I've never been. I've only traveled via plane like a few times. So
where are you from?
I'm from Arizona. AZ back, baby.
All right, you're gonna. Okay, all right. Yeah, you're gonna need the works. You're gonna need the works. You get one of those. You get one of those silly looking hats with the ears. You know, with the. Get one of the for real. Get one of those. Get make sure your coat has down in it.
He's talking about a toque.
Wait, what in the world
The hat
is
is
down?
called a toque, right? I think.
Maybe the it used to like Red Hot Chili Peppers.
Dude, he's gonna freeze. If he's going from Arizona weather, if he's going,
you might die. Yeah, you might die.
Like I would try not to be outside if I were you, because your body is not acclimated to like -5. They're like -8 on Monday, -5 on Tuesday, -10 on Thursday and Friday.
Yeah,
like their high for Friday is 2 degrees.
You're gonna need like thermal underwear, like. And even if you have something, you might want to consider buying 2 of something, because if one doesn't work out and isn't warm enough for something, you might want serious. You're gonna have to really think about it. Yeah.
Okay.
I come from a cold climate. All I can suggest is bring layers, and you can always take them off. So sweatpants under your jeans, that kind of thing. Double socks.
Merino wool is your friend.
Yeah.
Dang, man. You know what's crazy is in the morning time. So I work in the morning, so I'll freaking wake up. And it's like, I think sometimes it's maybe about 50 degrees or something like that, bro. I got 7 jackets. I got 2 pairs of pants on.
50 degrees,
bro.
That's awesome.
And like y'all, the way you guys are talking about it right now,
South Carolina.
Dude, I'm smoking a cigarette outside, and it's like literally like 10 degrees out, and I just got like a hoodie on. That's what it's
for
like
real.
Here in Massachusetts, yeah.
I have 2 sweatshirts on right now, like legitimately 2 sweatshirts right now. Let me see how cold it is.
What's the temperature?
It's probably like 56.
That's short sleeve weather in Georgia.
Oh, and vitamin C. Take tons of vitamin C so that your immune system is going to be supercharged to deal with the shock. Vitamin C, garlic, D3 for your just make sure.
Thyme has a really high vitamin C content.
It's 68 right now. It's almost 70.
You would not survive in Boston, bro. You would die up here.
Dude, that's what I'm saying.
Dude, that's 20 degrees. What the hell?
Going from like
I'm in Maine, dude. It's cold.
Bro,
South Carolina.
What the?
to go to Nebraska and like be at -10. Like I don't care what. Like you're gonna have to.
Yeah, buy some airborne. Airborne. Take like
Yo, 2 sweaters, dude. Come talk to me when it's -22, bud.
Oh heck
You
no!
just sounded like Canada. Is that Canada?
Yeah, buddy. I'm in Ontario. We get. Oh,
I've been to Canada. I was in a man camp. I
hell
was in
down
a man camp for a natural gas plant that was up there. Trying to remember the name of it. We had to take oh god, the vehicle was so cool. There's like literally there's nothing around this natural gas plant, like nothing, and it was so cold. Oh my god, so cold. That's one of the coldest places I've ever been in my life.
Listen, this is what you're gonna do.
Yeah, real talk, man. Real talk.
Tonight, to prepare for the trip, this is what you're gonna do. All right. Step 1, you're gonna watch.
All right.
You're gonna watch The Thing by John Carpenter, and you're gonna prepare for a similar situation. You need a flamethrower. You need lots and lots, layers. Maybe a helicopter.
Watch the movie.
Holy crap!
Hot coffee.
Hot, yeah. You're not gonna want to drink. Don't buy any sort of refrigerated beverage whatsoever.
Okay. So in Fahrenheit, it is currently 15.8 degrees here right now, and I am in one sweater, shorts, and my flip flops with no socks on.
Oh my gosh!
It's all good,
Yeah,
man.
I'm screwed.
I'm like tempered steel, bro.
Yeah, vitamin C though, for real. That saves the day because when you travel from something happens when you go from place to place, whether it's the airline flight, the change in pressure, the change in temperature. I feel like it throws the immune system into like a kind of shock or something and makes it it just taxes it in some way, perhaps. Maybe
and vitamin C is water soluble, so it's any water soluble vitamin that's important for your immune system. It's not something you want to like run out of. I've just like honestly what I do is I go to the grocery store, I buy these big ass bunches of thyme, I dry them out and I store them, and then I just take some of the sticks and I take some of the dried thyme that's from the dried out fresh thyme, and I just steep it in water. I just make tea. So like I'll boil some water. I get it's like a tea ball, but it's in the shape of a cup, so it just sits down in your cup, right?
Cup and handle.
Something like that, yeah. And so I'll take like frozen ginger, I slice it, and then I got some I fracture a bit of cinnamon stick, throw some cloves in there, a couple of thyme sticks, and you just make like a herb tea, right? Fucking throw some lemon in there, a little bit of honey. It's so good, man.
That sounds really good right now. Hey, real quick, what in the world is the thyme?
Thyme has a really high vitamin C concentration, so it's a good because a lot of people can't for example, like vitamin C. A lot of people get it from peppers and citrus fruit, but there's also a lot of people out there who can't have the fructose, right? Because they have diabetes. So a good way for them to get their vitamin C is from thyme, because it's literally like just a herb, but it has a super high vitamin C concentration. So if you just steep it out in some tea, it's a good way to get it anyway, just for how much you get for how little you need.
THYME.
Yes.
You know what's
Plus,
crazy?
It works
So
out where you can grow it indoor year round too.
Yeah, it's really easy to grow. All your herbs and stuff are generally weeds, so they do grow pretty rampantly.
Mm-hmm. Damn. Okay. Shit, that's pretty cool, man. I have no idea.
I've been a chef for 15 years, and then I moved into professional painting. So, as far as nutrition, physiology, and like the culinary side of shit, I'm pretty well versed. So, if you ever wonder, man, there's so much information on the internet now these days. You can
look up the time. It's za'atar. It's quite known for us here. We use it but we don't use it for tea. We use it in food dishes.
We do too. Yeah.
Yeah, it's very aromatic. It has a really nice flavor profile.
Put it on some chicken, mix it in with some other herbs. Yeah. Oh shit! Sorry, Biscuit.
I'm sorry. Everyone lower it down, so I talked over someone. I'm pretty sure. I'm sorry.
I talked over you. No, it's all
cool,
good.
man, but you sound really quiet. I don't know if it's on my end. Is it everyone
No,
else the same
no,
way?
yeah. Biscuit's a little quiet. Biscuit's a little quiet.
That's how it is.
Hey, he's
You just
he's
gotta
watching out for that CIA.
Deal with it. Deal with it.
You can always turn him up though. You know, you right click his name or like I don't know if you're on the phone, but I'm on desktop and it's easy because like I can just right click whoever's name and then just adjust volume accordingly.
I can hear you fine. You're just a little.
Hey, on some real stuff, is it me or did today's actual stock day go by really fast?
Yeah. So hold on a sec, because let's get Biscuit in. I agree with what you're saying. It's been a long week, and today definitely time seems to have sped up. But Biscuit.
Yeah. Oh, I had no. I said what I have to say.
Oh, okay. I thought you were trying to say something.
I'm supposed the dish in the general. I couldn't say the name of it, but we put thyme on top of that. It's quite delicious, guys.
That's what I'm talking about. I had no idea. That's pretty cool. I'm gonna have to chug some or like get an orange or something before I get on the plane. You know what I'm saying?
Sorry about that. Back to the passage of time today. I want to talk about.
I feel like when the stock does well, like the time goes by faster and we're all in good moods. But like if it's having a down day, it like drags.
what you're feeling is real and measurable. Like you can.
Hey, he said, think about GME and you'll feel hot.
you can like listening to music, different types of music, and even things like your physical distance from the earth. If you're atop a skyscraper, it is measurable that time is moving differently. However much of a fraction of a fraction of a fraction of a fraction.
That makes total sense, man. I had to step away for 24 hours and just get a mental break. And coming back and seeing the movement today was so inspiring. It was wicked cool. I was listening while I was working, but I had to work my ass off last couple days. But it's been great listening to everybody.
Hey, on some real stuff, who woke up? Oh, my bad. Hey, on some real stuff, man. Who woke up this morning and just was like freaking out, just seeing them stocks just start growing, man? I was loving it.
Seeing that green was nice. I woke up promptly at 9:30. Like my body just woke me up at exactly 9:30.
Oh my gosh, dude.
I wake up every day like naturally at like 3 a.m. just from like the habit of getting up to catch the pre-market on Webull. Like now I just automatically wake up.
That's funny.
Hey, I'm not gonna lie, man. It still kind of sounds like you're sleeping right now, bro.
One eye open. One eye open.
I just don't
Hey,
know
he's
how
struggling.
energy is you. You need to give me some energy.
He's
Hey,
blazing, bro. He's chilling. He's feeling good, dude.
I
Hey,
literally
bro.
had to
Chilling
come
You need to
back
get some
Bob
iron.
Dylan.
because honestly, guys, he always sounds like that. I had to come back to just.
This girl.
I love it though. I love it. Yeah. Don't go
I
changing.
love
Don't go
listening to
changing.
your voice. I love it.
I want to hear it louder. Actually, if we can like somehow get you.
Turn up.
I think Arizona guy wants to ask Nebraska woman something.
Oh, is that the Nebraska girl?
I think.
Fizo?
Who if I don't know, I'm in California. I'm in Oakland. Yeah.
Ah, man, never mind then. Oh, also, actually,
say, that's not
I
her,
do have a
dude.
question for California though.
No, that's not
Hey, so I don't want to ask what part of California you're in, but hey, how is it like during COVID over there? Or like I heard you guys were like the epidemic or like the what's it called? Like
So California is very big. It's like its own country. So I think down south is where you're seeing more of the aversion to following like the masking rules and stuff. Where I am, we're a bit of a bubble. This is like the Bay Area. People are hardcore about it. So
okay.
our numbers have actually been quite good.
Up there, you've got like Napa Valley, and like everybody up there is a little bit more separated and conscious, I guess, if you want to call it.
Did you say Bay Area?
I have friends in the Mission District in the Bay Area, and they're like, "Oh my God, like they haven't left their apartment. Like, oh, it's crazy."
But there was also an exodus that happened here. A lot of the people just moved because they were able to work from anywhere. So we have a huge exodus, and why not? It's too expensive.
And those fires were some scary
Yeah,
shit.
that's smart.
Holy moly. My parents, I thought their house was going to burn down. They were literally like their neighborhood, right? So they're in a town, not just the town, but their like specific neighborhood was literally surrounded by fire on 3 sides. And it was
Where are
just
your
like,
Bro, ninja,
parents?
dude.
Where are your parents?
It's got to be in Malibu.
Napa Valley.
Napa, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, Napa.
Yeah, they're in
yeah.
Saint Helena.
Oh, St. Helena. That's where Rombauer is.
Ooh,
Who's that?
Yeah.
Who's that?
It's great wine, Rombauer.
Oh, okay. Yeah, there's a lot of like really
Oh yeah, but they almost
name droppy type names there in that area for sure.
St. Helena, literally the fire was being stopped on that main road that runs there by the firefighters. You can see it was crazy. The winery across the street from Rombauer burned down.
I've been there before, so
Oh
like
my gosh.
places I've been before. There was a place. Push to talk button is awful. Oh my god. There's a place there. Yeah, there's a place there called Calistoga Ranch. And I went there, like, again, my parents are way better off than I am. And they flew me up there to check out this place. It literally like it was like a spiritual moment. I felt like I was in heaven. There were like deer around me. There's like beautiful mountain streams and like wood. It was beautiful, but the whole place burned down. Whole place burned down. And even before that, when I was there, my parents took me on a tour to see what had burned down previously. And it was like nothing like I've ever seen. I mean, I've seen Mount St. Helens, which is like you can still see the trees like snapped over like matchsticks from that blast from Mount St. Helens. It was similar. It was similar to that. Like the amount of area these fires covered and the it's just you're driving on this long, California country road, whatever you want to call it.
Have you been to the Calistoga geysers?
And all it is house after house after house after property of acres and acres and acres of just burned property. It's crazy.
Speaking of the real estate exodus, here in Maine, we've seen a huge influx of people from down in, around New York, the whole Northeast corridor buying up a lot of property up here. And I know people were talking about the real estate markets and other places suffering. It's like up here, it is going nuts. So it's all location, location, location.
Georgia's the same way.
Yeah, that's true.
The gentrification here in Boston is very bizarre. It's more the area that I live in now has pretty much been gentrified. But even when I moved in here like 10 years ago, it's almost like you had specific within a specific neighborhood. So I'm in JP, which is like part of Boston. It's like a borough, say, let's call it that. Within my area here, you've got like people that are in the government living atop a hill on this one street, and then literally like one street over is just like poverty and like desolation, like people in getting shot. And then the next street after that is like, not quite as rich as those other. It's really weird. It's like so very segmented. And for what it's worth, I don't know where I was going with that, but
it feels like the 80s again.
What do you say?
I mean, I was a kid in the 80s.
I'm not going to say that again.
She's right, though. It does feel like the 80s again, kind of.
Like
yeah,
the
yeah,
80s
totally,
when we had
totally.
like the economy crash and you just had so many, like here in the Bay Area, it's crazy how many people are homeless because they just can't afford. I mean,
Like the old New
price
York,
of
the crime New York. Remember that New York from like the
yes.
80s movies,
I'm from the
Jason
East
in
Coast.
Manhattan
I mean,
and stuff, like people with
that's
guns and freaking tattoos and punk mohawks. That's not reality. That's a movie, but
exactly.
Yeah, most of that was made up.
That's where I grew up.
But it's a reflection. It's a
I can
reflection.
speak to it. Yeah, no, for real.
I
It was
visited.
built that.
It's an allegory
I visited
for a
New
real
York
situation.
City in '85. It was like hookers on every corner, drug dealers.
Dude,
It was crazy.
if you Tenderloin in SF.
Yes, it's like that.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Hey, I heard they got
I was
some
about
pretty
to
good
say,
pizza
like,
though.
everything that you just mentioned, if you turn down the wrong street at the wrong time of the day, like it end up in the Tenderloin in SF, you can
Tenderloin and SF
in
International
trouble.
in Oakland.
International.
What is
exactly?
you get tenderized? What happens?
Ah, you crazy, bro.
The thing is that, like, let's say 15 years ago, the Tenderloin, it was like, you know, whatever crime was happening there and the corruption and the
just-
government and all that, it was
I'm sorry to interrupt, but just real quick. What is the
it's a neighborhood.
WTF is the Tenderloin? Okay,
The
that's
TO would be like
yeah,
your
yeah.
Skid Row of LA.
Yeah.
okay.
It's really bad. Like there's needles on the street corner.
Is there
Like
a
not even
history of
not
like
every like it's bad. It's
meat,
really
meat factories there?
It's like
No, it's not an
No,
it's
no
not
meat
industrial. It's literally like city.
Okay, word.
City.
Like complete
yeah.
opposite from the Mission District, correct? So
I'm just
Well,
I just
correct.
love painting a picture in my mind. I'm sorry to interrupt you. So,
So if you're
mean,
from
the
New
mi-
York, if you're from New
Hey,
York, like the
I'm
let's
sorry.
not linger on
Needles
this.
on the ground just
Hey,
make
I'm
an
sorry
area.
to interrupt y'all, but
Let's
have you guys read the
we're gonna
YouTube chat?
try to get back on.
Have you guys read the YouTube chat right now?
Okay, let's see it.
Oh, damn it! I forget we were live.
Oh,
Do you guys hear Ron's comment there?
Can you can you give an update? Because I haven't seen.
there's some proselytization going on.
That's a good word for it. That's a really good word for it.
I've never heard that
I've
before.
never heard that
I
word
was
in my
trying
life,
to
I gotta be
figure out
honest with you.
how to describe what was going on.
I'm gonna
Allahu
learn
Akbar.
from this. Give me
I
the
apologize for saying the H word. I should have said prostitution. That might have been my bad.
Oh, is that the issue? Is that it?
I don't think so.
It's just
I think that's just.
it's just sex work. Just be polite to all people, I think.
Oh, sex workers are great, right? I think we can all appreciate their situation, their choices in life, and respect and respect them.
Daniel says
the
I mean,
oldest.
I absolutely was. I didn't mean it in a demeaning way at all.
I'm sure you did. Yeah. I'm
Oh,
sure. I'm
totally
sure
not.
you didn't. I'm sure you
That's
didn't.
not what's happening though. What's happening in the YouTube chat?
He's spamming the chat.
It's gone now. Somebody was just trying to convert people
Oh,
Yeah.
to what?
My name is
to their way,
Oh boy.
their way or the highway.
Okay. Oh, yeah.
It's all good.
No
yeah, I mean-
converting, guys. Come on.
To the guy in the chat, my name is AZ Backpack.
3,000.
And listen, I get it. You know, when you're excited
Easy
about
bang,
something, like we're excited about this stock, and I made the mistake of telling a couple friends about it and talking too much about it, maybe, you know. So I get it. I get when you're excited about a new frontier and you want to share it with people. But yeah, let's stay on topic.
Anonymity should be.
I can't convert people to flying spaghetti monster.
I'd eat you.
I'm just taking the Bloodborne lore as whatever was in that Bloodborne game. That's my religion now.
But to the guy, JP, remember how we were talking about
sick
the
game?
one? You know how we have on Mass Ave, we have the methadone mile. That's
Yeah, that's a
the
site.
Tenderloin.
It's really tragic. There's an area in
That is a
Boston
terrible
on
thing.
Mass Ave and is it Molnea Cass or what is that?
What's it called?
Yeah, Molina Cass Boulevard.
It's called Methadone Mile. There's a methadone.
What is that? Bunch of clinics?
There's a methadone clinic in an area in Boston that is pretty much like right on the way out to the highway. Like it goes from like downtown to like highway real quick.
I mean,
there's
Boston's overall fuck with heroin and meth.
yeah. And there's just so many
I'm stepping away in just about 5 minutes, so
so many down and out people there that they sleep in tents along the road and
How do they do it? Dude, it's like
you know like
below
use
zero.
they use bathroom in this like one McDonald's and and the fire department comes every once in a while to blast them with like hoses to get them to leave.
What?
Oh my God.
For real. That's what it is. That's what it is for real. Yeah.
I mean, if you look at
You
the
said
Bay Area
blast
here,
them with hoses.
M30s in your freaking profile picture.
Who's that?
This dude in the chat.
if you look at the SF, like the cost of a 1 bedroom was $3,200 a month.
When?
What, in Boston?
No, here SF.
Oh yeah.
This whole area.
Yeah, I bet.
So you're gonna have the Tenderloin expand. People can't afford to live.
That's the
And what they were
Yeah.
doing is
$1
that
million house.
You can't keep up the price of cost of living increase, and interest does not keep up with the housing market right at this moment. It's impossible to buy in.
the median price for
$3,200, you can get like a 10,000 plus square foot house here on a couple acres.
Where's that?
Nebraska.
Nice.
I'm moving
Dude,
to
Idaho's
Nebraska.
cheap too.
Here-
I don't care about that 7 degrees or whatever it was. I got layers.
So my house is like 2,700 square feet, and my mortgage payment is $850.
10,000 square feet. I don't even know if that's possible here without going into the
Wow.
tens of millions.
Yeah,
I bought my 3-bedroom house for like
You pay
2,000 square
$850 a
foot.
month? Damn, you pay nothing.
My
That's
2,000
crazy.
square
Yeah,
foot
that's
house
cheap.
cost me $170,000.
I've got
That's like our down payment here is like 200 grand is our down payment for a
Yeah.
house.
And
You
you, gotta
guys-
make like 4 times as that every year. Like you gotta
Guess-
make, if you're gonna get like a house that's worth $1 million, you gotta make like freaking 300K.
Guess
This
how
is why
much
people are moving.
Guess how much a 3-bedroom is in Boston? Like nothing, like really nothing fancy. We're talking like linoleum
3
floors,
Like 250?
Place needs the walls are crooked. Place needs
For rent or to buy?
to rent. To rent.
Oh, like
3 grand.
No, like 1,000.
$2,700.
Oh, damn.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, I'm on that Zillow trying to find places, like because it's so crazy here. Like we
Just come move to Nebraska.
I'm in Austin and
But
it's
we
blow
have
up like that.
Tahoe and we have the wineries
Well, look,
and we
right
have
now
the
I can look out my
ocean.
window and it's super sunny and it's warm, and I don't have to wear a sweater, so it's worth the rent.
I literally can
Oh shit! Is the Nebraska person back?
Yeah.
Can anybody hear me?
Oh,
Yes.
Welcome.
He has a question for you. Hey, yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, I'm in Austin and I'm sorry.
hey, who's from Nebraska? Real quick, I got a quick question.
Would be me.
There you go.
Okay.
Oh no, not a question. I can wait. I was just talking about the pricing. Like I moved to Austin about 6 years ago and I should have bought my house then. I just didn't know I was going to be here this long. And the price of a house now versus 6 years ago, because everybody's coming here for tech. I mean, I'm here for tech too, so I can't.
They all
I'm
moved
not.
from the Bay. They all went to Austin.
I know all of my coworkers.
Where are you talking about?
Austin, Texas.
Oh yeah, dude, they're doing that same thing to Utah now. I'm like, get out of here, back up.
They're going everywhere. The techies.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah,
They call it the Silicon Slopes here in Utah.
I don't know
You
if
were saying
anybody.
the price.
Yeah.
What is the price now in Austin?
I would say for and this is a median, and I'm not kidding, a medium regular 3-bedroom home. I lived in Ohio 20 years. I bought my first home at 25 for like 59,000.
What?
That was like 13.
I wish.
Yeah, like
Awesome.
that was, but
Damn,
where I'm from in Ohio, like the houses then they weren't really that expensive.
Yeah.
You can get
No,
like a
Ohio
family house.
You could get a house for $20,000 in Ohio. Like it was
Easy,
crazy.
yeah, like
Detroit, you could buy a neighborhood.
I thought about buying investment in Detroit, but I had an investment in Chicago, and I would rather now live in cities where I own the investment. But I thought about Detroit.
Oh yeah.
I really thought, I was like, oh, you can get some cheap flips, but
True.
yeah, I live too far away. That would be too much of a stress just dealing with what I dealt with in Chicago. That drove my blood pressure up, and I was like in my 20s. I don't want to deal with that again.
Yeah.
The Informed
Yeah,
Population
you gotta-
show on YouTube with the super chat saying gentrification sucks.
But Austin, I'm sorry, yeah, like
You are right.
Austin is crazy.
Sure
Yeah,
does.
I would say
Thank
the
you for the
medium is
super
about
chat.
400. Yeah.
Yeah, I moved to Georgia. I live in a gated community, 3-bedroom house, 76,000.
Wow.
Yeah, I miss that. You can't
Dang.
even buy land for that cheap down here. I thought, okay, just buy land in Austin. You can't even buy land for land is I don't even think anywhere in Texas. I just found some place for like a piece of plot, a piece, and it was like 3,400. So yeah, even an acre in Texas is ridiculous.
Hey, I've got a pro tip for anybody who's starting out in real estate, which is where I am. I have a house that I rent that I rent out. And at first I used to deal with all the stuff myself.
Passive income.
Yeah, but now what I did was because of like I have a son now and I need to be within like divorce, certain proximity, all this stuff. I need to be in Boston. So I'm renting in Boston, but I have a house in Amherst, which is on the other side of the state of Massachusetts. And it was like getting tenants and doing all the landlord stuff was the most stressful and mistake-ridden and horrible failure that I've ever had in my life. I mean, I'm talking like I ended up in mediation because of things that weren't my fault. I got taken advantage of, people staying there without paying the rent. What I did was I found a property management company in the area, and they take care. They take a small, so like I get like the rent over there is not much different from, well, over there you can get like a whole like a house ranch for the same price as a 3-bedroom here. So it's like people are paying like a $2,700 a month rent bill for this house, right? And for like $200 percentage take a month, this property management firm takes care of everything. I mean, their guys must check the place out like at least once a week, maybe once a day. They're mowing the lawn. They're letting me know if anything looks like it needs fixing. One thing you need to look out for is them overselling you on things. They're going to want to fix everything and, you know, just be strong about like,
Yeah, they fix a
I don't
lot
think
of
that,
stuff.
yeah, I don't think
Because
that new
they're
driveway.
buddies with the carpenters and stuff.
Exactly. But you get the
Or they're just in there smoking meth for like a while.
whatever, yeah. But you get the eyes of these contractors and property managers like on your property all the time, looking for faults, mowing the lawn, trying to sell you stuff. But it gives you like, and I don't have to do anything. I pay them $300 a month, and they take care of everything. They even pay the bills.
Pro tip: I'm an air conditioner guy. When you deal with those property manager people, definitely to go by and have somebody recheck your air conditioning and your heating and air.
Why's that? Tell me.
Because they don't like to pay and they run out on the contractor that's actually doing the air conditioning. That's what I do for a living. I do heating and air.
Who doesn't like to pay?
It's a fight with the property manager. So a lot of times we get pulled off the job until the property manager wants to pay.
I'm not quite following, but I want to understand.
So the property managers run away from air conditioning payments?
What they
Hey, you're cutting off, buddy, if you're talking.
Yeah, cutting out, man.
Anyways, point being, yeah, property management, property.
Were you
end
renting
story.
in Amherst? Were you renting the college kids from Amherst?
Yeah. Well, you know what? So I was at first. Like I was living over there at first, living with them, and that was freaking weird. This one guy, he's like a Russian, shows up in a Lotus in the middle of winter, and he pays me like cash deposit, like the day I posted the room availability on Craigslist. He's a gambler, and all he does is like sit on my couch naked with like a duvet cover over him, like gambling all day long. And he's got anyways. So I lived with him for a while, and then I was renting it out. Then I got taken advantage of by like rich kids in college. Their father's a lawyer. They're trying to take advantage of me, not pay. And I just got fed up, and I was almost ready to just get out of it. And then I realized, like, I could just get a property manager.
Hey guys,
yeah, that's the best way to go.
Young families living in there now.
Have somebody else there with it.
I did property management for years. The worst thing is parents of college kids. They are the worst.
Amen.
Confirmed. I
Hey,
got
I just want to get.
threatened
I don't know
over
if
the phone
everybody
by one.
remembers. I try to give everybody an update real quick.
I count how
I
many
got my
times I've
son.
been threatened by parents of college kids.
You don't want to do this.
Alright, just a quick update. I will be restarting the stream. Make sure you subscribe and just check back in like 20 seconds and the stream will be up there. I just have to refresh it and then I'm going to switch it over to the topic about the nights like crypto and just some off-topic stuff since the price isn't really moving after hours. I mean, GameStop is back up to $67, which is great. So subscribe, follow the stream. Check it out. I will be refreshing.